Oh, good thing I was muted. See, that gives me a chance to go like, duh. But anyway, I was just thinking, hold on a sec. I keep losing my drink. Do you ever say something really profound to yourself, and then you try to like say it again, and it's completely lost, and you're going, wait, I, you're fading away. Don't leave me now. Shit.
Oh, hold on. We got Flat Earth Boxer here. We got a guy, one of the frontline warriors. Haven't seen him for a while.
It's pretty entertaining, like the banning them actually. Whoa, what a sound that is.
Well, whatever. Well, Sonny, are you on resin yet, or do you still have some trees?
No, I got some really good strains, like the best from up north, man. Like these are top notch, like one, two little hits, like whoa, like full pain relief, just like nice and creative. Still can
Yep.
move around, get work done, focus still, but just feel awesome. Yeah, but the one I'm growing is a sativa, really strong sativa called Death Star. Think about it like I'm a flat earther. I'm growing Death Star. But listen, by the way this thing is growing, excellent genetics. That's what I see. I've experimented. I think you can call them experiments with plants. I've experimented with plants my whole entire life. As soon as I could, like done lots of gardening, like basically my own little farm. Like know how to make my own compost. Like did really well in Washington. Like yeah, it's so cool stuff. So now this is like the culmination of all my knowledge, and all of a sudden this plant just responded and goes, you're not. At first it was kind of ill, like it had some nitrogen lock or something, because of a probably because a slight uh too alkaline, or wait a second, which way was it? Well, because it was probably, I don't know, too acidic maybe. So it had to be adjusted
Too
with some
alkaline.
Epsom salt and like fixed it all up. And so then the next set of leaves just went gangbusters. And then the green growth after that was just beautiful. At first it looked like it was nitrogen burnt or potassium deficient, because the round edge, the perimeters of the leaves looked like they're burnt. But they weren't. So then after that I corrected it apparently and dried out the soil. That's another thing. It's in a pot. And I think I just found the right combination of light, added more light, different kinds of light, and just started changing its canopy to a certain shape of a flat kind of oval shape, flattened down, so the buds are gonna
Increasing surface area.
get
Yeah.
all the sides of them, and it's so fun.
Yeah, it's
I
an
mean,
awesome hobby.
it's hard
From
work
those
because
photos,
Mhm.
from those
it's hard work
photos you
because it's
sent,
on the floor. I'm sorry, say it again.
from those photos that you sent me, I was going to say to you that it's probably time to up pot them. So to put them into a bigger size pot,
Yes, it
get
is
them ready
actually.
for flowering, because especially if they've had a little growth spurt,
I know.
they've probably
Yeah,
filled
yeah,
that container now.
yeah. What I'm gonna do is actually, I am gonna do that because I think here this next month, was it just starting pretty soon here? I'll have some resources that I can buy the soil, good stuff, and I have a 5 gallon bucket, and it's real tall and square. I think that'd be good because they'll be able to go deep in that one. Not super wide, like, you know what I mean, but it's pretty big. It's got a handle. It's like a big bucket. So that's about a third at least, if not almost a half taller than the one it's in now, and doesn't curve in at the bottom, restricting it down the further down. It's going to be a ball like there. But it's pretty amazing to
Yeah.
have a plant and soil that does that well, because they, as you know, they get problems real easy, like those little mold gnats. If they get in there too bad, like right now they're manageable, and they have been for a long time because I learned my lesson with overwatering. Now I watch that plant real careful, and I still have a tendency to overwater. But now the only little tips are barely little brown, and the greenery is just looking fabulous. So I topped them again because I like this plant is split. So at the third node, I topped it. What a perfect time! And then after that, it shot up growth up these two sides, and I like bent them down gently to spread the whole plant out to the left and right. You know what I'm saying? As a Y,
Yeah.
and then another node up. Then I topped it again. Then it spread out to be four. Now the nodes that are on each side of that plant, as it's stretched out as a big Y, flattened out Y, it's got at least 7 or 8 nodes where it's getting ready to bloom already, but they're still small. So yeah, I want it to be juicy, like just
So the real important part is the last 2/3.
yeah,
So the veg stage, which most growers get wrong, the
yeah.
vegetation stage is probably 1 or 2 months, and then the flowering is up to 4 months.
Well, listen,
So
these are
you've
fast
got
growing.
60, yeah. So, but you've normally got about 60% growth coming once it starts to
Hmm.
flower, in
Yeah,
terms of height and bulk
right.
and root mass. Why I'm
Yeah.
bringing
So
this up is that the root mass side will determine how much it can put up on the top side.
I know, and that's
So,
why they've always been pretty much like
like
pygmy
single bud.
plants in a way. They're kind of like a little bit miniature because of that. But this one really bloomed out big. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get a
Like
tent
I,
and
I
put it in
flower
my
in
closet.
pots. I
Yeah,
flower in pots that are above my knee height.
those
So
are
I'm a
good, man.
6 foot individual,
Yeah,
and sort of well above my knee and about
yeah.
as wide as my from if I make a
Your hips.
fist to my
Uh huh.
elbow, like from my
Oh,
fist to
that
my
way.
elbow,
Okay,
maybe
just
even a bit
elbow.
wider.
Yeah, yeah, I get that. That's about right. I could probably get one like that. That would be perfect, and I could put it in my closet like I did before. No one knew anything, and it only smelled when it really started biting. Now this will be bigger, but I don't really care because I still have
So
another
then you,
couple months. I know I have at least a couple months if I do this thing right with this one. Move it, transplant it, put it in a real tent, and possibly get some better lights aimed just at the flowering stage for a more, I think, orangish like hue. But it's got, listen what it's got. I got 3 bright white CFLs. Then I have and 2 more that are lower oranger looking. And then I have a UV plant light. And wait a minute, how many? How many? 1, 4, 5, 6. No, I have one light's a LED light. So I got an LED light in there, a next to a
okay,
lower
so describe
wattage
it.
orangish CFLs. They're all CFLs and a LED and a UV. So
Okay,
it's a
so
bunch of
add up
different
the
varieties.
watts,
Yep.
but add up the wattage
Hmm.
and give me a total wattage.
Okay,
How
let
many
me do that.
watts of lights are you running on the plant?
Okay, let me do that. Hold on. I'm gonna mute and go do that. Hold on.
Can we watch the James Webb telescope launch? Huh? You guys want to see the James Webb telescope launch? No?
I saw some cartoon pics of it.
I want to see the video of this live stream, Xavier.
I saw some of it.
So right now, it's a relief because the weather was a bit tough in the last couple of days. But right now, everybody is very focused on the next steps. The start of the synchronized sequence at 7 minutes before liftoff. Last operations that Luz described earlier before Webb and the Ariane 5 are going to lift off and soar into the sky.
7 minutes to launch.
We'll be back with you and Luz here shortly. We now have confirmation from Baltimore that
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, unité, top. Pour la séquence finale lanceur. Top à 0-7 minutes.
The James Webb's about to launch, my boys.
Bitcoin, the best.
Bitcoin ad with the James Webb. That's even better.
My favorite part of the James Webb telescope is how it violates the second law of thermodynamics.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Well, this might be a good conversation starter at the Thanksgiving dinner table next week, or at least an interesting one. Do you believe the Earth is a sphere? The answers you get might surprise you.
The curving horizon, the sloping sea level, the spin of the Earth. Unless you can see these phenomena with your own eyes, they may not be true. Unlike what we've been told in school, the Earth looks like a snow globe, round but not sphere. The North Pole is at the center of most flat Earth maps, with the ice of Antarctica holding everything in.
The round or spherical Earth theory is propagated by some conspiracy.
And the number of people who think so is growing. Thousands, if not millions of people still believe the world is flat.
Now, scientists say that's actually a symptom of a bigger problem, and it's the subject of tonight's special report. WCIA3's Aaron Eads is here with us now. And Aaron, as far as conspiracy theories go, flat Earth theory is actually getting pretty popular.
Yeah, believe it or not, the number of people who believe the Earth is flat is actually growing. Scientists might have an idea of why that is, and it's worth talking about. And what better place to do so than one of the flattest places in the country, right here in central Illinois.
It doesn't get much flatter than this. Geological survey data shows Douglas County is the flattest county in Illinois, which is the second flattest state in the whole country. On a clear day, it seems like you can see forever, but you can't. Through the eyes of a person of an average height, the horizon is about 3 miles away. But that's it. You can go up higher to see a greater distance, but you'll never be able to see the whole world no matter how high you get. But there are ideas that this is a sham. NASA, a fraudulent organization bent on siphoning your tax dollars. The moon landing didn't happen.
Those iconic blue marble images seen from space, fakes.
You start seeing words like composite or animation or something that tells you this is not an actual photograph of the Earth.
The biggest concern with the flat Earth movement is how fast it's gaining steam. Scientists are worried that flat Earth could become a political issue like climate change, vaccination, or evolution. Guys.
All right, fascinating stuff. All right, Aaron, thank you.
Very interesting.
Well, new this morning, all our lives, we've been taught that there's little doubt that the Earth is round, of course. We've seen the images from space, but not everyone's really convinced.
There's a whole group of people who are not convinced. Denver 7's Nicole Brady joins us live this morning. And Nicole, a conference dedicated to people who think the Earth is flat kicks off today.
There are some variations in what flat earthers believe, but some common themes are the Earth is not a sphere, as you said. It's not moving. We are not spinning on an axis or revolving around anything. And they don't really believe in space. Some flat earthers are biblical literalists, believing the Earth and everything we see when we look up in the sky exists in sort of a dome. That's the belief of organizer Robbie Davidson. He does not believe that there is a vast government conspiracy to hide the truth from us, but he does believe that mainstream science deliberately hides a creator or God. And he says it's become taboo to question science.
They become authority figures that are so high, you can't even question them. And I think it's dangerous for anybody to be at a point where they can't be questioned or critiqued or looked into.
The billboard for the convention just went up along E470.
People can go there, be uninhibited about their beliefs, what they think. They can discuss it openly and freely.
As a pilot and engineer, Bob used to think it was crazy. One of the theories he now believes:
flat earthers also do not believe that there is any such thing as space. And that's a crazy claim, right?
So what about astronauts?
The space shots are actually shot in a swimming pool. And they are shot in a place that's called the NASA Neutral Buoyancy Lab, okay? And in this neutral buoyancy lab, they have a full-size mock-up of the ISS.
Len, NASA calls it their Neutral Buoyancy Lab. It's just behind Ellington Field here and is becoming an important source of new revenue. NASA's Neutral Buoyancy Lab simulates space underwater. In a pool 4 stories deep and so wide, we saw astronauts floating on one full-size International Space Station replica.
Bob knows this is controversial. He welcomes debates and says,
investigate it yourself. Do your own research. That's what matters.
If you are curious about the international conference, make sure to visit us online. We have more information there at cbsdenver.com. Live in Denver, Jamie Leary covering Colorado First.
But I would say that people should have a better understanding of why it is they believe what they believe. The answer really is because all the smart people say so. And that should never be your baseline of why you think something is or is not true. I did not think I'd get applause for that, by the way. That was nice.
So Buck just said the Earth is flat. That is freaking me out. All right.
It's not a way to make friends and impress your family, because if they're not willing to look, they're going to think you're crazy.
And many attending the conference here say the theory has really gained popularity over the past few years, enough popularity where they can hold conferences like this.
One factor of the growing popularity may be the coverage in the media. It became a hot topic recently when Duke's very own Kyrie Irving came out and claimed he believes the Earth is flat.
Kyrie is my little brother. He's my all-star point guard, superstar point guard, and if he decides he wants to say the Earth is flat, then so be it. So he's an interesting guy, man. And, he believes it. So Kyrie, the Earth is flat, right? Yeah. So whatever. That's news. That's news. There we go.
No, the Earth is flat. Oh, here we go. The Earth is flat. There's no concrete information except for the information that they're giving us. They're particularly putting you in a direction of what to believe and what not to.
Is this like a long troll game? Are we being trolled?
I don't think we're being trolled because if you want to talk about anything that's scientific, two things must be met. Two underlining materials and variables are: is it reliable and is it valid? I just got off of a flight from Connecticut seeing my daughter. And this is a reliable. She's doing good.
And let me guess, the plane went straight. So
let me just say this, Mama. So I heard Kyrie talking about it, and I said, let me do my own scientific experiment. Let me take a look out this window.
Nope.
At 36,000 feet, I saw the skyline. And you know what I didn't see? A round skyline.
I'm out.
Was flat from the left, and I went on the other side of the plane. It was flat on the right.
You
know what? Kyrie done broke it down.
And flat earthers admit while many will say their beliefs are ridiculous, they believe the theories and conferences like this will continue to grow.
Probably most people who hear about it will laugh at it, think we're idiots. But we're not idiots. We're intelligent people from all walks of life and all ages.
In Cary, David Hurst, CBS, North Carolina.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
So a quick play-by-play. Mech Glover got Michael Smith here on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live. Everybody saw it. Reel back the tape for the play-by-play.
Hey, Sonny, check your private messages real quick, though. You got to check that out. And, yeah, send me a message back. You might have some cleaning up to do.
Well, I'm perfectly willing to take a look at something like that. Let's see what the... Hold on. Oh, shoot. Yeah, that's prophetic, really. Very prophetic. Wait a minute.
Yeah, anything suspect going on there, Sonny?
This guy's... Hold on. Let me read a little more. Hold on.
Please, yes.
Two of them, actually. There's Dion and Full-Blooded. Wait a minute. I'm not sure I understood Full-Blooded Christian, so I'll have to look at that closer. Yeah, these people are disgusting. No, they're immoral, and they're pissed that nobody can find any curvature.
Yeah, but check the... Well, yeah, obviously you can. Hopefully you're probably going to ban me. That's okay. I'll get unbanned. But yeah, obviously that's my account because I'm full-blooded Christian.
Listen,
you are.
So
he's Dion. So look right there.
I didn't get that key. Okay, so I wasn't sure what the stance was because I needed to read closer up. So hold on. Go
ahead.
Don't get triggered. No, you won't get banned. Not by me, especially. Okay, I'm just trying to pull up the second one. One moment. Let me close this one. Oh, sometimes I'm such a fucking boomer. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, that is a... Oh, here's the second one. Okay, hold on. This is kind of just crazy. Okay, so that's you. I got you, man. Okay, so... yeah, you're right about that. They're holiday. So, okay, now I see the... Yeah, okay. Forgive me, I wasn't seeing it at first. Sometimes a little slow to catch on, but I learned quick. So here we go. I'm not going to read it. Yeah, hold on. I got something cooking. I'm on this. I'm hot on the trail of this. I got it. Wait a second. Don't go anywhere. There are kitchen duties that are... Oh, wait, but... never fail. The Discord is going to be first. Wait a second. Wow, just all this fallacious, like, freaking... Okay, yeah, I had enough of that right at the end, so, listen, hold on, oh, shit.
That's the thing is that it's so bad, you can't even repeat on microphone what they've said.
Yeah, so how long would you say?
Eternity is how long they're going to be paying for that. What do you mean? I
know, but I'll get it. don't see him
And
coming
how about
up.
this? Can you imagine 20 minutes ago I asked him, can you just join the server and get on microphone? And then he just started talking about his Nambla religion and how
Like for
angry he
some
was at flat
reason,
earthers. Yeah.
his name's not coming up. Hold on, let me see if I can find him. What has he got different? Why is his freaking name? Hold on. What is this person? He probably changed his name and now he's not searchable. Check the ban list. You might already be banned. I can't seem to pull him
That's
up.
probably Trillion. You're
You
talking
think
about the
it's
Discord
Trillion?
ban or the
No,
YouTube
I'm
ban?
wondering who this Dion Daniel is.
Well, he's Satan's hand
Wait a
puppet.
minute.
So
Hold on. I was in the
I
wrong.
think
Hold on. No, hold on. I was in the wrong place. See, I get. I will figure this out. Got pretty good at it. Well, if I could hit the right buttons, because my fingers are tired. Here we go. Let's find out. Let's find out who this is. Oh, sure. I'll pull him up now. No. Detention. Wait a second. Detention. There's a different name. Let me see. Wow, where did that one go? No. Won't come up that way. How can I just send a at D on Pretender Clown? Wait a second, let's look and see who this is. Imprisoned for eternity. What are you putting on here? Hold on a second. You guys are tripping me out. Shoot. What? He's not. Hold on, let me scroll somewhere. No. Like I put it under D. Nothing. Is he? Nothing by the under the D name like that. Does he have a space then a capital D? No.
he's not going to use that name. That's the thing, is that they have many names.
Yeah. So satanic cult Dion Daniel. Yeah. What? Can't find him. I don't know. I bet I could look at notes and find him.
Well, don't put too much effort into it. You might as well just play guitar in the meantime.
No, it's easy because look, it only takes a couple seconds, and I don't look for too long. Let's see, Flat Earth Council. No, that's too long. Drawn out, maybe. I never attended, so I'm talking shit right now. Whatever. I can't get to everywhere. I'm surprised I was able to like learn to use the bot for music and shit. It's pretty fun. What the heck? Okay, here we are. Up past the additional, going up. It's gonna be in gold or silver text. Voting. Flat Earth Council. Permaban list. What if I could search this shit? How would I find that? Might be able to find him. Let's see if he comes up under only Dion Daniel doesn't come up, but when I put Dion Daniel Sorensen, let me look at this person. Where's Daniel Sorensen? I could see Silver FE. That's a flat earther. That's not him. There's someone else. This guy named Dion Daniel. Can't find him in any searches on Discord. I didn't go to other servers, but he's not. I can't find him on this server. It doesn't come up under that name, so I don't know if he's just using something else. That's possible, which they do, like you said.
Yeah,
Probably.
YouTube accounts and Discord aren't related, so that's why they can be completely different. Like my channel is different than my name. Obviously, my channel is the XO.
No, I'm just saying. No, I'm not saying. I'm not saying on YouTube. I'm saying just here on Discord when I do a @DEON like he spelled it, nothing comes up.
No, I would just look for the trillion accounts. He's definitely trillion.
Okay, so here it says message lobby. Let me get out of this. Why am I in lobby now? Because I was searching. Okay, one sec. Let's do user. I can do the wrong one. Shit. Okay, user. Wrong way. Hold on. That first. User info? No, just user info. Let's see, does that come? I know user does. Okay, at TRILLION. Doesn't fucking come up. Yeah, these are tricky little bastards we're dealing with. No trillion. And let's see if he does different characters. Somebody else knows how to search. Some of the mods are able to search through something and they were able to find any of these characters. See, I don't have that particular ability. So we're looking for trillion and or alias, aka using an alias name against the, I think it's against the TOS. What you think? Yeah. Isn't that trolling? So, Trillion or aka Dion Daniel, satanic cult member, spouting spam. But let's see if he comes back. I can't find him. It'll take further moderation, and I leave that up to the moderators. Right? That's all we can do. I could email Indio. Let's see. Probably. I don't usually like to bother those guys to, like... Now that I've been really vocal on here and, like, made that bet, and the two Globers lost their shirts on Science Acumen, then I got a bunch of spam mail. Huh. F ears pedos. XO, that's you. It's hello. Yeah. Okay, let's find.
I screenshotted him calling. Listen, he's not talking about me. He's talking about the whole group. I mean, listen, I can't I can't go into this conversation I cannot talk about it without jeopardizing the safety of the server. So
yeah, we don't have to. That's not necessary, but I think the proper thing's going to happen because I'll find, like, anybody already has DMs with Indio that are here right now, one of the mods, so you guys, any other admins or...
hold on though. Hold on though. Who's Zoltan Gay?
I don't know.
UC verified guy at the bottom, right next to your name at the bottom.
Hold on, let me look because I was out in the DM here, and let me come back.
You guys hear me?
Ultron.
Zoltan, just turn your mic up or put your face closer to the mic somehow.
Oh, Zoltan Gay. Okay, gotcha. How do you pronounce
that? Back to your regularly scheduled deprogramming.
Did I pronounce it right?
Zoltangi.
Zoltangi. Is that a particular nationality?
No.
Oh, okay. American. That's American slang?
Californian.
Okay. All right. We did actually have to say, you might, like all you Midwesterners and the Far Easterners might think we're like, I don't know what, but because I talk to a lot of people in my life and I know what people think of Californians, and some of it I don't understand because there's a lot of forward-thinking people in California. I don't know what it is.
A lot of snowflakes here too.
There's a lot of snowflakes. There's a lot of bunch of idiots, or bumbling idiots. I'm surprised they can even walk on their own, literally. But yeah, there's a lot of that. More of that than the average state because we have a really high population of drifters and grifters and
yeah.
Like they hang out because the weather's warm and they don't have to do nothing. They're, if they get rained on like we did the last 3 days, that sucks. But then they're back out in the street, no problem. No problem at all.
At the fucking heart of it too. Right.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. I hate it because
not supposed to cuss on here, huh?
masses of zombies out there. It's closing in on the zombie apocalypse.
I'm in
I don't
Venice
want to be.
also, so I'm at like the heart of it.
What'd
Heart
you
of
say?
the zombie apocalypse. I said I'm in Venice.
Oh shoot!
The zombie apocalypse.
It's right outside your door.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, dude! Listen, I grew up as a young person. We moved from the suburbs of St. Louis in the mid '70s, right in the middle of Dogtown, on Ocean Park Boulevard and Sixth. Sixth and
Ocean
Ocean,
Park's
like
my
Sixth and Ocean Park Boulevard.
main cross street. I'm on
And then, so
Lincoln.
listen, I grew up in that neighborhood. Went to Samo High with all these, like, people that were actors' kids, and they were fucked up. Listen, they were. I played frisbee in the park over there. Where was that place, man? Ashland? No. I don't know. There's a park. God, Collier Park.
Oh my God, Clover.
No, I think it's Collier. There's another one that's up off of Highland, but that's up on the hill, kind of facing eastward, down facing Lincoln, sort of at the top of the hill. But the one I'm talking about is right at like 4th, a big steep one with a walkway going down the stairs, and a good place to play frisbee.
Got that little statue at the end of it.
Yes, that one. And my sister lived there for like 30 years or something. My sister lived right there on 5th. My best friend lived on right in that neighborhood. We lived at 6th and Ocean Park Boulevard. So, I don't know how I got into this. Oh, I discovered Venice really early on. What a crazy place when I was growing up there.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Like, here's the thing.
I just moved here like 3 years ago.
From where?
In Costa Mesa and Newport area.
I gotcha. Yeah. So, yeah, I can't imagine what it's like in Venice right now. I know, like, it's still...
The beaches are... How long has it been since you moved here?
Dude, I know it's really bad. I've seen videos because I'm interested in the area, and I still want to go on my bike. I have a Radical electric bike all the way up and down from Redondo to Malibu. Like, I want to do that. We used to ride that all the time from Marina Del Rey up to Malibu Canyon and stuff, and up the mountains. But there was nothing going on there. And listen, like, there was no cheapskates even hadn't started yet. People were not skating yet. There were just skateboards, a bunch of rats. All the Dogtown skate rats were all running around with my brother because they were younger than me, 4 years younger. So Jay Adams and my brother, Jay Adams lived right down a block and a half away, down off the side of the street. Down the alley was our apartment. Or if you went out Ocean Park, we were front, less than 2 blocks. They used to come over. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know who Jay Adams was. So I was already busy, like, playing guitar and smoking weed with my friends. Like, we thought we were cool. Long hair, just moved to California. I was like stunned. So yeah, Jay died.
The beaches were just covered in tents and just it's like all homeless people. Like all the shops down there in like Venice are like closed because they like turned the little like hotels and stuff that were right there into it's not Section 8, I forget what it's called, but it's where they
low income housing, huh?
They pretty much turned them into like little like mental like wards / hotels for the homeless, and a lot of them don't want to like abide by the rules in those, and so they just live out on the beach anyways, or they have a tent that's outside, and
that's what they do here too.
Have a place inside too.
Yep. Because what else are you going to do when you're starving, hungry, cold, and wet?
Yeah.
Nobody out there, but listen, it's funny because when I first moved to Venice, you could walk way out to the right, to the north rather, of the jetty there, where the pavilion is. And what that used to be like is a big patio down that kind of dropped down sort of a couple feet down into this big patio where there was a stage and pagodas where people sat with benches and barbecue, these big huge barbecue grills. So there was like graffiti painting all over those, but it was all really early on. It wasn't like the tagging going on. They started doing that artwork there many, many years ago. That's where the skate park in Venice is now, where the pavilion used to be. There used to be an oil pump right there. And that's where the Jetty gang hung out. All of those surfers from Venice Jetty, which are gone and lost to the winds. Pacific Ocean Park was there when I first moved to California. I watched it burn down a couple of times from the beach. Amazing times. Amazing blue water in California. Like the fires were burning the whole entire hillsides from Malibu all the way down to the Santa Monica Mountains down going towards the valley. Like
that was crazy.
Really crazy stuff. Yeah. So it used to be a nude beach because you could walk so far out on Venice Beach. All the hot chicks were out there with their tops off. So we're like, word game, let's go out here. But they'd send one of these girls to get beer, and they were only 16, to the liquor store right across. One cop went by every day. Usually the same cop. Nothing was happening. The bikers still ran Venice in. They were still all over. And the Chicanos were battling each other. The skinheads, the Chicanos, and the blacks, and the bikers. There was a war zone down there. People don't know this. It was like the wild west where I was growing up. It was a dangerous fucking place. In the city in Los Angeles in the mid 70s, in the poor part.
Oh yeah, and the crack epidemic and shit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was later. That was later, yeah.
So
90s? Listen to this. 90s. You won't believe this. I have so much history back there. Listen, I lived on my dad's boat in the marina, so you relate to this because everybody that lives in Venice knows about the marina.
I was a pirate for like 6 months.
Yeah, check it out. For 8 years, I lived in my dad's boat until I joined the Navy when I was 26. But during that time from 17, when I came back from Mexico City from traveling with my friend, came back, lived on the boat, and it was a wild time in Venice. I don't know, man. Like I had some pretty incredible opportunities to steal my dad's boat. Our entire life's collection of belongings, everything we own on the boat, and take my stoned and loaded friends all the way to Catalina and break down out there with an overheated diesel because one of the belts broke. And one of my friends, I won't mention names, but the one that's passed I will, because Dennis, rest in peace, Dennis Polar Bear was a famous Venice surfer. These are my friends and my sister's friends. So they, a lot of them passed. A lot of them, beautiful people, beautiful girls, beautiful kids, Venice kids, drowning because they smoked PCP and fucking couldn't figure out how to get out of the water. Drowned, young kids.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Horrible shit. Horrible stuff happened. People died. Wow. In Santa Monica and Venice, California, rough place, man. So now it's rough there too, but it's a different kind of rough.
All different rough, with tranny and
It's not violent rough like it was then because you're right next to Ghost Town, and Ghost Town would come over and raid the beach with gangs of people with bats, 10 or 15 of them.
What's Ghost Town?
Ghost Town, you know about the Oakwood apartments? That's the ghetto. That was the tenements in Venice right there. West of Lincoln Boulevard and east of Rose to about where did that go to? To past the Fox Venice Road, the industrial part is back behind there, a ghetto. Oakwood. A couple blocks past there. If you went south of Rose, you're in Oakwood. That was Ghost Town. Literally, if you're white, you look like me. I only traveled on the edges of Ghost Town. I never got bothered. But Could have been, like, I saw fights with skinheads and shit, beating people up on the street.
On 4th of July, I don't know if you saw it on the news at all. This car was like chasing. It was like a white Infiniti or something, with like blacked out windows. But it was chasing, and this was on the 4th of July at like 2 o'clock in the morning, maybe 3 o'clock in the morning. Flying down. I think they were coming down
Speedway?
Rose. Or no, they were coming down Lincoln. Like this was going on for like a while too. Like probably like I think like 10 plus minutes. It went on. Like they kept getting calls because it was in different places, because it was one car as this guy, this 18-year-old kid and his girlfriend in like a Cadillac, like a nicer like old one.
Right.
And they were running from this other car, and they have no clue who was. Well, they say they have no clue who was in the other car.
What?
But there's like so much video, like footage of it and stuff, because like just people's like house cams and stuff picking it up. But they were chasing him for like 3 or 4 miles, and like full on shooting at him on the 4th of July. Like going down Lincoln and Rose. And the car ended up, he ended up getting shot too many times and flipped the car right in front, like right at Rose and Lincoln into some person's yard. Completely flipped the car and died.
The one that was chasing?
The one that was getting chased. Him and his girlfriend. They flipped and they died. Chased.
Yeah, I believe it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's absolutely
I couldn't believe, like, on the 4th of July, like, I'm afraid to, like, drive to the liquor store.
Oh, listen, I wouldn't even walk in those areas. I wouldn't. It's like Ocean Beach on Friday, Saturday night. I wouldn't walk on the sidewalks there. You're bound to get hit by a car on the sidewalk.
Oh, yeah.
Easily. Or crossing the street, because they don't give a fuck and they're not paying attention. They're blind. Like, it's crazy how people are acting.
Driving, because there's so many homeless people down here, and like a lot of them, I think they either just want to get hit, or they like think they're gonna get a lawsuit. Or
I know the people here too,
or they're just
like
over it, and they're just like pissed off, and just so they're.
No, I don't even think they're able to think they're on that shit or whatever it is. Like whatever they're on, out of their minds, they don't even really know or have a full understanding or experience of where they're presently located, physical wise. They're lost in their mind, and their mind is tricking them, telling them things are some way different than they actually are, with some kind of false sensation activation system.
Exactly.
With the drug, what it's doing is it's like it's short-circuiting their sensation centers and their logic centers. They lose all their logic, and they get further and further away from their actual presence in reality in the moment. So it's an actual detachment. What do they call that?
Detachment's a good word.
That's not the right word. Detachment, but it's like that, but not the same word.
Disassociation or
dissociative personality disorder.
That's the one I'm talking about. Disassociated. That's what the Globers are that are out there. They're like zombies. Disassociate from reality means that's why they are nonsensical to us, because they aren't using their senses. They're only using one pathway of information from a black mirror for their intellectual content, to fill their brain up with something, because they don't believe they have anything of themselves. They're empty vessels. I'm sorry, that's conjecture, but...
Yep, well said, Sonny.
They're empty vessels. They can't think for themselves. What else do you call that? An automaton? Like kind of a dumb one?
Yeah.
Like, actually, you know what comes to mind? Rock'em Sock'em Robots. That's what comes to mind. Bam, bam, ting, he knocked his block off.
This polar bear dude, he the first guy that did the handstand in the pool? I think I saw like a documentary.
What's that? Yeah, those guys. Look at that. That's Dennis Polar Bear right there.
That's awesome.
Fuck yeah, dude. These are some of the most radical skateboarders. No one had ever done what they were doing. They were out. Yeah, polar bear. Wow, old freaking. That's outrageous. The second Del Mar skate. Yeah. Oh shoot. Look at that. With his son. See, he died. I sailed with that guy. He sailed with me to Catalina on some rough and freaking wily freaking sailing trips, catching freaking barracuda shark with a freaking wait a minute, barracuda mackerel, where a freaking barracuda shark, a bonita shark. I'm sorry. We caught a bonita. It was jumping out of the air because we were going too fast for the reel. So the bonita jumped out of the water, and a bonita shark chasing it bit its tail off in midair. Yeah, and then we stopped. I stopped the boat, stopped the engine, and went to full stop, and just came to a coast. And my friend is pulling in the bonita with no tail because it let off no more fight after the complete tail was bitten off of this fish. It looks like a mackerel, bonita does, like kind of like a small tuna, elongated one. Anyway, so the bonitas, he's pulling them in. It has no fight left. It's just coming in with bleeding behind it, and this about a 4 foot long bonita shark is swirling around with coming to the boat up to where he's pulling the fish up. My friend goes, "Oh!" and he grabs this spear gun, a really good one, the one with slings, like badass, with these arrows tied to a freaking lanyard, right?
Yeah.
So the shark is coming up. My friend just expertly aims it right, like behind the eyes, in the head. Bam! Right through. Pulls that whole shark right up on the freaking in the cockpit. Our feet, we're lifting our feet up. You never saw so many people's feet go up so fast to get the fuck out of the bottom of that cockpit. Yeah, that fish was like, listen, that fish was squirming around like the most scary thing about it was his tail was whacking like the side of the cockpit where your legs are hanging down, right? That I thought it was going to break the side of the cockpit. It was going to whack. If your foot or leg got caught in there, it probably could break your leg. So it was like a big enough fish, like really young and wild as hell. So we had a arrow through his brain, basically. And it was still going, and it took a really long time. So not to cut the gory part out, because the girls don't like that after listening. We cut it sideways into steaks. About 3/8 to a half an inch thick, and threw it in the frying pan right there as we're not anchored, we're just coasting. Sitting still, cooked it up, and those shark steaks were twitching in the pan. That's how fresh that was. You never had fish like that. When you catch it wild and you stop and turn the stove on and a frying pan and cook that stuff up right then and there.
Is there such a thing as too fresh?
No. I've eaten that fish like that raw, right out of the ocean. No, not at all. Yep.
I've never had shark. How does that taste?
Awesome. Like it's the best white meat. I think it's better than halibut. Halibut's too soft. The shark is more tender. It's like a steak. It flakes away like a super white, like I can't even explain it.
No, I get you. I know you're talking about halibut, right? Yeah.
No, I'm not talking about halibut. I'm talking about shark meat.
Oh, bro, I've never had shark before. What does it taste like?
Yeah. So listen, I lived in San Blas, which is 1,250 miles south of the border, in a little village town down in the jungle. You had to drive from Tepic up in the mountains all the way down in the jungle, where you saw 4-foot iguanas sitting there looking at you like they're tucked little huge lizards crawling around looking at you right along the side of the road. And then when you get to the ocean, it's the longest breaking wave. It was in the Guinness Book World Record for them surfing laterally sideways along the beach, the way the waves came in. So Guinness Book World longest Surf Ridden Wave is in Matachin, which is right down. So we would drive from San Blas to Matachin and get this shark meat, which is like thresher and great white shark, big, huge chunk steaks of it for so cheap. I mean, you throw that stuff on a grill. It's the best ever. So, wow, what a life, man. And then I swam alongside at that place with manta rays that were jumping out as your body surfing right next to you, surfing in the wave with you. They're stingrays.
And they wouldn't try to like approach you or anything? They just swim with you?
No, you just behave like when you're surfing a lot, you learn how you either shuffle, but in that place I wouldn't shuffle. So as soon as I hit the water and I could get my feet off the sand on the bottom, you swim. You don't put your feet down because as soon as you touch down, they're sitting down there just waiting for something to eat, and you got in their way and touched their tail, and bam, they'll whack you with a poisonous stinger. And some of those mantas, listen, there are manta rays out there. You know how wide they were?
They're massive.
8 feet wide. Or 10 feet wide almost.
Holy shit.
And there's like a
Yes.
what's a group of manta rays called?
Manta killer. They're called devil rays.
What?
Look at devil rays. Yeah, look up devil rays.
No way.
Yes, they are.
You ever get stung by one? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I never got stung. I've got stung by stingrays here in California, in La Jolla. It's a big, flat, long. It goes out. It doesn't get deep. It's really shallow for a long ways out. So all the little sharks and stuff and leopard sharks, they're pretty harmless. They'll sit in the bottom, but near the shore, the stingrays are right there on shore because whatever
Right
food
under the
they're
sand,
eating
you gotta shuffle your
is
feet.
right in the surf. So when you walk in, you have a chance of stepping right on. I did. It feels worse than a sting, like a bee sting. I would say twice to 3 times worse than a bee sting, but didn't last as long because I put my foot in super hot sand. It was a really hot day, like 90 degrees on the beach, and the water was like 73 or 74.
So wait, how did Steve Irwin die from a ray then?
Yeah, he got jabbed by one of those manta rays.
Oh, because it stabbed him in the heart, right?
Okay, I'll get you a picture. And I saw one also in Haiti when we saw voodoo being done with these people in white sheets carrying around chickens with their head cut off, blood and shit. And then right as we were watching that, they're running around with bloody sheets, carrying dead chickens, and chasing little piglets around their village. I saw this from the ship, the boat I was on. So at that time, a huge ray, a black ray, went right underneath our boat, and I was like one of those devil rays with that. I guess I was a little superstitious, maybe a little bit back then.
That's crazy, though.
I didn't know what I know now. Like honestly, I was a drunk. Every port, I was drinking all the time.
Are you a diver?
Yeah, diver, divin. Yeah, I got certified way back in Corona del Mar when there was nothing there. The John Wayne Airport there in Orange County was only a prop engine, small aircraft. No commercial jets could fly there. There was nothing there. That's the truth.
Well, I got to go now, but thank you for the story and Merry Christmas and the Earth is flat. I'll tell you all later.
Yeah, sorry to talk so much. Thank you. I'm like nostalgic about the area because so much has changed. I could tell you. Come on back. Good talking with you.
Yeah, good talk. I'll be back because I definitely want to hear more.
Cool, man. I don't know. I've seen a lot of shit, man. Tell you what.
You got me sitting here watching videos of freaking dolphins and sharks jumping on boats now.
Giant devil ray. Let's see. Here's some images. Yeah, these things are gnarly. I saw them up on the beach just like this. Hold on. Well, let me copy link address. No. What about the image? Come on. Okay, that's not a very good one. Next. Shut up, I can't get it. Here's some flying out of the water. I'm telling you not. I shit you not. Hold on. It's copy image. Here we are. Man, I gotta get a better seat. It's terrible when you're on the internet. Anyway. These suckers were huge. And I also Glad was telling me about being barracuda. I was chased by a barracuda in in Acapulco Harbor, which was beautiful. Oh my God, it was so beautiful. Wow. But I had this nice brand new shiny Navigator Boulevard dive watch that was really shiny, the bezel, and it flashed in the water, and this big barracuda turned its head, looked at me, and started drifting slowly my way. Yeah. Because when it gets close enough, those things are big. And like when you can see 80 to 120 feet in water, like 30 feet of water or 20 feet of water or 10, let's say, scuba diving, just skin diving. A lot of times you just skin dive. So you're like less than 10 feet of water, you know, you have someplace deeper, mostly right around the surface. So you're just cruising along, beautiful. You can see everything on the bottom. And you catch this glint of a fish that caught the glint of my watch in the sunshine, bright shiny day, and start heading your way. So they move in this vector. We're like, you could see how I was like navigating to close in on my area. So I covered my watch, and then it kind of lost interest and went back away.
It's good that you recognized that that's what it was from right away.
Isn't that wild? And then listen, we were another time off Haiti after the freaking voodoo was being performed with the devil ray swimming underneath. Anyway, where I caught about 20 little 20 little sunfish, whatever they are in saltwater. They're small, and I made a soup. I made fish head soup with the whole entire fish. It was delicious. This is the best fish soup I ever had. Yummy. So anyway. Moving on, we tried to get out past this point. We got stuck in a gale and got pushed back. We couldn't make it past this point off the coast of Haiti. That's why we ran leeward to the southern island that we saw the voodoo at. Then we finally, when the weather broke 3 days later, we headed out. We ended up in another really strong wind. It's not a gale, but we were close to shore near a beach. It was getting late. We wanted to anchor, and the wind picks up to like 40 knots. With white caps and super shallow. So like we only had like a few feet, 4 feet underneath the hull. And the wind was so strong, we had 2 anchors out and we were still dragging. We thought we were going to get dragged onto these freaking rocks. It was like a what do you call that? A coral. It was like it was a reef. It was a coral reef with fucking big old rocks like underwater that would skewer your freaking boat.
Yeah.
Easy. So we got this big old tubby boat, and we don't have enough power. We couldn't raise an inch of sail, and the motors weren't going to do anything that quickly. So all we were like holding on, like at that time, like we had to pull up slack on the bow anchor. There's all this freaking maneuvering you have to do. It's really weird. You have no idea what's like on a sailboat in an emergency storm situation. It's like really hazardous. Because look, you got green water waves breaking, bam, they smack into the side of the boat, they wash over. A foot of that water moving down the deck will sweep you right off the ship, right off the boat. Mm-hmm. So you always have to be harnessed in. And I never lost grip, but my brother did once. And we both flew up trying to get an anchor in the bow, flying up in these big waves, because my dad is like, John Wayne tries to be a cowboy, go out in a fucking storm. But anyway, my brother came down, and we were both off the deck, holding on with our hands to the bow pulpit and stanchions on the side, lifelines on the side of the sailboat, right? Mm-hmm. So we're holding on, and then the wave drops down, and our whole bodies lift completely up off the deck, airborne. And then the next wave comes and the boat goes bam! And it is so fucking loud. You're like, holy shit. You think it's cracking the boat and it is the loudest noise and scariest noise. Like if you're not used to it, fucking newcomers like on sailboats and storm weather are fucking terrified.
Even
it's frightening.
It's fucking super scary when the bow of the boat's like.
It's horrible. Yeah, like I don't know how we did it. So listen, yeah. So when my brother came down. When we both came down, I landed somehow equally enough that I didn't break. My brother broke his wrist and went snap. And totally, like, his wrist was hanging down limp. He could not move it. It was displaced. It was disjointed. And I grabbed my brother back and I carried him back to the cockpit, you know, and he's like my 14-year-old brother. I'm like 17, 18, and I've been sailing for a long time. Actually, I could take that boat out by myself from start to finish, raise the sails to the whole thing single-handedly by myself. 42-foot catch, 2 masted catch with a big old Perkins diesel.
Like 5 months.
What's that?
I lived on a 32-foot Catalina for like 5
Nice,
months.
man.
And,
Guess what?
I was 16 and didn't have any money, and so I was like a pirate. Yeah. I just like floated around Newport Harbor, like Newport's Harbor.
Cool. I've been on. Yeah.
I left it anywhere it was going to get towed, and it had no like registration or anything, and so I just
holy crap! How did you get that boat? Because I think there's a bunch of boats just sitting there waiting to be salvaged, aren't they? People aren't taking care of them. They lost their shirts.
Oh my god!
Like,
how do I find those?
I haven't done it because I can't really, at my age and my income, I can't put anything into a hole in the water that just sucks up all the money, because they got most people like me, like living on really low income. I'm limited with what I could do. I can't work. I haven't worked in 8 years. I'm in my mid 60s. I'm already retired. So fuck that. The next thing I do, if for anything money, it's going to be what I want to do, and that's what I'm working on. Playing music for people and doing a live stream. I'm going to eventually do it, publish my music. Cool. So it's fucking hard when you're starting late like me, and I still got things to do, and I still have dreams, and I know I can get them done. At least I can make a really good effort, right?
Yeah.
So fuck it. All I have left is my music, me, myself, and I, you know, like my family, like who cares? They don't really care about me. I mean, my kids are grown. I love them dearly, but they have their own lives.
Where do you live now?
You know, so like through all of that stuff and all of that pain of child rearing, not being ready, like making every mistake in the book, just like shit, man. Now it's just totally different where there's like light. I can't explain it because most people out around me are like, they're all scared of something that can't be seen. They're like really weird, man. They're like news junkies, but they're getting this negative endorphin release. You know what I mean? Like they're getting like these negative drug load that their body's creating because they're so negative about, oh no, what do we do? We're supposed to be scared now. They're the experts. They must be right. So we can't go against the authorities, can we? No.
Lied to us before.
We shan't do that. That wouldn't be proper. We got to be proper peasants. Stay in your place, you peasants, bloody peasants. Damn, give them some fucking cake. You whiny bitches. So we're gonna make it so you have nothing, and you will enjoy it. If not, we'll beat you into submission until you enjoy the beating. Am I being too harsh?
Kind of actually light, I felt.
Being too light, yeah.
Okay. I'm trying to be diplomatic about it, but just asshole is asshole in any language. So if the shoe fits, they need to like put it on fully and accept, yes, we are the assholes. Yes, we are the ones. We decided that we would rule over other humans. You lowly scumbag. I better stop.
Where do you live now?
What?
Where do you live now?
I live in San Diego. Yeah.
I lived in La Jolla for a little bit.
Really?
Yeah.
Pretty cool. Good surfing town. Like the cove over there and like beautiful places, man. Like Black's Beach. That's awesome. It breaks like pipeline over there. It's so huge, the surfing. Like I've seen pictures of 25-foot waves at Black's Beach. Giant, heavy waves, like big thick ones.
Out surfing.
That's crazy, man. I've gone on smaller days. A little bit north of there. It's still fun. Even Pacific Beach is fun. La Jolla Shores is fun, right near the pier. That's a lot of fun. It's one of the best surfing places, actually. Playing a 5-string guitar now because I don't have a
kind of boats you're talking about, are they like getting rid of them for like cheap? Like they're gonna get destroyed or something?
What's that?
You said the boats that you're talking about, are they getting rid of them for like super cheap, or they're gonna get like destroyed or something?
Well, see, I can ride along the harbor, and there's like hundreds, literally, and this is only San Diego. Like Los Angeles and Wilmington Harbor are much different things. San Pedro has a big harbor too. Well, medium sized, maybe small, but Wilmington, Los Angeles Harbor, they have sailboats all over. But San Diego, it's like a resort town, so there's a bunch of boats out in the harbor, right beyond the midway, like in the harbor just north, and you can tell the ones that are not being taken care of because their bottoms are all filthy dirty with grass is growing on them. They're all green with algae, right? So you can see the waterline's fucked up. There are dirty holes. No one's washed the deck, and there's like rigging that's unkept. It looks like sailbags that are been in the UV for too long, so they're deteriorated. Like that, people aren't taking care of them, so there's just boats sitting there. And if they don't get like service as far as the through hull fittings, they will rot, and then you'll have a leaky boat that you have to pull out, and who knows how much that is. Even for a 30-foot sailboat, is probably at least $5,000 just to pull it out, not including the work that has to be done. So you're talking like 10 grand.
That I lived on for a few months. Somebody had it in their backyard for years and years and years. And it was on a trailer. The trailer had flat tires.
Yeah.
But we made an agreement that we could have it for $50 if we got it out of there. But it was like full of like water and like it was pretty nasty. But with the flat tires, we cleaned it up for like a few days, like in the dude's backyard.
Yeah.
And got all the water out of it, and like got the mast like to be able to like stand up with some jimmy rigging and like.
So you got into the water and stood the mast up? Yeah.
Yeah, we ended up launching it in the middle of the night at the NAC down in Newport.
Oh, really?
Like, where you can only where they have like the kayaks only. And we ended up just like, because the water is like really shallow for launching the kayaks right there.
That's cool.
And we had to drive like the truck so far into the water to be able to get it in. We ended up having to lose the trailer.
What?
In the water, but we got the boat in the water, and I lived on it for like 5 months at that point. It was supposed to be me and my buddy were like gonna be like switching off, but like it ended up just being me.
That's interesting. All those stories are wild. Like when I was living in a boat, it was just a wild time. Like I got everywhere on my roller skates or bicycle. Like we rode hundreds of miles, thousands of miles. Like they had all kinds of stuff going on. The Olympics in '84 was going right down our streets and stuff like that. Like, and such, I don't know, beautiful blue water, like hot sunny days on the beach. Like it was fun growing up in Southern California. I mean, there was hazards and but made it through. Some of my friends are just as crazy now as they were then, and I got in contact with some. I went through this phase where I discovered Facebook. I'm like, oh my god, I can find my first girlfriend that I lost my virginity to. I realized I'm a grown adult man. Like, I have no business interfering with these people that have their whole freaking lives. They don't want to maybe hear from me in this time that we lived in back then. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and then I go, okay. Then I'm treading somewhere where I ought not be, out of respect for other people's lives. I shouldn't get involved with them. Things were bad enough at the time where we connected, which was really bizarre times, And so like hazardous times and like times of great like I don't even know how to say it. Can't even find the words because you'd almost have to grow up as a kid in LA to understand what I'm talking about. And people don't.
Yeah.
I bet they think it's totally something that it is not, though. Yeah. So it's hard to have the conversation with people unless they're people that I grew up with there because...
I grew up on the peninsula down by Wedge in Newport.
Yeah. That's a cool place. Listen, my dad would go to all these places. So me and my brother were rowdy kids. My sister was involved. She was already emancipated by the time she was 15. Got her own place, got a job, and moved out of my dad's. 15 in Venice. She was like a matriarch of Venice in the 70s. Yeah, I'm having earthquakes here in California. Even right now.
There's an earthquake right now?
Yeah, they've been happening last night, this morning. And a couple days ago, there was definitely one because every time I feel motion of earth, I can sense it coming from down wherever it is from underneath me. I live in a kind of tall building. I'm on the 8th floor. And it's concrete and reinforced concrete from the 20s. So it rocks around like I feel these motions and I know they're different than like, let's say if I'm laying there in my bed and you know how you get a feeling, you get a sense of what your mattress feels like and what kind of movement's going on from your heartbeat.
Yeah.
When you're super duper still and you're just like paying attention to your breathing in and out, and you know every motion in your body, your sensation, like you're going up and down your body, relaxing, right? And then you feel something that's a lateral, like to the side and back, like horizontal motion, like a spring going boing.
Funny, I think I feel it all the time, or like quite
I do
often.
too.
I have two big ass dogs, like 80-pound dogs that are on my bed all the time whenever I'm on it.
They notice it, huh?
So I'm always like, there's probably been numerous times where it was like an earthquake, and I was just thinking it was them.
Yeah, that could throw you off.
Wagging its tail in its sleep or something, or like
yeah.
moving its paws, because a lot of times that's what it is. But then other times it will be like I won't see them move at all, and like I'll just feel something.
So listen, polar bear. Here's the kind of I'll tell you a story about polar bear. My friend Monty Python, polar bear, me and my brother, I think, and we're out fishing. Because my dad got me this. Talk about salvage. He goes. He found this 14-foot boat that was leaking down the harbor a little ways from us, and he asked the people. They gave it to him for free. Just take it out of here, because it's an eyesore, and we don't want to fix it. Like this little 14-foot sailboat. Little sloop, like freaking open cockpit, like bitchin'. So for me, I'm like 18, 19, 20 years old. Awesome. And I love fixing shit. So we fix it. We put new rails, wooden rails. Like my dad knows how to bend the wood, but like an expert marine carpenter. Yeah. Like I learned how to do all kinds of shit with wood, like from my dad watching. I know how to make like expert custom carpentry cabinetry with flush screws with like all varnished, like perfectly looking. So awesome stuff. So we fixed a sailboat and we went out sailing because we'd go out and get stoned and we'd bring beer because we could, you know, like we could go get beer, like in Venice, actually used to work at, what is the name of that place? The liquor store right on freaking Venice and Pacific. Muni's liquor store. Holy shit. Oh my God. Anyway, so we got beer and we're on my sailboat and we're fishing and getting loaded and we catch polar bear catches a mackerel and grabs it and bites the side of the fish, bites a freaking piece out of the fish and ate it. Yeah. Just wild. Polar bear. You know why it was called polar bear? Because it was in the winter and he would go out. He would be blue when he came out. He never wore a wetsuit, even in the winter. Like a person like that is just like so determined that the cold didn't even affect him anymore. He just paddled anyway and surfed like a maniac. right?
Mm-hmm.
These people were like to the extremes.
Yeah.
Like they were going up to Brentwood and places like Brentwood and West LA, like Hollywood Hills and stuff, and emptying out people's pools that were just sitting there because no one could afford water. Because in the 70s there was a freaking water shortage. They were rationing water in LA. They said you could get fined if you were watering certain hours. Yeah, it's a true story. So these rowdy kids were going and using their own hoses with pickup trucks, going empty, like siphon the water out and start skating in these pools in these mansions that no one was using. And started the whole X Games right then and there. Yeah.
So cool.
Yeah, that's what I saw that happen. Like
It's
I
so
was at
fucking
some
sad, but, like, it's not gonna be like that ever again, or anything even
Never.
like it. At least when I
Never.
was little, like, I'm 32 years old right now, and like I really wouldn't want to be any. Like, I would, if I could go back in time, I would definitely go back, but I would not want to be younger than I am in this day and age.
So like it baffles my mind. So you're in your 30s. So you were born in the 90s.
88. I'm born in 88.
Yeah, what a trip, man. Like I hardly believe that because by the time 88 came around, I had lived a freaking really full life, and I wasn't even 30 yet, but I was almost 30. Right? Let's see, 88. Yeah, I was 30 exactly in 88. I had already traveled to Mexico City, freaking, with those Stingrays, and then 21 sailed, like I was telling you, where the manta rays were, all the way 6,000 miles on a 51-foot catch, with 3 of us. We picked up a bunch of passengers, let them off at different places, picked up a girl, like what a freaking life, man. Picked up 2 French guys. One was French Canadian, and the other one was a French guy from Belgium. Boy, did they have conversations. That was fun shit. Met these people who were traveling all over the world in a big old brigate with 3 masts with a freaking actual real crow's nest. They had a pet coatimundi on the boat with them that, like, if you pet it, it had the hugest claws. It looked like a sloth with a sharp snout, like freaking dangerous animal. Wild animal was their pet. So they said just don't pet him, and then he doesn't get friendly, because when he gets friendly, he'll bite the shit out of your legs. And he did. Like, people that pet him, he's like, fine. And then he come back later and starts biting and scratching them. Literally, and making them bleed under the table. So they didn't fuck. So listen, this ship was like in the 1890s it was built. It had a 1-piston freaking diesel motor, if you'd even call that. It looked like a big tube with the piston in it that was like 1.5 feet round and about 5 feet tall was the piston. And it was all hand lubricated and shit. Like, it was weird, rickety ass thing. And they could burn anything in it. They could put bananas in there and burn banana oil in the engine, or peanut oil, or used vegetable oil, or diesel mixed with gasoline, or vegetable oil mixed with diesel and gasoline. They could burn anything in that motor. They could practically put coconut milk in the freaking diesel and it would run. Never saw such a thing. So what these people are doing, and there's all kinds of people back then that were doing this, man. We met like dozens and dozens of people just traveling along, going all over the place. On the way to the Marquesas, on the way to Bali, like all the way across the Pacific, going to Japan, like coming back from freaking Hawaii, or coming back from New Zealand, Australia, all the way back to South America, and then up to California again. Like crazy travels. So anyway, these people were on this big, huge ship about 130 feet, 120 feet long. And they had like 20 base people, core people. So like 5 of them would pay a certain amount of money, and they could go for so many months on the ship wherever it was traveling. Then they would get off and go back home, and a new group would come on and travel for, let's say, another 3 or 4 months or 6 months. So they get off in these harbors. New people would come that had an interest. They were like a co-op sailing all over the earth on these ship. On this ship.
That's so
Trippy.
cool.
Isn't that amazing?
What a life.
Yeah. So like when we got on board, there was like a lady from Denmark. There was a couple people from France. There was a German people on there. There was British people, Scottish people. There was probably, I think there was like a Filipino person. I think there was one African descent person. Like they were like this group, pretty wild. So think about the flat Earth ship, because nobody thinks about that, because not a lot of you live near the coast. But I'm telling you, it's freaking, that is a way to like travel over water. I know it's kind of rough. But see, if you did something like they did, go to Catalina for a week or two in the summer when it's beautiful out and fishing, and then next time when the weather's nice, go to the Channel Islands, go up there, go to Santa Barbara, go to Oxnard, like go up to like I don't want to go too far north. The weather gets really bad for small boats, but Santa Barbara Channel is a great place, beautiful. Like up by Santa Cruz is cool. I wouldn't go any further north than that.
I love Santa Cruz. I used to live in San Luis Obispo.
Yeah, you know they found a giant 14 feet tall, like apparently from the reports from old newspaper reports in Rancho. Where was it? Wait a minute. Where did you say again? What place?
San Luis Obispo.
That's San Luis Obispo, yeah. Right up there. There was one of the giants they dug up.
What, the Smithsonian come and snatch it up?
Yeah, well, no, what happened, that is the indigenous Native Americans got upset because they always think, that if something is in the area where their tribes had lived for, as far as they know, hundreds if not thousands of years, right? Because they have like an oral tradition, most of the indigenous tribes in America. So they think it's theirs, but see, these giants were this one was, I think, 14 feet tall and had double rows of teeth and red hair and double rows of teeth. So a different race. They weren't. I don't think they're Native American. But see, yeah, the Smithsonian can't have that, can they? Huh? They can't. That throws a wrench in their whole freaking little scene of the evolution. Like, what? There were giants with double rows of teeth. The Indians killed them all off, or something freaking happened. But do you think any of that stuff's true, you guys?
The giants?
Yeah. Anyone else?
I don't think necessarily that they're going to be finding bones that somehow. Well, if they're not that old, I think they could maybe find the bones, but bones decompose. That's one thing I don't get. Like, where the fuck are all these bones that they're digging up that just don't?
Like if you look at Lovelock Cave, like, so what happened is they called it the Sitaka, and that word for Sitaka is across different tribes. They had this language all around, kind of like, I guess, like around the Great Salt Lake, because it used to be much bigger. It was probably more like an inland sea. And there's evidence of there being whole, like, huge swaths of area up in Utah there, actually where God Rockin' lives, where there's old ancient foundations and structures of buildings, whole cities, roads, like straight lines, rectangular coordinate system of a city in the middle of the desert with nothing there now. So anyway, these Indians said that the Paiute, right? So the Paiutes said that the Sitaka would run around, and in the old days I see Effie Warden. So I'm sorry, talking out loud about DMs, but let me see. So they said these Sitaka were running around, and they would steal women and children, and they would eat their flesh. Like, they would come and raid their camps. And then finally, tribes got together because that's kind of gnarly. Your wife and daughter just got eaten by red-haired, freaking 10-foot tall giants with double rows of teeth. Yeah, that can't be happening for too long. So they got together, and wouldn't you see that? I could see it happening. So they said, and they have evidence of like supposedly, like I know this is conjecture, but it's fun at Christmas anyway. So like they found the 14-foot, 14-inch long moccasin found, and it was displayed until about the 40s at the Reno, Nevada museum, right? And so the story is from the Paiutes. Their oral tradition says that they chased them into this cave, Lovelock Cave, and they trapped them inside because they were shooting arrows and killing them if they came out. So they killed them all. They got them all in the cave. They told them to come out because they were just going to kill the rest of them. The giants refused to come out, and they cowered back in the cave. So all the Indians got around, and they started a big, huge fire on the entrance and tried to burn them out. And then subsequently, I guess, I don't know. This is weird how stories go like this. Because you can't verify any of it, right? So it's just a good story. Cool story. So the giants are in the freaking cave. The Paiutes are outside shooting arrows. They burn the front of it. And then an earthquake happens. And the whole thing collapses and caves in. Now, like some odd years later, who knows how, they said those artifacts like duck decoys found in freshwater lakes, but there's no freshwater lake anywhere around there for a long, long ways because it's all dried up lake beds now. It's all dry lake bed deserts. It's all desert. No fresh water. There used to be duck, fish, like reeds. It was probably a huge lake. It came all the way from Utah, all the way out there to pass in Nevada. It was giant. So the things they didn't tell us about all of that. So anyway, I believe that part's true. And then in the middle of the dry lake bed out there, they found 2 more mummies. They were like wrapped in a cloth, like an oilcloth, similar to what the Egyptians did. And they were perfectly preserved with red hair and double rows of teeth. So I don't know. I didn't see them myself. I didn't dig them up. I would have preferred that. But I don't know. We can't trust what they say. Why would they put this? Why would they put this giant story out there, only to try to match it up with the ancient alien nonsense bullshit? Like, really? They're hiding shit. Why did the Smithsonian hide all the bones that were ever discovered? Is that a psyop? Was that real? I don't know. These are just questions I'm having. I'm going to stop talking right now. I need someone else to talk.
Have you watched the E-Wars video? E-Wars?
Yeah, I have. I devour like content like that because I just like listening. And it's not that I'm taking anything like I'm diving in feet first. No, I didn't do that with Flat Earth Easy. It didn't take long because the empirical evidence was around me, so I could do the measurements when I had to confront myself about that and go like, okay, well, I know how to measure things pretty good. Let's see what these flat earthers are saying. Like, you guys had more knowledge than I did. Like, even in the live chat, so I learned a lot from that. Went out and did my own measurements. That was before I found the server. Several years, actually, so.
Yeah, I just recently found this Discord. And actually, it was through Cuddles. I don't know if you know Cuddles is.
Yeah.
But, I guess he just sent me a message on Skype like 2 days ago saying that he got kicked out.
Yeah, something happened, and I don't talk about things that happen like that because I know there's reason, and I don't need to know the reason. I have enough in my life. My life's pretty full. I don't need to take on anymore.
Yeah.
Like I like people, I enjoy people's interactions. Like some people I don't enjoy as much. Some people I just disagree with, and I don't know what it is. There's something about tone of voice and demeanor. You can sense something about demeanor, and you get I don't know, maybe, see, I'm very intuitive, so I lead with my intuition. I'm an INFP, which is a very strange kind of a duck. Not that I'm a
what?
Quack.
You said it's
like
a duck?
person. Like as far as people go, as far as the archetypal type of Myers-Briggs.
You said IMFP?
INFP. Yeah. So, and so it's introverted intuition is the leader. That's my, what is that called? The super ego. That's what we lead into the world with to cause action. So it's the leading actor in the driver's seat. So mine happens to be this weird position where it's like, I can't digest information until I review it carefully. So I have to slow down. I can't make a quick decision because I'll make the wrong one if I do it quick. Just like when people rush you out of the house. Generally what happens if you rush, you forget something you fucking needed. Because you got distracted, right?
Yeah.
This is just funny, like, kind of these little truths about our own behavior. So, like, as a Cancer and left-handed, and just, I don't know, man, way too sensitive. Yeah, I guess I'll just say it. Like, I don't want to say it because, like, people don't like to say that word. Oh, I'm sensitive. They think of it as, oh, as soon as you say sensitive, that means you're weak. Well, no, it doesn't.
That means they're
I
ignorant.
can show you how. I can be sensitive and be very not weak at all. As a matter of fact, quite the contrary. Like, really? Yeah. So I don't know. Those are for each one of us to, like, learn about ourselves. But I don't know. Where was I going with that?
But the thing where, how you're saying some people would perceive sensitive as weak.
Yeah. Yeah.
Really getting into the past year now. It's been about maybe even over a year. It's been right about a year. Is getting into law, and that's where I met Cuddles, was on a Skype group that we were
like we had many discussions with Cuddles. I did, but, like, listen, I'll be honest, like, I'll tell it even on the live stream. I'm not afraid to tell what I actually perceive. Like, sometimes I don't tell people up front because I'm trying to be kind. You know, I'm trying to learn how to be, like, more polite with people and don't just barge over. Like, sometimes I can behave, I don't know where this comes from, like a bull in a china shop. I can be disassociated too. Like, see, that's what I'm saying. We all kind of have these things. So my intuitive side is I have to sleep on a decision. So people aren't ready for that because they're spontaneous people that go, they see the information, boom, boom, boom. They have a very fast connect rate between their cognition and their logic center to go, ready to make a decision or not, is like a switch. They look at it quickly. They preview. Like me, I have to take about 6 or 10 steps. No, this isn't in place. Like, it seems excruciating to people who are just spontaneous like that can't, like, have delayed gratification. So I can sit and wait for a really long time until I'm sure about the decision I'm making. It fucking drives people nuts. It drives A-type personalities fucking crazy. My sister fucking had a conniption fit every freaking
make sure you have the knowledge before you go and walk off the ledge.
Yeah, so, wow, what a trip. So then, I don't know, it goes IN, and then it's intuitive feeling, and then INF. Wait a minute.
INFP, right?
IN, yeah, I forgot what the N, the I is intuitive, like, wait a minute. Introspective intuition. Like, most people don't have intuitive intuition as their first lead into reality upon waking. They have different ones. Like, the extroverted ones operate in a totally different wavelength. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so look, like, I apparently got this switch for some reason. That's what I kind of call it, where I'm a very introverted person, but I behave in a very extroverted way. It's like I can click it on to get things done. It's like one of my motivators. Like I know I have to get I know I have to be extroverted to interact in the world that I want to create for myself with the interactions I see happening around me. That gives me clues to where I kind of where I fit in the puzzle. Does that make sense? It's a really like the way of looking at the world is very vision oriented, and I have a hard time getting out of my own head. Like that's been really, really hard for me. Lost in my own fantasy world in my head for many, many years. It took me a really long time to come down to earth and just be calm and sit and be okay with myself, sitting calmly with nothing going on, and I don't feel I'm lacking. It took years, decades. Because listen, I'll tell you why. It's not because of my virtue. It's because literally I'm so fucking stubborn to the point of just shooting myself in the foot. Like almost like every turn, like fumbling through, like fuck shit, man. Because I refuse to like back down, even since I was a little kid. I'd be crying because people were picking on me and shit, but I was ready to fight at the same time. Like, don't you fuck with me again. But I'm like, oh, you hurt my feelings. I'm like, like it was like that for me. So, wow. It's like, we all have these personality traits, right?
Yeah, that's a really, I've never heard of anyone, or heard anyone describe those traits commingled together.
Yeah, listen, it's like I think it's important to know that we have see all these hero stories, every single one, all the Marvel comics are all based on the hero's journey. And what I understand now is those, I think, are stories talking about the human intellect, the archetypal struggles that we all have with these different characters. Let's say people don't like me saying characters because they go, oh, well, they're thinking that you have multiple personalities. No, it's not like that. Don't you have this little thing that okay, maybe it's in our own voice, but it has snarky, mean, rude, asshole comments to say about people for some reason. Upon first view, making jumps to a rush to judgment and judging outsides of things, people, places, and things really quickly, and then getting pissed off because things aren't working out my way, but I just made a bunch of shit up first because I was like lost, scared. You're either in fear or in love, right? You're either going to vibrate with love or you're going to be in fear. There's only two ways to go. Anger is another form of fear. So being angry, puffing yourself up, is you're afraid of something. So, that's true. Courage isn't the absence of fear. You're not I think when we're most courageous, we have fear. We're in the face of fear. We're taking the action forward anyway, even though we're scared. Go anyway.
Yes, sir.
Make a calculated
Even
decision.
if you're afraid, you move.
Make a movement, and then we learn how, as warriors, we learn how to make movements with that fear helping motivate us to the next place. Because really, we're just trying to be comfortable, right? In life, as humans, we want to be they say like this, right? If you're out in the cold, it's raining, and you were on a rowboat, let's say, and it got tipped over. All your food's gone. Your shoes are wet. You're soaking wet. It's raining. You're on a beach, lost by yourself. You're looking for a light of a cabin somewhere because it's deserted. You're freezing cold. You find it, you see a light way off in the distance, you go, holy shit, I'm never going to freaking make it. I feel like I'm dying. Oh, God. Sorry. It's like the chat radio. I'm sorry. It's funny. You finally find the cabin. You walk to the cabin. You're full of sand. You had to dump your shoes and socks that are too heavy. You freaking wasn't going to make it. You're about to pass out. You're dying. You're lacking nutrition. You've been out there for 12 hours walking on this beach. longest you ever had, longest day. You get to the cabin, someone opens the cabin and says, "Are you cold out there?" And you go, "Fuck yeah, I'm dying, I'm freezing. Come on in here, get this big blanket, wrap it over you. I'm cooking some soup right now. And we're going to sit down." So you get warm, you put your feet by the fire, and someone gives you some warm food. And you have someone to talk to. That's the best it gets. That's the very best. Right?
Yeah.
If you have food, you have company, and you have shelter. So, like all this other stuff we think about, like that we think we need, that we've been programmed through this like crazy heliocentric materialism, narcissistic, nihilistic, like patternistic symbology of whatever this like religion is, like this crazy thing that includes all these psyops that are really just like, they're like these offers of like, here, do you want crazy? Are you interested in crazy? Like you must feel like they give you these little subliminals like, look, you like barely have anything, you're certainly not rich. Look at all these commercials. All those people are freaking rich. They got shit that you can never afford again because you lost your shit or whatever happened in life. There's a lot of people that have nothing. There's the people that have stuff, and from what I gathered, the people that have a bunch of stuff don't give a shit about anybody else. Like, not everybody, but there's a lot like that because they think it's just more is better, that's the end result. It's not about the journey. It's not about like the context, who we contact, and the joy or whatever we can provide and put into the stream of life ourselves to benefit someone else, to think about somebody else more than we think about our fucking selves. What the disease is self-centeredness, selfishness, a bunch of selfish assholes that never gave a fuck about anybody else but themselves.
It's only getting worse.
They're weaklings, they're cowards. So they're going to have to get over it. They're going to have a really hard lesson to learn when all that shit crashes down and all their materials aren't worth shit anymore. And they lose everything. And I pray for them that things get fucking a whole lot worse. So they get smacked in the head with reality and come to their fucking senses. I'm sorry.
Then, if they touch that point, Sonny, they will need it people.
So I'll stop. I'm getting all emotional because I'm really...
No, you're saying some good shit, man. For real. You're feeling the same way.
Because I'm really fucking passionate about it because people I know fucking died all along the way. And people I met recently that I had contact with that were great people, lost maybe, but died. But by the grace of God go I, you know? So this life is so fucking precious, you know? There's people out there your age, half my age, that have so much to live for and are just so distraught and lost and fucking strung out and have no one.
Yo, can I speak on that for a second? I have a question. Like by us being woken or whatever, and like my family or whatever, like they like still stuck on the traditional thing, like, you know, gathering for like Christmas and Thanksgiving or whatever, so on and so on. But by me being woke and the more knowledge that I learned about flat Earth and about how much we've been lied to, it's like I'm losing family members, I'm losing friends, and it just like feel like so awkward in the room, being like the only one that's woke, and me knowing that everybody else is brainwashed. You know, it's just like I don't know how to explain it. Just like I feel like I'm the elephant in the room or something. It's just hard to like find your own friends and family in real life that I've been knowing since birth to just like to wake up. But by me being woken, it's just like I'm the outcast in the room. If that make any sense.
Yeah, you know you're on the right path when fucking all your old friends and all your family doesn't talk to you anymore.
Yeah, that's crazy though. Yeah, that's crazy. I want my family to talk to me, but it's just seemed like by design I'm just distancing myself away from them because I'm waking up to all the lies and stuff. So it's just I don't want to lose my family because I've been knowing them since birth. And if they was woke, they'll feel the same way, but they not. So it's just I don't know. I just have to vent on that for a second. That was the one thing was like going through my mind recent over the holiday season.
Listen to me, man. Can I tell you something? Now, what you said these last 5 minutes, if you tell them that what you said now, that will be enough.
Yeah. At some point, you just either have to cut the ties loose because they're dragging you down, they're carrying an anchor, and they're trying to give you the anchor, their anchor, because they're going down. I'm sorry to say it, but listen, this is harsh because I have a family too. I have friends that I cannot speak to anymore. I won't speak to them anymore.
Sorry, that happened. Sorry.
They crossed a line in the sand. I want to just say a few more words. They cross a line in the sand where they are the ones that divorce themselves from the friendship, where there were good things going on with the friendship, how friendship progresses, and then they became some kind of philosophical Nazi political like robot and couldn't keep their eyes off the news and think that's reality, and then like spouting it off to me like in some political manner, just vile towards me. When I was never mean or harsh or anything and only said kind words to these people. I'm telling you, like, it's sad. But listen, I want to tell you, here's the harsh truth of it. I have family that I will not speak to my sister at all. Ever again. Ever again. I've accepted it. And there's really good reasons for me why that are really too numerous to go into here. But the family was horrible. It's like, oh my God. We don't realize what torture, like, I don't know, maybe you didn't go through torture in your childhood. You probably didn't. Most people don't. I know what real torture, psychological, physical pain, torture, beatings, put downs, like being worked too hard, like, and beat. If I didn't do it right, then I was beat up at school because I was a little runt, and like I wasn't back down, but I was small and skinny, and people thought they could just pick on me. And I had some fucking really ass beatings where I fought. I know how to fight. Like it's hard being a fighter, but I was a little kid. I wasn't backing down. I'm fucking mean. I got mean, you know? Stop fucking picking on me. And I'm sorry I'm going to this personal shit, but
No, brother, for real.
I don't know. So, like, I think what I'm saying is, you have so much life to live, and try not to waste it. Like, I don't know what to say. There's so much things you can do within yourself to organize yourself, to be prepared for something that's coming that might be drastic. It might take you for a ride where you have to exert yourself physically, where you never thought you had to exert that much physical energy just to like get by. Something bad could happen. You need to be prepared for something that you're capable of handling, but we don't think we are. I'm able to handle things that used to baffle me. I don't know how I'm able to make decisions, logically make decisions, do the things I need to do. Like, I can be as lazy as the next son of a bitch. Like, honestly, sometimes I don't want to move. I don't want to get up, but I can't not move. So it doesn't work. I tried for a while because I think I'm supposed to rest, take it easy. But no, then I think I'm back in my comfort zone. When am I going to get out of my comfort zone so I can make some actual movement out in the world instead of being a fucking recluse because I'm such a loner? Trying to do everything myself because I thought I had to. I thought I had to do everything. So, like, I don't know. I'm just sharing my experience because growing up is hard. Growing up, and it takes a lifetime for us to grow up. I don't know about you. I'm a slow learner. Like, so stubborn, man. I don't want to listen to you. I don't want to listen to anyone.
Honey,
Yeah.
listen, you cannot be prepared for something what will happen in your life if it happens something bad. You cannot be prepared for that. That happened, you know, because
Yeah.
that
So
I don't know how to. I have bad experience about war, for example.
Yeah, I know you do.
But and I can tell you something. In my town, in 1 year, in 3 years, I was feeling that I am thinking only me is thinking like that and nobody else. And I think that with my goodness, I was enemy of everyone because I had two sides. I needed to choose, and I didn't want to choose side. Even if I was on one side,
I
because
know. I know.
I was living on one side, but I
Yeah.
didn't choose side. I was trying to live like a civil, and it was fucking difficult, you know,
Yeah,
because
it really
everyone on the
is.
end wanted you on the side, you know, somehow.
Uh-huh.
And my brain was like, how the fucking I can be? I was pacifist during the war time, you know. You know what that mean? I was mobilized. I was the military. I was the military guy, let's say, who was pacifist. I dropped the weapon in the war, you know, not in the military service because I did military service before that. I dropped the weapon in between 20 people. They could kill me in that moment, in the first moment, you know. And I don't know why I do that. It was my fear. It was bluff. It was something. But I said I don't want it anymore. And after that, I was fighting. After when everything that was finished, I was fighting for democracy, for peace, for 4 or 5 years. And I was disappointed there because I find out how it's very bad there when you think that you are doing good stuff with good people. And there was so much, you know, also greed and I don't know what's many other things, many other bad things, you know. And after that, I decided, what the fuck is this? I don't want to make any more peace. I don't want to fight for people anymore because people don't want to fight for themselves, you know. I want to go somewhere and to work whatever, be paid for that work and nothing else, and to live some civil life, you know. But yeah, we have this situation now, and this is what it is now. And who could be prepared, for example, that this what happened in 2019? Or even that what happened 2015 when I wanted to scream outside and say, what the fuck is this? You know, what the fuck is this? Earth is not a sphere. How that's fucking possible? That cannot be possible.
No, can't. Earth is not a sphere. How weird. What a fucking. I thought I'd seen everything. Oh my god. At first I was a little fucking panicked. I have to be honest. I don't remember this part. It's like a delayed.
I was not in panic. I was like, because for me, 9/11 was like, what the fuck they are controlling us now? 9/11. When this happened, when I find out that Earth is not a sphere, it was, what the fuck? Now it's really control. Like, it's not possible. How it's possible? They cheat me, not you. I don't fucking care. They cheat me. How I fucking didn't realize? I'm 50 years old. How the fuck I didn't realize that it's not moving all these fucking years?
I know. There is that kind of self-disgust. Like, why didn't I fucking see it? It's smart. Like, I know I'm not stupid. Like, I'm pretty smart. Shit.
I was suspicious about everything, you know? And this, like, what the fuck is this, you know?
They got us really early. They wouldn't have stood a chance if they got us when came at us when we were adults with this globe shit.
Well, see, I was an adult.
Struck it
Listen.
right down.
No, I lived 58 years on the globe. I didn't know. I had no idea. I was a space nerd.
We're proof of their failure. We are proof of their failure.
Do you know what was my first, what human feeling? When I found out more, when I go into and find out information, I went out on the balcony, like a retard, you know, sitting and like, what the fuck? Nothing is moving, only clouds and what the fuck? This is so fucking simple, you know. That was my first. I don't care about debating anything. That was my What the fuck is rotating? Nothing. Nothing is moving.
There's no reason whatsoever to think it's moving. It's
It
clearly
was
not.
about it was all about water to me. Like honestly, like when I somehow got the inkling through all of these live chats in the early days, 2017, 2018, 2019. Like, wow, what a trip. So, from 2017, I got this idea of water, and I saw these people doing these observations of Toronto, and who was it? I forget the name. There was a lady who did a test with some kind of sports center. Is it? I don't know if it's Ontario, but something across the lake, and I can't remember her name. Dang. Anyway, early flat earthers. So these long distance thing, and then I go, okay, well, there's an earth curve calculator. They're saying how far it is across. I go, wonder what the distance is out here where I live, where I see the water. Wait a minute. You mean it's not curved anywhere? I'm like, wait a minute. My senses kind of go, yeah, I don't ever recall seeing out in the ocean nothing but a straight line of the horizon where the sky and the water meets. Always horizontal. And I'm like, I was a machinist in the Navy. I know what a straight line is. I could use my straight edge, a precision straight edge, and see on another part that was machined, supposed to be straight, if there was any light coming in. Like you could shine a light and see if there's a gap, like from the machining, you know what I mean? So I go like, well, the horizon's the same thing. It's geometric, it's physical. The water's physical. Okay, like you go through all these gyrations. What does water do? Okay, it bounces up because so you have a medium height in the middle, and then you have higher than average and lower than average with the troughs of the waves. So like, well, it's basic level. When I look across, you're seeing all the waves are kind of blending in as a surface because they even out at the high edge, the high end of it as you're looking across, all fills in the gaps. So it's a flat level horizontal plane. I'm like, holy shit. So I was sailing all that time over those ocean and then the Navy and all this stuff and using a sextant to make elevation angles of celestial bodies, the lights in the sky, from a horizontal plane because we use flat rectangular coordinates charts, nav charts. I go like, why is the chart table completely flat as well? And you can use this thing called a protractor and a compass and set the compass to, on your chart you have a legend, right, that has a length in yards or feet for the different distance of the length, this little measure down here. So you put your compass on and you walk your way across along your your dead reckoning line of travel based on your speed and your compass heading and possibly some currents and winds that can blow you like laterally off course. You kind of like do a little guesstimates with that. So you're measuring these elevation angles. You're like, I'm at this geographic location. Now we see this at this certain time. So you look through this almanac chart, like it's basically like something that was already written about where these stars are above you at this place. So you go, okay, well, I got 40 degrees to this one. Okay, let's go. We keep going along a straight line. So then we go, like, now we have a zenith of that one. So now we go further. We do another one, like we do the moon. Because the moon's weird because it moves fast. But these stars, I didn't realize that till I came to the server and went back over. Like, people were going over the sextant, and the black swan was leading up to it. That's amazing.
Yeah, and all other Chicago, whatever, all other observations.
Yeah, Chicago.
Chicago was for me first thing because like I saw that and people said this is mirage. And I thought, what?
Sonny,
Like,
I sent you a message. Sonny, I sent you a message.
I don't know if I'm going to
simple
give up my
science.
last seeds, bro, because look, these Death Star seeds, like this plant just went boom.
Yeah, I sent you a message. Look at my other account and add me.
Oh, hold on. What happened? Look in here.
But simply speaking, in school I learned the ship going over the horizon.
Another one. I see you there. Okay, cool. Okay. Except, it's not gold anymore. What the hell happened? Just administrative. That's wild. Okay, gotcha. Effie Warden. What a name. Shit, it's T. That's JT. Fucking crazy. What the hell are you smoking over in that area? Anything good? Damn, it's earthquakes, man. I'm telling you. Either that or someone's walking down the hall with a freaking elephant.
And sea level is just a datum line. So how can you have a curved datum line?
Yeah, they don't know what they're talking about. Like, they've come in here, they tried to say, yeah, you can have a curved adjacent on a triangle. You can measure an elevation angle from a sphere. How do you have a relative to a sphere? Nothing's relative on a sphere.
They want to debate logically. Let's say mountain in middle of the USA.
Uh-huh.
Do you have any mountain in middle of USA? Tell me one, son.
I could find one. Let's see. Probably in the middle of the U.S. The closest would probably be maybe the Eastern Rockies. Where would that be? Hold on. Is the easternmost rocky mountains. Let's see what comes up. My mic's still on, right? Not too loud, am I? Here it is. Easternmost Rocky Mountains on I-70. Holy crap, that's the one that goes right through the middle of the country in the U.S. I-70.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's now find out. Let's now find out how we measure the height of that mountain from the Pacific Sea or Atlantic Sea.
Hold on, ocean. Hold on, I want to make sure I get the right mountain. Hold on. This is not. Somebody else knows this better than I do, I bet.
What is the reference? Pacific Ocean level or Atlantic Ocean level?
Say it again.
That mountain, what is in the middle of USA, what is reference to measure that mountain? Which sea level? From Pacific or from Atlantic?
Yeah, good question. There is no level. There is no level different from Atlantic.
Yeah, because you have sea level from other side and another side. That means
sea level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you have sea level in California and you have sea level in New York. Strange.
Still do.
It's a datum line for the world.
You got those pesky tides that are not caused by their freaking fairy tale moon, which they don't know what it is either. On Christmas
That's the logic.
Day.
I learned in 80s because I was a small child in school. The ships going over horizon. But look at this, the years passing, and we are 2020 and ships not going over horizon. Why? Why? Because we registered that. We can see that in 80s I don't know, nobody was showing anything, but now we are showing that we can see that ships are not going over horizon.
Oh, look at this. Wait a second. Hold on. This just in. Mount Elbert. Wait a second. Mount Elbert, the tallest mountain in the Rockies, as seen from Turquoise Lake. Wait a second. It's not that far off in the distance, but hold on. This is supposed to be, if I put it in the right place. Where am I? I'm lost in the Discord and I can't get up. I'm sorry. I've fallen.
You are in cock this now. Oh, I need to tell you today what happened. We spoke with somebody in the morning. I'm in hotel on holiday, and I went outside and I was shouting about fear. And some guy opened the window and said like, "Oh, shut the fuck up," or something. I didn't hear. But I think that all hotel heard my story about I was protecting flat earth. I'm black sheep now.
Seems like the convo is over. I didn't want to stop the conversation, but I have a question on the theory of relativity. It seems when I read about it, it seems like a lot of sci-fi. They claim time goes slower next to something very dense, and then the light speed is measurable. Like
Yeah,
what?
how did they measure that shit? Like I never got a straight answer about that. But also, what about the contraction? What is that? There's a contraction. The apparatus is fuck. That's such a weird mind screw over.
But
I
this
can't.
is
I don't
like
think I can even do
pseudoscience.
it.
Why even answer that? Whatever, you know. Trucky, you could ask why is raining diamonds on Saturn? They are saying, and now we need to realize why is raining
No, the
diamonds on
Michelson
Saturn.
Morley. Listen, this is why Einstein came up. This is a key part of the puzzle. Einstein was charted out because Michelson Morley and Michelson Gale showed several times with interferometers that there was no motion of Earth. They did show motion of the ether above, but they failed to show the drift they were supposed to encounter was something. They did say they encountered a drift, but it was so small. It was tens of magnitudes less, so it was like nothing. But so the 1.5 degrees per hour is the ether moving over our head. So Einstein goes, no, because the speed of light with the light coming this way and this and that, like however they describe that, someone else can say it better, more accurately, how they really
Einstein
worded
didn't
it.
have that guys had experiment and they showed that Earth is not moving, but they pushed Einstein theory more than
No,
that experiment.
that something going at a certain speed will actually make it shorter or longer if it's going faster, like if it's going.
There it is. There it is. The faster you move through space, the slower you move through time.
Yeah, but then also it contracts the physical objects to make them shrink, where they said, oh, that's why the Michelson Morley didn't reach the target, because in that direction it has to do with a difference in the speed of light and the light of the photon going through the interferometer. So therefore it didn't show what they said. That's Einstein like.
Also,
Think about
allegedly,
these
gravity
physicists.
travels in the form of waves, allegedly.
It shrinks any way the observer wants it to, just to fit their little paradigm, so space-time can exist. Which is what? Non-physical concepts having physical attributes, bending, warping, contracting, and expanding, lengthening. How is that possible?
Yo, that's true. Non-physical concepts being able to be like physically manipulated. What?
Yeah, so when does that ever happen? Can you bend me some liberty? Just, or maybe, I know, here I got an idea. See that big bucket of freedom over there? Can you just dump a whole bunch of that? I have a 5-gallon, actually, I want a whole bunch, so I'm going to put it in this 55-gallon drum. Can you pour some in there? I'm going to bend the top of the surface of the water later. Don't you worry about that. We'll get that.
What would be the best arguments against the theory of relativity? Like the best arguments that you guys would have?
Okay, I got it right here. Somebody else can talk after me. I'm getting tired. I'm wearing down. But here's the whole thing. Now, so in science, don't you have to have what? An independent control variable, right? After you observe phenomena in the natural world, you have to develop a hypothesis. Your hypothesis is going to sound something like this. You're going to go, I have a dependent control variable. Now, tell me if I'm wrong, folks, because I'm not real good at like this whole thing, breaking it down like this. I never really had formal education in science.
Can you repeat the question?
I've been in university through computer science, but in networking, things like that. But that's not true science. But in measurement and geometry and laying out and machine shop work, cutting metal, using metal cutting tools on big lathes and milling machines. So the whole thing is, do you have to have something, because you're looking at an effect, that's what your dependent control variable is, the effect. It's dependent. This effect is happening. That's what you're observing. You make a hypothesis, go, this effect is caused by something else. Can we manipulate anything over here? Let's say the temperature of the water, if you're boiling water. Or let's say, so I'm going to, is there anything I can manipulate? So let me ask, what was Einstein able to manipulate as an independent control variable to show that space-time is the bending and warping fabric of space and time as a matrix?
I know.
What independent control variable? Anybody got an answer?
Unicorn.
Anybody?
His brain.
Take
Unicorn?
a wild guess. So now, wait a minute. To his own admission, this is really great. This is like drama. So, by his own admission, what kind of experiment was Einsteinian Newtonian doing? He was doing thought experiments. Thought experiments. Cool. Okay, well, glad we got that settled. Okay, in a thought experiment, what kind of independent control variable can you have with a thought experiment? What's the dependent? That you're nut, batshit, fucking crazy? And your independent control variable is, how crazy can I possibly get? I'll do a test. If I go on to Gamma Pandas, because I'm a Glober, and listen to them, they seem to have all the logical answers that are illogical, that have no sense at all. But they have the majority on their side. Tough decision. What shall I do? I'm going to go the easy way. It's too hard to talk to these flat earthers because they're talking about reality and shit. Such ridiculous things as, number one, curvature. There isn't for a freaking measurement. Who asked for a measurement when this shit is all settled? They went to the moon, for God's sakes. What are they talking about? They're flyers are dumb. They're science deniers. All these people here, they got money, cars, Teslas, like they're business owners, they're property owners, they're a bunch of yuppie fucking couples. It's sickening, really. Anyway, so, but they do have consensus. And I'm a Glober, so I don't know anything about illogical thought because I've used that my whole life. Actually, the news tells me to believe shit that's not true or unverifiable. It's just clown school.
It was lucky strike, you know. The guy guess, and he get it immediately. You know, he told that it's like that radius, and it was on the end. It is.
Yeah.
It's enough. Some people get it that, you know, it was Einstein. We had only like 6-7 people in human history that get it, that kind of knowledge.
Yeah.
And nobody else. Yeah.
There's all kinds of little fun things to do as jabs for the globe because they're just ridiculous. Like instant, like it doesn't say much because, I mean, we make fun of like NASA because all they have are CGI images, just all computer generated, like Photoshop. Okay, like right, that's what it is. Green screens under the buoyancy training fucking bloated Peckerwood freaking swimming pool, ISS, with blue screen and green screen all over the place, everywhere. Alternate reality software for your $62 million a day. That's what you need. More convincing software, photo, imagery, manipulation. For your fantasy globe model, yep. Next week we're going to have unicorns with, I don't know, I was going to think of something bad. Tap dancing on the freaking checkerboard floor of the freaking.
No, son, even better. You can formulate to be like some words. To not be like a stupid to say unicorn. To say something like that can sound clever, like some kind of stardust with some kind of space for whatever.
Unicorn nipples are squirting stardust randomly with their, like, I don't know, like freaking
starlight, star
starlight,
friction,
sprinkles of starlight
space,
in your
space friction, space
sprinkles.
acceleration.
I know sprinkles. They're like, what they're doing is the elite are up there, so the unicorns are sprinkling out of their nipples stardust for your cappuccino there today, sir.
What the fuck that means?
Translate it. You getting a cappuccino, you Glover today, you elitist, you are the baddest ass. I mean, I love that Tesla you just pulled in with, wow, and that NASA jacket you have looks like the top of the line, bro. You're so cool. I want to be just like you. I don't know, being silly.
It's just a philosophical diatribe, this relativity and all that stuff. It's not a science. It's not science, and there was no manipulated independent variable, like you said. So it's just a philosophical diatribe.
Exactly.
In that case, if we want to just go and believe what somebody writes in a philosophical diatribe, then that's on us.
That's all it is.
But if that's your standard of proof, is just reading somebody's paper of them spewing their thoughts, then, in my opinion, that's a low standard of proof.
Yeah, and so that I don't digress too far, or start backpedaling or something. Like, so, what kind of independent control variable do you have with a thought experiment? So I got the answer, I think, the other day. So I'm gonna do a thought experiment. Thought, that means, okay, well, I mean, think about those words, because that idea of thought experiment is hard for me to wrap my head around, knowing what I know about experiments. So I got to find an independent control variable. Okay, so let's start with the dependent. The observed phenomenon is I'm a glober, and I believe in some batshit crazy stuff that's been coming on the screen for 30 years that are blatantly even told to our faces that is fake as all get out. I'm going to believe that. Or I'm going to go with these crazy flat earthers who are just like fringe on the outside, saying they got reality just because that nobody got a measurement and they laser test every time hitting their target. Well, they don't understand refraction. Light's curving around the ball. But so what that we never measured it? Okay, come on. That's the part that's settled. That's what we're going to tell you. It's settled. Gravity, refraction. What about the ball?
Why prove the central premise when you can just assume the central premise?
Yeah, Don't we have them come in here lots of times over and over again? I don't know how they learn the same parroting technique, but the same exact words. Like, you just don't understand. Why would they lie? Bagok refraction, like, it doesn't measure to be a globe. There's no gas pressure container. Gravity. Thought experiment, gravity, that's a good one. No, we have the satellites because you're using a cell phone. Proof of satellite. You have a cell phone. Like, you
We're
use
talking
GPS.
right now, right? With technology, right? Therefore, the
Yeah.
Earth's a sphere.
How do they have? Because it has to be a sphere in order for you to be on the internet. See, the flat earthers are so dumb. They don't know. No, that's so weird. Like, we've looked at all this information, found all the satellite names on balloon projects, but people won't look at the evidence.
Well, that's key rhetoric that's been crafted. It's the same fundamental rhetoric that's echoed anytime the mainstream does an article or anything like that. They use those same, why would they lie? Show me the edge. They use the same rhetoric.
See, flat Earth is actually becoming mainstream. I don't know, maybe I have a really jilted view of what it is, but it's actually becoming mainstream. Like, I talk to just regular people now after post Kool-Aid scare, because I think it is post. It's over. It's done. It's cooked goose. Anyway, so I talk to people like, wait a minute. It's Christmas Day, Saturnalia, so I come in the guard because I had a package my mom delivered. I have to go downstairs. Listen to this shit. So the security guards, like, some of them I know pretty well for several years. So, like, some of them are really cool. They know they have a shitty job. It's not a fun place. This area is fucking decrepit. It's horrible. I wouldn't want to deal with the clientele. It's fucking gnarly. But I'm like, this cool black dude, I've talked to him several times. One of the nicer security guards. I'm like, yeah. I go, happy satanic ritualistic pagan holiday, Saturnalia. He starts laughing. I can tell right away. Listen, that body language is more powerful than when you're on the internet on Discord. Like, we sense things about ourselves, but when you tell somebody that and you get that reaction with their body language, like just the laughter in the body language, I'm like, yeah, they thought they were like. Is there people that actually still believe all this shit, that they aren't Luciferian, that they're not in control of everything? Like, he goes, yeah. It was like patting each other on the back, saying, yeah, we know it's fucked up. Like, we're told to put on this stuff, this face diaper, and there's nothing happening, and everybody knows it. By now, it's just a stupid comedy show. Just like the Globe. It's ridiculous. Like, what do they think they're gaining at this point? They've lost so much ground. There's nothing left. So they have a bunch of, like, deadpan staring freaking... I hate using the same words. Just gotta start thinking of different words to describe the nupties, because they're just so hilarious. So come on, help us out here. I'm not going to be the only one thinking of names that keep us amused at the crazy antics, the slapstick comedy of the globe Earth itself.
That's why they resort to the rhetoric wars and the ad hom, because they don't want to get mixed into verification of things. They got to keep it at that rhetoric level, that ad hom level. As far as publicly, like mainstream and all that, they only resort to making fun of stuff.
You know why? I think the most hard... A little more speculation about globers and anti-flat earthers. Mostly the anti-flat earthers is what I'm thinking about at this particular juncture. So what I'm thinking now is the most hardcore holders on to this globe thing, namely, specifically, because they are different. The anti-flat earthers that are in it just to troll and distract and cause chaos and do 20 freaking 30 freaking sock accounts and going like they're fighting it tooth and nail. Now here's the reason, because I don't think anything happens in a vacuum without the money. Nothing does, especially not to these jokers. They're all in, right? So here's what it is. A lot of these people are young, upcoming LGBT, and I don't like fuck it. I don't care. I'm mentioning it. They think they're real cool. They're all this new elite. Like they think they're the elite. They have all these golden idols from Hollywood. These like music satanic cults. Tell me it's not so. From the halftimes, like a full-on satanic ritual during halftime at the NFL shows. Like it is a show. Like crazy shit. They think they're so cool. You want to be just like Katy Perry or Taylor Swift. Right? Like it's such nonsense. Those are the spokespeople they're listening to. It's such a big, what a bunch of dummies. Really? All this little like identity politics, like all this social engineering that's going on as far as the thought control, as far as who is supposed to be acceptable and not, and like bending all these lines around and having people that would have nothing to do with the conversation get involved with the conversation. They're dragging us all in with them. What a bunch of sleazebags.
Well, it's the path of least resistance. A lot of people are going to go that path.
Yep.
Where you can, it's easier to network. It's easier. Everybody has the same little paradigm. Hey, did you see what happened this Sunday on the NFL? And like everybody's in that world. It's easier. I used to get isolated out when at jobs that I used to work at because I wouldn't engage in the same water cooler talk about American Idol and the sports. And it's like,
me either.
Once you get weeded out of that, the cool kids group, then they start not wanting you there.
Yeah, I couldn't stand it. Like I never did that. So they like instantly, I was like ruled out of the circle because I worked in it. Like honestly, in a hospital, it's hard to work there because I'm a male, older, like in my late 40s, and all these women, like younger than me, are these up and coming women that are all married to doctors and they're like nurses driving around. They're rich. They work 6 days a week. They work like 3 12s or 4 12s, like, and like they're not going to give up that paradigm. So here's the thing with these up and coming anti-flat earthers. They think they're really something. They're very egotistical. Like I said before, the disease really is not alcoholism, not drug addiction, not mental illness. It's random and rampant freaking self-centeredness, egotism. The narcissistic, nobody else matters, nobody even exists but me. You all out there are just like this on this play. You're just parts of the set and the like whatever, I forget. I can't remember the stupid theater freaking props. Yeah, the props, the lights, right? They want to set up everything. They think they're gods. And they're intellectually attached, emotionally, their identity to their knowledge because they're only materialistic. They have a nihilistic view. Nothing else matters. They really are at the heart of it. They have super low self-esteem. They think they're a piece of shit as a human. They don't think they're worth crap because they haven't been told how to care about anybody else but themselves. So it ends up in human misery attached to all these material goods. So listen. So they're attached to their knowledge as an ego boost to keep them bolstered up because they don't have enough of their own resources and intellect to carry themselves along, to feel comfortable without being freaking completely like frightened to death. So this is like a what is it called? A scaffold to hold themselves up is this knowledge that they have. So they also have something else attached to that knowledge because they went to school for many, many years. They have degrees, higher education, but they're really dumb if you take them away from the classroom, put them out in the street somewhere, or have them try to build something. They can't do it themselves. They don't know how to think. Like, if I measure this and I put this together, like complex structures, like I'm not the best at certain things, certain shapes, like putting together like abstract shapes and stuff will throw me. But I know how to put things that I can see really well, and they have certain, they conform to certain shapes. They fit together like a puzzle, like to build things, how to make right angles, how to make 30-degree angles, like how to cut angles in wood or metal or build structures, like all kinds of shit. I know how to do shit. They don't. So what I'm saying is not all of them, but I know this is really long-winded and you want me to be concise, all of you. But what I'm trying to get to is the bottom line is the money trail. So listen, they're invested with their money. They probably look at their 401k and go, all these companies are global companies. What am I going to do? I'm like a tenured freaking professor at a notable freaking university, state college or something like that. And my whole 401k is like, okay, they're like, like money in contractors for NASA or aerospace, so like the aircraft industry or petroleum or the phony pharmaceutical industry. Like you look at the 401k, they have the spread across all these different companies that are all globalist. Ruthless predators raping our earth for resources and selling the poison back to us for our own, like paying for our own demise, which is their whole plan, part of the Luciferian doctrine and the Freemasonic doctrines. So that's what they're doing. So destroying humanity from the inside, the mind control, you're worth nothing. You have to have us to tell you what to think because we're the experts. We have all the money, so you better listen to us. So now listen, they have all the money vested in, like, so they're going to go against their 401k, start being outspoken about flat earth, or simply get to the point where if they realize it's really flat, yet they have all this vested, I mean, sure, they could take the stuff, but if they find out the truth that this whole thing doesn't mean anything and that they really are grasping at their, trying to support their own ego with something they have no proof for. They go, we can't do it. Look, all this money. All my friends, we sit around at the bar and we talk about our 401ks and our mistresses, and you know that are good thing our wives don't know because we're decrepit little old jerk-offs and we really don't know how to treat anybody. So we've duped, like, I don't know, am I getting too far into it? So the money is one thing, and I think that's attached, and I'm going to stop because I'm digressing a lot here. Their money and their 401k and their knowledge base, what they think is knowledge, they think that's valuable, that they went to school, have a degree on the wall. They think that's something kind of like value, that is their value, that is their identity. And that's all they have, for God's sakes. If they give that up and start believing that it's not a ball, what am I going to do with all the schooling I went through? I have to throw it all back out with the baby goes out with the bathwater because it has to. They kind of know that. They probably know it's flat. They don't care. I'm done for a while.
Oh, Sonny, they care.
They sure are there all the time, just like we are, aren't they?
They care so much that they went through great lengths to hide it.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I mean? They care a lot, bro.
Well, the ones up at top do. Yeah, they do. They do. They have a vested interest. They're probably scared. They're probably changing their freaking depends about now.
Bro, the bottom forget to get paid and the top get paid to forget. You know what I mean?
See, the thing is I believe that the people that are awake to the truth, especially the nature of the earth, is a lot more than what we know. Specifically because of the censorship, you know, and certain people won't come here.
Oh, for sure, bro. No doubt.
Because it's an online forum, you know. So it's like one of those things to where, I mean, just look at like Brazil, for instance. I mean, what percentage believes in flat earth? They're like 16% of the population.
They said
That's
30 million
millions.
or so through the poll.
Yeah, that's millions of Brazilians.
That rhymes.
But there's more of us than like what we really think. And I think it's the Father waking everyone up to the truth. Because it's
I'd say
time.
hundreds of millions across the world.
For sure. Think about every news station you see and every movie you see with the globe. All those people who put that logo there, they know it's flat. So, and that's a lot of people, you know?
That's why they have to do relentless propaganda. That's how weak of a lie it is. If they don't stay up with the propaganda non-stop at every level, then it'll unravel quick.
How you doing today, Mr. Anderson?
What's going on?
How you doing, bro?
Good. How you doing?
All right, all right.
Just chilling.
Eating cold beans for Merry Hoaxmas.
Hey, I got a question about stars. I saw a picture with stars on the horizon that are going two different directions. Is that happening, or is that like an optical effect? I want to get that picture that the star trails go in two different directions.
Well, it's definitely an optical effect. The question is, are the stars actually doing that?
Yeah, it's impossible for them to be moving in the opposite direction from each other on a globe. End of story.
Okay, can someone find that picture for me then? Because I want to use that in my debate.
See, what you think you're looking at when you're looking at a light in the sky, if it truly is what they say a star is, then just the atmospheric refraction means that it's not in the right place, which could mean a whole bunch of different things on the appearance of the stars and why they appear to move. Perhaps it's not really the sky moving, perhaps it's all stationary. And it's just an effect of the light cutting through the atmosphere that it makes it appear to move with the temperature change throughout the year. Maybe, don't know. Can't test.
The optical phenomena is the only thing that we do know. We just don't know precise cause yet. We don't have any experiment that can prove that. We can do demonstrations that resemble that effect, but we're not replicating the exact medium, so it's not conclusive at all.
But here's the thing, like if you don't even look towards, the north or the south, when you look at the north or the south, you're going to be looking at a different perspective. Instead, look to the east or to the west and try to get a picture of the star trail. And I'll be betting if you look to the east, the stars will be rising above the camera view. And if you're looking west, they'll be sinking below the camera view. I'm willing to bet on that. Because it's just an apparent rotation, right? When you're looking at the north, it appears to move cyclonic. When you look to the south, it appears moving anticyclonic. So
that makes sense.
It's one of these perspective things. But when you look to the east, they're all moving from the east, rising up out of the east, and they're moving down away from your eye in the west. So they're moving up towards your eye in the east and down away from your eye in the west.
Okay,
so like
right. Go ahead.
You know what I mean? So it's like a perspective thing. But when you look at, like, say, on the equator, and if you look at the sky, the stars are all moving in the same direction. They're not split. One's moving up while the other one's moving down. That's not how it works.
But you saw the picture where they seem to be split. There seems to be a circle on the right and a circle on the left.
Yeah.
Is that not legit?
No. What you're looking at is an optical illusion. Like if you have the ability to look at a 180 panoramic spot of the sky, what you would see is, it might appear to be moving in one direction at the north and another direction at the south, but if you actually look at the sky itself, the stars will all be moving in the same direction. except for the planets.
Okay, agreed. Now, how do we explain that the Globers say that? How can you see the same stars at the same time in the south? What does that even mean?
They're retarded. They think it's a crystalline sky. They don't believe in atmospheric refraction, but invoke it. Right? See, when you're looking up, you're looking through one atmosphere. When you're looking at your zenith, you're looking at one atmosphere, right? You're looking at one value. When you're looking at 45 degrees, you're looking through 3 values. When you're looking at the horizon, you're looking at 48 values. So you're going to see more refraction looking at the horizon and looking towards, the far north and the far south and the far east and the far west than you would be if you're looking at your zenith. Because you're simply looking through more air and there's more refraction that's going to obfuscate the light. I mean, you can even try this, and I think it's below 10 degrees from horizon, from level. You can see things, but anything below 10 degrees, it's obfuscated. Like, say, if you're on the ground, you're going to have a mirage shimmer effect when you're trying to look down below 10 degrees. And that's due to atmospheric refraction. So, yeah, of course, you would not be able to see certain things when you're looking towards the far horizon. But we don't navigate by looking at the North Star or the Southern Cross. The Southern Cross is only visible one time out of the year in Tasmania.
So the Southern Cross is not like Polaris.
No.
What's the difference between the Southern Cross and Polaris?
Well, Crux, the Southern Cross, is actually just a constellation. It's a grouping of stars, right? It's
Right.
an apparent. It's an apparent something that's there, but it's an illusion. It's just 4 spots in the sky with lights. In the north, you have Polaris, which is stationary, and what appears when you do the star trail is all the stars, even the ones in the south, move around Polaris.
Okay, so the Southern Cross is not every day observed.
No.
Like Polaris.
No, you can only see it certain times of the year.
Okay, how many times?
Like you can see like maybe 1 or 2 of the stars, but to be able to see all 4 of the stars, this only happens at a certain time of the year. And what time of year? I don't know. I would assume probably around this time, wintertime.
Okay, thanks for that.
Which would be summertime there. But I could be mistaken. So like think of what we're looking at like a crystal ball, right? I know it's not an exact representation, but it's kind of similar because, it can move the light around and play with the light the same way that, we can think that the atmosphere does, the firmament. Just because there's like a solar flare or something like that, or like a light moving along, like we see these sundogs where it appears to be a second or third sun in the sky. But that's not what that is. That's just a solar flare. And they say it's caused by ice, right? And there's one thing that we know of. If you take a crystal ball and shine a light through it and look at it from like a different angle, you will see the same sundog pattern. It's kind of amazing. But I kind of like it when these ballers automatically by default, well, what about the stars? Well, what about the moon? What about those? We can't test them. Until you can grow wings and fly next to the sun like Icarus, then you can tell us about it. But until then, we don't know. So has anyone noticed that there's certain locations in Antarctica that they say you have Dome A, Dome B, and Dome C? There's no structures there. It's just marked Dome A, Dome B, and Dome C. Yeah, here's information about Dome Argus, Dome A. And they call it an ice dome, but it don't look like no ice dome. It says Dome Argus has a surface elevation of 4,093 meters. It's the highest place in East Antarctica, and it's also one of the least known places on the globe. The automatic weather station provides data of this remote site. Coldest places.
Just real quick, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I have a claim that you can see the Southern Cross all year round from Australia. Have you heard that?
Nope.
And you don't think that's right?
I'd like to see it.
Okay, I'll look into that. Thanks. Continue.
So there's like different dome stations.
Listen, you know what? Hold on. Sorry about the Southern Cross. I've sailed in the Southern Oceans, not to the equator, but once you start sailing far enough towards the equator, even in the north latitudes, when you get lower, closer to it, you start seeing in lower Mexico, southern Mexico, the Southern Cross. As you're heading down into Costa Rica and Panama, you see the Southern Cross come up every night. Now, I don't know if that's every time of year, because I was only there in a certain season of the year, which was our summer here was their winter down there. So up here in July, it's nice and hot. Down there, it's the rainy season. When you start
was it 4 stars? Does it make the Southern Cross 4 stars?
Yes, because we use it as one of our main navigational tools as far as dead reckoning and taking the quickest way to do like a sighting on a body, because you knew it came about at a certain angle at a certain time of night over a certain location. So it was easy to find in the sky because it's nice and bright and it's really distinct looking with the cross. It is those 4 stars like that. Yeah.
Now, is that a problem for the fire?
There's also a false cross too.
Southern Cross, you can see it, very easy to navigate by. Super easy.
I think the Globers are saying that the Southern Cross is like Polaris, and it's impossible if it was a flat plane.
No, it's not. Listen, no, it's not like Polaris. You know why? Because it comes up from the east, just like everything moves from east to west, right? So it comes from the east. It comes up above the dip angle. It makes its little rotation up in the sky, and then it just sets. It's in an arc. Like, how do I explain that?
So it's not like Polaris. So if you're in Australia, it wouldn't be there all the time, spinning around like Polaris. It has to spin around like in a circular motion?
No, it's right. It's
Saying?
rising and setting. It may be further south, and it may be a closer, like arc, a tighter arc as you get down there.
It rises in the east and sets in the west.
I don't know. I might be doing that wrong because let me see. No, I think what it's going to do is get higher and higher as you go further south. I don't think it gets lower and lower. Like when you see it, it's kind of low from the northern latitudes, but it would get higher and higher. That would mean its arc of travel is closer to your zenith as a radian. It's an off-center. See, Polaris is almost right dead on the north or above, whatever we think of the flat plane as the central north, right? So I don't know, the celestial body, the sky, so it rotates is kind of off-center as you go to the south. Like I never saw like star trails. We don't see in star trails, but yeah, if you see star trails of the south, I didn't see one where they're going around like a record like Polaris is. They're always an arc going up and over and then setting. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense? We just need to find more data. Did I drop out?
No.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't that far south. I guess when you go below the equator, it's going to change the way it looks. But even in southern Mexico, you see it come up. It does an arc, a radian. It just sets like the rest of them do. How to explain that? Got to see it yourself.
Thanks, Sonny. I heard all that. That makes sense, actually. I didn't know that much about the stars. I don't know why the globe is going on about that. You know, it doesn't make sense. I'm trying to figure out the argument.
Thank you.
Yeah, from what I can tell from the star trails where both Polaris and the South can be seen, Polaris is higher in the sky than the Southern Cross. Southern Cross is always down to where it looks like an arc, as to where, Polaris, it looks like a circle.
Okay, so Polaris can be like right in the middle of the sky, like in the northern hemisphere. Let's say I don't know, Alaska. But Southern Cross is not in the middle from Australia. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, it's more like on the horizon, and where the stars move around, you don't see like a full circle. You'll see like a small circle, but it's more like it's coming up out of the ocean, going back down in the ocean. You know what I mean? Like a big arc.
Can you give me an example of degrees of Polaris and an example of degrees of the Southern Cross that are different?
Well, let me see equatorial. Let's see.
Did you say Polaris is 33 degrees? And that would mean you're muffled for some reason.
I said I'm looking for equatorial star trails.
Yeah, and see if you can give me degrees for the Southern Cross. That makes sense. They're saying it should be the same.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to get the Southern Cross or anything like that from this information.
Hey, Crit, here's one star trail where you see a division. Wait a minute. It's taking too long. It shouldn't take too long. Let's see. I'm trying to find. Hold on. I think if I find a good image of them split, you know what I'm talking about. But why is that Reddit? I hate looking at Reddit.
There you go.
Southern Star.
See where one looks like it's in the sky, and another one looks like it's like on the ground, like on the horizon.
Where is that?
Can you post a pic? I don't see it.
I did just post it. 33 minutes after the hour. Livestream voice text.
33. See, I'm going to write a song called Illuminati Confirmed.
Yeah.
33 minutes. I wake up every
I'm
morning
looking. I'm
33
sorry.
minutes
I'm
after the
looking
hour.
at. It looks like they're going in two different
I do
directions.
my
That's
other
all I
things.
see.
They're not going in two different directions.
Okay, it looks like it. Kind of
Where
crazy.
you can clearly see where that one star starts and moves. You can see where another star starts and moves, and another star starts and moves, and another one coming into view.
So we're not
They're
going
all moving
anywhere.
east to west.
Just regular dinner, like an everyday dinner. But there's an arc. There's an arc on both the top right corner and the bottom left corner. A different arc, no?
No,
Okay, this looks like this.
they're all moving in the same direction. It might look like they're moving in the
It's
opposite
alright, I wouldn't even
direction,
worry. Just
but
kind
if
of
you
like
could like actually sit there and watch the stars move yourself, you'd be like, "Oh, okay, they're all moving in that direction." Right? You can see where some of the lines start and they keep moving, and then it stops because that's the end of the time scale that they took the pictures at.
Yeah, but look, Joshua. The picture that you have is not in agreement with the picture that Sonny just posted below. Sonny's posting a picture where everything seems to be circling around in one circle, but yours seems
Actually,
to
I'm looking
deviate
for it.
right from the top left to the bottom right. It deviates from the arc deviates. Am I seeing that right?
Well, that's the other thing too. Some of these might be artistic representations too, because these are
Yeah,
not true images. These
yeah.
are like compiled images.
It could have been like compiled, like you said, like you take a panoramic view
But like,
and it
let's see
changes
here.
what reality is. Right, and here,
Is that
like
which
some
one was that, Sonny? Was that the north or the south that you're looking at?
also, I want to answer says who like why let the Globers beg the question. So the thing is, I'm doing these debates, and it's like there's no we get stuck. I have to meet Globers halfway because they get stuck on Speaking of which, I have a card when we can't agree on what we're talking about. So like I am letting them beg the question by saying, hey, these Star Trails. But I'm also
I'm
trying
pretty
to
sure
figure
it
out.
said. I'm sure it said southern. I'm pretty sure they all said southern Star Trails. But hold on, let me see that particular image.
These two are southern
Let
Star
me
Trails.
see. History. Wait a second. Southern Reddit, southern time lapse, southern Star Trail, southern. Hold on. Which one was it? Images.
Joshua, those both southern?
Yes, yes.
One's equatorial. Like I don't trust.
Yeah,
This
one's
one
equatorial. The one on
says.
the bottom is equatorial. The one on top is Australia.
This one doesn't say it's on Reddit.
So,
See, hold on. It says here's the image, maybe.
so hang on. The one on top is Australia, Joshua. So wouldn't that mean that the Southern Cross is right in the center?
I don't trust
No, it's not
this.
in the center, is it?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
It's not.
Oh, my fingers hurt.
Look
Oh,
here.
shit.
I'm going to show you Polaris Star Trail,
Cumulative Star
and you'll see
Trail.
how much higher in the sky it is.
What's this? No, I don't want that. How they
Okay, that would be
split.
helpful to show you the difference in height in the sky. That would be helpful.
Yeah.
Now, the location of this one, I'm not sure, but it's around the Conifer 4, so probably I'm going to guess 45th parallel. Nope, that's not the right fucking thing. Here
Is
we go.
there any way we can intellectually take Instagram and take it out to the field like they did in Clerks and beat the office equipment into oblivion? Never mind.
Okay, Joshua. Now, what am I looking at?
That's Polaris in the center.
Okay.
So what you're looking at is the northern.
Okay, so this is Polaris, the north. Okay, I'm gonna save that.
See how much higher it is in the sky? It's about 30 degrees from the horizon, and this one is much less. It's like 20 to 10.
Gemini South Star.
It should be at the same degree if it's what they're claiming it is.
It's the global Star Trail catastrophe.
Now, if you move to, like, say, Alaska and take a star trail of Alaska, it's probably going to be even higher and probably even more like that one that Sunny showed. Because I have that one that Sunny showed right here, but I don't know the location of it or any of the.
I don't either. I couldn't find it either. It was from Reddit, but I've seen that image before. I don't know. It's so weird looking for.
So Joshua, you're saying because okay, so the Southern Cross is the first picture you posted, and this Polaris is the third one you posted, and you're saying because Polaris is more high in the sky, that's significant?
Last week, Thursday.
No way.
Courtney must have got exposed when.
Polaris is higher in the sky. If you look at the Southern Cross, it's an arc. It doesn't make a circle.
But the first picture you posted, you're claiming that's the south, and that does make a circle.
Those are the south. That was the north.
Yeah, but the first picture, your south does make a circle.
Yeah, in the north. Well, they do in the south too. It's
You're
just
not
off center.
understanding what I'm saying.
In the south, it's just off center.
Yes, it's off center. Is that
It's like more of it's underneath the horizon or something than it is in the north.
That's the Polaris right there as well. You can
Now,
see
Joshua,
the Polaris
what's the second picture you posted where it's halfway? What does that mean? And where is that taken?
Probably around the equator, equatorial.
Yeah, that halfway one, that is the southern, but I think that's a fake because it's got this weird looking thing, like it's an atmosphere with a straight line. It looks like a freaking template was like, what weird shit is that? I think the Glovers will pull any kind of tricks. They have fake star trails too. Did you know
let's
that?
just say that second picture Joshua posted is legit. I think what's happening is you can't see you can't see Polaris. It's looking to the north, and you can't see Polaris, for example, because it's too far. And these other the reason it's a half arc is because the other side of these star trails, the other arc, is distant into the horizon, so it's like at a tilt. So that's why those are the stars you can't see them.
Well, yeah. So as you move
horizon.
further and further away, out on the plane, that star that was at 10 degrees above the horizon before is now dropping till it goes into the vanishing point. So it continues lowering apparent elevation, as you move further away from it as a result of angular resolution. It's dropping down in angle.
That is correct. And it's vanishing into the horizon. It's not going below a curvature. It's going back out into the horizon.
Yeah, the globe has no response for that. Actually, well, they do have response, I guess. I got to think of what they say about that. They don't say anything. They have no proof. What they say is, that just means it's a globe. With nothing
Actually,
to back
the
it, don't
second
they?
image I posted was from Mexico.
Mexico? With the purple houses or whatever?
No, with the horizon thing.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah.
It's the thumbnail to a YouTube video.
I don't know if that's real or not.
Well, here's the actual video of them making the star trail. I'm gonna watch it.
That's pretty rad. Let me.
So yeah, the reason why you only see those stars going a certain distance is that goes from where the stars are visible to when the sun comes up. That was Large Millimeter Telescope in Mexico. Southern Star Trail.
have two pictures. This is from a globe. I'm not sure if they're real observations or if they're done by computer. But let me show you what the argument is. He's saying that basically Polaris and Southern Cross are the same. So let me post these. See what to show you what he's saying. Which I don't know if it really makes a difference, but I'm first gonna post Polaris. Yeah, open it. Discord.
Yeah, but you know what
if you think this is legit.
You kind of know what the official statement is on that, right? That it's not there all the time. It's not always there like Polaris is. So they can't. They like whatever they're trying to say. What they do is they go, "Oh, see, Southern Star Trail. It's a pole." They just say it. They go, "Look at this. Look at the
Okay,
thing that
so
looks like the
here.
center of rotation in the south."
Just confirm you saw the picture now. Is this a legit star picture or is it just like a computer graphic? I'm not sure, but
no, that's from an application on a telephone that looks like Google Sky or possibly Stellarium.
So you're saying that this is not observable in reality?
No.
Hey, if the Earth's a ball, why can't we see Polaris from below the equator?
Right. I like how they have to
I know.
Put computer graphics and simulations to explain their shit, you know.
23.
Wait, it's so funny. Wait, listen, it's so funny. You're bringing up Polaris like you can't see it. Are you because the Earth's a ball or something? Like it wouldn't be like that on flat Earth. But we see Polaris so far away that it couldn't be on a ball.
Yeah, 23.5 degrees south of the equator. That right there, one time. Sorry. Right?
What is that sound? Is that just me?
It's not me.
No, I think that's Godwin.
Oh, sorry. Let me. Sorry, guys.
Sounds like God rockin' near a carnival or something. No?
So what specifically is the 23 degrees?
That's where they've seen, I think, several times. They can see Polaris at 23.5 degrees south of the equator, south latitude, several times in history. Not all the time, but they've seen it several times. But all it takes is one time.
Yeah, can I get
23 degrees.
Can you get some info on that, man?
I'll find it for you. Yeah, I think it's the Royal Observatory. But let me go find it.
Thank you so much.
It is visible at Mumbai, India, which is below the equator.
Yeah, I know it's definitely visible below the equator, but I like that right there is a game changer. It doesn't really even matter. Like below the equator is impossible.
There is seen.
Well, actually, it's an oblate spheroid, and it's a little wider. It bulges out on the sides. You never actually know. It's not a perfect sphere.
Yeah, the Royal Observatory was able to capture the North Star. And that's like down there in Australia, isn't it?
So they have to say that it's refraction. Refraction is lifting stars by degrees.
Well, what I'd say to that is then that means that none of the stars, none of what we observe in the sky is where it truly is.
I'm telling you, they're making some wobble shit up here. Hold on. Here it is. So, wow, they're giving away some deep stuff here. 1 second.
They're trying to explain the precession.
Oh, listen. Yeah, here it is. We heard this before. The gravitational pulls of the sun and moon cause Earth's axis to precess slowly during a 25,800 year cycle. Oh, like they can measure that shit. The position of Earth's axis in space. Look at all the presuppositions. Axis, presupposition. Space, presupposition, and traces how the axis in space traces out a 46.88 degree wide circle on the sky in 12,000 years.
Hey,
12,000. Look, in 12,600 years, Polaris will reach its lowest declination of 44 degrees 0.62. At that time, Polaris will be visible anywhere north of 45.95 south latitude. They're saying it's drifting, so later on, years later, that they can't measure, by the way, the North Star will be seen at 45 degrees south latitude eventually. Because they're scared shitless. Hold on, let me find you something. That's from astronomy.com.
Yeah, the precession thing was thought up by Plato to explain the great year.
Polaris in the southern hemisphere. Here we go. That's Flat Earth Society. I'm moving on from that. Nope. I won't even read it. So, North Star Polaris facts. Here we go. Astronomy. Can Polaris be seen? Here we go. I was right. Here we go. Skeptics.stack exchange. I don't know. Is that any good? More BS? Okay. Astronomy. Can Polaris be seen from Australia? This is some fucking, what do they say? Gravy. Incoming gravy. Shit. Okay, yeah, it's right here. I don't know if you trust the source, but do we trust any freaking source? Not really. Here's what it says briefly. Not only this, according to Flat Earth Conspiracy by Eric Dubay, put on your boots. Polaris can be seen. It's not up to him. I believe it is the Royal Society, but listen. They're saying, according to Eric Dubay, Polaris can be seen up to approximately 23.5 degrees south latitude. Not only this, but viewed from a ball Earth, Polaris situated almost straight over the North Pole should not be visible anywhere in the southern hemisphere. For Polaris to be seen from the southern hemisphere of a globular Earth, the observer would have to be somehow looking through the globe, and miles of land and sea would have to be transparent. Polaris can be seen, however, up to approximately 23.5 degrees south latitude.
There's a problem with that. Adam's calendar.
Well, maybe, but Samuel Rowbotham, and I continue, if Earth is a sphere and the pole hangs over the northern axis, how would it be possible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator or 90 degrees from the pole? The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere and consequently several thousands of miles out of and divergent from the direction of the pole star. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Pole polar star being visible far beyond the equator, as far as even the Tropic of Capricorn. Dr. Samuel Rowbotham, Earth, Not a Globe, 2nd edition. Thanks, Samuel. Okay, let's look on a little further here. Checking in with Samuel Rowbotham. He's told us way back then. Yep. Let's see if the liars can miss any good information for once.
Yeah, I don't know how could someone not understand that? Your line of sight becomes tangent point on the sphere.
Hang on, Sonny. Are you posting that? I want to read what you just read.
I already did post that one. It's right in the first paragraph on that. My last post. Let me make sure. Yeah. Oh, Joshua. Wait a second. No. Yeah. 51 minutes after the hour. Skeptics.stackexchange.com questions. Polaris can be seen from the Australian tropics. Okay, let's go look a little more because they hide and shit, folks. I've been watching it disappear. Be looking at something the next week later, you go look, fucking gone. Official documents, NASA documents, like FAA documents.
Something that comes in handy is when you find something, make a PDF of the page. With Firefox, you can download the webpage as a PDF.
That's true. Viewing up to 50 miles away. No. Getting brighter. No. Interesting. So, celestial sphere angles and position. Physics.universitywyoming.edu.
Hey, thanks for that stuff, guys. I have to go now, but I'll be back. Merry Christmas.
All right. Interesting stuff. This is I don't know if it's worthwhile. Let me take a look real quick. They're all on a sphere. Fuck that. We're not on a sphere.
Oh, I know, but where they get that precession and the angle of the dangle where the North Star will change over time is coming from Plato in his theory of the great year. That every 2,800 years or so, there's a cataclysm or a conflagration.
Northern celestial pole.
Back to a destruction of that current society and a dark age.
Let's ask him, because they don't like answering questions directly. We have to be really specific. When was the Northern Star seen south of the equator? North Star Polaris facts. astrobackyard.com. astroboybackyard.com. Hey, Space Boy. You broke my rocket heart. What the hell is that song?
Hey, Space Boy.
Space is fake AF. Ursa Minor, North Star Polaris. They think they know all the stuff about it. How much it weighs, what its diameter is, 70 million kilometers. It's 50 times the size of our sun.
That's because it's too close. So they have to say it's so far and so big. But it's really, really close.
They got a little tiny light in the sky, and they're saying, yeah, it weighs 50 billion freaking tons per, like, teaspoon or whatever. They know how it weighs. Okay, this one's stupid.
Hey, I got a question for Globies, right? How does heat transfer through a vacuum?
Exactly.
Uh-oh.
Great question. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Who are these people asking these questions in this article? So you can see the North Star. This is from astronomyscope.com. You have to say it slow like that, because some people have been drinking. Anyway, not me, though. But I can still talk to people that have been drinking, so they can understand me. You can see the North Star from the southern atmosphere, but only in a very specific place at a specific time. And if atmospheric conditions are optimal, typically this will be around 1.23 degrees south of the equator. The star is unfortunately not visible from most locations south of the equator. For reference, the North Star, can you see the North Star from the southern hemisphere? Though it may be tricky, depending on your location's atmospheric conditions on Earth. See, the best time. They think they're so smart. To view the North Star from the southern hemisphere would be in the dark of night.
Yeah.
Guess what, people?
You know, someone actually said the other
day
day that you cannot see the stars through the daytime sky, and I said, yes, you can. You can see planets through the daytime sky.
It's just... Hold on. This just hit. News report. Flash. Read all about it. atmospheric conditions like clouds, temperatures, varying wind densities can affect how visible the northern star is below the equator. So since Polaris doesn't sit at a perfect 90-degree angle, it shows up just above. Oh, here we go. And it's tricky depending on your location and the atmospheric conditions because it's so complicated. None of us understand. We have to ask our experts that ask their experts. They call their people and talk to our people. We get the message in a memo. Anyway, the best time to view the northern star from the southern hemisphere. Dig this, people. I'm reading it again. You heard it on the Flat Earth Discord live 24/7. I gotta say it again. The best time to view the northern star from the southern hemisphere would be in the dark of night. Looking at a star. Allowing the star, they're explaining it now. Dark of night, allowing the star to shine as bright as possible. Because we need to see stars. You could be looking at a star for any other time besides night. And guess what? You're not going to see it. So they're pointing it out to us because it's very important when we're viewing the stars that we see only at night.
Yikes. These guys, are they really cognizant of how bad they are?
Because I'm getting to it. Because you only see stars at night, so the best time to view them, they're telling you, is at night. Thanks.
Yeah. So like their argument is literally that the Earth's not a perfect sphere; it bulges out on the side, so it depends on exactly where you're at on the equator, and that the North Pole star is not directly over the North Pole degrees.
That's
so that way
ridiculous.
they can wiggle it around.
These people are lying. They're saying that
90 degrees zenith angle to a geographic location, right? But it's literally illegal to do this.
They're saying if you're really, really lucky in a certain time of year, it's very specific. You could see it at this specific location at 1.23 degrees below the equator. Never mind that 23.5 from navigators. Who did that? Navigators. Observe.
Is it truly below the horizon, or do you reckon with a powerful enough telescope that can, like a dark enough situation like over water where there's no light from any cities, that possibly you could see it, even the Southern Cross from the north?
I don't know. But the Globers were asking me, when I asked them this, they try to turn it on me. Like, how does it happen on a flat Earth? I'm like, well, it's clearer outside. You can see further. And on those clear days, sometimes you can see Polaris from super far away.
Yeah. The Royal... What is it? The Royal
Society of Nonsense.
Yeah, that's the Royal Society of Astron. I don't know what they're doing. Why they gotta start all this shit with Astro?
You guys ever heard
because they love Uranus.
I know.
Have you guys ever heard the idea that the sun is
Society.
Can anyone hear me?
Yes, sorry.
No, sorry. I just wasn't sure if I was connected.
Go ahead. Yeah, you're good.
Someone was saying something about the sun being like each individual person has their own sun, but it all looks the same. So like we think we're all sharing a sun. Anybody ever heard of that?
Yeah, I have. I've heard of it.
Only more so in the sense that if the sun we perceive is just the apparent location, say it's like a naturally occurring holographic projection based on the polarization of the electromagnetic field, and then it has a central point, then how you view the sun and how long you can see it would just be based upon your angle relative to your geographic location.
Oh man. Oh, what's this? Equinox, solstice, celestial sky. Why don't they ever want to answer the freaking question?
Yeah, I think there might be something to that. I saw this crazy picture where the sun is shining beneath the clouds and it hits this mountain, and then the mountain casts a shadow on the bottom of the clouds. That's got me thinking the sun is not what we think it is.
It's totally not what we think it is. If we think of it, it's definitely not that. Anyway. A myth. Some people call it a myth. That Polaris is seen south of the equator. Of course you have to call it a myth. Here we go. This is the Flat Earth Society. Yeah, they're lying. Red circles mark all the possible candidates. I don't even want to put this up in the live stream. Started from ship's log of May 13th, 1862. Gave a location and time where both the Crux and Polaris were visible, but the coordinate was written without sign. Without sign. Stupid, man. Flat Earth Society. You suck. I've never seen it, and I don't think it was any Eric Dubay thing. I think it was like Sammy Robotham or some navigator. Where'd I find that? Shoot. The plot thickens. So much hogwash. Damn. Got supposed experts talking about flat earth facts that are talking bullshit. See all that? There's flatearthfacts.com. Flat earth model, proof earth is flat. So these are disinformation. A new one. Here's another one. Flatearthscience.org. They say Polaris proves the flat earth. No, the lights in the sky don't. They're not flat earthers. More disinformation. Here's a debunking flat earth blog spot. Forum Times, the Flat Earth Society. TFES, that's what that is.
Well, Polaris falsifies the globe.
Yeah, so they're saying, some people are saying, oh, you could see it 40 or 50 miles south.
Yeah, I'm gonna stick with degrees. Think about their claim is that these stars are being lifted degrees in the sky optically because of refraction.
Oh, jeez. They got their handful with trying to put up all this misinformation. It's just so funny.
So I guess all the stars in the sky got lifted up the same?
Exactly. Can you see both?
The same spacing, you know?
See, can you see both? Can you see both the celestial pulsars? So right there in the title, they're confirmation bias as far as they're saying. Can you see both as if there actually are both, or that they actually exist two poles? Presuppositionville. Who is this? New Colors of New York. What the hell is that? Where would you have to be on Earth to see the South Celestial Pole? No, where? Zenith. Where on Earth does celestial equator pass through the zenith? Zenith. Well, I don't know. If you're on water, A circle of equal altitude? They're not saying shit here. Diddly squat. Get ready for all information about reality to be disappearing. Happening as we speak. It's probably one of our Christmas presents from the loving owners of the... I don't know. I'm getting too sore to sit here. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
Hey, sorry to bug you guys. We're back on Star Trails. I just posted a live stream picture. Joshua, I think it was Joshua, said it was delirium. But my question is, do you think it's possible to get this observation like from Antarctica, or no? That's my question. Which is the Southern Cross flat in the center? Could you get that from the ice shelf? You think, or no?
You can try, but you need the coordinates. So that would be 90 south or 0 south by 0 west.
But is it possible, though, you think, or is this like completely stellarium, which is basically fake, assuming the globe?
What are you going to have for dinner?
I have no idea. What you cooking?
Star South Pole.
Sorry, that's not my stuff.
I don't know. I'm not sure where to find it now. Having difficulties finding it. Oh man.
Have you been up all night, son?
Yeah.
Oh, brother.
I can't keep doing that either. Cannot continue like that. Got busy, and once I get awake and I'm busy, I can't just go to sleep. It doesn't work. So I almost try to have to force myself to stay up till I get completely exhausted and just fall out. Sometimes that works. Sometimes not. Sometimes nothing works. Shit. I'm always feeling guilty for not calling my family, but the telephone works both ways. Why do I always gotta feel
I don't
guilty?
mean to be dark, but like if you get yourself so exhausted that you had just fall asleep. But what if you have like one of those dreams where you're like getting attacked or something, you have to wake up to save your life and you don't wake up, so would you die in your sleep?
Oh, I never died in my sleep.
If you're so exhausted you can't wake up, then you'll die in your sleep, bro. Like a nightmare action.
That's never happened, man. I've been actually,
Bro, I'm watching this fucking grackle bird just fly up on this tin roof with a fucking cookie.
Huh?
No shit, he has a cookie. What the fuck, dude?
What kind of bird is that?
It's like one of those blackbirds that's all around down here. They're probably out there. They're not crows. The males have a vertical tail feather, where the females is horizontal. So they're
When you say cookie, are we talking like vanilla wafer? Are we talking like sprinkles?
No, it looks like a Christmas cookie. Looks like a cookie that was left out for Santa.
like a shortbread.
Yeah.
Left a cookie
Like
out.
Sugar cookie.
Those birds are smart.
Fucking stole a cookie.
Shit. If they didn't want me to get the cookie, then why'd they leave the picnic basket out on the picnic table? Right, Yogi?
Well, we don't have a fireplace. How is Santa Claus supposed to squeeze down? Don't put those cookies out. Man, these cookies taste like crap. Nah, leave them for the birds.
If they left the picnic basket out on the picnic table, that means they left it for me and you, Boo Boo.
And then they come in and they sit there and they go.
And because it's perfectly okay to talk about this, because we have free speech zones, so it says Yogi and Boo Boo can talk about picnic baskets all day long in these areas.
As long as Ranger Rick don't come along bitching about the levels of your speaker there, Boo Boo.
Yeah. Did you
As soon as Ranger Rick comes bitching about the decibels without a meter.
I was just going to say that. Boo Boo, did you check the decibel rating of the free speech zone so we don't violate the decibel ratings of your little speaker there? We don't want to be overpowering the what do they call them?
Well, I'm pretty sure that the picnic basket is set at the proper decibel anyways there, Yogi.
The picnic basket, but it belongs to the picnickers.
But the picnic basket is the amplifier.
Oh, I got you. That's a really slick one, Yogi. I go, Boo Boo, where'd you jank that one? I mean, sorry.
He wants to make sure all the sandwiches are left in there.
Boo Boo wouldn't be stealing.
Not a sandwich more.
Like a camper speaker, would they? From their picnic basket from an unsupervised picnic table.
Well, Ranger Rick, you can't blame us. I mean, after all, it's their picnic basket. They shouldn't have gave it to us.
Right. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Yogi. Yogi and Boo Boo. Boo Boo. Did you meet Boo Boo in the... Never mind. National Park probably has a bad taste in Witz's mouth after that little debacle. That wasn't fun. Shit, man. I don't know how you, like... It's like Witz, it was like all of a sudden reverted back in time to the freaking Revolutionary War or something. What? All our slaves wear a face covering. It's mandatory. What do you mean?
Hey, you know what's crazy? As I said, now that weed has become legalized, it's going to become bad form in company to cough.
Oh, shut up. Whose company?
That's exactly in any company. Like when you're out in public, it's going to be bad form to cough.
I'm gonna do my funny little cough, like yeah, it's gonna be hilarious. I'm gonna do it on purpose, but you have to smoke out in order to get this particular cough perfected.
What the?
It has to be. No, it has to be a genuine hacking from the really bomb dankness that you partaken and therefore expanded in the container of your lung cavity.
Because it causes air pressure to occur.
Causing spasming to occur. And the most unique sound comes out. It sounds like a... So I will demonstrate. One moment. Oh, don't get this just right. If you don't get this just right on the first light, it can.
Yeah, man, just use a bong. The only thing wasted is you.
I don't like the taste of bong. Tastes lame. I always taste that.
Well, you gotta like clean it like after every hit. Shit.
Every hit, I would have to clean all the water, and it would have.
Yeah,
to
the water.
It never comes out, man. I'm telling you. Every single pipe. I would rather have the paper. See?
Well, if you're gonna go with the paper, do a plumber's joint.
Like that. Shit.
You know what a plumber's joint is?
No.
It's where you take like a bamboo skewer or a like straightened out paper clip or something, and you wrap like the glue end around the paper to where it like forms a little tube, and you burn the rest of it off. And if you lick the paper properly, it won't burn, right? So you'll have this little tube wrapped around this stick, and then you roll a joint and you put that stick directly in the middle of it. Look, there's another bird with another cookie.
And then you use it as like a roach clip?
No, and then you roll your joint, and then you pull the stick out, and it leaves the paper tube behind, and it leaves an air pathway.
Oh.
Yeah, it burns longer and it's harder.
Shoot, I have to learn. So you have a little tube going through the middle?
Yeah.
So so that's a little. How do you make that out of a bamboo?
You take like a bamboo skewer. Well, bamboo skewer is going to be a little harsher because it's a lot of flowing through there. But take like a paper clip, straighten it out,
and then pull it out.
Wrap. Yeah, you take like a piece of the paper and you wrap it around like backwards to where, you know, the glue part's wrapped around the thing, and then you have the paper wrapped around the glue, and then you lick it, and then burn the rest of it off. So you just have this little pipe of paper, this little tube of paper.
Oh.
You stick that in the middle of the joint, and then when you pull it out, the paper's left behind. So you have a hole, a pilot hole.
In the middle.
So you have a little air pathway.
I bet I can make one of those myself with something.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
I could do it like I do my filters. You just like zigzag up a little piece of paper and cardboard, roll it.
Like if you want, you could always just jam like a skewer in the middle of it and then roll it and then pull it out, and it will be less dense in the middle, creating more airflow, but it's still going to be inhibited.
Guess what? I believe I could use the perfect diameter guitar string to accomplish that, and even have the bead on the end of the part of the string and pull that sucker right, zip.
Yeah, like the D string.
Yeah, like a D string.
And then
Fat G string, even.
Yeah. So it's like, you know, and then like the cool thing about it,
Oh, this tastes good.
no runs.
No runs because it's got an air chamber in the middle.
Yeah.
Air pressure, gas pressure.
Because usually with the run, what happens is there's a gap between the paper and the material, and the paper will burn away there and start the cherry.
Yeah.
Well, with this one, it's flowing the air through the center, so it's not going to run. It's just going to create a cherry.
That's
in the
great.
center.
Yeah, usually due to if there's pieces of the material that are bigger particles, let's say, you know, because it doesn't break down. So some of them stick together to make bigger lumps. Yeah, that sticks against the paper, right? Starts burning around it. The least resistance of air
Least resistance, yeah.
from paper to the product inside, air gap right there, because you have a piece pushing, so it's going around it, burning the paper off. Yeah, bad shit. What do you call that? Joint Technology 101. With Joshua and Sonny.
Let me find an instructional video for you.
It sounds like some what is it called? PBS show or something. Today we're talking about rolling the joints that have a plumbing feature.
Yes, today the topic is all about making a plumber's joint, eh? Yeah, with the plumber's joint, you ain't got no runs, so you can just sit there and enjoy everything with your Timmies, eh?
Yeah, it's not about a joke. It's not the joke about a plumber's crack either. Come on, eh? Have another Molson's and not Molson's. Is it Carlson's? What fucking beer are we drinking up here anyway, eh? I don't. Tastes like swill. It's just some moose piss we're drinking up. That's hilarious. Come on, the rest of you are a bunch of fuddy duds.
Well,
with family or
Rob
something.
calls them a turbine.
Any of these people here in the live stream, what are you doing in here? Flat Earthers, that's what I'm talking about. You. It's a holiday. We're spending our blessed holiday in here. Who's here with me? Joshua.
There you go, Sonny. Here's some cheers for you. Instructional video with crutch.
Is Denmark in here? A Crit was in here. He's out there battling in the fields. Crit is a freaking warrior. Par none. Plumber's joint. Okay, here we go. Uh-oh. Restricted. Gotta watch it on YouTube. What a trip. That's
the reverse roll of plumber's joint. It's pretty basic.
Yeah.
But a great trick to joint rolling.
I'll just skip it back and forth.
Use the same paper. This is how you can make a black hole. So it's called the NASA black hole image joint.
It says rolligami. It's called rolligami. These people thought of all different kind of ways to roll a joint.
1 1/4 size. So we're actually going to take it and we're going to fold it back.
Jesus Christ.
Backwards.
The side of the paper towards you, face down.
I could do that.
Look at that shit.
Oh, I could do that.
There's the black hole image right there, guys.
I'm going to use my stick and just put
that. Yeah, I'd like to see him give us a copyright. I'm about to roll a freaking rolligami joint with Cody Van Gogh. Free.
Grab it at both ends.
It's a little stick.
Lift it up like so.
I could use a toothpick.
Yeah, no, toothpick's too short.
Too thick, too short.
Unless you got one of the longer, like cocktail toothpicks.
Stick in there.
I can make one
with the flag on it.
I have little 16th inch by 3/8 inch basswood little strips. I could make a little square out of the sides of one of those. Just slit it with my knife, break it right off. A perfect little tiny square.
Yep.
A long square
shape. You could
shape.
probably even take your knife and run your blade along the edge of it, like the back part of your knife, just to round the corners off.
Yeah, sure could. Or even
because you want to make sure that it's like even, so it doesn't jam up. Or if it's taped, you want to make sure
I have emery cloth. I can make my own little freaking piece of wood like that.
Or just use guitar string, piano string.
Guitar string. No access to piano strings.
Well,
next joint.
The bottom E string, the small E string is one of the best ones for snares.
10,000s. 10 or 9,000s.
Yeah, that's the best for making snares because it's got the bead on it already, so it's like an easy slide.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't even know that. I didn't know that.
Like the bigger the gauge, the stronger it might be, but it's going to be, visible.
Oh man. See what I mean?
Hell, you could. In fact, Sonny, you could just use nylon string if you have any.
No. I don't use none of that pussy shit. I play with steel strings. Bare fingers with steel strings.
I like the sound of.
I'm only kidding. The nylon strings have a different sound. I like it. I'm just joking.
I like the way that the nylon strings sound on the Spanish guitar.
Yeah, exactly. The room is really weird.
Those are wire wrapped, non-jazz, huh?
What's that?
Those are wire wrapped, not jazz.
These are electric guitar strings, like Slinkies.
Yeah, but they're not like they're not jazz strings. They're not smooth. They're not filed.
No, the three high ones, the G, B, and E, are solid, unwound.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so they're really like H. Because it's an electric, but I made the action really high on this because my intention was to play a slide on the Schecter I have. Where is it?
You got a steel guitar?
No. These are all electric. So
Because I think like a reggae ska style music would sound all right on a steel guitar. You know, like the country guitars, the tabletop ones, the laptop guitars.
lap steels, yeah.
Yeah.
See, listen, a lot of my style is based on a lap steel, kind of bending, warping, and sliding. Like I play that with my bends and my tremolo bar, my whammy bar. So a lot of my style is based on a slide guitar sounding. So when I don't have the slide, I just started mimicking with the notes, and I started learning some jazz, simple jazz progressions. And so it opened up some it's tripping music because, listen, like you play as long as I have, you get to plateaus that have lasted like 5 years, where you're not progressing. Like what the like I can't move on. And you need a break. You need this. All of a sudden, you need your paradigm to be just like. Rustled up a little bit, disturbed a little bit. You go, you're. I don't know how to explain it because, see, listen, when I'm talking about in music, it's an undefined language.
See, the first song I learned to play
Yeah.
on the guitar was, besides, you know, Cream over Sunshine Over My Love,
Awesome.
was Last Dance with Mary Jane, Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers.
I can even do that with the harmonica. Let's see.
And the teacher just taught me some of the chords, and I go, that doesn't sound right. So I started playing around with it, and I bent the tone on the A, and it sounded a little different. And I go, okay, that sounds all right. I know that's not right, but I'll just do that. And he goes, how'd you learn to do that? And I go, it's just something I learned. And he goes, that's actually a very good technique to bend the strings to get a different note.
So, yeah, exactly.
To cause like a wobble pop. You know?
Yeah, right.
This is all on the acoustic, and shit, acoustic's hard to play because you got to, you know, you have all that action.
I know. I play my acoustic like on an electric.
Yeah, but the neck's so big on it, dude.
It's not that big. It's a really thin Yamaha acoustic neck.
Well,
Just
well,
like
the one
the
that I
owner.
had, there's no way that I could play a F.
Really?
Yeah, not with that one that I had. And then the other one that I got, it was a nice Spanish style guitar, but there's no way I could play an F. Like on an electric, I can wrap my thumb around it, but not on those acoustics.
So my idea was to play this one.
Is that King Missile detachable penis?
Delay, is that making it sound really weird? Too loud? Hold on. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
No.
As a listener? Like, hold on, is this better if it was louder?
No, then it would be too loud. It was perfect.
Okay, so face away like that. So I'm gonna turn it down just a little bit. Is that more clear? Maybe. Oh, I kind of need this extra though.
Sonny, it sounds the best when we can perfectly hear equally.
Too much decay. There's not enough decay.
I'll get this, don't worry.
You have to shorten your envelope a bit.
No, I think I need to turn off the distortions because I think the amp is good enough by itself with maybe.
Well, that's what I mean. You have to shorten the envelope on the distortion.
No, I think just I'll give it the tube distortion breakup instead of the pedals. I use one of my old classic pedals for just a clean boost
Did you say NASA pedals?
to boost my tube amp. One of my, well, I don't know what it is. I don't know where it's at, man. I'm trying to hook up wires and cables. Got them all.
Sonny, I was going to tell you that it sounds the best when we can hear the guitar, like, you know, the unplugged guitar itself making noise just as much as we can hear the, like, amp making noise, because it kind of lets us hear both the clean tone and the amp. And it has, like, a really cool effect. Anyway, yeah.
Too much delay. Is that going da 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 da? Hold on. Do you hear that delay?
Yeah.
Is that too much?
I don't know. What do you mean?
Okay, I'll get it. It's not too soft right now. Too much.
Are you trying to play this song there, Sonny?
Sonny, I gotta tell you, this doesn't sound great so far since I've been here. Usually you're jamming, bro. Right now you're kind of trying to get your settings right.
Well, he's been up all night.
I'm just giving him a hard time because I know what he's doing. He's just experimenting. Trying to get that sound.
It's bound to sound kind of rough at first. What was I gonna play, you guys? Hold on, I got something. We'll give it a shot here.
Is that drop B?
No, it's a dobro tuning, so it's D G. Here's the G, A to G.
Oh, I get what you're doing.
D. That's gonna be badass. Wait till you hear the slide with this.
So basically, everywhere you put the slide is going to be a power chord.
Oh, it's gonna sound bitchin'. Hold on. That's hard to do. I'll get it. Just getting warmed up. Okay.
I'll say, Sonny. Now you sound like Curtis Lowe. Now it's really good. It's so good right now. How do you like them apples? I told you sound like Curtis Lowe. The finest picker.
So sorry, I'm not used to playing with slide. I always slap it accidentally up against. So I have to do these finger contortions. You would never believe how wide I have to do my hand to do this. So the shapes and stuff, that I share between just slide doing the slide.
That was really good. I'm sorry I gave you a hard time when you were setting it up. I was like, oh man, it don't sound good. Like you were setting it up. And now that you're playing, it's like, I can imagine Curtis Lowe, you know, because it sounds so good, you know.
It sounds what?
You sound like Curtis Lowe, the finest picker to ever sing the blues, man. It sounds good. Now that you got it set up.
The shit comes out of me like my fingers just play this honky tonk. I'm going, where the fuck is it coming from? Okay, so what? Like I look at what I learned. It
Some
doesn't.
roots, baby. It's some roots.
I'll play a Stone song for you. Oh, this will sound great, man. Okay. The dynamics.
Said I woke up this morning and I cussed my old lady out. Because in the middle of the night, she stole a covers and I almost froze my ass off.
Another tuning. Open E. I mean open D, sorry. See, simple ideas, right? That's the whole thing I was trying to find. See, you find those little... I'm missing... try as they might. Forget what key I'm in. See? Okay, I'll put the slide away. It's not working, but I can play with my finger. I like that better. Something speaks to me about the this frequency range. And for extra treat, let's see, that's G. Let's see here. I need to get creative with these cheap harps. Let's see here. This ought to be a treat. If I can pull it off. I know it sounds like somebody just at home on Christmas Day by themselves with the blues to play. I'm playing in. Okay. Ba ba ba. That's the wind. Shoot. If I could play that one. I don't think so. Sometimes. I know you guys about. No one else was even talking to us, so I hope. No one minds me rumpsing. It's my live stream anyway, right? Wrong one. That one don't work. Okay. It's gotta be. Shoot. I think I'd done this before, right? Here it is. The C harp. I don't know what's wrong with people today. No one knows how to pick up the harp and play. Hey.
was born, the Globers all gathered around. They gazed in a flat wonder. They found. I know it's flat, pretty baby.
Oh, wow. It rained so hard all night, I just couldn't sleep. It rained so hard the other night, baby, it flooded the streets. I cried so hard the night you left me. I don't think I ever got over this in my mind. She didn't approve of my jumping on those rail cars. She said I would have to go on down the line. I followed that light on that bell. Oh, messing up.
People believe they live on a ball with no evidence at all. I will deny every piece of truth. Man, the social streets got me so blue. That bitch.
If I could see, it's hard to see. Like when I'm playing, I don't play slide much. Like this is double tuning. So. Sounds messy. Change gears a little here. Let's see if I can play this one. It probably sounds like a mess, huh? Wrong harp. Change again. Need D harp for A minor. Ah, perfecto. No, it doesn't sound right at first. Maybe it is. You tell me. Yeah, that's just about right, huh?
Yeah, you're almost there, Sonny. You almost got that rocking now. I would play a show with you. This is good enough for rock and roll.
So I'll get this. Hold on, I got it already. So
You're almost there. Almost there.
To this song out of my notebook. If I can find. Oh, there it is, and it's too far away. Shit. Well, no, I might just have enough room. Walk all the way across. Here we go. Yeah, this is fun as hell, man. Okay. Here we go. I know I got this tune. Happy Saturnalia, Saturnalia. What does that mean?
I suppose it means Saturn becomes the exalted one more than usual.
All my stuff's falling out of the notebook. All of it. Hold on. Well, I hear my train a coming. I hear my train a coming. All my music's on the fucking floor. I'll probably find it now, though. That's the only way. Sometimes you just gotta. All the shit's gotta fall down, out, messed up, so you can straighten it up, right? All these songs. Oh my gosh, I don't even want to read them off. I'm embarrassed myself. Okay, I'm gonna find it. So old-fashioned. Actually got paper with lyrics on it. Nobody uses that shit anymore. Must be got their own like iPhone or some kind of something. I mean, most brothers got their own iPhone or. Give me one reason to stay here, and I'll turn right back around. Alright, I got it in here. Along with thousands of other great tunes. Oh gosh. Cheap sunglasses. Oh, that's a good one. I won't read them all up. Well, it's probably the last one that I find will be the right one song. Should start at the back. I spent a lot of time organizing all this stuff.
What's going on?
I'm about to play a song, but I wasn't prepared, so I had to pull out some sheet music. Lyric music. I don't have sheet music because once I know the song, the lyrics, then I can play the song because I just remember.
Nice.
Should be in the Tom Petty collection. Where is my Tom Petty section? Damn.
Old man, take a look at my life.
Okay. It's in here. I know it.
Take a look at my life. I'm a lot like you, yeah, I'm a lot like you.
Yeah, you should be looking at Neil Young.
Well, I got a bunch of Neil Young in my head already. I'm trying to find the one song because I have a harmonica on, and I'm trying to play. Where is that? Okay, it's in the other notebook. Okay, no biggie. I had all this notebook on the floor before, got it back together, and found the right song. So here we are. It was in the previously Saturday with the acoustic song set, kind of. What's this one? Oh yeah. Oh, here it is. She grew up. Hold on. She grew up in a little cleaner with less of this. Is that too much echo?
No, it's sounding all right.
Huh?
It's not too bad. It's not too bad.
Hey, Sonny.
You guys.
Oh, that's a bad harp. Wait a minute. It's kind of bad.
A minor, A, E, D. A minor, A, E, D.
G. A minor, G, D.
Yeah, G, D.
She grew up in a little town with a but she grew up tall and grew up bright. Well, she grew up tall and she grew up bright. With the Indian boys on the Indian line. Well, she moved down here at the age of 18. She flew the border with a small and big scene. I was introduced, we both started grooving. She said I did good, but I gotta keep on moving. Lost into Mary Jane. One more time to kill the game. I feel summer creeping in. Tired of this town again. Oh shoot! I was just thought about that. I'm all messed up, discombobulated. Oh man. I'm out of time.
With the Indiana boys in the Indiana town. Oh my my. Oh hell yes. We gotta put on that party dress. Sing me a dance and tell me a string.
That's fine.
Can't stay there because I gotta get moving on.
No, it sounds good.
So, well, I don't know. I've been told you never slow down, you never go. I'm tired of screwing up. I'm tired of going down. I'm tired of myself. I'm tired of this town. Hold on, just a little pause there. And oh my, oh hell yes. I'm gonna put on that violin. Find me a three, cause sing me a song. Take me as I come, cause I can't stay long.
You know, that was a good job. It was a good job.
There's pigeons down in the market square. She's standing in her underwear, looking down from a hotel room. Nightfall will be coming soon. Oh my, oh hell yes, you got to put on that party dress. It's too cold to cry when I woke up alone. I hit the best number and I walked to the road. That's tunes from Mary Jane. It's time to feel the pain. I feel summer creeping in. All this time Hallelujah. That's about as wrong.
Sounds okay. Like, it's not the best equipment to play for live on Discord, that's for sure. But it sounds good. No Christmas Globers?
This guitar has an interesting sound. Well, I followed her to station. With a suitcase in my hand. Followed to the station. With a suitcase in my hand. I felt so sad and lonesome. I couldn't tell of all my loves in vain. Well, I've trampled in the station. They got two lights on behind. Trampled in the station. Two lights on behind. Well, the blue light was my baby, and the red light was my mind. pretty bitchin'. Cantankerous. That's what I mean by playing the changes, people. All you guitar students. How's that for playing a change? Shit, that hurts. The fingers broke. Don't try this at home without supervision. Somebody's probably muted.
Man, it's you, Sonny, that needs supervision.
Huh? I know. I thought somebody muted me. I'm like, they probably think I'm just some nut on the guitar. Who the hell does he think? How dare you play the guitar like that?
You're good, Sonny.
It sounds so good, right? Like, I don't know. See? I play ZZ Top really good, man. I'm telling you. Well, I was cruising down the road in the cold blue steel. I had it. I don't know, I forgot. Beautician at the wheel, we were rolling downtown. Fucking somebody help me with the words. In the middle of the night, we were smoking Lucky Charms and we're smoking Lucky Strikes and wearing nylons too. Well, I'm back. Nationwide.
I'm here, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So, we're trying to figure out whether the Earth is the ball that they've told us. You've already agreed that we don't observe it to be the ball that they've told us, because we don't see any curvature, at least that we can access, and we don't observe any motion. So, how are you going to verify that your belief that the Earth is a globe is true if you've just said that you've never verified it?
Well, I didn't agree actually that you cannot observe curvature.
No, you said can't observe curvature from the beach. You can't observe it from the plane.
Yeah, you're
And then I pointed out that would mean that you have no evidence for any curvature. And you said, okay, you can observe it from a plane, but then you said that you've never done it.
I personally haven't, no.
No.
So
And the
what
globe
can I
model
expect?
side seems to say that you can't observe it from a plane, right? Look at Livestream 2 voice text. Can you see that channel?
Yeah, I can.
Right. Watch that little video that I just posted.
I know that. Yeah, it's Mike Tyson saying that stuff is flat from the altitude that
Neil deGrasse
Felix
Tyson,
found.
not Mike Tyson.
Neil.
Not
Oh,
all
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
black
Neil
Tysons are the
deGrasse
same.
Tyson. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, he's
So
saying
he
it's
says you
flat
can't see
from
it
altitude.
120,000 feet.
Well, I don't know. I've seen pictures out of a plane with an infrared camera where you can clearly
But
see.
you know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is, right?
I know. Yeah. I mean,
Right.
you don't agree
So
with him, so I don't have to either, do I?
okay, so you don't believe what Neil deGrasse Tyson says.
Well, perhaps I don't. You know.
Okay, so why do you think he's a guy that they put on TV to go and teach people about the globe model? If you, a globe believer, think that you know better than him, and he's the guy that hangs out with astronauts on his podcast and runs a observatory and hangs out with NASA people, but you're saying he doesn't know what he's talking about. Why is the globe side putting?
Saying. All I'm saying
So
is
he's
I
not wrong when he
have
says
I have a
120,000
picture.
feet you can't see curve. No, it doesn't matter what pictures you have because you can't verify. You haven't verified those pictures. You already said that. I'm looking to an expert, quote unquote, of the globe model, and the expert in the globe model is saying you can't see it from 120,000 feet. But you, an average globe believer, are saying that the expert, quote unquote, is wrong.
Yeah,
so I'm asking how you know that the expert is wrong, and what makes you more qualified than the expert.
We're talking about an infrared camera. For starters, like that's
No. We're not. We're talking about how we figure out whether the Earth is a ball, right?
Yeah.
So that's what we're interested in. Is the Earth a ball, like they tell us? Now, this guy, who's supposedly an expert in what you believe, the globe, he's saying no. You don't see curvature from 120,000 feet, and you are saying yes, you can. So I need to know, how do you know better than this globe expert who's put on TV and hangs out with astronauts at NASA? How do you know better than him?
Well, what I'm in fact doing is I see pictures and I believe what they show. You know, like this YouTube channel,
So you believe
Media.
some pictures that you
supposed.
you see,
Yeah.
but you're ignoring the expert on the globe side.
Yeah, well, I am. Yeah.
Why? Yeah, why are you doing that? Because he's supposed to be the expert. Remember, he hangs out with NASA and the astronauts.
It doesn't mean that he's like absolutely right in every aspect that he ever.
No, but this is a pretty basic aspect. This is the fundamentals of the curvature of the ball that you believe in. That's not like a minute point. He's saying you can't see any curvature from 120,000 feet. So he's talking about the geometry of this ball that you believe in, that he's an expert in, apparently. It's not a case of, he can't know everything about it. That's basic. That's almost as basic as it gets, the geometry. So how do you know better than the expert? What's your field? Are you a PhD in astronomy? In astrophysics?
I'm not.
Okay, well, this guy who does have a PhD in it is saying that you're wrong about your claim about the globe. So I'm just wondering why you're ignoring that.
Well, I'm assuming he didn't talk about an infrared camera.
No, he's not. It doesn't matter because he's talking mathematically about the angle. He's saying that 120,000 foot up off the globe, you are like an inch or two above a 6 foot diameter ball. Right? So he's saying you don't see curvature.
Yeah, he's talking mathematically about it.
Yeah. So he's talking about the basic geometry. You would not see it from 120,000 feet. And he knows the geometry of the ball, right? He's not just guessing. He knows what the radius is supposed to be. Right?
Yeah, he does. I'm sure.
So
his
when he says
claims are
you
not
can't
baseless.
see it, so when he says you can't see it from 120,000 feet, and he knows the geometry, he's an expert. I'm asking, why is it that you think you know better than him? And you're not really giving me an answer. You're just saying, well, I've seen a picture that I believe. But you don't know anything about that picture. You've never taken that picture.
Correct.
And the guy with the PhD, the expert in your belief, says that you're wrong.
Yeah. So, did you ever measure the 273 miles line of sight? That's like the world record line of sight. Did you do that
No,
yourself?
I'm not.
Right.
I've not brought that up.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm not trying to use that in my argument. I'm responding to your argument. Right? Because we spoke about where the burden of proof in this lies, and you agreed it's with the globe. So we started speaking about, well, what's the evidence to satisfy that burden? And you're saying, well, you can see curvature, but then you said, no, wait, you can't see it from the ground, you can't see it from a plane. But then I pointed out that then you have no evidence for the curvature, and you said, okay, I can see it from a plane, and now I'm pushing you to address why the expert in your argument is saying you're wrong. You can't see it from a plane, you can't see it from 120,000 feet. So we need to address this disagreement you have with the experts in your belief. So how do you know that you know better than him? Since you don't have, the PhD, which we hear all the time. Where's your PhD? You're not listening to the PhD.
Yeah, I see your point. So I admit that there's a possibility I'm just wrong. I'm looking at the pictures and coming to the wrong conclusions. Yeah, sure.
Is it possible that you're putting more faith in the pictures because you want to place the faith in the pictures, because the pictures appear to support your view?
There is definitely confirmation bias at play everywhere on all sides.
Okay. Well, in this conversation, if we want to be pretty ruthless and come to the truth of the question we're asking, which is, where do we live? Do you not think it would be better to look at it removing that confirmation bias that you have?
Yeah.
If you're interested in finding the truth of the question.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay. So if we start trying to remove our confirmation biases, what evidence do we have that the surface is curved if we can't see it from the ground or from a plane? So pretty much any reality that we can access, we can't observe it. So then how do we verify it?
Yeah, well, we were talking previously about how you cannot observe curvature like from the beach. But that's
Hey,
only...
Two secs. Merry Christmas, Quad. I don't know if you're talking. And Merry Christmas, Hoymar, as well.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you too, man. Yeah, so... Well, I think we can see curvature even from the beach. It depends on which way, like which.
So now you
are we
think?
going from,
You just said 5 minutes. You just said 10 minutes ago you can't see it from the beach. You just said you can't see it from the beach 10 minutes ago. What's changed? Did you pop out to the beach?
I was talking about horizon. You can't see it on the horizon, like going left to right.
And that would be the only curvature that we could observe. If we're observing a flat horizon, then you can't assume that what you're observing is curvature because you don't see that.
No, that's wrong. There would be curvature in depth, like with increasing depth, there would be more curvature.
No. But that's the assumption. That's the assumption.
No, well,
right? That requires the assumption of it in the first place.
On a sphere with increasing depth, there would be more
What
curvature.
Sphere? What sphere? That's what you're trying to prove.
Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah, right.
Right. So that's what you need to prove, because otherwise I'm looking at a flat horizon and saying, well, it looks flat. And you're looking at a flat horizon, but you're saying, well, no, it's curved because I'm assuming it might be curved.
We're not talking anymore about the flat horizon. We're talking about objects disappearing bottom up with increasing distance.
Okay. So then that's not observing curvature. That's observing an effect on objects at a distance that you assume to be caused by curvature. That's a more accurate statement, is it not?
Yeah, it
Okay.
is. It is more accurate.
Right. Okay. So then, how did you prove that assumption that it's due to physical curvature, other than just pointing at it and saying that's what it is because I say so? How did you verify that it was due to curvature? Because when we observe the natural physics of water, we never observe curvature in it. Right? A body of water.
That's
at
wrong.
rest-
That's wrong. That's wrong. Did you ever spin water around in a container?
No, I'm talking about a body of water at rest. What you just said, you don't experience motion, so it's a false analogy to start claiming that
No, it's not about the
motion was
motion of the
causing it.
water. It's about forces acting on the water.
Okay, well then let's have that water be still, not moving, and
So you would have to create a gravity well inside the container. Yeah.
no, but you can't do that.
You
So
can't
so
do
it's
that.
still
We
a
can't do
container
that,
of water. Yeah, the surface is level. Yeah.
It's level, yeah, but it's not perfectly
Yeah.
flat.
Okay, so that's what I said. So when we observe a body of water at rest, it is level. It is flat. It's not curving. So when you're saying that I see those boats disappear bottom up and I'm assuming it's curved, that's on you to prove that assumption. So how did you prove that assumption?
Yeah. Well, I proved that assumption. I think I'm proving it's you can verify that by we know how light travels through a medium, we know how refraction works, and so on and so forth, and so we can say that there on a flat plane there shouldn't be anything that obstructs that partially obstructs light traveling from the object to the observer, but we observe that the object is obstructed partially. So the question is, what is blocking the light if it is not the curvature? So
Right, okay, but no, it's not on me to prove what's causing it.
Yeah,
You've made a claim that it's by curvature, and I'm asking how did you verify that claim? Is your answer, I'm just assuming it is, and that there's no other possible explanation? Is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure if there's another possible explanation. I'm not aware of one.
Right, okay, so then you can't logically then claim it's due to a curved body of water. Right?
Yeah, I can't logically assume that. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Okay, so then we're back to how do we prove or verify that the body of water is curving and that we live on a ball?
Well, before I can even verify that, like, yeah, if that is at all possible, I can accept that it is a reasonable explanation for why.
No, but I'm asking how. I'm not asking about what you think. No, because it's subjective what you think is reasonable. I'm asking how you verify it in reality, since it's an assumption so far. You've just admitted. Can we verify it, or is it just not possible?
Well, I think, well, verify like the absolute proof.
Well, so far we've boiled it down to the ships are disappearing bottom up, so I'm assuming it's curved. I'm asking, is there any way to verify that assumption or not? Because if not, then all you're left with logically is what you experience, which is a flat and motionless Earth.
Yeah, no, I don't agree. Like, I see the ships, I see objects disappearing bottom up. I come
Yeah,
up
but
with an
remember, you
explanation.
can't.
I can't verify the explanation.
Yeah, you can't verify it. So it's a belief,
That doesn't mean that the
contrary
Earth
to
is
what you
flat.
observe.
It
No,
doesn't
but
mean the
it's
Earth
a
is
belief.
flat, right?
It means you've taken an illogical position because you're assuming the opposite of what you observe, which is a flat horizon, whether you agree or not. It is a flat horizon. And you've agreed it's a flat horizon observably. You're just saying, I think it's curved because the objects are disappearing bottom up. But again, you've just agreed that's an assumption, not knowledge.
Yeah, we were.
So
we're
it's an
not
assumption
talking about-
contrary to what you experience.
No.
Can I say something?
Yes, please do.
Hoymar, what if we could demonstrate this effect with the bottom part disappearing? What if you could replicate this effect on distances too short for curvature? Would that be
Or let's go
like?
further and say, yeah, spot on, Quad. That's what I was going to go to next. What if we could demonstrate this effect on a flat surface, on a surface that we know is flat? What would that mean? That would further the point that your assumption can't be taken as the only logical one, right?
Well, then you would say it's the same. The effect is caused by the same thing, but it may not be. If your experiment is set up the faulty way, then it's not the same cause. Like I think I know what you're getting at. Like you're
Like
probably
these,
going to
right?
poster. Yeah, these.
Yeah. So we can demonstrate, and you can do it yourself at home, that an object will appear to sink bottom up over a flat surface, meaning that an assumption of curvature because something's disappearing bottom up is illogical because you can do that on a flat surface too.
Yeah, but so taking the second GIF you posted, how do we know the camera is not in fact below the surface?
Good question. Yeah, so look at this next one that I'm about to post. So this is the same video, and it's just the next part. He's left the coin at the end of the table, camera's in the same position, coin isn't visible, zooms in, and the coin's resolved again. Right? So it went from being not visible to visible. And if the camera was below the table height, he wouldn't be able to zoom in on it at the end of the table.
Yeah. So what does that prove? Do you know how apertures work?
So it proves that the same effect that you claimed proved curvature can be demonstrated on a flat surface, meaning that your claim is incorrect.
No, I don't think that's the same effect. I think it's caused by other things, like for example,
but the coin disappears bottom up.
Light bleeding and focus.
Right, but the effect is the coin disappears bottom up over a distance. Yeah, that's exactly what we see with the boats.
Yeah, but there's assuming the experiment is set up correctly, like exactly
no, it's
correct.
it's just an observation that you can do yourself at home with your eye down to a table. Have someone drag an object away from your eye. If your table's long enough, you'll see it disappear bottom up.
Yeah, and that's also assuming that the cause for the coin disappearing is the same that's causing objects in the real world.
No, it doesn't have to assume anything. It just demonstrates that effect is observed on a flat surface, meaning the claim that when it's observed with objects at sea must mean curvature, that's false.
It demonstrates that this effect is replicated in this exact environment that the experiment was set up.
And the table's flat, right? It's not curved.
Well, pretty flat, probably.
Check these videos and the other videos of this channel that I just posted. There's a ton of them.
We can demonstrate all day these kind of effects. Sorry, Quad, but just quickly, we can demonstrate all day these strange effects of objects over a distance, and they're not due necessarily to any physical curvature of the surface. So I don't need to make a claim about why this happens. All I need to be able to show is that it does, and it does. So again, we're left with how do we verify that the surface is curved? Because saying objects disappear bottom up is just an assumption, which you've already agreed. And I asked, what is it that proved this assumption? And you still haven't really told me. You get that right, Homer?
Yeah, so I'm also watching this video, so I am afraid I can't prove this assumption. Yeah. Not to the last.
Okay, so we're back to what we said earlier, which was we have these cognitive biases towards certain arguments because they support what we already believe, right?
Yeah.
So it's just like the images. this boat's disappearing bottom up on the horizon, you've realized is not actually something you know, it's just a belief, it's an assumption. And when you ask yourself, well, how could I verify this assumption? You make the admission, which is difficult and respectable, that you can't. Right? I can't verify that I live on a ball. I can only choose to believe the vague stories, the images that I can't actually verify. I can only choose to believe that. I can't actually know it.
Yeah, just as you can choose to believe that you live on a flat plane Earth.
No, because that wouldn't be a belief. That would just be an acceptance of what we experience.
Yeah, okay, so now that burden of proof would be shifted. Now you would have to
No.
verify
There's no burden of
that you're in
proof.
fact...
There's no burden of proof involved because you're just
it...
observing reality and you're not questioning it. The burden of proof would only arise if you begin to question what you actually experience. Otherwise, you're just accepting it. There's no internal struggle. You're just like, oh, look, it's all still. Oh, look, the horizon's flat.
Yeah, so it just boils down to the fact that there are more observations that you can reconcile with the globe Earth model than you can reconcile with the flat Earth model. So I think
There's no observation, though. There's no observation. Because remember, we went through the observations and you've agreed they're just assumptions. So there's no amount of observing anything that doesn't just rely on this baseless assumption, right? This is what I said right at the very beginning, right? All the arguments on your side require that you assume you're correct before you've even put them out there, right? You require to assume you're correct about something that you've already agreed you don't observe. And that's illogical, that's fallacious.
No, I do observe, but can't verify that the assumption.
No, you don't observe. You don't observe curvature because the effect on the objects that you attribute to curvature, you know, is just an assumption. So you're not observing curvature.
May or may not be.
You see an object disappear bottom up over a flat line, not a curved one.
When have you seen the horizon bend ever?
Do you mean left to right?
Yeah.
Or in depth?
Either one.
With my own eyes?
Yeah.
Never.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, even saying depth is begging the question. Even saying depth is begging the question.
Begging the question?
Yeah, I'm talking to Hoymar because he's.
Oh.
I've been speaking to him and he's already agreed. No, I don't see it left to right. But the way he's speaking, I can tell he's still assuming it because he's saying left to right. No, depth. Yes, but you've already admitted, Hoymar, that depth point is a fallacious assumption. You don't know there's any depth, any physical depth.
It's a reasonable assumption.
No. You're looking at a variation. You're looking at a variation in the height of a horizontal line, and you're saying that deviation can only be due to physical curvature of that axis.
We're not talking about deviation of the horizontal line.
Well,
so where can we
with
find
refraction
curvature?
you are.
No, we weren't. We were talking about depth.
No, you're assuming depth. You don't know there's any depth. You're only observing a horizontal line.
No, I'm not talking about horizontal curvature. Because that's quite hard to assume. Yeah, as we talked about.
Yeah, you can't have horizontal curvature. Good for you.
To observe. That's hard to observe.
No, but you're not observing. But when you say depth, you're assuming a curvature on the other axis that you don't observe, and that's fallacious. You understand? You've already agreed it's an assumption. Assumptions are inherently fallacious.
No, it's not unreasonable. If I look at an image of Lake Pontchartrain,
reasonable or not? Why does it have to be reasonable? Why can't it be fact? Why can't it be fact instead of just reasonable?
It can be fact. It would be.
No, I'm saying why isn't it? Go ahead. Go ahead with him. I just came to listen anyway.
It's unreasonable because you've already agreed you don't observe curvature and you don't observe motion. So when you say my assumption to the opposite is reasonable because I'm assuming something to the opposite, that's just fallacy on fallacy. That's not logical thinking by any means. Remember, you already identified it. You have cognitive biases, and you'll recognize these cognitive biases when you realize your arguments rely on fallacious assumptions. And I'm pointing these fallacious assumptions out to you, but you're somehow trying to double down on them.
Yeah, but these are the same cognitive biases that lead you to believe that what you observe is subjective truth, which is naive.
No, it's just an acceptance. It's just an acceptance, not a rejection. It's just an acceptance. You're the only one who requires any kind of cognitive biases.
You're so skeptical you don't trust reality.
Experience. It's all we experience. It's all we observe. So that's what we're accepting. You can't put any kind of logical burden of proof or fallacy on us, because all we're doing is accepting what's experienced.
Yes. Yeah, so you can basically lead the argument. Obviously, yeah. What do you think
we win the
if
argument
we go
because
to
there
a
is no
global Earth
counter
server
argument
or whatever? Do you think they would say the burden of proof is actually on us, on the global Earthers?
It is on yes,
Yeah.
that is what is going on.
I mean, if they claim anything otherwise, it's just emotional cognitive biases again on their part, because you already know that the burden of proof lies with the globe, because it's the positive claim. It's the claim that says what I observe is not true.
Yeah, because burden of proof is derived from our subjective observations, right? From our subjective reasoning.
No, it's objective. No one sees curves, no one experiences motion. That's objective. No leaps of logic required.
Yeah, I think you're actually right in that one.
Yeah. So again, we are back to how do we verify that we live on a ball? Because everyone believes we live on a ball. Everyone tells us we live on a ball.
Yeah.
That's what's worth trying to establish, not trying to disprove something that we don't believe in. It's worthwhile to examine what we do believe in and try and figure out if that's true. Because if it's not a globe, would you want to know?
Well, I sure would, but on the other hand, all the maths,
Why
physics,
do you think you would want? Why would you want to know? If it's not a ball, why would you want to know?
Well, because I think I'm like, it's like basic curiosity to know what is the world I live in.
Would you be disappointed if space turned out not to be real? Would you be like emotionally upset?
Yeah, definitely emotionally. Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm just asking.
You are aware. You know how many people cannot admit this, who cannot just say, "Yeah, I will be upset if space isn't true," because they realize that admittance is an admittance that it's going to be difficult for them to have this discussion without emotionally being attached to the ball. And once you sever that emotional connection, that's when you'll start to see what we're telling you.
Yeah, that's why I'm trying to stay as objective as possible.
Okay, well then, to do that, you need to remove your assumptions.
Do you know how evil it would be for us to lie to you? You know how evil it would be for us to lie to you like this about this and be so adamant about it? That would be, to me, one of the most evil things you can do. You know what I mean? We put a lot of time and passion and love and effort into this. If we you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be so evil, bro. Anyway, go ahead.
But the lie requires that you're consciously telling, you're not telling the truth.
You think that we're just stupid?
Well, you can't exclude the possibility that you're wrong, right? You can't.
I know.
Yeah, but I'm just talking about logic. I'm talking about logic and evidence, right? We've just discussed logic and evidence, and I've just logically walked you to the point where you've realized that your belief in the globe is based on assumption and technically fallacious. And that's a hard thing to realize.
Yeah, well,
That's a hard thing to
I think
realize.
we
and
haven't yet reached that point. We
we
were
have,
only
we
talking
have.
about curvature so far.
No,
Curvature
no,
is
no.
just
That is
one
everything.
tiny
Curvature
element.
is everything. If you don't have curvature, the rest of your arguments rely on fallacious
that is
assumption.
no, that's wrong.
Yeah.
That's wrong.
No, it's true. It's true because
if I make
everything
an
you would claim,
observation,
everything you would claim would rely on that assumption of curvature, would it not?
if I make an observation that only works on a globe.
That's
No,
a yes or no question. Just answer it, please.
You can't. Yeah, you can't make an observation of anything without the assumption of a curvature for a globe because you've already agreed that we only observe a flat horizon.
You do know
And
the
any
globe model,
claim to
right?
that doesn't work.
I do. I know it pretty well.
Pretty well. Okay, so it has to have curvature because it has to be balls because it has to have gravity that makes things balls and pulls to the center of mass. It has to have curvature at some point. Sorry, go ahead.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
curvature is not the only thing. Like
Yes,
no,
it
no,
is.
no. But if you can't
difficult
prove
to get down to
curvature, if you
to the
can't prove the
nitty-gritty details.
curvature, if you can't prove the curvature, you can't prove anything. You have nothing. We have nothing, right? Because I'm asking how we verify it.
No,
And
that's
the only
wrong.
thing we really
That's
can
wrong.
access is the curvature. No, it's true. It's true.
I don't have to prove it. I don't have to prove it. You know.
Yeah,
Well, you
can
are
just believe
arguing
it.
for it. Do you want to maybe try to prove it? See, we do this all day.
We already were at that point. We already were at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah. We got to that point, and you
probably
admitted it was
can't-
an assumption. You can't.
Yeah,
you can't prove it. So it's a belief. And then you said, I would like to know if I'm wrong. If my belief is wrong, I would like to know it.
Which is
But
healthy.
You're talking,
That's great.
Yeah, that's a big. That's very respectable. But you are arguing as if it's not true, right? Because you are arguing. You're giving it the benefit of the doubt instead of wanting to be ruthless with it, which is what you should do if you want to know that your belief is true. You need to attack your belief. You need to be like, okay, I'm going to get down to cold hard logic and then to see whether my belief is true. So I don't want to be some sucker believing in this ball if it doesn't exist. And you're kind of resisting that, even though you've realized it. So I'm just saying it's a bit emotional, but you seem like a respectable dude, so welcome to the server. Does someone want to pick up with Hoymar? I'm going to go and get ready to hit the hay, but I'll listen in for another 10, 15 or so. So someone wants to pick this up, Glot, if you're still about.
Sure, yeah, I'm here. Thanks for talking to him. Hi, Hoymar.
No worries.
Hey, buddy.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah, you too, brother. You too, Wolfgang.
Merry Christmas, Wolfgang. Thank you, bros. Peace and love, Resolve. Just jumping in as I'm checking out. Sad times. Check it out on the Livestream 2, Roger's channel. Merry Christmas. Have a good one. I'll be listening in for a bit. But yeah, good stuff. Glatflug, thank you. Hoymar.
Good stuff, brother. Yeah.
Stay ruthless, stay logical, stay flat.
I'm trying. No, let's stay flat. I am not yet flat, mate.
We'll get you there.
I
No
know.
worries.
But no, anyway, just seriously, welcome to the server. Good to have you.
Oh, by the way, could you assign me the role that I'm a globe earther? And
I can't. Someone might be able to.
Wolfgang is a mod.
Yeah, he's a mod, isn't he? Aren't you a mod?
Yeah.
Yeah, I am. Okay, just quickly then. What's the radius of the globe, Hoymar?
The radius, I know the diameter off the top of my head.
What is that?
What's the diameter?
12,724 kilometers. So you divide that by 2, you get the radius. Like, radius. The radius is not the same everywhere.
That's true. I mean, it's barely true. Yeah, it's barely true.
I didn't really catch the number that you said for the diameter. Could you say that again?
12,724 kilometers.
Okay, fair enough. And how fast are we said to have a spinning surface at the equator?
I don't argue that we are moving. Perhaps we are, perhaps we are not. I don't know the answer to the question. So I'm not actually following the standard heliocentric globe model.
Okay. So you're like a geocentric globe earther?
yeah, I think it's reasonable to believe that that we are living in a geocentric universe.
Oh, but on a globe.
But on a globe, yeah. It's a quite a niche worldview, yeah.
It's very niche. Okay.
Well, the Catholic
Geez,
Church was opposed to that, for
you're
example.
rarer. You're rarer than anyone. I would say. I'd say there's more concavers than geocentric globe earthers. But
Yeah, I guess so.
Robert Sungenis. Have you ever heard of Robert Sungenis?
I have actually, yeah. That's my main source.
He's the only other big guy I know that's a globe earther. But you know, Sungenis can't answer the curvature questions. He can't tell us when the ball was measured. He's. I mean, honestly, I feel like it's totally insane to go with a part of the globe model and not all of it, because it's like if they're lying to you something as insane about the heliocentric geocentric thing, then why on earth would you assume they're telling you the truth about the globe?
Because that's a way smaller lie. You know, due to general relativity, we can't tell
huge.
from our frame of reference whether we
no,
are
because
moving.
because geocentrism would essentially prove creation as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's huge. So you're saying, oh, it's okay that they've hidden creation from people when it comes to heliocentrism.
No, I'm not
geocentrism.
I'm not saying that's okay. You know, I
So
think.
you think it's bad that they
believe
they lied to people about about heliocentrism? You think that's a horrific thing to do, right?
Well, I don't know if they're lying about it. I don't know if we're
Well,
living.
You just said you believe it's
you can't
geocentric.
tell. No,
So why are they telling? You said you thought it was
I think it's
geocentric.
reasonable to believe. I think it's possible.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm going to jump off. But sorry, Glatflo, you can pick this up.
No, dude, you're totally good. That means that they're lying to us, my friend. And thank you, Wolfgang. Man, have a good night.
Yeah, you too, bro.
It means that they've lied. Listen, how many lies does it take to make a liar? And then how many more lies after the second or third lie does it take to make someone a compulsive liar? See, we've caught them at this kind of game with so many other things, and they've admitted already they've lied to us through NASA, and that's, I guess that's it. What?
Yeah, but I thought we were still talking about repeatable observations and not about, you know, the.
That's fine. Let's do that. Absolutely. Yeah, I don't like the psychology part either because I'm studying it now and I'm really saturated with psychology. So yeah. Go ahead, man.
Yeah.
Let's discuss some more stuff.
Yeah, let's discuss something apart of the curvature.
Apart from curvature.
Apart from curvature. Thank you.
I don't know, man. I'll tell you. Here's my opinion on that. Quick. I don't want to belabor this at all, but I think curvature is top 3, if not top 2. If not the most important one. I can't, you know.
Yeah,
I can't imagine.
3 points. Your 3 points, it's usually
is the curvature. It's the first one. And there's a reason for that. I didn't come up with the 3 points.
You drinking tonight, Glenn?
No, man. I've just had a long fucking day. My family's kind of stressed out. My grandma's not doing so well, so I'm just kind of chilling.
Sorry to hear that, man.
I appreciate it. No, I've been off the bottle 14, 15 months now.
Curvature is obviously number one.
I think it's number one. I've been saying that, though.
The foundation of everything.
Huh? Yeah, it's the foundation.
I don't know. Well, you can't objectively prove it. You can't objectively disprove it. So why? That's just your arbitrary.
I mean, it's unfalsifiable.
That's your problem.
But that is your problem because you're the one making the claim it has curves, so you have to prove that.
Yeah. Well, none of our claims or arguments depend on curvature.
I can also prove the shape of. I think. Yeah. Well, we're talking about proof again.
Mm-hmm.
So
we need evidence.
Well, I think there's good evidence for the shape of the Earth apart from looking at curvature or not curvature.
Okay, for the sake of the show, let's go on. Let's do that. Let's head down that road. What's your favorite other proof that the world is not a sphere? I mean, a sphere or pear-shaped or anything like that. What do you think? Yeah. Let's talk about that.
So one other thing that I would like to talk about now is the moon. So we all can observe the moon. Like yeah, I think it's fair to mention that up front. That's Professor Dave stuff. You'll probably know this guy.
Yeah, I've heard of him. I've seen a bunch of his stuff. Did you say what now? He's very what? Condescending.
Condescending.
Yeah. I got you. To flat earthers, he is.
Yeah, he's like calling them names, I think.
Oh yeah, he's got a lot of. He's smug. Most of them are. Anyway, go on.
Yeah, so the moon. We can all observe the moon. It's always showing us the same face. So
for the most part, yeah, it is.
Oh wait. But that argument is only disproving a flat plane Earth. It's not proving so. So actually, yeah, that would only disprove.
No, seeing the same
plane.
face of the moon kind of debunks the globe model. If you really think about it, Hoima.
No, it's tidally locked into globe
Yeah,
model.
that is so unbelievably.
How do you prove that tidal lock?
Just
can you
unlikely
demonstrate
to
it?
happen, Hoima.
Yeah. Can you demonstrate any other effect in reality that does the same thing as tidal locking would do with the moon? Any other effect? It's just like gravity.
Well, it's just synchronity, you know, like
the
orbit.
The orbit, yeah. It's just you just kind of assume it because it fits. It just goes around. We're just gonna say it orbits. We're just gonna say it goes around the perfect sphere thing. So it's not that too hard to think about.
I mean, you know, you can send radio waves or light waves to the moon, and you know.
How do you know that? How do you know that's what's going on?
Because these measurements are done all the time by tons of.
Yeah, but how do you know they're telling the truth about that, my friend?
Because I think it's reasonable to assume that not
reasonable to assume. Yeah, but why do you think it's fact? I don't assume shit. If I'm in a courtroom, reasonable to assume doesn't make its way into my argument.
Yeah, but we're not in a courtroom, right?
Why don't we act like we are so that we take something seriously instead of sit around and jerk each other off?
Yeah, okay.
Does that make sense to you? I'm just kind of sick of arguing with people who won't consider anything other than their worldview.
Hoima, I think a better baseline to get between us all here is you tell us what you absolutely know in your heart that they have lied to you about in your life. Any event, anything in the world, whatever. Tell us something that you know they've lied to you about.
Okay, are we playing conspiracy theory bingo? Because I'm not very comfortable with the fact that this is streamed live. So, but I know I'm aware of many conspiracies that
but
are.
The problem is, say if you come along and say, I don't believe in the official story of 9/11, all right, and then you go on in your next argument and say, oh, but NIST produced something that defends this argument, whatever it is. So you've disregarded NIST, the trustworthy of NIST, National Institute of Science and Technology, for providing valid evidence or whatever when it comes to 9/11, but then you cherry pick and use them in your next argument. You understand the problem there? So I want to know, what do you actually not trust already? Because they've said they've claimed they've done a lot of things when it comes to the heliocentric model. Doesn't mean they have. It doesn't mean they haven't just falsified numbers and fancy looking shit to give to people to convince them that they've actually done things. So,
I think
does that make sense? Does that make sense what I said?
It does.
Yeah. So
it does. Yeah. I think NASA is not the epitome of truth. I think they've been caught lying.
They're the clown show. I think you need to measure the Earth.
Yeah. So
that's why we go to measurements.
You asked for an
because we don't need to trust anyone.
Gave you an example. Yeah. NASA has been caught lying. They used images from their testing grounds in Devon Island, Canada, to show that their Mars
Devon Island,
rover stuff, for example, Devon Island, yeah. So yeah, that's one example.
So see, you're already with us on many things. You don't believe their Mars photography, anything to do with the rovers, all that type of stuff.
Well, no, I don't. I'm not saying. I think it's possible the rovers are up there. Just because they present fake images sometimes doesn't mean that all images ever.
Why would they ever tell the truth if they could lie to you the whole time, dude? Are you kidding me?
Because it's way harder.
It's way easier to lie to you. Do you not understand that? Do you know how much easier it is to keep everybody on the ground and not actually send any person up there? They can keep everything here. It's so much cheaper. Undersea cables, and you got radar towers.
Hold on.
It all works line of sight. Where's your argument, bro? Where's the curvature?
Wait.
It seems you're not willing to commit to either or. You just want to kind of not step on anybody's toes and just believe when it's
No.
convenient and
No,
not
I'm
believe when
trying
it's
to say-
convenient. So
I'm trying to stay objective, and it's hard to get objective truth in many things, so you can't objectively.
well,
can you
certainly,
objectively
if you have to
prove
take
that
the word of someone, it's hard to get objective truths. But
Yeah,
if you
and
measure something, it's indisputable. It is what
so
it
you're
is.
saying why would they lie? Why would
I'm
No,
not.
I'm not
No,
saying
no.
that. No.
So
No.
that's kind of weak.
You said that
Never.
they're
Never do
faking
we ask
imagery.
that question.
They're faking Mars imagery with Devon Island, right? But they also have rovers up there on Mars.
Sometimes.
That's what you said.
Some images, yeah.
So you're like half and half,
Hot and cold.
What?
Which one is it?
Why would they do that? If they had rovers on Mars, why would they not just provide the imagery directly from Mars? But you're probably going to come back and say, "Oh, technical
Can't answer
difficulties."
Yeah.
I can't answer that.
No, you can't. That's right.
And if they're going to fake any of it, why not just fake all of it?
Yeah, but
certainly that's better for your budget. No,
not proof. That's not evidence. That's just jumping to.
No, but that's reasonable.
It's a reasonable assumption, which you've been trying to use for quite some time. So quit with the double standard, kiddo. Let's stay with it.
Sure, buddy.
It just seems like you're not willing to commit to anything. That's why you are this like geocentric heliocentrist, which is a fucking insane position to me personally.
What are you? Sorry, what are you saying? A geocentric, heliocentric?
Well, you believe in the heliocentric globe, right?
No, globe has nothing to do with heliocentrism. You're wrong about that.
What?
Yeah.
The globe has nothing to do with heliocentrism.
Put it the other way around. Claiming geocentrism is possible doesn't say anything about the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
Geocentrism.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
But you do believe you live on a globe?
Oh, I do believe that, yeah.
Okay, so irrelevant of what it is actually tied to, you believe you're living on a globe. And it's a geocentric globe in some way.
Yeah. No.
Is it stationary? Is it a stationary geocentric globe for you?
I think you cannot empirically tell, as far as I'm aware, whether it's geocentric or heliocentric. I'm just saying geocentrism is possible as opposed to mainstream science.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a strange position for me, personally.
It's niche, but
I feel it's kind of like the pick and mix bags with the sweets. You just take whatever you feel like.
It's not. Then show me where it's illogical, because I don't think it is.
Well, I can show you it's illogical because you don't actually have any demonstration of curvature. So, if you're thinking you live on a sphere,
yeah.
Well,
okay, so we're back at the
but I subscribe to geocentrism, not a globe though. Not this surface we exist on. It's not a globe.
Yeah. Okay.
Whether the firmament or the larger structure that potentially encloses the land we exist, the ground we exist upon, is a sphere in some way, and we're inside that potentially. But I don't know. I have no idea. Can't prove that. I can logically infer that we're contained because we have a gas pressure system, but that's as far as I can go. Can't tell you the composition of this containment, what it looks like, what it smells like, anything about it. You know what I mean?
That's not a logical conclusion. Gas pressure thing with no container.
Well, if it's not a logical conclusion, then you'll have to demonstrate a gas pressure system existing without containment.
Well, I say such a system is the Earth, right?
What was that?
Well, I'm saying, like you said, I have to demonstrate a system where gas pressure is contained without a container, right?
Well, everything we understand about the way gas behaves in nature is that it requires containment to have a pressure system. Without containment, it just dissipates.
No, that's wrong. That's wrong.
Okay, how is it wrong?
Because of gravity.
Because of gravity.
Yeah.
How is it because of gravity?
Because gas is mass, and mass attracts mass. So you can have pressurized environment without a container.
But you can't even demonstrate that.
Gravity.
We can
demonstrate
easily demonstrate
downwards,
gases
acceleration.
going in
We
an
can
upward
demonstrate-
vector away from the vector of gravity.
Yeah, you
the center
know
of
this
mass.
upward vector. Yeah, the upward vector, like your density gradient, density tower, only works because there's downwards acceleration. It wouldn't otherwise.
But you actually can't prove gravity.
You can prove the downward acceleration.
I never claimed it. You did.
Yeah, but that explains how the pressurized system without a container works in the globe model.
No, you're just looking at what exists and then putting your illogical
trying to
worldview
make
onto it.
sense of observations in a congruent way.
Yeah, because you exist and you're in a pressurized system and you are breathing, and you say, "Oh well," and you've been told we're not contained, we're just a ball with an atmosphere spinning around in the vacuum of space. You're just like, "Oh well, it must work, and it must be gravity."
No, I say it can work like this.
But it doesn't. You can't show me any demonstration of gas pressure without containment.
Yeah, because you would need to be able to attract the mass. No, we can't create a gravity well. So
Well, that's a you
have
problem again. I don't need to. Your argument has no evidence behind it because you can't provide it. You can only point at what exists and say, "Oh, this is why it works this way," but that doesn't prove it.
Correct.
That's just your misinterpretation of how things actually do work.
No,
so that's fine. You can say, "Oh, we need to go and."
Third point. It disproves your third point. That pressurized environment can't exist without
the only
container.
thing that will disprove the third point is providing a demonstration of a gas pressure system existing without containment.
Well, the claim is that we live in a demonstration of that.
Yeah, but I forget what it's called. It's affirming the consequent.
Which logical fallacy are you going to?
It's affirming the consequent. But I'm not sure. Maybe someone can jump in here and correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, yeah, but the original point was that I was trying to bring up the Professor Dave moon debunk thingy, but that only disproves that Earth can't be a flat plane.
Yeah, because you claim that the moon should get slimmer the further or closer you are to it, whatever, right? That's what you were saying in the chat yesterday about the moon.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It's like you're saying, no, you're not saying, but we observe the moon from Earth, and we can make certain. We have these observations, and we try to reconcile them, and we come to the conclusion that it cannot be a sphere because a sphere would show different faces to different observers, so it can be a sphere. Now, what else could it be? It could be flat. It could be
You ever seen a hologram? No, I'm not claiming that's what the moon is, but you ever seen a hologram?
I have, yeah.
Where you can walk around it, view it from any angle, and it will always face you.
Yeah. Yeah, the burden of proof would be to show that the moon is a hologram. So
no, I'm not saying, but I am just saying we have demonstration in real world of things that can appear to maintain their shape, dimension, whatever, the image of them from any angle viewed. So it is possible, Now all we need to do is actually know what the moon is itself, which we can't do, unfortunately.
Well, we know
But
it has
I'm not
certain
claiming that that's what the moon
properties,
is,
you know?
but it's just something to consider. No?
But we know that the moon reflects magnetic waves, for example. You know,
can you
like
prove that?
all kinds of waves bounce off the moon
From the sun?
Not a hologram. It's not a hologram.
I'm not saying it's a hologram. I never said it was.
You can use radar. You don't need a sun. So yeah, but you said it would be an explanation. Now I said no, it can't. It cannot because
No, I'm giving you something to consider because you're trying to say that the further away you move from the moon, the thinner it should look.
Correct.
Because you're treating it as a static 3D object.
If it was a disk, so a disk would show all of us the same face, but the disk would get slimmer due to perspective.
Nobody has actually claimed that the moon is a disk.
Yeah, but it cannot be a sphere because a sphere would show different faces to people on the flat plane.
The only reason we say maybe it's a disk is because another face of the moon has never been seen in all of history.
Yeah, but the disk, the disk assumption doesn't work because perspective would squish the disk.
That's okay. That doesn't mean we live in a heliocentric solar system either, though.
No, but it shows that our observation of the moon does not work on a flat plane.
Because again, you're trying to assert what the moon has to be and how it has to behave visually.
We're deducing that from the properties that the moon has that we can observe, like that it seems to be solid. It reflects waves. You know.
Yeah, it seems to be. Seems to be, and assumptions are all fine and dandy, but they don't help. A lot of things seem to be, like all the observations you keep showing seem to show curvature, but that's not actually the reality. This is why we stick to curvature and direct measurements, because we can go around all day about what the moon is and how it should look on a flat plane, but we don't know what the moon is. We don't know the size of it. We don't even know if what we see in the sky is
properties. We can indirectly measure its
No,
size.
you claim to know its properties from claims that have been given to you by known liars.
No.
So
you can shoot.
Have you done any of this? Have you reflected anything off the moon yourself? Have you?
Yeah. Well, not myself. You know. Obviously not. I mean, what do you expect?
Well, you're the one trying to use it as evidence for what the moon is or could be. But again, I have to take your evidence from the same people that lied about our entire cosmology. So
to assume the moon is not solid from all that we know, but then you're saying we don't know it. So yeah, that's the usual argument. Like you don't claim a model really. You only say Earth is flat, but you say we don't know the distances.
That's what we can prove.
Stars.
That's what we can prove.
So
we can demonstrate to you the Earth is flat.
There is no common ground to debate on. Then I'm afraid.
Well, that's because you don't want to accept that principle, that first principle.
No, it's not about the first principle. I mean, principle only works if both sides present a model. You know, if you don't present a model, what would I believe? You can't just disprove
that. But that's the problem. You're thinking in models.
Right?
You're thinking in models which are ultimately completely flawed, because humanity, its current stage of understanding things, will never produce an exact replica of reality in model form or whatever.
Correct. That's
it's always crude. It's always a crude representation.
The best model is the one that can reconcile the most observations and that is the globe
No,
model.
the
as it
best
stands right now.
model is the one that is most aligned with actual reality.
Correct. That's why it reconciles all observations. Am I using the correct vocabulary?
Yeah, but there's a difference
am.
between an observation and then a fallaciously interpreted observation, right? Again, with the images you like, the Lake Pontchartrain image you like with the power lines, giving the illusion of curvature. That's not what's actually taking place in reality. You understand that, but you fallaciously interpreted that observation to be caused by curvature, surface curvature.
Well, I wouldn't say fallaciously. You can say there are other explanations for why Lake Pontchartrain looks the way it does.
Yeah, and we give you the other explanation. Yeah. It's an optical illusion. Many factors involved in how that illusion comes to be about, but is an optical illusion.
I disagree in that, but actually we were not we're not at Lake Pontchartrain. We were at the moon, like that the moon cannot work the way we observe it on a flat plane.
No, the moon cannot work the way you think it has to be observed on a flat plane. If that makes sense.
I thought that reality is that we observe the moon on a flat plane.
Well, we obviously do. We are on a flat plane. We observe the moon from all locations all over this flat plane.
Okay, so why is this always the same face?
Well, again, I can't tell you why with the moon exactly, but I could direct your attention again to a demonstration of a hologram and how it can turn and move. Well, it can face you as you turn and move around it.
Yeah, so unless you can prove that the moon is a hologram, then
no, I'm not using that as to say that the moon is a hologram. I'm just saying it's something to consider.
Yeah, but that's pretty, that doesn't convince anybody.
But that's because you're not willing to actually take on board.
Well, but what should I rather take on board? Occam's razor, that the moon is solid, and we observe it the way we do due to it being a tidally locked sphere orbiting us, or due to it being a hologram that shows
again. I never said the moon was a hologram. I never said that. I never said that.
Yeah, but these are our current two possibilities, right?
Yeah, the problem is you think what I've put forward is ridiculous, but you don't actually take a critical look at what you've been claimed. No, you do, because the claim of tidal locking being the reason why we only have ever observed one face of the moon for all of known history is absolutely preposterous, right? If the moon was spinning at even 1 mile per hour, fucking 0.1 miles per hour, it would slowly turn and we would see all of it.
Have you ever heard of lunar libration?
Yes.
It slightly changes
the
face that we see, but only ever so slightly.
But never
not completely.
But never, in fact, has.
Yes, of course. Like, just a second. I'll post a GIF.
Hope you're not going to post the orientation of the face.
No, I'm posting.
All of the since the time that the moon was supposedly formed in the heliocentric model, I can't remember how long ago that was claimed to be. All of the some 90 gravitational bodies that are in our solar system have never perturbed the moon's completely stable, tidally locked orbit around the Earth. That's insanity, I'm sorry to say. If you believe that.
You believe in a creator, right? I mean, for a creator it would be easy to do. That would be one explanation. But anyway, I mean, it could also work in a heliocentric system that it finds the perfect balance of the tidally locked orbit around Earth. Yeah, so but I think that the moon demonstrates that the face of the Earth is like there is no planar face of the Earth.
No, what?
Otherwise, the moon would look differently from what it does.
You still think we live on a globe, don't you?
What makes you think that I am by now convinced otherwise?
No, I mean it's hard to tell because you're flip floppy.
I'm not flip floppy. I mean the moon thing is pretty simple to verify, really.
Yeah, but you can't actually because it's just more fallacious thinking.
Well, yes,
You just point in saying this is how I think things should be, so it has to be that way.
No,
Yeah.
no, I'm saying this is how things are. The moon always shows the same face, and it never squishes. So it's neither a flat disk above a flat Earth plane.
Whatever the moon
or
actually
is, it a sphere?
is completely irrelevant to what we're standing on. You understand that?
No, it's not. It's not.
Oh, how not?
Because then that would change what the moon is, basically. You're claiming, well, the moon has to conform to this claim of mine, but it doesn't.
That's absolutely nothing to do with the ground we're standing on.
Oh, is there already a debunking video of the James Webb Space Telescope?
That thing debunked itself, man. It took 15 years to be constructed. It's like $5 billion over budget or something ridiculous.
25. Yeah, so that disproves what? No, it doesn't. Anyway, I didn't want to derail the argument, but
it's
I
a
think
farce in
it's
itself. Yeah,
it's pretty conclusive, you know. The moon. Also, that the moon turns upside down when you move. Like, let's assume a flat Earth plane, and then the known Earth, and in a circle, or it must be something like a circle, known Earth, and then you move away from the moon, and suddenly it starts turning upside down. Like, how does that work on a flat plane? You're still viewing, you still have the same orientation.
So I was explained to you like putting a 9 on your ceiling and walking to the other side and viewing it, turning around and viewing it. You'll see a 6.
No, but I see it upside down from whether I am or in Australia or in South America. It's always upside down.
Yeah, because you went technically past the moon and you're looking back at it now. You understand? The moon is circling over a flat plane at let's just say the equatorial line, right? When you go south of the equatorial line and look back, the image of the moon is now going to flip in orientation.
Yeah, but then you say you are in Australia, you see it upside down. You go to South America, it will still be upside down, although it should be the other way around already.
South America is also south of the equatorial line. So.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But it's on the opposite side of the known Earth on the flat plane.
Yeah, and the orientation will have changed accordingly.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. On the same latitude, the moon will have the same. You'll see the same orientation. The moon face.
Are you sure?
Because things get really pretty difficult if you say that the Earth, we are basically only moving on a 2D plane. You only have these 2 dimensions, and now you get all sorts of what's it called? I think contortions of the moon and the firmament, and it's pretty difficult to reconcile that with the 2-dimensional plane.
That's because you again are trying to assert how things have to be in your mind.
No, it's observations. It's how things are.
And again,
then I'm using how things are.
No, you're trying to reconcile how you should view an object that you don't even know what it is,
We do
and its
know
properties.
pretty well what it is.
How it interacts with our geometry of vision.
We know well enough what it is.
No,
we know well
you've been
enough.
told that we know well enough what it is, but you actually have no proof about any of that.
For the sake of this argument, we know well enough what the moon is. Like just the face that it shows us is enough. We don't need to know.
No,
the
you
material.
don't know what the moon is. You believe it to be a sphere that reflects sunlight and can reflect radar and all that nonsense. That's what you believe. You don't know that.
Yeah, exactly. I only said I can demonstrate that our observations do not match the observations of a moon on a flat disk.
Because again, you've bought into a straw man model of what the flat Earth should be.
Yeah, so we are back at
Whereas I don't know who it was. Is it Professor Dave or Simon Dan that has this in their video that the moon should thin as you get further away from it? You know.
Yeah, that's the 9 on your ceiling in your room. That is the 9 and 6. Yeah, it gets thinner. It gets thinner as you go away. That's exactly
but we actually know what that object is. It's the 9 we've pasted on our ceiling. You know, it's a piece of paper or something.
Yeah.
It's tangible. It's physical. We don't know that about the moon. We have no idea about the moon.
We only need
you're
the
just
light
looking.
to reach our
You're
eyes.
just observing it and making
that's all we
assertions
need.
about what it
That's
is.
all we need. We only need to.
No, it's not, because
the light to reach our eyes.
with your ground-based observations, you only use your eyes and assert its curvature.
Yeah. So
you don't use actual direct measurement to confirm
so
whether it's curvature or not. You fucking use your eyes, and you run into the same problem. That you're tricked into believing something is one way when it's potentially another way, and in the case of the ground, it is another way. It's flat.
Yeah.
It's a level plane.
The only potential other way you presented so far was a hologram. So I use
again, I never claimed that. I never claimed that. I just gave you an example to think about.
It was a possibility, but that's like a cloud castle, right? You're building cloud castles. Well, that would explain that. Although we have no evidence whatsoever to say that actually our cloud castle is true. So I use Occam's razor and say, well, I rather believe that the moon is actually a solid sphere.
But that's only Occam's razor because you've been indoctrinated this all of your adult life, right? All of your entire life.
It's a simpler explanation.
Okay, so if I dropped you, if I just fucking spawned you into life, right, in the middle of nowhere, you have nobody around you to feed you any ideas about your reality and your environment, and you looked at what was happening in the sky, you would assert that these are spheres. That would be your Occam's razor conclusion. Is that what you're saying?
Pretty much, yeah.
From observation alone, because I told you this yesterday in chat. I said when you said that you're using Occam's razor, I said, no, you're taking observations, which you do. You're using your senses, your eyes, right, to observe your surroundings, but then you're going into your mind and manipulating the observation to fit your worldview. Yes.
No, the observation, that's pretty objective. Like we all.
Well, tell me if you viewed the moon just using your eyes, right?
Yeah.
What's your conclusion? If nobody else put anything in your head, what would your conclusion be about it? It's circular. It's circular, right?
It's circular.
We could say that. It's circular.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a light. It's got its own light. Now, it looks that way. It could potentially not be that way, but I'm just saying our first impressions.
Okay.
Right. Yeah. So yeah, it's circular. It's got its own light. You know. What else?
I've got its own light.
It's got some tech. It's got some features on it. There's some textures, right? Yeah. Okay.
And
How do you get the sphere?
Depending on the phase of the moon, I can actually see a shadow on it that goes right across it, and the shadow is curved. And from what I
Yeah,
know
but
in
you
my brain,
can.
from everyday observations, I know that that is what the shadow on a no, not yeah, the shadow, self shadow on a sphere looks like. So
The self
using
shadow on a
Occam's razor,
sphere.
yeah, if you shine a light at a sphere, you will see
It's not
the
self
shadow
shadow though.
itself. It will shadow itself.
It's
Like,
claimed to be a shadow from the globe Earth.
No,
in
no,
your
we're
model.
not talking about lunar eclipses.
Okay.
Like we're talking about a lit sphere that has an unlit side, and the way this light terminator, like this line between lit and unlit, moves across the moon, will look like a sphere. So I use Occam's razor and say, well, it's probably a sphere because of the shadow.
Okay. Congratulations. How does that help you with what you're standing on?
Yeah, that helps me so far that I say now, well, what am I standing on? I think the moon is a sphere, so I move to the other side, like of whatever I'm standing on. I walk around, and I always see the same face of the moon. And the only thing that has changed is the face and the orientation, but not the face. So the features are always the same, but rotate. So
you're fucking not going to measure the ground. You're not going to measure the ground or survey the ground. You're going to walk around staring at the moon.
Correct.
To figure out what you're standing on.
Yeah.
You don't see the problem here,
I changed
man.
position on the ground that I'm standing on.
Yeah, I'm
So
not
that gives me,
saying that you cannot bolster your discernment about what the ground is with making these types of observations, but you're just going to skip actually measuring the ground itself.
Well, I'm not skipping anything. Like you said, I was like you spawned me into nowhere basically, right? And I was just trying to conclude from my observations what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but we were just talking about the moon itself in that point, and then we moved on to talk about the ground.
Exactly. Correct. So yeah, then I walk around on the very ground, so I change position on the ground, and I still observe the moon. How does it react to this change of position? And I see, it shows me the same face. So I didn't walk, I did change my orientation. Otherwise it wouldn't be the same face. Like on a flat plane, the face would have changed. Face of the moon. I mean, that's what I can observe with the 9 or 6 on my ceiling. So yeah.
Yeah, but again, that's just a crude conceptualization of what may be going on.
It's the only explanation in the 3-dimensional world that that works with what we know, right? Like spatial reasoning, like how objects work. Like if you always see the same face, then you're always looking, then you're not moving to different sides of the object, like you would on a flat plane. So yeah, I think my point still stands that our observations of the moon do not match what we would see on a flat Earth.
Again, because you're claiming to know how all of reality must work.
No, not all of reality.
No, yeah, you are. You're saying because if this is a flat disk and I move away from it and it doesn't get thinner, then there's no way it could be a disk.
Yeah, but we already were at that point. Like just spawning in the middle of nowhere and using with no preconceptions and whatnot. Yeah, just using reason to deduct that it is a sphere.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to give you that. If you want to believe it's a sphere, go ahead. It still doesn't help in what we're actually discussing, which is the ground.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, if you go up in the air, how would you see the depth? You'd never see the depth of the dirt. You only see the surface.
What are you talking
sorry.
about? Get thinner? How would that even be possible?
I don't yet understand. So you're moving upwards from the surface of the
Yeah,
Earth.
you see the dirt. So if I have a big happy face on the ground, no matter when I keep moving up, I'll see the happy face until I can't see it anymore. I'm only seeing the surface. I don't see the depth of it. What are you talking about?
I didn't claim.
Do you
I'm not
even
sure
think
what
about
your
the
point
things you
is.
ask?
I'm not sure what
So when you
you're
look at a
claiming here.
quarter, no matter how far you get away from a quarter, do you see the other side? Do you see the thickness? No. You see the surface.
No, I don't. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Okay, so stop
If
saying
you
you can
listen,
see the width of the earth. That's idiotic. That's a crazy question to even say. I mean, what level of thinking is that?
I didn't say that. Sorry.
So you didn't ask about seeing the width of the planet at getting away or going away at a distance and seeing the depth.
The moon, yeah, because it's Professor
The
Dave or
moon.
whatever. You
We're
walk
reducing
different positions
shape.
on the flat plane, right, and the moon should become thinner and thinner. If it's a fucking disc on the ceiling or whatever. Because they're,
I
of
don't think it
course,
should do anything.
asserting what it has to be and how it has to act.
No, because you're not looking directly at the moon's surface. In that case, you're looking at the medium that you're looking through to see the moon,
Yeah,
which would be
I'm trying to
what the
say
light
that.
protrudes through, which would be the medium of air. So, like, are you really looking at exactly the surface of the moon when you're on the ground of the Earth looking up?
That doesn't matter. It's only observation. It's the light reaching us.
So
Is
when they
enough
tell you,
already.
okay, so where's the light reaching you from, and what do they tell you about light? What I'm saying is that, like, if you're not right next to the moon looking at the moon or standing on the moon, then how are you really looking at the moon? I can look at a rainbow through the air, and what's that really? I can't tell you the depth of a fucking rainbow because I'm looking at it through the air. I'd have to actually get up on a rainbow and have the rainbow, and I mean,
Yeah, but weren't we just deducing using Occam's razor, the simplest explanation of our
no,
observation?
not about something you don't know the action of. If you
Just
know that,
to say, Holy Mark, Occam's razor is effective to use, but it's not implied to be absolutely correct.
right, it's okay to use for like the simplest thing that you can come up with, right?
Maybe many things in reality you can deduce with Occam's razor, just keeping to that kind of reasoning.
But
we're using the simplest
there's also
explanation.
things you can like confuse through that too, because like if you infer what you're supposed to see or think, and that's not really what you would see or think, then Occam razor is not going to work because you're inferring it. Now, if you just go with reality and what you can like prove, test, and like everybody else can do it and back up, and they say, hey, yeah, I'm agreeing with what you say, but I'm not going to agree with that. I haven't seen the moon get thicker or less thick by getting closer, backing up on the dirt. I mean, I've never seen that. I don't know.
Exactly. You've never seen that, so it can't be a disc.
No. So I can't tell you what it is.
You can tell what it not is, and from the way it is lit, you can tell what it is with high, like it's the most reasonable thing.
I don't know, man. There's some pretty good optical illusion art. There's some pretty good magicians. There's some pretty good artists that are that would probably say otherwise.
Yeah, but it's unreasonable.
They could put that on a flat surface.
It might be an optical illusion. It might be a hologram.
No, I'm not
there's
saying
a
that.
much simpler explanation available. Then your model may perhaps work.
No, I don't really have a model. I'm just saying
there's no model, Simon.
No, I'm just saying
reality.
I could draw a realistic picture. Hold on, please. I could draw a realistic picture of the moon. Have the world's best realistic artist draw a picture of the moon on a flat piece of paper. Does that mean it's round at all?
Yeah, it's a circle.
No, see, it's not.
Sphere.
It would be.
It's a sphere.
It's an interpretation of the beholder of the eye of the beholder. A lot of things boil down to that, especially if you don't have the comprehension of what's really going on.
Yeah, So you claim senses tell you the shape of the Earth, or at least using Occam's razor, it's reasonable to assume it's flat.
No,
But then you say,
I'm telling you,
our
measuring,
senses
direct
cannot.
measurement. Hold on, direct measurement. You don't need Occam's anything, and water always finds its level when it's at rest. It's not funny.
Yeah,
It's a fact.
Occam's razor is applied in logical deductions.
So
You
it's
don't need
71%.
logical deductions when you have.
So 71% of the Earth's surface is covered in straight, level, horizontal, flat water. Then how could it be a ball? That's impossible. There's Occam's razor for you.
I disagree that it is flat. It is level, but level is relative to the surface you're standing on.
The
Whatever
water.
you want to
Hold
fucking,
on,
you want
hold on.
to.
The water
to that word,
is
man.
flat and level at rest. Now you can have dirt, you can have hills, you can have valleys, you can have dips, you can have mountains, but the fucking water is always the 71% water is always level at rest. Forget the other portions, the little 29% of dirt you think is your whole world. Wow, what a big world you got. 29% dirt. Wow.
I don't. No need to get cynical, man.
No, I'm just saying it's a baby earth you live on. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about your 29% uncynical dirt. There's nothing cynical about your dirt, 29%.
No, you were getting cynical, you know. There's no need
No,
for
I'm
that.
just getting factual. If you don't like facts, then I don't know.
We can stay factual. That's fine.
Yeah,
We don't
so
need
if
to
you
use
could draw on
cynical
a piece of
rhetoric,
paper,
man.
right? If you could get out like a piece of paper and draw 29% of it, color 29% of it in the surface, and then the rest of it's water. Okay, show me how that can be a globe, that flat paper. All that flat paper. Make all the bumps you want for the 29%, right? For the dirt. And the rest of the paper has to stay flat. Okay? Now show me how your globe works. How
It
any
has to
globe
stay
could work.
flat. It has to stay. So I painted a piece of paper, and that's now the world. That's pretty naive.
Level does not mean curved, by the way, Emma.
Listen, you painted 29% of that square piece of paper. Dirt colors, sand colors, all your continents. They're all right there. Everything else is ocean. If the ocean is flat.
How does my piece of paper necessarily relate to reality? It doesn't have to at
How
all.
does it not? How does it not? How does every map look? How does every grid that every studio maker or every military person or every person who coordinates any kind of actual model as you want to speak of, when they make a city model, a town model, a country model, they're all done like a flat sandbox. Sorry to let you know. So as soon as you get the model maker that makes the round model for you where something works on it like dirt and water and tides and stuff, let me see that. Because we need that. We definitely need your globe model with working tides.
I'm not
Real
sure you
water.
understand what a model
No,
is.
I'm
Is
not
that
sure you
like a
understand
miniature
what dirt
figure?
and water is. You don't understand what reality is, right? Dirt and water. Your Earth is made of dirt and water, right or wrong? Hello?
Water?
Yeah,
Well,
dirt. Dirt you stand on, you plant trees in it, it's dirt. You don't understand that? Pretty
it's
simple.
not just dirt. It's
So
way more
you
complicated.
walk outside, what do you walk onto?
I'm not sure what you're getting at, but yeah, let's say
When you
ground
walk
and
in your
water.
front yard,
Perhaps.
it's dirt.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah,
Okay, and then
let's
when
say
you go anywhere else, like a lake or a stream or the ocean, that's water. Okay? So all sand and all forms of any material other than water we'll call dirt. Show me
let's do that.
your dirt ball, right? With water on the outside of it, how a tide works on a ball with dirt and water in a lab setting. Or just turn your camera on and show us how simple it is and what we're mistaken on.
In a lab setting, can you create gravity in a lab? The
I don't know
downward
what you can
acceleration
make up.
that makes
Listen,
stuff
that's your
work?
story. Listen, that's your
not my
that's your
story.
religion. That's your belief. Now, do you have a
No, it's not.
demonstration of your belief or do you just have a belief of that? That's
Well,
your
you know
belief
how.
of what happens with gravity. That's your belief of that shit. Can you demonstrate it in the lab like I'm asking you? This is really simple. If you have no demonstration of what gravity does to water and dirt in a lab, then what are we talking about?
No, you are absolutely right. Due to humans not being all powerful, we in fact cannot
No,
recreate a
due to
simulation of
that not
reality in a
existing.
lab.
No, it's nothing to do with that. It's called you have an excuse. You have a religious belief that your God is called gravity, but you can't see it. You can't
That
touch
is
it. You
ridiculous.
can't
I am
count
sorry,
it.
man.
You can't draw me what gravity looks like. You can't draw me. You can't tell me what makes gravity or what it comes from, but it's your religious belief, right? You can't prove it. You can't demonstrate it. You can't demonstrate gravity working. You can't demonstrate orbit. You can't demonstrate
It's
mass
wrong.
attracting
That is all wrong.
mass and going to the center of mass. You can
You
demonstrate
just
nothing about a ball. No
Hey,
water, no dirt.
Demok, you're just making tons of claims. I'm not sure how that
No,
is
I'm not. No,
constructive.
hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. What? I'm
You're just making
claiming that
tons of
you
claims.
cannot produce any of your fucking Narnia stories. You have a whole bunch of
Of
stories you're
course.
going to tell me about gravity. Cool fucking story. You're going to tell me your globe is big and it's dirt and it's water and it's doing all these magical shit like orbiting stuff and the water sticking to the dirt, right? Through magic. And then you're going to tell me the magic is keeping the water on. And then you're going to tell me magic holds the air to the water and makes the magical air a sphere now also. So can you please show me how your magical gravity forms air into spheres? Or how your magical gravity can hold water onto spinning balls live on the earth where it's supposed to be happening. You say it's happening right now on the earth. Gravity is here doing it
Correct.
all. It's doing it all right now on earth because earth's supposedly doing it. But now when I ask you to demonstrate this, you have nothing but a story. Why is that?
I mean, yeah, you
So
said
that means you have Godzilla
demonstrate
in a
that.
Tokyo. You just told me about Godzilla in Tokyo, but we can't demonstrate it. Where does that leave you?
I didn't tell you about that.
Yeah, you did. You
Not really.
said
Not really.
globes, gravity, all this other beliefs, all these religious stuff about globes that are real. You told me your religious globe is real. I'd love to see it. Can you demonstrate it?
Well, do you want me to deduce
Science has
gravity
to
with
do with
you?
demonstration. If you can't demonstrate your globe, scientifically, there is no globe. Physically, in physical science, there is no globe. Do you understand?
No, I don't. There is a globe. Yes, you can.
What
There's
can you
tons of evidence
demonstrate
for the
it?
globe.
Can you demonstrate a globe?
Yeah, of course, of course.
So I'd love to see you turn on your camera and show me how gas can hold a shape. Or water, please.
Well, if I can attract the gas, then it will hold the shape.
Listen,
What the world
listen,
does.
listen. If your grandma was your grandpa, we'd all have fun. What I need you to do is turn the camera on and show us water sticking, conforming to the outside of a cue ball, or a ball of dirt, or a ball of sand, or a ball of mud. Any of those will work.
Well, I can demonstrate you water that is curving concavely
Around the edge, around a sphere, evenly. Perfectly around a sphere, not being held by anything else, not being held by the ocean or the beach, stupid, not being held by magical fucking idiocracy. I need to
Don't
see.
call me names. Don't call me names, please.
No, 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 no.
That's
I
not
didn't call you. Do you have a
said
brain?
stupid.
I didn't call you
You
names. I
said
said your gravity is stupid.
you said
Are you
stupid.
mad that gravity is stupid?
Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, you misunderstood. Gravity is retarded because you can't demonstrate it. Did you
Well, the thing
misunderstand
is,
demonstration?
for this demonstration, you need a complete fucking planet, right?
Yeah, cool story. For this demonstration, you need to be a leprechaun and have Santa Claus on your lap. It's a cool story. It's a good religion. Thank you,
Okay.
religious guy of beliefs. So you believe in your cool story of your religious book of science of gravity. So your
So
gravity
in your
religion.
religion of flat Earth, can you recreate a complete flat Earth reality in your lab?
Everything is created on a flat surface. Are you ignorant? We
No,
just went over this. Every
recreate a
map
flat
is
Earth in your
flat.
lab.
Every topography, every city. If I want to
No,
make you
please listen.
one, I make it
Please listen.
flat. If I make you a sandbox, I make it flat. How does the water get held? By flat dirt. How does it all work? On flat surfaces with flat cities and flat buildings. There is no tilt. There is no curve. There is no bend. There is no bulge. There is no arc. There is no sphere. Show me where you can have a city that's a fucking sphere and everything works on it.
Well,
Show me
all
how a
cities are.
waterfall works on a ball.
All cities are.
Can I
All
please just get a
cities work like that.
waterfall on a ball, or is that too hard for your physics?
Yeah, well, water
Yeah, well.
is subject to the same downward
Yeah, so
acceleration.
when does water follow the curve of your Earth?
It always does. Water
How about a
follows
waterfall
the
that falls straight down like a fucking flat, straight edge, like a 90-degree angle? So now you're
Define
telling me
straight
that
down.
L of a
Define
waterfall, the waterfall is like a L. It goes
define
straight
straight
out
down.
and down. It does
Define
not
straight
arc.
down.
It does
Perpendicular
not
to
curve.
horizontal.
Listen, mountains
Perpendicular
do
to the
not.
horizon. Yeah.
Mountains have a point.
Define horizon.
Nothing follows the arc of a fucking Earth. Not a mountain, not a hill, not a valley, not a dip. You show me which mountain follows the arc of the Earth, then I'll show you which motherfucking waterfall follows it. Then I'll show you which valley follows it. Then I'll show you the hole in my backyard and the hill in my backyard that don't follow it ever. Nothing follows the curve. Where did you see this? Show me where this happens.
You don't need to
You're
scream at
fucking
me, dude.
ignorant.
We're live.
You are
We're
ignorant.
live.
Well, what you're saying is
No,
fucking
he's not
ignorant.
screaming.
Well,
It's just
he's just
ignorant.
making
You're
one
saying
claim after the
there's
other,
a
right?
curve of the Earth when clearly I just told you there's a hill in your backyard and a dip that don't follow the curve of a fucking Earth.
Well,
So
your
you
backyard is like
clearly
the
your
dumbest
Earth
thing
doesn't
to
follow a
demonstrate
curve anywhere.
on. I'm sorry.
You can go in my backyard; it doesn't follow it. Everybody in this thing
Well, your
right now,
backyard is tiny. You know, teeny tiny.
and it
little.
doesn't
How do you
follow
want
the
to
curve of
demonstrate
the
the Earth
Earth.
there?
How
All you've
sad.
got explanations. You don't have demonstrations of curving water. Undisturbed, large bodies of water curving. You don't have any
Nothing
demonstration of
follow.
such a
It would
thing.
have to follow the arc
Well,
of the
no.
fucking Earth
Well, because you need a
immaculately,
complete,
like a
you
cue
need a
ball,
complete,
perfectly.
complete planet.
Where does anything
Yeah,
follow
you
the
need a
arc of
complete
the Earth?
planet. How convenient. So it's unfalsifiable. That's not
How
scientific.
about cliffs?
So,
How come
guys,
cliffs
your
don't
flat
follow
Earth
the
is so
arc of the
simple.
planet or the curve? How come cliffs drop off just like waterfalls? What are those about? How about tectonic plates that are straight and flat, that are not
Dude,
curved?
if you're not
Listen, there's
letting the other
nothing
side
on this
talk,
planet that
I
is
am going
curved.
to leave. I'm sorry. Then you didn't
Well, I
demonstrate
mean, it'd be
shit,
nicer for
right?
you to get anything on this planet that was curved, wouldn't it?
If you do not let me talk, man, then
Yeah,
I'm just going
talking's
to
going to
leave,
help
right?
you demonstrate a curved planet, really, huh?
Well, we're talking over the internet,
No,
over Discord,
talking's a
right?
problem.
All of
Well,
that
that's
shit
why
only
you have.
works because of
That's why
global
you can
math
show
and
your
physics.
video. That's why you can show video. You understand that, right?
Show video. Yeah, what do you want to see
Yeah,
a
that's
video
what
of?
video does. It demonstrates things that you can't talk with
Okay,
your lips.
okay, I'm going to show you a video.
You know, like if I can meet you at an address and then we could go sit down at a table and we could watch your globe work in any way, shape, or form, any physics. That'd be great. Then all the little kids would probably show up at that same address and pay money to see it. You know, put a flag where the curve of the Earth starts.
Probably not.
No, right in the longitude and latitude where you think the fucking curve of the Earth starts. Show me where that's at, and I'll put a flag in it, and we'll go from there. We'll start to measure from there the fucking curve of the Earth that doesn't exist.
Well, yeah, you can plant the flag down in the ground, then walk away, see it get smaller, get obstructed from bottom up until it disappears completely.
No, I said where are we going to plant a flag in the ground and measure the curve from that point on forward? Are we going to measure a dip from that point out ever so 8 inches per mile squared to make a fucking globe?
The fun thing is that the curvature is
I didn't say you're going to stick something in the ground and tell us a fucking fun story like you'd like to do.
No, you
We
said
don't like
stick a
your
flag
fun
in the ground,
stories.
right?
Yeah, we'll stick a flag in the ground and then you need a tape measure and then a level and then get going and make your observations of 8 inches per mile squared, which don't exist anywhere, like everyone's already tried, and it doesn't exist. So when you go out there and get your tape measure and go 24,901 miles with your tape measure and there ain't a fucking dip anywhere or an arc, then come back and talk to me. That's reality, not your fucking stories.
I posted you a video of reality.
Did you post me a video of the company that measured the planet on video live, where they stuck the fucking flag in the ground and went forward from that point and came back to that point with a tape measure live? You haven't done that? Sad story for you,
If
huh?
you don't watch it, that is not my problem. Dude, you're not
Listen,
being constructive at all.
is it a
I'm sorry.
cartoon?
I'm getting really
Is this a
fed up.
cartoon? Are you bringing me a cartoon without any measurements?
No, it's a video of a camera on a
Of a
fucking elevator
cartoon.
at a lake.
What's going on at the lake?
It's like Lake Pontchartrain in where is it? Arizona
Yeah, have
or
you ever
somewhere.
looked at the water under the bridge and you saw how it's level and straight all the way across and perfectly straight? Have you ever saw that? What the
That
fuck are you
stuff.
looking at? What are you showing me? You're
That
showing me a
stuff
picture of
flows
straight,
straight in the.
horizontal, flat water. Do you have any bending water?
Yeah, the video
Yeah,
shows
so
bending water
everybody
to the
that
left.
I've ever seen that filmed this train for the last 8 years, this fucking Pontchartrain water, they filmed the side of the fucking lake, the bridge, and then they filmed the water, and guess what? The water's straight and the bridge is curved.
No, it's
Dirt to
not.
dirt.
The bridge
The
curves.
bridge
The
is
bridge
supposed to
curves,
curve, and so is the
and the water is
water.
curved. The bridge follows the curvature of the water in the video. If it didn't watch the video, that's your problem, mate. But I'm really, you're really obsessive here.
Are you
You're getting
retarded?
aggressive. Yeah,
Have you ever
man.
went
Those
there live
insults.
and watched with your fucking eyeballs and saw how the water's straight?
Hey, man, you are retarded. No, you're retarded. Oh, I
Well, do your
demonstrated my
eyeballs
curve.
work? Well, when I'm looking at the fucking water under the bridge, I don't see the water arc up with the bridge, because if it did, there would be no gap between the two, you dumb bastard. Stop acting like you're fucking intelligent, because you're clearly not. If the arc of the bridge followed the arc of the water, there would be no differential between the fucking two. There would be no gap underneath. There would be no space.
There
Stupid.
isn't.
The fucking
Good sir.
bridge would be at the top of the water where your car is going. Right on the surface, it would match. Shut the fuck up with your ignorance.
It matches, my dear.
You are
Oh,
fucking
Sonny,
God, dude.
you
Come
don't
on,
seem to have
man.
a clue what you're
Dude,
talking
there's
about.
so many bridges by my house. You're fucking retarded. None of these bridges touch the water. Things go under the bridge to clear from the water to the bridge. They go under the bridge. They don't touch the bridge. They're on the water. They go under the bridge just fine. Where the fuck do you see water match the bridge? Where do you see water match the bridge? I need 20,000 fucking references, not
video I
one.
posted.
If the Earth's curves match all bridges and all water matches all Earths, you should have 1,000 million videos, not one.
Absolutely.
Right?
There are a
Should you
1,000
have 8
million,
million
but,
videos of all the water
sure.
arcing in the air without the bridge being there? Shouldn't you have all the bubbles of water on the lakes and on the ponds? Where do these
what are
stream,
you talking
lakes,
about?
and pond bubbles exist at? Because I've never seen one. From the left side of the lake, if it's 1,000-mile lake, from the right side, you should see the big bubble wall of fucking arc of Earth water in the middle, right? Tsunami boy. You should be looking at the tsunami of Earth water.
That's
the
wrong.
big bulge.
That's not how it
right?
works. That's not how it works at all.
That's not how a ball works of water. A ball of water doesn't have an arc going up from where you stand, going up into the air to arc to cover the Earth, and then going out.
Vision converges at the horizon.
So
You
your
don't see a
flat
tsunami,
water is
man.
arcing where? Your straight horizontal horizon arcs where now? This is irking me. This is baffling my mind how a horizontal line's arcing anywhere. Where the fucking arc class did they tell you a horizontal line arc?
Because you know that
No,
stuff
not
disappears
because.
below that line.
Where
No,
in
it
in art
reappears if you walk
class,
back
where did
there.
they tell you
It
a
only works
horizontal horizon, a horizontal line? That's what that's based on. Do you understand? This is simple, man. Horizontal means flat, horizontal, right? Line. It's a fucking line. You don't get that without being a line. There is no arc in a horizontal line. Case fucking closed.
Yeah.
When you
Yeah,
look everywhere in the world, it's a horizontal horizon.
I'm not claiming that you can see an arc in this horizontal line with your bare eyes.
If you lived on a fucking globe, that's all you would see everywhere. Are you retarded? Are you fucking retarded?
Do you have
Are
an
you
idea? Do you
retarded?
even know what you're
Are
talking
you
about?
fucking retarded? Clearly,
you
you would
fucking
see an arc everywhere if you lived on a fucking never-ending arc, buddy. Get your fucking brain checked. Go back to school. Rethink your fucking programming and just undo it, please, because you're lost. Everything you said has been just ignorant as fuck. And you're trying to tell me I'm being rude and mean. You're being rude to me by being dumb as fuck. You act like you're smart, but you're dumber than a fucking third grader. You're dumber than a fucking third grader, and you're acting like you're going to hold a conversation with somebody. You're insulting my intelligence by acting like you're fucking dumb and telling me the water is following the arc of a bridge. Don't fucking tell me stories. Don't pull my dick and call me Shirley. Listen, the water is not arcing anywhere. It's not happening until you got a video of 20 of every body of water arcing from left to right out of the surface of the dirt. So from where the dirt is, right, the dirt surface, the water is supposed to follow the planet more perfectly than the dirt that you're standing on. So you don't go by the dirt. You would go by the water. And it's just so funny. It happens to be that the water is the straightest fucking thing we have. Check that out. How can that work on a globe? That is impossible. You can't have a straight thing be curved. My basketball doesn't turn into a square ever just because you fucking say so. You understand? You can take a basketball to Lake Pontchartrain every fucking day. It's not going to make it go flat or curve. It's going to still be a basketball. So all this dumb shit you keep saying, so we measure the earth, it should measure what it is. It measures flat and straight everywhere. Everything we do to mimic it is flat and straight. Every model I've ever seen in class with water, lakes, boats, trains, every little thing working, when you get them working, it's flat. I've never fucking seen a round one. I'm sorry. So you're not going to tell me all these fucking stories about shit when everything in reality only shows me flat. Ever. And that's it. Everything else is a fucking belief you have to pull out of your ass. For you not to see that, there's something wrong with your brain, not mine. That's insanity. For you to go against everything you see in reality and keep telling me something different fucking blows my mind.
Hi, Mark. The video you sent from Soundly, if you're going to assert that that's the curvature, then you're going to have to tell me why we don't see that same curvature along the y-axis in the image I posted below.
Because of the compression of perspective. You only see like a few kilometers from left to right, but you see tens of kilometers.
You're looking at 50 to 100 miles of horizon.
No, you don't.
In these images. Yes, you are.
No.
Yes,
Look at those skyscrapers. Do you think they are like one mile in width?
I'm talking about the image I posted.
Which one?
The one below your video.
No matter where you're at. So, what are these photos? Is that like a panorama picture?
Yeah. 180 degree.
Well, that's difficult because the orientation of your phone changes and so on and so forth.
Well, I mean, and you got the weather balloon one up there at the top, 120,000 feet. Curvature, well, I mean, first of all, the horizon should have dropped way below the center of the frame.
That depends on how you angle your camera.
The camera is completely level, so.
No, you don't know that. You assume that. Because
well, I can give you videos where you can see when the camera is level.
Okay.
Okay, give me a second.
Yeah, the DocCam Sport video. I know that one.
For all intents and purposes, the camera is more or less level. If you want to nitpick that it's slightly off, then go ahead, but it doesn't really help your case either way.
Yeah. How high do you have to be to see curvature on in the globe model? So how high would you have to be?
Well, it's something they never really want to actually tell you. Apparently, you can't see it from 7 miles while cruising a plane. You can't see it from 128,000 feet. But you can see it from the ISS, supposedly, because it's what their fake live streams show.
Yeah, but you need to believe in NASA, and that's kind of difficult.
But I don't believe in NASA.
Yeah,
I don't believe there's any height you'll see curvature, because nothing is curving. So.
Yeah, so invoking the ISS would be a pretty weak argument.
Well, I'm not invoking it.
Yeah, exactly.
But for people that believe in the globe, they obviously believe the ISS is something that's orbiting around the Earth, and the curvature that it's presenting is the curvature of the Earth. Just the same way they accept that every image that shows some sort of curvature is the curvature of the Earth, even though it's all lens trickery, of course.
Yeah. Well, let me try something. I want to see if with the dogcam video, whether that is actually flat, or if we can see a curve, either due to fisheye or because there is a curvature in horizon.
It's a standard of photography that if your camera is level, the horizon will be center frame.
Yeah, exactly. So that's, well, you said it's not completely level, but let's assume it is for simplicity's
We don't
sake.
need to assume it effectively is. Maybe it's not perfect to God's standards of level, but for all intents and purposes, we can say it's level.
Well, how many degrees of deviation do you think it is?
I don't know. Obviously, in the dogcam footage, it can vary wildly, as you see when it's rocking back and forth. I'm talking about all the other images besides the weather balloon image are on, whereas I'm assuming they were done on mounts, okay? So the deviation can't be more than, I wouldn't say 1 degree either way.
Yeah.
So, and that's being generous.
Well, the fun thing is actually that if you take the dogcam video and you draw a line right at the center of the image, it will actually deviate from the horizon as it appears in the video. I'll demonstrate it in a second. It's intriguing.
You mean the horizon deviates from center frame, or what are you saying?
The horizon appears curved compared to a horizontal line.
That's because every single lens produces a small amount of curvature.
No.
Yes, it does.
A rectilinear lens will not do that.
I don't know what lens was used in the dogcam's camera anyway.
Yeah,
so.
me neither. It's bad thing they didn't mention. Well, they say HD Max, but anyway, I'll quickly upload the image that shows that. So yeah, you see, it's difficult to take these videos as evidence.
Yeah, but if we're talking about how far the horizon should have dropped, I mean, this that I posted is a good reference, you know. It's not even close.
Yeah, well, again, that depends on how they angled the camera. Like if it points down just by 1 degree, that will be tens of thousands of feet on a distance, on that distance that we can see.
Then that's up to your own discretion, I guess, on what you want to believe is going on. But that is the fundamental problem with trying to figure things out solely from observations. Because you'll call me confirmation biased, and I'll call you confirmation biased.
And we would both be right.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
But can you argue with a direct measurement? If I measure my table to be 60 centimeters wide or whatever, can you argue with that? Is there confirmation bias in that?
Well, no. I'm assuming you did everything correctly, and
Oh, if we both stand there and you watch me do it, and then if you want to fucking double check it, I watch you do it. Do we have to leave it up to our own internal bias for the conclusion? No, it's empirical.
That's a pretty direct
indisputable. So that's why I've been keeping it. That's why we all keep it to direct measurements.
Yeah.
Because if you want to believe you live on a globe, you're going to believe you live on a globe.
Yeah, I think that I'm afraid that's what it boils down to.
Yeah, because that's the current place you are in your life, and that's what you've concluded.
Yeah. I mean, that also goes both ways. Like flat earthers.
No, I don't just believe I live on a flat Earth. It's been demonstrated with direct measurement that the nature of the surface of this Earth, this place.
No, it's not. It's also based on assumptions.
You
can't prove that with absolute. You can't claim to have figured out the absolute truth.
Well, I'm not saying I have any absolute truth or reality. I have
so you believe what you want.
The surface is level.
Just as I.
I have no other reason to believe it's anything else than level.
Right.
I've been shown zero direct measurements of any curvature by people that defend the globe. I've been shown endless fallaciously interpreted observations, but that's exactly what they are, fallaciously interpreted.
Yeah, I guess. If you
we'll wait for your direct measurement of the Earth.
We would need a scale that can actually measure that, yeah. Like, a huge scale that's miles in length. But anyway, I posted regarding the dog cam sport video.
Mm.
If you look at the picture I posted, I just took like a screenshot from the video and drew 2 lines, and each.
Neither of them are the actual horizon line, though. You know that.
No, the red
That's
one.
That's like the bloom.
That's
like the bloom of the atmosphere that you've lined.
I know what you
horizon
mean.
Is in the middle.
I know
of
what
them,
you mean.
Both them lines.
Yes, let's focus on the red line, because that is the center of the camera. Like, that's the perspective the camera sees, and we can see the horizon is above. Like, well, we can't really because of the bloom, as you say. But if you look to the left of the image, there is less bloom than to the right. So the horizon isn't straight. It's not horizontal. So the camera might be tilted.
It's pretty reaching to say there's less bloom on the left and the right. You also have to consider which side of the camera is receiving more sunlight, going to affect the lighting that you see. So for the frame that you said, the bloom seems pretty equal across the whole portion of the camera, the picture.
Okay. So let's test that. Let's just directly compare like the left edge and the right edge.
Yeah. Okay. I will. I'll entertain your fucking delusion a bit more.
Am I entertaining you, or are you entertaining me?
Well, I've offered you a direct measurement of the surface, so I don't think you're entertaining me.
Wait,
You don't have
you
to
offered
entertain me.
you offered direct measurement of the surface of the Earth?
Yeah, I gave you the laser test. It showed no curvature over 20. I think it's a 24-mile
It's a laser.
distance.
Yeah, but a laser follows the laws of light traveling through a medium, so refraction applies.
Yeah, again, you'll need your R value to resolve the formulas. How have you gotten your R value?
I'm only
that
saying that it
requires
is
a
not
direct measurement.
It is not a direct measurement then anymore.
In the laser test that I linked to, refraction was accounted for. It was negligible. If you want to go and look at the final results.
So tell me, Homer, if the laser hits the target, what does that mean? That it was a fluke? It was lucky, coincidence?
No, it doesn't mean that. It only means that like the photons that were emitted from the laser traveled all the way to the target. So that doesn't give you an objective direct measurement of the shape of the surface that the light traveled on, because light bends. That's all there is to it, basically.
Something you can't actually demonstrate, Homer.
That light bends?
No,
That's easy to demonstrate.
You can't demonstrate how much you're claiming it bends.
Well, I can. I can do this experiment on a small scale, like with different layers of air, different temperature, and then see how light bends. Then extrapolate from that how much it bends on much larger distance.
No, but light doesn't actually bend; it just redirects. Always.
Yeah, well, you could say the path. Yeah, you're right. The path bends, and the photons have a new direction.
And where does it begin? When does it redirect? When it hits a denser medium, right? So your claim is that all along the path of light, it's continually hitting denser and denser mediums of air.
Yeah. Because the cold air is less dense. That's directly above water, for example.
Okay, then it hits the colder air.
These laser tests are always above like a flat, a pretty level surface.
So there's all these different fucking factors to consider when you critically analyze our tests we present to you. But there's nothing to consider when you send Soundly's stupid fucking photos.
No, of course.
Saying that's the curvature.
Same thing.
Not atmospherics, not light bending, not mirages, not compression, not vanishing points, not anything, nothing, not forefronting.
Yeah, but this footage from Soundly exactly matches the calculation.
How did you get? You mean the R value?
Yeah.
How did you get your R value? How did you get your R value?
There are multiple ways.
Well, give us one.
You can measure horizon dip, for example.
But you say light bend.
Use trigonometry.
But you're saying the horizon is optical and varies. It can vary in position.
Yeah,
right.
It still gives you an R value, and the R value when you put it into the equation.
But the R value would be different from day to day. How do you know which one's correct?
But you measure multiple times, and it evens out. For example, you can do that, or you can wait for a clear day and do the experiment only on clear days, so your values won't be all over the place.
But I mean, for example, we showed you the black swan where it's 10 times further than where it should be. That's a massive fucking margin of error.
It's over.
So between what your claimed R value from say 1 foot above sea level the geometric horizon should be at 1.22 miles, right? And we view the horizon, it's beyond 10 miles in that image, right? So you want to get a medium between them. You say just keep measuring it and take an average, right? So your average would come out at about 6 miles there, as you're saying. So your radius, your R value would then be calculated to something like, I fucking don't know, it'd be like 5, 6, 7 times more than it is with your methodology. So
I don't think it is actually. Also, all those black swan experiments or observations. Why has this never been done over flat land? Why is it always over water? Because water changes the temperature of the air, so the refraction.
because land has topography.
But land should also be either flat or curved. So
We've
if
never
it doesn't
claimed that land is just flat all across. It has topography. It has valleys. It has hills.
Yeah, sure. But you know, like this world record distance above water, that 273 miles line of sight, like this is over a huge surface of water. It's not over land. This is never. Yeah, the J. Tolan line of sight world record thing. That's,
it's infrared photography. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's over water.
No, it's over land.
It says no. There's water.
Takes most of them over land from airlines. Yeah.
Yeah, but that world record experiment. That was a huge part of it. Of the line of sight is light traveling over water. But why has it never been demonstrated?
But again, you're just asserting that light redirects as much as it does, as much as you need it to fit your model.
Yeah, I do.
You can't demonstrate that. You can demonstrate that light redirects. Absolutely, nobody disputes that. And the redirection becomes more and more severe the denser the medium it goes into from the one it's coming from. You know, we've all seen laser being shot into a glass of water. You know, redirects quite significantly.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
obliquity.
Twad, do you want to take over for a second? I got to OFK.
Oh, it's all good. I was just saying that obliquity is a huge factor. You know, it's the angle of incidence.
You're a bit muffled. Can you?
Yeah, sorry. I'm not on the best device for this. I was just saying obliquity, the angle of incidence has to be taken into account.
Yeah, it has to.
So, like, you know, like light hitting the surface of water, for example, at an angle, you know, a certain angle, you know, it's gonna have that observable, apparent, you know, change. But how do you determine that with air?
You mean how you determine the minimum angle of incidence, or? Well, I mean, it's one and the same medium, right? It's still air, but the temperature changes the density and the properties of how light traverses that layer of air. So that's what's creating mirages.
So does that layer of air have like a flat surface, a round surface? What?
Yeah, the layers of air would logically follow the ground pretty closely. It's of course there are perturbations because of wind and whatnot, but yeah, it follows the ground. So I mean, on a flat Earth where water is actually completely level, there shouldn't be as much refraction going on. So you should see a lot farther, you know.
Well, we do.
273 miles. That's not very much. That's very little for a flat plane. I mean, you should. I mean, well, if I ask you what is the radius of flat Earth plane, of the known Earth, like disc shape, then you say you can't measure that, or you don't know, or you don't have a model, so you can't go down that route.
No, yeah, a radius of flat Earth, like as in laterally.
Yeah, well, no. So if you think of the known Earth, that would roughly be disc-shaped. Like, yeah, resolve. I know what you mean. But like the known Earth, like it looks a certain way. Like there would be the huge ice wall of Antarctica all around it, so that forms a disc. Regardless of what's beyond that disc, whether there's just a drop into nothingness or it goes on and there are other worlds, or I know there are multiple models of that. But the known Earth, as we know it, like the geography, would be disc shaped, or like a circle on a flat Earth.
Yeah, if you draw an arbitrary line.
What is this relevant to? I had my headphones on. I think I heard you saying, Homo, that light shouldn't be refracting as much as it supposedly does on a flat plane.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you've already we're in agreement. We're in agreement that it's the conditions of the atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
That affects the refraction.
And the shape.
So, what is the relevance of the surface got to do with it?
Because the surface changes the.
Why would it be more on a flat plane?
What? Why would it be? What?
Why would it be more on a flat plane?
Because light doesn't have to follow any kind of curve. It just could travel straight.
But light's not following. It's just interacting with the atmospheric conditions of the moment.
Correct. Yeah, correct. So, yeah, it gets bent by air
It's
layers.
just a claim that it's following some kind of curve because you all believe you live on a sphere, and it has to be following a curve. It has to be.
Yeah.
It must be following a curve because we live on a sphere. That must be what it's doing. But I'm asking how the surface is actually interacting with the light, because the light and the surface never actually come into contact.
You're right. It's indirect. Surface is responsible for forming air layers, and light interacts with those air layers of different temperatures. It looks like a gradient. So cold air at the bottom, directly above the water, and so on. Yeah. Yeah.
But
So
now you're also going on to assert that you know how light should behave on a flat plane. So, I mean,
well, if
it's a
we
pretty arrogant position, to be honest,
No,
to say you know how exactly something should work on something.
No, if we live on a flat plane, then we know exactly how light should behave.
We don't even know what light fundamentally is.
Yeah, we know pretty much. We know pretty exactly what it is. You know, like a wave particle duality.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like we know what it is. A wave particle duality. That sounds like more theoretical fucking gobbledygook bullshit that's been fed to us peasants, and we just have to fucking believe it because we don't have anything else to go off of.
We have the double slit experiment,
Yeah,
which
the double slit.
demonstrates.
Yeah.
Yeah, it demonstrates.
It's neither a wave
particle
nor a
duality.
particle, or it fucking chooses when it wants
has
to be.
properties. Yeah, it has properties of both, and we go into quantum physics and.
So, can you
that's
quantify when light is exactly behaving as a wave and when it's exactly behaving as a particle, and how that's going to interfere with all types of observation? Are you accounting for this? Because you are claiming that it's switching between.
I mean, it doesn't change the properties. I mean, you don't need to go into quantum mechanics and wave particle duality.
No, I don't. I don't because I'm not subscribed to any of that. But
right,
you do
exactly. So all I'm saying is that on a flat Earth, we see extremely far. Like you take a telescope on a clear day, you should be able to see right across the disk. These stars that are beyond the disk.
What are you talking about, man? Fucking some days you can't even see 200 feet in front of you. Never had a foggy day.
Other days you see.
What are you talking? And then that's nothing to do with flat around. There wouldn't be enough curvature at 200 feet to be obscuring anything. So, but there we go. We don't fucking see 200 feet in front of us. What's that about? And you want to look across the entire plane.
It's visibility.
Of course, it's visibility.
It's the fact that we can see stars.
See, this is the problem. You have no proper criticality towards your own models and ideas of what the world is, but you have insane, unrealistic criticality towards this one that we're presenting you. Like that, the expectation of being able to see right across the plane is just fucking insane.
But you see stars that are right across the plane?
No, you believe you're seeing stars right across the plane. I already explained to you that the stars you're seeing are closer to you than the sun that's already fucking left your view, right? We went over this 2 days ago, but you didn't listen.
Oh, so you are indeed claiming that the stars are in front of the sun, but that will create a ton of problems, you know, when we have the firmament rotating and whatnot, and the sun doing a circle. And where are the stars? Like, why don't we see them?
No, but I was responding to when you posted your drawing, right, of the flat map, right, that gets posted around, and you put the sun like wherever, you know, over the equator, and then you put a bunch of stars that were technically past Antarctica, right? And I was only saying that that's not what you're seeing. You're not seeing the stars that are there. You're only seeing stars that are in your local area, right?
No,
it looks like you're seeing
azimuthal angle of greater than 89 degrees.
Yeah, but this is the geometry of your vision. The stars are still above your head when they seem to be in line with your body when they're at the horizon. They're above you.
Wait.
Perspective brings them down.
At the horizon, I see a star at the horizon.
Yeah.
But it's actually above me.
Yes. Just like when you see the sun at the horizon, it's still above you.
Okay. But what does the light path look like?
Okay. Here's another way to look at it.
Not literally.
A plane flying in the sky, right? What happens to it? What does it look like it's doing? Going down, right? When it goes towards the horizon?
Definitely, yeah.
You know the plane's clear, obviously flying. So is the plane on the ground in line with your body when you're viewing it at the horizon? No, you know it's still about 7 miles up in the sky.
Yeah.
It's the geometry of vision. It's perspective that's brought it down.
Correct, yeah. You were claiming that, like, the actual position of the plane is above me, but geometry of vision makes it appear that it's at the horizon.
But you know this for yourself. You know that plane that you're viewing going into the horizon is not on the same level as you.
That's correct.
It's
yeah,
higher than
but
you.
we're still talking about stars that are visible on the horizon, the sun that's visible on
Yeah,
the
but I
horizon.
was only responding to, again, the drawing you posted days ago, where you put the stars behind the sun. The stars should be between you and the sun, or overhead, or whatever.
No,
But they're not
those are
behind the
all,
sun.
those are also there. Yeah, of course. There's a whole firmament, like they are above you and behind you, and 180 degrees every direction you look. That's what you see.
Yeah.
So they're also there, of course.
But the idea of flat Earth you have in your head is that, of course, it's a flat plane and then it's got a dome, right? And the dome, the stars are circling around us, okay?
Yeah.
Right, and it's kind of like if the dome was a screen and it's just like a video playing the stars, right? It's a video playing, and this whole dome goes like, if you're gonna fucking think about an edge, which I'm sure you think about, right? The dome goes below the edge, right? That's what you're thinking, and that's when stars disappear from you, right? But the stars are not disappearing because of anything like that. The stars are just disappearing because they're going out of your field of view, your vision.
But wait, the stars are always visible. In the night, night, high visibility.
Maybe I'll admit, maybe I've probably butchered explaining this. An easier way to explain it is if we just take a room, right? Take a warehouse that's 200 miles long, right?
Yeah.
Neither of us have ever seen that in our lives. A 200-mile long warehouse, and let's put the ceiling of this warehouse at say 60 feet high, okay? And we just paint a whole bunch of, the ceiling's painted black, pure black, and we put a whole bunch of white dots on them, big white dots, so that they're perceivable from the ground, 60 feet below, right?
Planetarium.
Yeah. So we do that, right, for the whole 200-mile long ceiling, and then we both go to the center of the warehouse, the middle, right, and we both walk in opposite directions. When you get if we're in the middle, that would be of 200. When you get to one end, right, do you think you're going to see the same dots that were on the ceiling when you were standing in the middle of the warehouse?
No, obviously not.
No, you won't see them anymore. But they're still above your head, right?
No, they're not.
They're not above your head.
Well, you mean above, like, the 60 feet, the height of the warehouse? Yeah, that's still between me and
yeah, and we drew white dots on the ceiling, right? Scattered them, so it resembles stars, whatever. And then you walked 50 miles down whatever way, away from where you were.
Yeah.
Do you think in 50 miles you're still going to see the pattern of dots that you saw when you were standing like in the middle of the warehouse and you walk 50 miles away?
No, the pattern has obviously shifted.
It's going to change. Yeah, you're going to see whatever pattern of white dots is on the ceiling at your new location.
Correct.
And you're not going to be able to look back and see the original pattern you were seeing on the ceiling.
Correct. Yeah. But
they haven't went behind anything. They're just no longer viewable from your location. You can't see that far. You can't resolve that. It's all compressed.
It is. But you can still. There's still a line of sight. You can still see it. You zoom back in, you will still see it. Like it. Yeah.
So that's all I was explaining about, trying to explain to you when you're thinking that the stars you see going down on the horizon or setting in your mind are not, and they're not in fact behind the sun. You're just seeing the stars in your local area on the plane, and when they just go out of vision, right? Because you had this notion that they must be behind the sun.
Definitely, yeah. That's what you see. That's how, like, regardless of what you think, even if the firmament was like another plane hovering above the Earth plane, then you would still be able to see the stars if there is not if you don't have issues with visibility and attenuation. So yeah, I'm at this point I'm unsure what was the original point. Yeah, my image, the illustration that I drew. Yeah, there are stars that are behind the sun, like further away, and you can see them at night. That's reality. Like that's an observation. You can see stars above your head, but also those that are like further away than the sun. While at the same time, the sun is not visible.
They're all above your head. They're always above your head.
Yeah, there's always this distance to them, but I mean,
it's again, it's the geometry of vision that brings them down to the illusion that they're on the same level as you when they're at the horizon. They're not. They're still above you. And the light from stars is nowhere near as strong as the light from the sun. So you will be able to view the sun for longer before its light can no longer push through the atmosphere to get to you.
My point.
Right?
That supports my point that you can still see those stars with way less light intensity than the sun, but the sun has gone down and the stars haven't, although the azimuthal angle is like greater than 89 degrees.
Idio, can you jump in and take this?
Yeah, this dude is he's just literally just nuh-uh. Listen, dude, we don't see orthographically. We see in a projective geometry. And I tried to show you railroad tracks. If I drew that orthographically, you'd sit here and claim that it's impossible that the railroad tracks appear to come together. So, right, if I drew those railroad tracks orthographically, they'd be parallel forever, right? But if I stood on the railroad tracks and looked at them, right, it appears that the railroad tracks converge in the distance. Now, why is that?
Due to the laws of perspective.
Okay, but you still have a line of sight, so why are they still coming together?
What? Can you repeat?
I said you still have a line of sight, right? That's your argument.
Yeah.
You still have a line of sight. You still have a line of sight to the railroad tracks along their whole length. Why do they still appear to come together?
And you say that is my argument with the stars?
That is your argument, yes.
I think you're misunderstanding me.
I'm not misunderstanding you.
Well,
okay, now imagine instead of there being railroad tracks on the ground, let's say it's a wall, right? So at the bottom corner of the wall where your foot is on your left corner, right, there's a railroad track, and above your head, like on the ceiling, at that corner, there's a railroad track. Are those railroad tracks going to appear to come together?
Yeah, they would.
Okay.
They are.
So what's the difference between stars, right, in the ground appearing to come together at the horizon and you no longer be able to see the stars because you can't differentiate them from the horizon? What's the difference? There is no difference.
The difference. Yeah, they all merge together in the vanishing.
At the horizon.
At the horizon.
Yeah.
Where the sky meets the ground. Yeah, like this apparent line. That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's some distance away from you, and you're asking why can't we see stars that are beyond that point?
But no, the point is we can see stars that are beyond the point.
We can see stars that are beyond the horizon. We can see stars beyond the horizon.
No, stars that are directly above the horizon. Like those are like the on flat Earth. Those are the furthest away from us.
Okay. So say look at a star on the horizon. Where would the sun be relative to that star?
On flat Earth, there should actually be the sun should block this line of sight by still being visible. because I see the star, although it has much less intensity.
Okay,
So
yeah.
that's
So what?
first problem.
But the sun's not. You can't see the sun. That's why you can't see
Exactly.
stars, because of the brightness of the sun.
Yeah, but the sun has so does. All right. Yeah, exactly. So
You
now
you
the
can
sun
only
goes
see the
down,
stars
right?
once the sun light stops hitting you and interfering with
Exactly.
your ability to see.
And you
Exactly.
can't
So
see all the stars on Earth, can you? No, because some are merged with the horizon, and you can't differentiate them.
yeah, but we're talking about those that are not merged with the horizon, like those that you can still, with your bare eye, differentiate from the horizon. And now the sun is closer than those that you can still differentiate.
Says who?
Yeah.
It says any logical model of any flat Earth.
Okay.
Regardless
Give me the
of
logic. Give me the syllogism for your logical model. Give me the logical syllogism. I hate when you guys just like throw out the word logic like it means something.
Yeah, like a somewhat congruent model of a flat Earth, right? You have sun circling above the equatorial line, and you have a firmament of stars. So there are stars that are further away than the sun, and you still see those stars. You see those stars.
Say it's the equinox, right? So the sun is supposed to be circling the equator. You're saying that if, say, I was, I don't know, let's say 45 degrees north, that I should see the stars that are beyond the equator.
Wait, you're 45 degrees north, so you're exactly in between North Pole and equatorial line. Is that correct?
Yes. No, that's not correct. Yeah. There is no North Pole, but anyway, there's also no equator, but we're not going to get into that.
Well,
your supposition is that the stars are beyond where the sun is, and how do we see the stars?
Yeah.
They're not beyond where the sun is. That's your mistake. Your presupposition is incorrect.
Okay, so explain to me why it is incorrect. How are the stars closer?
They're not any distance. Look, this is real simple. I mean, I don't know why you don't get it, because you asked this and I answered it, and now you're trying to you keep asking. The reason I'm irritated with you, because you ask a question, we answer it, and then you pretend we didn't answer it, and you just say it again. You can't get a distance to the sun. You can't get the distance to the stars because there's no parallax. That's how you would measure the distance. Right?
There's no parallax between what?
There's no parallax to the sun by looking at it, and there's no parallax to the stars by looking at them. So they can be anywhere.
Well, the stars amongst each other do have parallax, if that's what...
No, they don't.
Stars are... Oh, really? Are you claiming stellar parallax?
You did this yesterday, Elmar. You sent your fucking proof for parallax. It was a stupid fucking image.
It was a diagram,
satellite.
Right?
No, it was an image supposedly taken from a satellite that's two frames jumping, one white dot jumping an inch back and forth.
Okay, so where'd you get the baseline and where'd you get the angle? You measured parallax, you have a baseline and you have an angle. So where'd you get those? What was the measured baseline and what was the measured angle?
That doesn't matter. Like in that regard.
Then you don't know what you're talking about if you think it doesn't matter. Then you have no clue what you're talking about.
It's only about observing it.
Okay, do you know what parallax is?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you take your thumb, right, and you stick it in front of your face, right, at arm's length, hold out your thumb, stick it out at arm's length, then alternate opening each eye, right, you will see a shift of your thumb left and right, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. That represents an angle. Now we can take the baseline, which would be the separation of your eyes, right? Say 6 inches, right? And the shift in angle of your thumb from one viewpoint to the other, then we can calculate the distance to your thumb from your eyeball.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. So where'd you get the baseline and where'd you get the angle?
Right. So the baseline.
Where'd you get the distance between the two quote unquote eyes? And then where did you get the angle from the surface of the earth? The parallax. So, it's called a parallax shift. How did you measure the parallax shift?
Well, the two eyes would be the two positions on from where you measure that. Now, that can be two positions on Earth, or if you well, you know that all doesn't work on flat Earth because stars don't even move relative.
Fucking hell.
Dude.
Yeah.
So you don't actually know how it
get a
was done.
baseline.
So instead of you telling
You
us
don't
how it
get
was
a
done, you're going to say it just doesn't work on a flat Earth. You don't even know how it was done on a globe, and what you just said
No.
doesn't work on a globe. You can go as far apart as you want on Earth, and you can't measure parallax.
Yeah. So
This is
you're
admitted in
you're
astronomy, so I don't know
confirming-
why you're denying it.
You're confirming that you deny the existence of stellar parallax.
I don't have to deny it. It doesn't exist.
Well, someone claims it. Yeah, okay, you don't.
Yeah, a
Yes,
lot of people claim a lot of fucking
claims
things.
it.
That's the problem.
So someone claims it. People claim there's aliens. People claim they've seen Bigfoot. So what?
Yeah, okay. You don't deny it. You say it doesn't exist.
I don't have to deny it. There's no evidence of it.
Correct. Okay.
I'm asking you for the evidence, and you can't tell me.
Well, but that is totally the stellar parallax is totally derailing the argument. Like we were talking.
The stellar
about,
parallax that you can't prove
firmament.
even exists. How's it derailing the argument?
Yeah,
because
we
you
don't
asked.
need it for
Listen,
this
it isn't
argument.
derailing the argument because you asked the distance to the stars and the sun. I'm telling you, you can't measure it. You said yes, you can. There's parallax. I asked, okay, so how is this parallax measured? And you're like, blah blah blah. You have no idea. You're not clever, dude. I don't know why you think you're clever.
Yeah,
You're just a bunch of word salad bullshit. You don't know your own model for shit.
You don't need to attack me, man.
Listen, we've been putting up with you for 3 fucking days of this nonsense, and it's nonsense.
The thing is that as soon as I try to make clear my point, you're coming up with something totally different, and that is the
You asked the distance. Asked the distance. I didn't. You're projecting.
You don't need the distance. You only need to acknowledge that even on any sane flat Earth model, stars would be.
Now you're gonna qualify it with sane, right?
Yeah.
What does that imply? That the opposite is insane?
Sane? Yeah. No.
Yeah. Oh no.
That is a model where most observations are congruent. Reconcilable.
You're just saying nonsense, dude. Like, are you trying?
No,
you
that
you
would be
sound
the
like a
best model.
used globe salesman. But do you know what the difference between claims and evidence is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Evidence,
So have you provided any evidence, or have you made claims?
Well, the evidence is that we can see stars and we can see the sun, right? And we can see how
we
they
can
move.
see stars, and we can see the stars at night, and we can see the sun during the day. Yeah. And
Yeah. So we can conclude where they have to be spatially.
no, that would involve a measurement.
No,
he doesn't like measurements. Anyway.
So we can determine where something is in space without measuring it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, but the only thing that we don't need to know an accurate measurement. We only need to know that the stars are further away.
That is a measurement.
It's not.
Okay. Further and closer are distances. Distances are measurements.
No, it's only putting two things into relation. Like where are the stars spatially compared to the sun spatially relative to your position.
Okay. And your claim that the stars are at one place versus another place, and the sun is one place versus another place, has no basis in empirical objective evidence. It is complete speculation. What aren't you understanding about that? Okay, let's put it this way.
Yeah.
Okay, so say like I'm in a place, right? And there's some star above it. Let's say it's I don't know, Sirius or something, right? And the Sirius is directly above the sun. Now I can't see the sun. You think that somehow I can see Sirius? I should see Sirius, but not the sun. Or I can't see Sirius and not the sun.
Exactly. on a flat Earth, it somehow would have to work that way. But obviously that's not logical.
No, it does
But
not.
that's how it works.
Okay, show me geometrically without lines of sight in a projective geometry, in the geometry we're talking about, because we're talking about what it should look like. Okay, what things should look like. That's what we're talking about, right? How should this
Compared to
look?
what they do look like. Yeah.
Okay, so show me in a projective geometry that it would look like the way you're saying it would look.
Well, do you want me just to start my 3D modeling
In a
software?
project, do whatever you want.
What do you mean?
In a projective geometry. Projective geometry, perspective is a part of projective geometry. So
yeah, correct.
We see the 3D world. The 3D world is projected onto a 2D plane. Well, not necessarily a plane because our eyeballs are curved.
Yeah, so I'm not sure if that correctly simplifies my point, but I'm going to try it anyway. So the question is, why does the sun set, but stars don't set on, greater than 89 degrees azimuthal angle? I think that's like the most dumbed down version I can come up with.
Look, I mean, we can go round and round and this all day long. You've literally provided zero evidence. All you've done is make assertions.
Yeah, but can you answer the question?
I don't have to answer something. Listen, do you know what Hitchens' razor is? Hitchens' razor is a epistemological razor. That what can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. I don't need to refute something from which you provided zero evidence of. That is, you're trying to reverse the burden of proof. Like I have to disprove your claim when you presented no evidence to support your claim.
I'm only saying we observe the sun to set, but we do not observe stars to set.
Yes, we do. What are you talking about? We do observe stars to set. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you can zoom in with a telescope and you should be able to bring it back into view.
No, you're wrong. And I already told you this, and you're doing the exact same thing I said you do.
Again.
I answered that. Magnification is a different thing from angular resolution. They are two different things. Now, you could have okay, right? You might not be able to resolve something, right? Okay. Do you know what angular resolution even is? You know what this is?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. So, say there's a car, right? And there's a car and it's got two headlights and it's far away. When it's far enough away, I'm not going to be able to differentiate the lights, and I'm only going to see one light, right? They're going to appear merged together.
Correct.
You can't zoom those lights apart.
Of course you can.
No, you can't. No, you can't. You are ignorant.
What?
You are ignorant. No, you can't. So listen, if you could do this, and I'm going to give you a practical example. Why don't, when we make telescopes, right? Why don't we just keep making them longer and longer and longer so that they have a higher magnification? Why don't we just have like a 10,000 magnification telescope?
Oh, well, I think you would suffer from a lot of light bleeding. But I'm not sure. I'm not.
Well, I'm going to tell you because
now,
they make telescopes. They make the lens diameter wider. Okay, because the wider the lens diameter, if you know the diffraction, the formula for the diffraction limit, right? It's the diameter of the lens determines the diffraction limit of the optical device. It's not the magnification. Magnification is a completely separate formula, right? So I think I already brought this up. Sirius, right? So the stars Sirius, they appear to the naked eye as if they're one light, and they kept trying to zoom in and zoom in and zoom in on this, and it always stayed one light. Then they got smart and said, "Oh, we're just going to make a wider aperture telescope," and it's called splitting a star. Okay, you can actually just Google this, right? NASA said.
You're breaking up.
Yeah, someone was calling me on the phone. NASA calls it the formula for diffraction limit, the most important equation in astronomy. Okay, when things are not resolved, you can zoom in, but they are the only thing you're doing is blowing up an image. The image does not get more clear; it just stays. It stays the same. You are just enlarging a smaller portion of the image. Now you use computers, right? So if I have a
I do. Yeah, I think I was wrong with all the
512,
lights.
if I have a 512 by 512 graphic, I can zoom in as much as I want on that graphic, and it's not going to get any clearer. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, this is the same thing, same principle. Zooming in is not going to help you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, I get it. So my dumbed down version definitely doesn't work. I'm going to see if there's still substance to this argument that I tried to come up with since like 3 days. I think I'm actually going to model like I'm going to make a 3D rendering of what it should look like on Flat Earth.
Even then, you'll be missing who knows how many variables. Because I doubt you're going to model the atmosphere. I doubt you're going to model any of that.
No, that is all. The render actually respects that, you know.
Okay, well, if you're doing it, do it.
I'll try to see how good it will be, but yeah, I learned something new. So thank you, Indio.
Okay. Happy holidays.
And after all this, Hoyman, still not going to help you prove.
Yeah,
that
listen. Yeah, you're welcome. But this is a common confusion. You're not the only person that thinks that that you can simply just magnify things back into view.
Sometimes you can, like when it's due to angular resolution. And
well, they're two separate concepts. I mean, you can magnify things back into view, but they were resolvable the whole time in the first place. It's not that they weren't resolvable, just that the image was too small on the sensor or whatever film.
You're going by mirror, like mirror reflection. So if the image isn't there to reflect, then you're not getting it, no matter what zoom you got. Does that make more sense? Because it goes by a mirror, and you're just blowing up with the glass, the lens, the mirror reflection you get. You're not really digging into the image like you think. Like if somebody says, hey man, there's a cave 20 miles out, you can't dig into the cave. You're seeing the surface of it, and you're going to blow that up. You're not digging down into the image.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, they would technically be like called sub-pixel resolution. That doesn't happen.
Well, but pixel resolution, but in reality, we're not talking about pixels. We have individual photons, and if you magnify it enough, there are less photons that are more precise to give you a more precise image of what you see. Right?
No, they can't be. All you're doing is magnifying one reflected image. That reflected image never changes. The magnification of said reflected image can just get bigger and bigger and more distorted sometimes also, as well as you can see some stuff, but you know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can't zoom in between 2 pixels, right?
Yeah, if you have of course, if you have like a
because there's no visual information there. And when you hit the diffraction limit, it's the separation of two. It's the separation of 2 points of light, right? There's a minimum separation. There's a separation that beyond that angle, if they're closer than that angle to whatever device it is, right? If they're closer than that, there's no visual information in between that. So for the human eye, okay, let's just say the human eye. So the human eye has a diffraction limit of 0.02 degrees, right? So at 3 miles, at 3.25 miles, that's 6 feet. So if I had a light, right, and I have a 6-foot pole and a light on one end of the pole and a light on the other end, and I'm 3.25 miles away, that's going to just look like one light. But you know what? There's still a space between those lights. But I can't. But even if I had other lights in between those two lights, I wouldn't be able to see those lights. It's still always going to look like one light. If there's 1,000 lights in between the two lights, there's 100 lights. It doesn't matter. I'm only ever going to make out that one light.
Yeah.
There's no visual information there that you can. The thing is, this isn't like. This is a physical spatial limitation. It's because if you have peaks of waves, right? You know what constructive and destructive interference is? I'm sure you know what that is, right? So it's that the peaks of the waves, they're so close together that you can't, like, say, look in the trough of the wave. Because you're just too...
That's like nanometers, right? Like, that's tiny.
Yeah, but it's the angle. It's the angle that matters. I mean, in absolute terms, yeah, it's 450 nanometers in absolute terms. But, okay, so think of it like this. Okay, so it actually would be bigger than that because we can't detect single photons.
Yeah.
I think the smallest we can detect is 10. Okay, so you gotta think. Okay, so on your retina, the separation is 450 nanometers. Okay, so you have one point, 450 nanometers away. There's another point, right? And that separation is an angle, right? When it comes as this, so you got to think of it in reverse, right? Instead of coming into the eye, we're going to do this in reverse. 2 points on your retina, they're separated 450 nanometers, right? So that's an angle of separation, right? As you project out through the lens out into space. So out into space, where say it's a wall or two light bulbs, doesn't matter. Those two light bulbs their separation is smaller than the angle that's subtended on your retina. You won't be able to differentiate those 2 points.
Yeah, I think that makes sense.
I kind of think of it as like a pair of scissors, right? So a pair of scissors, they got the focal point in the center, right? And like as the tips of the scissors get closer together, the handle gets closer together. So that's how we actually see things, right? So
yeah,
we're looking at something, right? So like I said, like I'll use two lights example. You say two lights are the handles of the scissors, and separation of those two lights, and the tips of the scissors, the pointy ends. There's like what's drawing an image on your retina. But when that handle gets too close together, the image that's projected onto your eye gets too close together, and you can't say that's 1 point of light or that's 2 points of light. You just see it as one.
Yeah.
So when people say ships go over the horizon, right? Ships go over the horizon. I can't see 6 feet at the bottom of that boat. Well, of course you can't. You can't make out if I like took a pole, right? And on this, say I had a 100-foot pole, and on this 100-foot pole, I spaced lights, 6 feet apart, all the way up and down the pole. And we have, I don't know how many lights that is. Take 60-foot pole just to make it even. So on this pole will be 10 lights. From my point of view, I'm only going to see 6 lights. Right? Some of those lights are going to be gone.
Blend.
It's the same. Yeah, they're all going to blend together. It's why you don't see the atoms in your hand, right? You don't see atoms and molecules in your hand. You see skin because you see skin, and that's at the resolution that you can see something at. But if you took a more powerful optic, like a microscope, you'd be able to see finer detail, right? You have more resolution of looking at your skin.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't say like the things that you don't see have gone over the horizon, right? Say, hey, I just can't see that. And that's what they say with ships over the horizon. Oh, that boat, I should see it.
Yeah,
well,
but why,
no, you shouldn't.
Why is that?
You can't see the space in between, like, because a boat is, you can't think of a boat as like a complete structure, right? You have to think of it. This entire boat is made of points of light.
Yeah, but why does it only obstruct a part of that boat? Like why?
Because why is it obstruct from the bottom, right?
Hold on,
Because we're always trying to differentiate it from the horizon.
Can I do this one?
Yeah,
Because
go for it.
if you stand right at the beach or at the lake or at a pond, or if you go to your bathtub right now, and you take like say a 2 liter and fill it with a little liquid and put it in the water, do you not think some of that 2 liter is going to disappear bottom up right in front of your face within an inch? There's no curve. There's no curve of an earth needed. All you got to do is put an object in water, and what happens? Any object you put in water, how it works is it disappears from bottom up, even 1 foot in front of you. There's no curve of an earth for that. That's just the physics of boats in water. They get submerged a little, and then there's waves. I mean, who would? What? And no matter what I put in the water, if I get in the water, my butt's not visible anymore. If I'm back floating, it only shows half of my body, and I'm right next to you. Was there a
But that's
curve
not
of an
what's
earth?
happening. The boat is still floating above the water surface, and those rays of
No,
light
did you
do
hear
not
what I
reach
said?
your eye.
The ball is
I
right at
do.
your feet in the bathtub, and some of the ball is submerged underwater. Is there a curve of an earth in your bathtub?
No, but the
No, there's
ball,
no.
you know,
Listen,
put
simple. Knows the
put a
answer.
toy
Hey,
Hold
dude.
boat.
on. Hold on
Okay,
a
Put a
minute.
toy boat on in the
What he's
bathtub,
trying to
right?
tell you is like this. If you had a wave that was 1 meter tall and it was 1 kilometer away, that would block out 10 meters, 10 kilometers away.
Yeah.
And you'd look at it and you'd say, hey, man, 10 meters of that boat is missing. When it's just a smaller wave in the foreground that you can't, of course, you're not going to be able to see it. That's obvious.
Forefronting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying the boat disappears bottom up due to diffraction?
No, it's been obscurity.
There's lots of reasons.
By
And it's,
something
listen,
closer.
Oh.
boats
okay.
disappearing bottom up, it's not like this is observed every time. It's something that's observed sometimes. There's multiple reasons for it.
Well,
There could be
sufficient
it could be
distance.
shoaling of the ocean, right? It could be shoaling of the ocean. There could be things in the foreground. It could be total internal reflection. It could be lots of reasons.
I thought water is always level, right? So every time we
Dude,
observe that, it's due to the same reason.
Doesn't mean it's smooth, man.
Undisturbed water. There's waves in the ocean.
Yeah,
You know it's not.
still water. You know, on a
Yeah, but we're
day
talking about the
where there isn't
ocean.
much wind.
There is waves. There is disturbances.
Yeah, but those are tiny. You're not. Are you claiming that waves?
Yeah,
are
they're tiny when you're next to them, but we're talking about something. You're next. Something that
Waves
could
are
be
not
close
what's-
to you, but you're trying to
what's
view something that's
obstructing.
say 10 kilometers away from you.
It's not the waves.
Can you block the Empire State Building with your thumb?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, because if your thumb's really close to your eye, it can block the entire Empire State Building.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean your thumb's bigger than the Empire State Building.
Yeah.
So if you have a foreground wave, like I said, that's 1 meter tall, and you have a boat that's 1 meter, the wave is 1 meter tall, 1 kilometer away, and you have a boat 10 kilometers away, that 1 meter wave is going to block 10 meters on that boat.
Yeah, correct. But we can't.
That's
claim
almost
that,
an entire
that
boat.
It's only waves. You know, it's not waves that make objects disappear bottom up.
Listen,
So
lots.
the thing
I
is-
already went through the list.
Hold on. Did you just say it's not a wave that can make an object disappear from bottom up?
It can, but you cannot.
Do you
repeatedly
understand
do that,
physics
like
when
at
you
the same
drop? Hold on a second. Hold on a second. When I drop a beach ball, right, that's in the water, you're telling me as soon as that hits the water, I can see the whole beach ball? 1,000,000% of it. The answer is no, meaning you're wrong. Anything you drop in water disappears bottom up, even if you take a poop in the toilet.
That's not what's happening. A boat is
Yeah, if I
buoyant,
take a
you
poop
know,
in the
it
toilet
doesn't
right
submerge
directly
all
underneath
the
me,
way, right?
listen, the
like
turds
you're-
disappear bottom up. The
Let him do
turds
work.
disappear bottom up. There's no curve of the earth for this. What do you guys not
Dude,
understand?
this happens with buildings too, so please let Indio work, brother.
Oh, he's fine. Don't that my car.
Yeah, but come on.
I
Poop
mean,
in
yeah,
the
come
toilet.
on.
You know, it's we're
Come on,
talking
you're
about
not that
this
sensitive,
happens
are you?
with buildings too, you know.
Well, I mean, it's just showing you the idiocracy of what you guys are saying. If I go just simply right to my toilet, there's no curve of the earth in my toilet. Clearly, that water is straight. horizontally level and flat, right? Perfectly. You can line anything up to it. I
I
encourage.
agree with that.
Now,
I
if you
I
just
put
don't
agree
the
with
like
that.
the
poop in
second
there,
article.
the poop is going to disappear and it's going to enter the water from bottom up. Does that mean Earth curve? Since when does stuff disappearing in water, when has that ever meant curve? That
Yeah,
does
no,
not
but
mean curve ever. Next
in
try.
your analogy, the boat is actually sinking. You know,
My
but that's
analogy
not what we're
shows you that
talking
there's
about.
no curve. And the turd's not a mile away, and it's not disappearing due to a hump of Earth curve water.
I'm afraid your analogy doesn't
Yeah, I'm
work in this
afraid your
situation.
analogy doesn't work for Earth curve.
I didn't put up an
D-Mark, I feel
analogy,
like you're
sir.
just riling him up, and he's gonna just use that
Well, I
to
mean,
ignore
explain
anything
to
we're
me
saying,
how.
man. So if you're
Explain to
going
me
to
the
speak to
physics.
him, you need to take it more easy.
Well, I mean, it's the physics, simple physics. Anything you put in water, a piece of wood, if I put it in the toilet, the bottom of the wood is going to be covered by water before any other section. That's how stuff floats in water. That's how water works. It doesn't have to be far away from you. Doesn't have to go over any curve. Right next to me, right here, anything I put in water, I implore you to turn your camera on, and I'll bet you any amount of your check against my check that everything you sit in water, the bottom of it disappears right away, right next to you.
Yeah, but the question is,
So
what obstructs faraway
but now
objects?
you're
You
going to
know,
tell us and pull
what?
our leg and try to tell us
I'm not.
that things have to disappear from an Earth curve when you just said, yeah, they don't.
No, I don't. I'm asking,
Which
what
one
is
is
it?
it? Earth
Is it
curve makes stuff
diffraction?
disappear
Is
from the
it
We don't
bottom
want
up.
to make this an
refraction?
interrogation,
Is it
bro. Just
multiple
chill,
of
bro.
these things?
It depends. Listen, it depends on the circumstance. Depends on the
Yeah,
angle. Depends on how
fair,
far away it
fair,
is. Depends on the weather conditions. Depends on
fair.
whatever.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it is not. Listen, I personally have seen maybe 5 videos of things appearing to disappear bottom up. 5.
Did you ever go to a port, like a harbor?
I have personally filmed a boat 30 miles away.
Okay.
It's supposed to be 470 feet beneath the horizon. I filmed it from 6 miles.
According to the geometric sphere, yeah, but the apparent position, refraction bends light, so you see far.
Yeah, that's a cool story, dude. I love how you guys just say
that's
refraction bends light. That's utter bullshit.
Yeah. Mirages, you know how mirages work. That's the
Mirages, it wasn't a mirage.
Sorry.
I know what a mirage is, and it's disputable on what causes them, and there's published papers on this. I don't know if I showed them to you. It's disputable what causes mirages. There's no quantitative. Okay, so there's a story of what causes mirages, right? Cold air over hot air, or hot air over cold air, right? Has that ever been empirically tested?
Yeah, you can use like a pack of ice, and set up an experiment and see how light refracts around that because the air is colder around the ice. And so on. I mean, that's doable. Because of the difference in temperature. Then you can extrapolate from that. Obviously, like this whole argument. Oh, he just left. Like, obviously, you're more knowledgeable. You're more knowledgeable about optics than I am, so we'll.
Look, well, listen. This is what I know. Okay, about optics. There's no about refraction. The claim of refraction, 7/6R, whatever you want to have. There's not a single demonstration of light bending down in air. There's no empirical evidence of things being lifted up by actual measurements, right? So they have tried to quantify refraction and what it is, and from what I've seen, right? So a particular paper where they're it's called long distance laser measurements of terrestrial refraction. So they actually measure the vertical temperature gradient. They measure over a distance of something like 2.6 kilometers. What they found out, which the amount of refraction was 4 mgon. Now, 4 mgon is 0.0009 degrees. Okay, so at 25 miles, that's 8 inches. I mean, something would be elevated 8 inches at 25 miles away. Now, this is empirical measurements using 2-frequency radar, and you can use something called the dispersion relation to figure out exactly how much refraction there is, because refraction is frequency dependent. So you can measure the angle of arrival of each frequency, right? Yeah. And the difference of angle and arrival will tell you how much refraction along the optical path is, right? So you have all empirical testing of it says it's not refraction. It's called scintillation, where things will like wobble up and down. But there's no thing where everything is picked up. On top
Can
of
you
that,
draw me the
there's
picture?
no model that even predicts it. So, like, I can show you images, right? I can show you images and say, hey, this building, it's 25 miles away, and it's 100 feet tall, and the camera is 100 feet off the ground. Tell me what the weather is. Tell me the conditions that cause this image to look like that. You can't spit out the weather, okay, from that. Though refraction is based on the weather, right? You can't sit there and go, well, the temperature must have been this, and the humidity was this, and the air pressure was that. You can't do that, which means you have no model.
That's a hugely complex task to do. Like you would have to know exactly what the atmosphere was made of, like the temperature layering, all of that stuff.
You're supposed to know. If you have a predictive model, you should be able to get that information from the image.
You're supposed to be able to demonstrate how basketball grows with temperature.
If you can say the atmospheric conditions cause an image to look like this, I should be able to show you the image, and then you can tell me the weather conditions. It should be reversible. The physics should be reversible.
I'm saying it's pretty hard to do, but yeah.
Oh, you so easily throw out refraction to dispute the long-range observations. But
that's what I mean. Like he said, you just throw it out. It's just a word. You guys think it's like some magic word. You have no demonstrations of it.
Yeah.
There's not a single demonstration of light bending down in air, ever. No one has ever taken a laser and shined it somewhere and showed it bending down in air, ever.
Light doesn't make basketballs shrink, grow, or turn into squares. And also, if you have a boat on a basketball with a little layer of water, can you please show me or draw me on a diagram a boat going around the ball planet, right? All the way around the ball planet, like step by step by step, but keeping itself level without a tilt and disappearing bottom up the whole way. Please give me that diagram. I'm waiting.
So if you think about it, so what do we have? So think about it for a second. What do we have? We have some observations of boats appearing to disappear bottom up. We have some observations of boats not disappearing. You're saying, well, when the boat doesn't disappear, it's being lifted up because the light is bending around the curve of the Earth. We know that can't possibly be true. You don't have a predictive model. There's no demonstrations of light. And here's the other problem. This is the big problem. And I'm going to give you the big problem.
There are demonstrations of light bending in air, like every single mirage. Like I can post you. I can link to any random picture.
And I asked you if that's ever been quantified, and you said, yeah, if we take an extreme condition, like we take some dry ice and stick it in air, right? But dry ice is CO2, and it has a higher refractive index than air. So it's not even an analogous experiment.
Yeah, but you only need like cool air adjacent to warmer air.
I've never seen anybody do it with just ice. I've only ever seen it done with dry ice. And dry ice is carbon dioxide, and carbon dioxide has a much higher refractive index of air. It's closer to the refractive index of water.
Okay. Yeah, fair, I guess.
So, but the point is, listen, I really want to get to the point. So we have two things. Okay. One of these is caused by different. What we're seeing is not really representing reality. Your thing is when we can see too far, it's because of refraction, right? Ours is when something appears to be cut off bottom up, it's something in the foreground or something like total internal reflection, right? We can demonstrate on known flat surfaces objects disappearing bottom up. But no glober has ever demonstrated things being picked up from refraction. Ever. Like, ever. So there's a channel on YouTube called Sky Free. She just came up with a video 2 days ago. It's an 800-foot lake, right? The globe's model predicts that the horizon is 2,600 feet away. You can get an entire RC boat to disappear so that you can't see it. It's a known flat surface, right? The globe model predicts it's not even at the horizon yet. Then there's the other one. Have you ever seen the National Geographic video? Flat Earth versus round Earth. Have you ever seen that?
I don't think I have.
Okay, so if you ever go on YouTube and you Google Flat Earth, it's one of the first Flat Earth videos that comes up. Flat Earth debunk video. So National Geographic, some flat earthers and some globe earthers went to the Salton Sea. The globe earthers, they made a flag with a bunch of stripes on it. And they sailed it out onto the Salton Sea and they filmed it. And when it went out to a certain distance, the bottom stripe disappeared, right? And the National Geographic guy comes up and says, oh, why can't we see the bottom stripe? Oh, that's because of the curvature of the Earth, right? That's why we can't see the bottom stripe. Well, guess what? In the image and in that video, the horizon is behind the boat. So how can the horizon be blocking the bottom stripe if the horizon is behind the boat?
Well, the horizon isn't blocking. It wouldn't be blocking the stripe.
But the thing is, you can't see. It's indisputable that you can't see.
Curvature and horizon would be independent from each other.
What are you talking about? So ships don't go over the horizon?
Yes, of course they do.
Okay, of course they do. But the flag was blocked. The stripes were not visible, but it wasn't at the horizon yet. So what was blocking the stripes?
Well, one explanation would be the curvature is blocking the stripes.
But the curvature doesn't start until you're at the horizon.
Topography. The horizon was actually higher than the curvature, so you see land like further back, right? You know, isn't that what happened there? Or isn't that an explanation?
Okay, I'll just show you a picture. Hold on.
Am I getting this wrong?
Someone else can talk. I'll show you a picture because I'm just explaining it to you. It'd be easier to see in an image. So let someone else can talk to you for a second while I find it.
No, we just hold the combo there till you get the image. Don't want to divert,
Yeah. Well, optics, it's pretty difficult. It gets pretty nitty-gritty, and you have to be like an actual...
Yeah, we're the ones that get nitty-gritty with it.
Do you remember when I demonstrated to you how our observations of the moon do not match up with a flat plane Earth?
So if the curve of the water follows the curve of Earth, right? How come the curve of dirt doesn't follow the curve of water? Because if gravity made everything a sphere and held it to a sphere, why would you have a mountain? Why would you have a dip? Why would you have a valley? Why would you have a cliff? A cliff goes straight out and then down straight. It doesn't follow, like none of this dirt follows the fucking arc of the Earth. I just don't understand.
So you're saying due to gravity it should be a smooth sphere that's
no, not due to gravity, due to the explanation of your physics of your planet that's supposed to be smoother than a cue ball. That's due to that.
That would be gravity that formed it in your sphere.
So if your planet, well, listen, it's a cool story, but if your planet was smoother than a cue ball, what is a mountain and a valley and a dip?
I'm not saying it is. I would be denying any topography exists.
So how can you
I'm
have
not sure what you're getting at.
But you're trying to say the water is the smooth thing that's the top part of your surface. So if the top portion of your surface is the water that follows the arc of your planet, why doesn't the dirt do the same everywhere? What's wrong with gravity now?
Why isn't the dirt perfectly flat?
If you live on a spherical ball planet that's a ball, and the surface is 71% water, and it's supposed to be following the arc, why wouldn't everything else? At what point do you make an arc if nothing follows an arc? Can you draw this on paper? How all these mountains and dips make an arc?
I disagree that nothing forms an arc. But
can you please just demonstrate for us how your boats go whatever we built.
He just disagrees.
All
Anyway, hey, so look in Livestream 2, voice text. I just posted the image, right?
Yeah.
So as you can see, that flag, can't see the bottom stripe. The horizon is way behind the flag. So
Correct,
why can't we see the bottom stripe?
The bottom stripe, yeah, it seems to be partially obscured, right? That's what.
Yeah, and if you actually go watch this full video, right, they film it going away, and you can see this bottom stripe, see the bottom stripe, see the bottom stripe. Then at some point, you can't see it anymore, and these clowns are like, "This is Earth curve. This is why it's happening."
Okay, yeah.
Because,
I think
but you can see the horizon is behind the boat, so it can't be the horizon, which is supposed to be the edge of the ball, right? That's what you think. The horizon's an edge of a ball. It can't be the edge of the ball blocking it. So why can't we see it? Because it's an optical effect. Because that's all there is. It's an optical effect. That's all there is to
it. But imagine this scenario: like we are on a globe, and you see across like a large water surface, and you see there's a curvature, and it obstructs certain height beyond the curvature. But then, like the water ends, and you have topography, you have hills that rise above the curvature again. Wouldn't that match what you see in this boat example, like the mountains that raise above the curvature? Would that be impossible?
I don't understand what you're saying. There is no curvature. What are you talking about?
No, I was asking if that would explain why you still can see hills and stuff beyond what they claim to be curvature.
Yeah, the claim would be that the hills are tall enough to be seen at that distance. You know, some of them's being obscured by supposed curvature. But the point here is that you can already see that the lowest stripe on the boat is obscured prior to reaching the horizon.
So what are you saying? Is that the mountains are being lifted up from refraction, but the flag, that's the curve of the Earth? Like, so we have refraction and no refraction at the same time?
Couldn't tell you at this point.
See, it's kind of, I hate making it because a lot of people don't understand it. There's something called total internal reflection, where the light just never reaches the camera. And this has been demonstrated empirically in a peer-reviewed journal. Okay, so they went to investigate desert mirages in the Gobi Desert, right? So they go out, they take a mirror, they stick the mirror 1.6 kilometers away, right? They measure a vertical temperature gradient, right? So they have thermocouples and humidity measurement devices, right, on a tree. So they know the gradient from the ground up to about 2 meters, up to about, I think it was 2 meters, right? So they film this mirror. Well, in the midst of this filming, right, hours of collecting data, when the temperature gradient reaches a certain, it's not just the temperature gradient, but the humidity also reaches a certain point, the mirror would completely vanish, where they could not see it anymore. So how does it just disappear? So imagine that it's not a mirror, it's a boat. So there's a boat sitting in the Gobi Desert, and you get this temperature gradient, and all of a sudden, boom, the bottom of the boat has disappeared. And all you see is the top part of the boat.
Yeah. So you're saying that may be due to total internal.
It's called total internal reflection.
Yeah, but you need like two mediums of very different density for that.
No, it only depends on the angle. It doesn't have to be a severe density. So you could have it like I've actually tested this. I've actually tested this in a simulator. So there's a ray optic simulator where you can actually set the index of refraction of two mediums, right? So if the angle is if the angle's past the critical angle, right? So from what I discerned, so the index of refraction of air is like the difference is in the fourth decimal place. So it's like 1.00024, 1.00025, 1.0026. Now, if I use 1.0024 and 1.0025, and the angle is greater than 80, the shallowness of the angle is greater than 89 degrees, and the light is totally internally reflected. It's because it has a very shallow grazing angle, and it just gets reflected in, and it gets reflected into the denser medium. Okay, it reflects off the less dense medium into the denser medium. But I actually didn't get to say what I wanted to say. So what I want to say now, okay, so you think light curves down around the curve, right? So say I'm at 100 feet off the ground, right? And I'm looking off into the horizon, and I'm looking at something that is also 100 feet off the ground, like a 10-story building, and I see the entire 10-story building. You're saying that light curves around the Earth, okay? Well, that light, right? That curving ray has to graze the horizon, right? But it has to come back up into the less dense medium to reach my eye, right? Because I'm 100 feet off the ground. Because your guys' claim is that light bends into the medium of more density. But if I'm elevated, I'm in a medium of less density. So how does the light get back up into the air?
Well,
what if I'm at 1,000 feet? What if I'm at 9,000 feet?
Yeah, so I get your point. Yeah, I think that actually that makes sense. But then the 10-story building would never be partially obscured, like, half of it, all of it. Like that would never happen. But if you walk away
Well,
from it,
you say it would
does
never happen, but we can demonstrate it happening on flat surfaces. We can demonstrate it. See, you have a concept of reality, and then there's the actual reality that we can go out and test, and we can demonstrate it.
Yeah. Do you know of all these skyscrapers that are only half of it, where only half of it is visible?
Where do they tilt, left and right?
Skyline of Toronto or what
Where
have
do they
you.
tilt? Where do the skyscrapers tilt from left to right? Where does the top of the buildings get wider than the bottom?
That's a different point.
Look, Jenniferado, you can go on YouTube, type in Jenniferado. It's Jennafredo. She's got the entire Toronto skyline from 30.9 miles away. The entire Rogers Center, everything. There's pictures of the Chicago skyline from 52 miles away. You can see the frickin' road that is 8 feet above sea level.
Yeah. Okay. So, is it still as high as it looks like if you're like directly in front of it? Like, is it compressed? Do you see compressed? Because I bet you do, and that would be due to refraction once again.
What do you mean compressed? I'll just show you.
Like vertically compressed.
Not the ones I'm thinking of.
Oh no, vertically compressed depending on the conditions. So, on a warm day, you will see that it is.
So what are you saying now? Like something will appear shorter because it's vertically compressed?
He doesn't actually know what he's trying to say with this.
No, that happens to the refraction.
No, I mean compression happens. You can see balconies that you see the first 3 balconies of like a 20-story building. They're all compressed together. Distance between them is very short.
I actually have a photo of compression. That's one photo was taken at Canigou from the French Pyrenees to the French Alps, 258 miles. Was taken in infrared. He took off the infrared lens, and he pictured invisible light. And the visible light image is seriously compressed compared to the infrared image. And I mean a lot. Now, someone would see that visible light and say, look, there's Earth curve. And then they would stick on their infrared camera, their infrared filter, and say, boom, well, where'd that Earth curve go?
Right. Yeah. Fine. So, then why don't you take an infrared camera like J. Tolan Media does and demonstrate how it doesn't curve. Like
He
let's
just
say
He
it's
has.
told you that.
273 miles.
He just told you
No,
that.
200. Yeah, let me finish my point. You need to see a line of sight of 273 miles across land to demonstrate
We need
that it
to,
doesn't
or
follow the
else you
curvature.
won't stop believing your
Or
fantasy.
else it isn't
How
flat.
can
We
you do it
need
over
to.
land? How are we going to verify the land is flat?
Yeah, you don't have to. You only need a line of sight. That which works over water that he demonstrated, same thing should work over land. Has never been demonstrated.
Yeah, see, you just keep moving your goalposts.
That's not
bro.
true either. So Jay Tolan Media, he took overland. He was in an airplane at 20. Listen, no. He took a flight from
you
L.
mean
He
airplane?
took
Yeah,
he
I
took a
wasn't
flight from
talking
L.A. to Texas, right? When he was over Arizona in infrared. He took images of the Colorado Rockies, which are 500 miles away, and they should be 11, even from that elevation, even from 27,000 feet, it should be 11 miles under the horizon.
Okay, well, I don't know exactly which one it is. I only know the other one where he was like on some mountain, and that's like a world record distance, 273 miles line of sight that he demonstrated, and there was water in between.
Yeah,
But,
that's the Gulf of Lyon.
Yeah.
So that just happens to be a good
do the same
place
thing
to take
without a
pictures because of the humidity. It's very low humidity.
Yeah. So why can't he do the same? Why can't he do the same over land?
I just gave you an example.
Why doesn't grass
I
or
just
trees
literally gave you an
follow
example of it.
Well, the airplane thing is difficult, you know. You need to know exactly where you are. You need to exactly know
He
your
did.
altitude. If one of
Yeah, you
those
should
things
know.
is off, then you're
How
on
much
track.
gravity does it take
He did
for a
know where
tree
he
to
was.
follow the arc of the planet?
Hey
How much
guys,
gravity makes trees and
I don't
grass
think
follow the
Indio
arc?
needs help.
I don't need help.
Merry Christmas.
Oh, I know that.
But he don't need help.
Merry Christmas, bro.
I got to get off anyway. I'll actually be back. I just need to get off for a minute. I need to eat something. You know what? You expand your stomach and then you're like hungry. You're starving like 8 Chinese food.
Yeah. Blueberry.
Oh, that reminds me. I got some cake, man. I'm
Cobbler.
gonna go eat that.
No,
Should I
Indio
have
didn't need help.
cobbler?
The other guy needs
Real
help.
kielbasa.
He
Gumkeys.
needs help. Comprehension.
But listen, I'm gonna post that Jay Tolan the video of him in the Colorado Rockies. So
Man.
just look in the chat in a minute.
Indio,
He
can you
said-
cover what you just posted before you leave?
He
man?
said it can't be done over land, but Jay Tones did it over land every time at greater distances.
I just think it's funny the physics of everything outdoes gravity. And
Oh, so this dude's a tiny earther. So you're a tiny earther, dude?
No, I'm just wondering, you know. how
You're
can
just
you
wondering
explain
what?
How do you
If that's
explain
Earth curve? How do I explain it?
It's exactly at the center of the camera.
So what?
Right, you know.
So what?
The fisheye should be ruled out.
Okay. What's a plane window made out of?
Perspex.
Sorry?
An airplane window. What is an airplane window made out of?
Yeah, well, it acts as a lens. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's actually 3 layers of glass. Did you know that? 3 layers of perspex.
Yeah, I know.
So there's an outer layer, then there's an air gap, and then there's another piece of perspex, and there's an air gap, but that air gap actually has a hole in it. So that hole equalizes the pressure in the cabin. So that first air gap is the temperature of the air in the cabin, and the next air gap is the temperature of the air outside, which is usually like negative 30 degrees Celsius. So let's just put it this way.
So that was.
You're going to get distortion depending how far away you are from the window.
Yeah. Fair. Yeah, I mean it's always difficult because he's a tiny earther, and you would be correct,
because an airplane. Just think about it to scale, right? If you had a ball that's 6 feet, so if you had a ball that's 6 feet tall, an airplane is only 1/100th of an inch off of it.
Yeah.
So think you like imagine taking a camera and putting it 1/100th of an inch on a 6-foot ball and thinking you saw Earth curve. No, it's nowhere near high enough.
Yeah.
That's why when people say that I saw a curve from a plane, man, like most of the time they're lying. I mean, but I have no doubt because we have plenty of pictures of what appears to be curved, but they're on the runway. So
You know what doesn't
Oh,
follow
right.
that curve?
Yeah.
Humans, insects, trees, plants, grass, dirt, sand.
Yeah, what about them? What I didn't get it.
None of this follows Earth curve. You're a human and you're made out of water, and your water's not following the curve of the Earth. What about gravity now?
What would you expect
Well, if
my
you're
water to
90%
do?
water, gravity should hold your water to the curve of the Earth.
That's
Just
right,
like
because
the Earth.
your oblate sphere is an ellipsoid that turned into a geoid through a gravitational model that holds billions of gallons and trillions of gallons of water to an ellipsoid and form the shape of a sphere. The land doesn't form the shape of a sphere. So I'd ask, what land isn't this horizon at? Where was this done at? Is there land? Is that horizon over land? Because hell, that could just be a mountain range. Or is that just open sea in this image?
Well, I
that
mean,
you
you
posted?
know, but for the physics of everything, of the whole planet to follow, to make a curved arc all the way around from one point,
All water on it would have to
all,
follow that law.
all water. I'm saying everything. I'm saying grass, trees, mountains,
Damn
dirt,
Skippy.
hills. Everything should follow it, but it doesn't. A tree doesn't follow the arc of the Earth. It goes up against the arc of the Earth.
You
Grass
think all
doesn't
the
either.
land, hey, if the rotation made it bulge at the equator, you think that's where all the land masses would be along the equator, right? Like a belt.
Everything grows from liquid. Look, baby. Said liquid, the chlorophyll, everything becomes from liquid.
Damn, your kids still open presents? What time is it at your house? Country kids get up like 4 or 5 a.m. I sat down with the first cup of coffee at like 25 to 5 a.m. and my daughter come down. You ready? I was like, well, the coffee's made, I guess. Come on. Up for the sun, gone with the wind.
Do you mind if I ask you all a couple opinions? Couple of opinions on the meme I just made.
Post it.
There it is. I animated it.
Opinions on what? I didn't hear a second word.
The meme I just made, I just posted it in the voice text here.
I think it's cool.
Thank you.
You know how many dumbass Glovers are going to ask, how are you defining that word girth?
That is true. I mostly added that in because I know girth and curve go sort of hand in hand, but I felt that for a meme, it rhymed pretty well.
It does.
And you know that plane window, those pictures there, those are really interesting. Because I remember I've had a conversation with someone about that. I think it might have been on one of the ladies' nights, and well, there you have it.
Yeah, I like that because, girth usually is when you say I wear a 43 size pants, you say, damn, there's some girth on that one. So normally around the middle, a bulge around the middle.
Yeah.
or your waist. You know, when you talk about girth, you're usually talking about a person's waistline.
True. Do you suggest that I change it, or do you think it's fine just for the meme purposes?
Well, if they don't get it, then it just shows how dumb they are.
That's true. Because
You know,
honestly, you'd be surprised. They're willing to combat anything they can, because they just don't have anything to stand on. So they have to go after our facts that we already have all lined up.
I've had people want to debate my name. You're not really Michael J. Smith. Michael J. Smith was an astronaut. I'm like, yeah, okay, he was. But, you know, there's hundreds of thousands of Michael John Smiths in America. So I got the three most common names. What the fuck can I say?
They really go after that? That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
there's only one hockey puck. And
oh, hey.
You know, and about the girth there, I just want to chime in on that. Yeah, and that's what Neil deGrasse didn't he call it a little more round around the sides? So that that is girth, right?
Chubbier.
Yeah.
Little chubbier.
Yeah, that was a polite way of saying, look at that big chick.
So I think girth is spot on.
When I was a kid, we'd say, look at the girth on that one.
I agree.
My grandma'd still get mad because she had girth.
Think you could still say that now?
I can now. It's just I'm a single father. I run the house. I'm the king of the castle. Unless 16-year-olds where she can hear me, then I'll concede authority to her, just so I don't have to argue about it for a couple of years.
When I pee, it doesn't follow the curve of the earth. Why not? I'm just saying. I mean, every portion of liquid, right? It's supposed to follow the curve of the earth.
There's no parabola when you pee.
No Coriolis, nothing. So, I mean, it's just simple. When I pour a cup of tea, it doesn't follow the curve of the earth. I'm just saying, like, what the hell's going on here? Waterfalls don't follow a curve.
Oh, they kind of go down, don't they? Or they go,
They go out
to
and
the
straight
next.
down. They go straight down off the cliff that they're going over.
Yeah, they follow along a horizon plane and they always find level.
Now, if the water
that's kind of what the water's doing, right?
Now, hold on. Now, depending on how hard the water's shooting, and now if you have a really hard stream, then the water can shoot out and off and over the edge. But the dirt is still not conforming where the water is, and they won't meet each other. Now, where there's a problem?
It does that at Niagara. At Niagara, you get a mist like 200 foot from the fall.
Right. And it shouldn't be a mist only. I mean, I'm like, if this water has to follow the current, it has to be the actual stream of water following said thing.
You would think.
Yes.
Yeah. Every vapor and
the dirt should have to follow the curve as well as the water, so you would never see a separation of water from dirt. You should never, ever, ever, ever.
That's where the buoyancy density comes in, common sense and physical science.
Well, like even with a
science,
waterfall,
though, right? Natural world science. I mean,
even when a
heavier
falls
falls and like
water, the water's a couple foot from the actual surface of the dirt when it's going down the wall. It's away from the wall. Yeah. It's not. Yeah, it's. I mean,
but
it's
there's
still
other sediments there. There's other gradients of sediments there in between the dirt and that, right?
right. So everything we see in reality is the opposite.
Yeah, man. And I can agree with when I actually spoke about that, like the gradients, and that's a density thing. Man, guys talk to me about density within the atmosphere, and I really have a hard time with that. Like it really cringes me.
Don't follow a curve of the planet either.
Right? I yet to see or test a gradients within an atmosphere anywhere. I don't know why people bring that up. It really, really picks my eye, Dad.
Well, I think temperature can contain things. So if you freeze something, it can contain like liquid. So of
Oh, you're
course.
down with that?
And then resistance. Wherever we have resistance, there can't be any space. So you can cut that out. No matter where you go, there's a resistance. There's never not resistance that I've ever experienced.
Right. Neither did the Wright brothers when they learned to fly, right? There's always resistance. Right?
Yeah, I mean, there's a story of no resistance above somewhere. It's a magical fucking line, but where's that at?
Well, we don't know. You don't know. That's just it, right? They told us it did. My teacher told me.
Resistance.
That's the whole. That's the whole. It's so. It's so bloody programmed into pre-programmed into your psyche that it's hard to break from. It really is. And get down to real natural science.
And there should be equal resistance in every and all direction on a sphere with gravity
There
pulling
is.
you in every, hold on, in every, no, there's not, in every and all directions on a sphere, you should be pulled in every direction towards the center. That means if you try
Yeah.
to step forward, pulled to the center, step back, pulled to the center, jump up, pulled to the center, jump
Yeah.
down, pulled to the center, every portion. But if you go forward, you're not pulled to the center, but if you go up, you're pulled down. But
Good
forward,
point.
not. Yes.
Good
So we
point.
have a problem here with the physics of gravities and balls. It doesn't work out. The word
I'm not sure you
inertia.
understood how forces work on bodies.
No, I don't think so, buddy. There's
Well,
no force on
center
your
of
body.
gravity.
Listen,
I mean,
if there was a force on your body, when you take a beach ball and put it at the bottom of the ocean, guess what happens when you let it go? It releases to the top. So all that water sitting on top of it didn't matter. It didn't hold it
Did
down.
you?
There was no force. It did not matter at all. None of that matters in your imaginary. Listen, in reality, potential is what matters. Electrical potential, right? Positive, negative, high to low, hot to cold. That's all.
You
my
realize that?
question is about
Wait.
density though. My
Don't
question
we?
about density is at what I don't mean to step in there and be a puck, but my question about density is like how much density does it take to actually attract something to you?
It's
And
not
then
dense.
how
It
much?
takes.
The electrical
You know what I
potential.
mean? It's right?
Attracted
Yeah,
by what?
let's
By
not forget
gravity?
kinetic energy. It takes energy to do work.
It's
You can
not
have,
density.
you can objects that you drop a rock, it falls because it's not an adamant object. It doesn't have any kinetic energy or potential for movement. It's got to go
What?
to seek its
Oh,
level.
I'm sorry. Yeah, what we manipulate in most of our stuff, we can manipulate like the density of certain mediums, right? That's what we manipulate, right? But the thing is, we don't manipulate the potential like we think because helium has a certain potential. And I don't care what, I mean, you can put helium into a material. The material of the outside shell can be dense. It's going to be denser than the helium. The helium is still going to go up. So it's not just density. Okay, I'm with you at a certain portion of density. Okay, when you manipulate certain densities, you can do that. If you manipulate the temperature, you can also manipulate the density. Okay, if you manipulate the
Well,
State of matter, ionized particles, ionized gas, plasma.
then you're putting on another
Well,
you're
if you go
putting
to the
on
next,
another dimension above it. You're putting some sort of thing to recalibrate that to make that
not
manipulation,
dimension
right?
variable, not
Like
dimension
there's
variable.
a force being upon that then to create that.
Well, see, that's the thing I got a problem with force. Who's measured this force?
Yeah, man.
They think they have when they say the rate of fall, they act like that's a measurement of force. No, that's just how fast that weight falls through this medium.
yeah, their idea of
And that's
force is only downward. Why is the helium forcing itself upward?
Well, yeah, why when a skydiver jumps out of a plane does he go at an angle instead of straight down?
well, you think that'd be depending how far they fly from, but why wouldn't you? Right? Yeah. You
The
shouldn't
Yeah,
be
resistance.
able to. You
no,
shouldn't be
I'm
able
just
to. Is what you're saying.
That's
Remember that right and left
contradictory.
resistance compared to
Yeah,
down. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah. It's that. Well, the skydiver thing is contradictory to the preferred direction of travel in this medium, being down.
Right.
And if you look at kinetic energy, there's multiple axes of travel due to kinetic potential, density, and buoyancy. Like a helium, it rises when it's at a certain temperature because it has an increased kinetic energy. But once it cools, it's got a lower amount of kinetic energy, so it may fall. All you need is kinetic energy, buoyancy, and density, and like Democ said, static or electric attractions. That's really the only
I'm okay with Lewin's
attractions
law
we can
even.
demonstrate. The only attractions we can demonstrate is magnetism and static attraction.
Yeah, electromagnetic. It's funny, we can do all kinds of experiments with electromagnetics, but when we try to describe that in the physical realm, we're called crazy. But they will come out with this gravity.
What's funny is gravity is quantified the same as the laws of magnetism, Coulomb's law, and all that. That's what's funny.
It's hilarious.
Proven
Yeah.
gravity, though, that really picks my fucking ass, man. There's no proven gravity. Like how dense you have to be to create a
Why do you
gravity.
think they use Coulomb's? They just stole equations from other people. The magnetic attractive equations from Coulomb's law, and we're going to call that
They
gravity. But
needed-
gravity's not magnetism. They
The
needed
best thing
They needed
an
gravity.
attraction force that is inversely square proportionate to the distance from the source of the pole or
The best
attraction.
thing you can do is record what you see in reality. Then you can put fucking ifs and buts, Kraken's nuts, Superman's biscuits. It doesn't matter. You can make. Listen, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. If I record the rate of the water going up, down in my toilet, up, down, and I can give you any story I want to back that. Whether that's true or not is a whole different fucking story. Now, just because they're recording something that you see happen in different mediums on different occasions with different things, objects, and electrical differences and potential, all they're doing is recording that. Then they're putting their fucking story, they're inferring their own
Yeah.
story behind it. You can't do that.
Yep. Hey, and I see you're cracking nuts and raise you Medusa's head. What's up?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like the Medusa's head gravity turns you to stone. So just be careful.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, stay away from that.
Is it her or is it the snakes?
It's her eyes. I think you gotta look her in the eyes, man.
Maybe the snakes have the attractive potential.
Mythology.
Aye.
That's what it is.
I wrote her, eh?
Yeah, you know.
Helium rise, we see things fall. So we see clouds stay in the air. We see hydrogen, nitrogen. Like we see things rise and things fall. Now what's that mean? It's not just fall. It's not just a constant of gravity pulling everything to the center. And if that was the case, things would dig on their own. You wouldn't need a shovel. Certain things would dig themselves into the fucking dirt. Come on now. Come on.
But instead, rocks come up out of the dirt.
Exactly. Your shovel would be able to dig its own fucking hole within days. Stick it in and watch it work.
Dude,
Gravity.
my cornfield has been a rock factory for I don't know how long. You plow it out, and for 2-3 years you don't see a rock one, and then the next year you plow it out, and there's 50 more rocks to put on the wood row.
Right. What about a geo rock that's hollow on the center? How would gravity or the physics of gravity explain that when it's hollow on the center?
Yeah, a crystalline geoid.
It's called a geo.
Yeah, it's
rock.
a crystal geo. It's short for geoid. It's a crystalline geoid. Yeah, and it's hollow in the center. You just crack them, and they're full of crystals.
Yes, I loved them as a kid. I thought they were diamonds. I thought I was rich. Come to find out,
They're worth some money.
They're worth some damn money. Yeah, I found that out a little later. Yep, after I threw them all down, like
I'm a rock nerd, bro. I got a pudding stone out front that weighs like 2,500 pounds.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, but I mean, I've heard of people getting like $3,000, $4,000 for some of those rocks, man.
Yeah, depending the color, yes.
So, like when that rock's hollow on the center, why wouldn't the densest part of that material of that crystal, why wouldn't it be in the center?
It should be lopsided. The bubble should be on one side only.
Well, why don't we ever find anything in nature
Yes,
where the
as a
hardest thing is in the center of it?
yeah, or how come we never find anything in nature that has two cores? Everything's got one core. Everything. You don't have two cores in anything, but yet the Earth, they say there's two cores in it. Yeah, you're full of shit. There can only be one center of the substance. There can't be two centers. The core is the center.
On top of that, it's a molten core that they say causes a magnetic field, which is insane.
Pass the
Which we
curry
know
time.
molten metal loses its magnetic properties.
Well,
And everything that pulled everything to the center would pull everything else to the center, continuing to pull everything else with any density to the center.
Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Yeah, they're saying that we live on an oblate spheroid or a pear, which, thinking about that, the liquids and all that, like if you go to Kansas or Nebraska or whatever, these flat ass states, Florida is extremely flat.
Florida was
You would
built,
feel
though.
like kind of being pulled backwards because you have to be going to the center of this thing, not your.
You know that? Florida, we pretty much built that up. They took tons upon tons of fucking sand and dirt down there. It was just one big swamp. They made it bigger than it was.
You should simply be able to build a building along the ground, and then someone should see that building go into the fucking air. But in reality,
Wait.
you'll never, ever, ever, just a second, you'll never, I don't care how long, you can build this building 8,000,000 miles long. It'll never leave off anything called a planet. And you can build it straight as you want forever. It'll never go anywhere off the fucking dirt where you're standing. Because that means you're not on a ball. It's pretty simple.
Is anyone talking here this evening?
Talk to who?
I was just looking to talk to anyone.
Oh, you're saying, has anybody been talking?
Yeah.
Hi, not buying. How are you, buddy?
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. What's up, not buying?
My own way, let's roll.
Be right back.
Okay.
You know the worst part of Christmas at my house? To eat my own plate, I gotta go to Mortal Kombat with the dog and the cat at the same time.
Oh, dear.
I finally said to hell with it. I put the cat in my room, gave him a plate, and his mama a plate, and then I put the dog in the bathroom upstairs and gave him a plate, and was like, "You're cut off. Can't come back out till dinner's over."
For real.
Is this being live streamed right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Nice. Very cool. Do you have like a bot that does that?
Huh?
Do you have a bot that does that, or how does
His name's Roger.
A bot? No, it's on one of the members' YouTubes.
Yeah, I think it's Rogers.
Yeah, if you just look in the voice
Yeah,
channel,
I'm not-
there's like
I'm
a
not-
24/7 live user.
Yeah, that's
streaming.
Rogers.
Yeah.
That one's Rogers. Helios is a little different.
Oh, I see.
Nice Mustang. Is that one of them with the 4.6 in it?
So, obvious, you're saying the rest of humanity isn't that bright?
No, we're not saying that.
Well, he just said, I've witnessed how the rest of humanity thinks and reasons for 30
Who's
30
he?
years. They aren't that bright.
Yeah, me. I
Obvious.
said that.
Yeah. Well, that's quite an interesting claim, I think.
And what I mean by not bright is I mean they're extremely fallacious, most people. The majority of people.
Yeah, well,
In
I mean,
fact,
that's
most all
part
of
of the
every
human
single
condition,
problem in this world currently comes from fallacious fucking reasoning, so yeah.
Yeah.
But you're saying that you've been in other forums where intellectual honesty is the most prided trait of the members in it. I'm just curious which ones, because I've never ever found the forum prior to finding places like this and fellow flat earthers. You know, so. Now, I'm not saying that there, as I said there's many people that know their trades well, and they're honest and they can explain it well, and they're very intelligent with that type of stuff. But they still live some kind of fallacious ideology somewhere in their mind, you know. Be it politics or whatever like that. You can find it somewhere.
I would just say they don't have a very good standard for what is empirical scientific evidence.
Yeah, you always have a better way of words than me.
But most people don't even know what a fallacy is. They don't know what fallacious means.
Well, that's the point in and of itself, yep. They don't even know about it. So how could they stop themselves from doing it? So that's all I was getting at, Hollywood. There's nothing wrong with this place being an echo chamber, because it's an echo chamber of intellectual honesty. So, and we don't put people in cognitive dissonance and all that because they disagree with us, or they believe in something else, or they whatever. No, they go in cognitive dissonance when they've been told over and over and over information that disputes their argument, and they refuse to update their argument and reapproach the conversation.
The only time I do it is when they're not really debating; they're just attacking people.
Yeah. I was trying to make the point that this is actually not as much of an echo chamber as it could be. Because if you actually allow contrary opinions, as you do, then that protects you from becoming an echo chamber.
Dude, if you hang out long enough, you will hear the oldest members, all flat earthers, argue with each other over what they believe. So if you hang out long enough, we don't all agree on the same things. Believe me, if you pay attention, you'll see one guy says one thing and another guy says, no, you shouldn't be opening your mouth with that crap because I don't want to be put in a basket with you. And then we'll have infighting. So it's not an echo chamber. If it was, they'd all of them, they'd be gathering around who they think is the smartest, and they'd repeat everything that person says. But it's not that way.
That would be a cult.
Do you know what the difference is? We don't use our egos when we are absorbing or sharing information, no matter what you might think. Thank you.
No, but I sure use ego when I'm dishing it out, bro. I can't lie.
Okay, well, I try not to, even though you're right, I do a lot. I try not to.
Yeah, man.
I try not to.
Yeah, you got a low ego.
You got a what? I'm sorry,
got
what?
a low ego.
I like to flex like I'm off
But it's all good, man. Nobody's perfect.
Game all the time.
That's what I'm saying, Homer. I'm not saying that every single person in the server doesn't engage
man, it's
in a
just
fallacy
extraordinary
here or there.
self-confidence, because I know
we're
that I can
always
back up.
trying to be
but that's a good
as
thing.
non-fallacious as possible. But we're not perfect.
Because I back up my claims.
Use your ego.
I don't think they heard
We're
you,
all
bro.
just human
I
at the
think
end
they
of
both
the day.
just talked right over you. That's all. Obvious.
Who did?
Yeah, it's all good.
I couldn't hear shit you were saying. I was trying to though.
I was just trying to tell Hoymar that I'm not claiming that every single person here is some kind of saint of being perfect in their logic or whatnot, because it's not possible as a human being.
I'm not perfect in anything I do, and I know it.
All I'm trying to say is that we try to be very self-aware to not commit fallacious reasoning. That's all.
Yeah,
So
that's a good thing.
But truth is, nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As opposed to those who always they are literally like swimming in confirmation bias and you know all the stuff that you usually get to see and hear.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, people only go and cook this when they just don't listen, and they just keep fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting and arguing, instead of going away with the new information, going over it in their mind, looking at the things they've looked at before and updating how they're looking at it, you know? Because you've been given a lot of information on just how much optics can interfere with observations, you know, and give the illusion of certain conclusions, you know. Now you need to go away and incorporate that into your conclusions, basically, you know.
Yeah, digesting it basically, yeah.
That's all.
I mean, that works both ways, right?
Of course.
If you say optics can distort observations,
certainly.
That works,
but we don't
too.
dispute that distortions happen.
Okay, yeah, great.
You know.
Yeah. What I'm still missing, really, is like some kind of congruent model which unifies all observations, or most of them at least. Like I've heard here several times that people say we don't have a model or we don't want to have a model, but I think that's problematic. Like some say, well, it has to be developed first. Others say, well, this is not a scientific endeavor and it is more like philosophical or spiritual. So yeah, I mean, if you the meme was posted previously about there's no girth on flat Earth, so what popped into my head was, what is the radius of known Earth then, for example?
4,000 miles.
Freely explore.
3,000 miles. 3,000 miles. Okay.
It's 3959. So basically 4,000 miles is the supposed radius.
Oh no, I'm not talking about the sphere radius in the globe Earth model, but I'm talking about like if you picture known Earth as it is, what would the radius of that be on flat Earth?
I don't know, man. What's that information gonna get you?
It would be a number, like a hard number, and then you can use that to.
Numbers don't make things real.
They don't, but they help to put observations into relation to each other.
Here's what we'll do. Here's what we'll do. Okay, you ready? Ready for this? Are you ready for this?
Predictions and so on.
Yeah. You ready for this? Either way, measure from the center of our world to the outside of it, like you would try to get a radius, right? Either way.
That would be.
You gotta hang on. To make the claim, I have a radius from the center of my world. You have to measure it physically, every inch. Go.
I disagree.
I know you do. That's why you're arguing with empiricism.
Indirect observations.
Yeah, you make believe the measurements of your backyard. Like my backyard's, I guess, this much. I'll pay you $1 million because it's not even that big. Is that how you work? You just guesstimate stuff?
Just eyeballing shit. Fuck it, whatever. It's good enough.
No.
Oh no, my property.
That's not how indirect measurements work.
Judge, I say it. I say my property's this big because I measured it with my sight. I just looked and said it's this big by this big because I say. And the judge is like, "What do you mean? You didn't measure the property directly?" No. I just looked. I mean, is that how you do it? I mean,
we can never give you an
nothing else
answer.
in life. Nothing else in life do you use that line of logic.
Not currently.
But
can I please sell you some property? Please, can I sell you 8 million acres? And you can just look to verify.
Eyeball that shit and just guess.
Just eyeball it for me, okay? I'm going to sell you an amount of land. It's going to be 8 million acres. I want $1 an acre. And you just say, okay, because you're going to eyeball it, right? I mean, is that how you work?
That's not what I'm trying
So
to
you
say.
wouldn't directly measure that to make sure you're going to pay $8 million per? I mean,
so
each
you're
dollar
saying
you want to make sure it counts, right?
Hold on.
So wouldn't you go?
Get a value for radius.
Hold on, let me
There
just
is no
finish
value.
this sentence. It's really simple.
We need to be able to independently explore all land.
You
and
would
survey
measure
it and find these measurements.
You're
and
getting at
distances.
the Antarctica treaty.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You currently are questioning from the assertion that you can freely explore all of your objective reality, but we know that we're not allowed to.
You can't measure my backyard
even
because I
then,
got a privacy fence and I'll shoot you if you come past my privacy property. And so you can't measure my backyard. So how can you measure Antarctica?
and even then,
Can't even
Hoyma,
measure my
it's an
backyard.
extreme amount of resources and manpower required that we simply do not have. We're not allowed to have because we don't. We're not getting $60 million a day in taxpayer money. If we were, we'd be able to give you a lot more answers, I'm sure, to many things. Not everything, but maybe some more.
His neighbor that lives next door to him has private property that he
So
can't
if you would
cross.
like to go and sort that out for us, get us $60 million a day, we'll get you them, and free exploration of everywhere.
Can you
We'll
just
get you
get
them
the
measures.
agreement that the government will let us all go to Antarctica?
I'll see what I can do, man.
Why don't you just get the signed agreement that the government will let us all go to Antarctica and then we can all see it and see you get it signed live? How about that? Go to the government official that allows you to go to Antarctica, right? The one you say you can willy-nilly go anywhere you want. Go to that government official and get him to sign the treaty that to undo the treaty that all of us can go live on paper where they say we can go and say how we can go and it's okay to go. We can take our grandmas, our dogs, our puppies, piles of shit, whatever we want. We can just go to Antarctica, right?
You can do that. You can book a tourism flight.
Yeah,
across
there's
Antarctica
tours,
right now.
yeah. And you know that every single one of them tour companies is owned by the same person?
No,
Do you
I
know
don't
that
know
you
that.
can't get a tour to my backyard?
They'll take you to a little peninsula, show you some sights, and then take you home. That's it.
No. You're sitting in a plane.
Oh yeah, and they take you up
flying.
onto the ceremonial South Pole. That you
I
can't
just
even
want to see him
verify
go.
that is actually the South Pole.
Not
Because
necessarily.
you have no
Let's keep it
GPS
simple.
and compasses don't work. So
Let's start small. Can we please start small? Just get your camera on like TMZ and show us whose houses you can go in, right? Show us whose backyards you can freely go in. Just show us all these willy-nilly places you can go on private property and they don't care. Show us that real quick. Hurry. Show us all the government secret places you can go. Show us and tell us where they're located and where they're at and what they are.
I don't think Antarctica is a government secret place when you
That's
can
not what
just
I
book
asked
a
you. I
tourism
said, can
flight
you?
and fly
No,
over
no,
it.
no, no. You made the claim anybody can go anywhere. So I'm asking you, since you can willy-nilly go anywhere you want. I'm not talking about Antarctica. I said, show me the
I can
government
willy-nilly go
military,
wherever I want.
the
But that's
secret
bullshit.
military bases that you've been to and point them out, the ones we don't know about.
Yeah, that's bullshit. I can't willy-nilly go wherever I want.
you can't even go to the next country over without permission from your government.
Right. You can't go
None of
talk
us
to
can.
Kim Jong-un. You can't go to talk to Kim Jong-un, let alone Antarctica, because he'll blow you out of the sky. Do you comprehend? You can't fly over Russia with an American plane. You can't fly over countries that aren't your country. But you're telling us you can just go to Antarctica whenever you want. That's absurd.
Yeah, I can right now. I can book a tourism flight across
Well, hurry
Antarctica.
up and do it.
Also,
That won't
I can
prove
also
anything to you, Hoymar.
right now I
Well, I
can
want
fly
you to
We're
into
not
take
a
saying that
restricted
Well, that's the thing.
Antarctica
Hold
doesn't
on,
zone.
guys.
exist.
Here's the problem. They're saying they want to go there and do scientific studies and be free to roam about, and you're saying I can go on a chartered tour. We already know you can go on a chartered tour, but that's not what we're talking about.
So
Can you
where do
take
they
a
fly?
video
What do they
camera?
do?
Can you simply take a video camera and a tape measure, a really long one, like several mile one,
No,
and then when you go over to Antarctica,
you can't take any equipment on the guided tour.
oh, you can't take a tape measure with you? Damn.
No, I looked into that. You can't take any instruments, scientific or technical. You can't take any of that shit
The
to
one thing, Michael, the
a
one thing they could use to prove that they could just post one piece of tape measure in the dirt with a pole and keep going away from that point and show us how far in Antarctica or wherever willy-nilly they can go. They can't do that. That's crazy.
Lovely video you posted, Hoymar. What is that supposed to prove? We don't deny the existence of Antarctica.
Right,
So you got a plane to skirt the
fly
edge.
over it, right?
For all we know, they're skirting the fucking coast of Antarctica.
Here's the thing.
And
Antarctica doesn't
what?
prove the shape of Earth, man, and too many people think it does. Well, how tell me, how would Antarctica existing prove you live on a sphere? I want to know.
It doesn't. It only.
Exactly, it doesn't.
It can either be. It can either be a giant ring around the disc-shaped Earth, like known Earth. So either that or it's
No, we don't say disc-shaped Earth. We say maybe circular-shaped living area and more land outside of that.
Oh yeah, living area. I was missing that term. Living area. That's what I
The
was talking
sun.
about all the time.
See, if the whole Earth, if we was on a big ass snowball planet or a big ass snowball plane, we wouldn't know it. But the only places that would be dry were where there was a sun heating it. It's that simple. In the ecliptic of the sun, what is it? It's an elliptic, right?
You mean the ecliptic, like the plane of orbit, or
elliptic, ecliptic? Those are actually two different things. You know that, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm not sure what you mean.
Yeah, I do mean the plane of the orbit.
Oh, so ecliptic. But wait, orbits? So
not true, says who? The new 5.0 might be now, but the 4.6 is a 302 block anyway. It's just bored out in the factory for a 4.6. That's what the fuck. They're the same block.
5.0 and the 4.6 are the same block. Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah, the old 5.0 is a push rod motor.
Yeah, the only thing that's changed is the valve train and dual overhead cams, but it's still the same block.
No, the old 5.0 and the new 5.0 are totally different blocks.
Okay. They don't bore it from the same casted?
Nope. The push rod V8 and the overhead cam V8 are totally different.
Yeah, they're machined different. Yes, they are.
Nope.
That's what I said.
Total different castings. The old 5.0 is gone. 5.0 is a modular motor.
Ah, shit. Battle mod's wrong about something. This is a day, man.
Yeah, well, not really. It's tit for tat.
Mark, the day only
Well,
happens like
Battle
once
Mod
every
knows
2
his
years.
stuff. Battle Mod knows his stuff. I don't doubt it. I just
it's still all
it's
the
hard to
same
keep up with
shit.
everything.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm just joshing.
No motherfucker, mechanical or love of mechanics, can know everything. I might have to read a book on some new shit.
That's because you ain't God, motherfucker.
Yeah, but I know you can put all, if you machine a block different, it doesn't matter what the block is. If you could get the casting, I could machine any motor out of a casting. I can make it whatever bore I want. I can put whatever valve train assembly in there. I just have to have heads to run it. Before they're machined, they're just a big plump. See, I live by the Motor City. I can go visit a tour, take a tour. But, I mean, these are new aluminum block motors, so obviously they're designed a little bit different than the cast iron ones. That should be a given. I was positive that was a 5.4, though.
So in 1993, they ended the production of the 5.0, also known as the 302, that was started in the 1960s, and they went to the 4.6 modular, and they had the same block for that motor. You could put a dual overhead cam or a single overhead cam on that particular block. They had a Texid block that was aluminum that was made by Ferrari. It was an Italian block that they discontinued and stopped importing from Italy in 1998, and then all other 4.6 aluminum blocks were called the WAP. It was a Windsor plant in so those there's a difference between those two blocks. The Italian one could handle over 1,000 horsepower. The Windsor one wasn't quite as strong. And then they kind of went back and forth between cast iron and aluminum on those 4.6 and 5.6.
You can still you can order a brand new 302 crate motor from Ford right now.
Yeah, you can, and they're salty.
I got a couple Boss motors in the crate right out here. 2 302s, a 289, and a 351, all Boss package. But I mean, I collect stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, I bet you got all kinds of stuff laying out there.
A hot rod might start with a body. An ideal for a hot rod might start with a set of rims. You might put the rims in the garage and then find a car to wrap around them.
No doubt.
You know what I always say when I pull that street rod out and race it? They say, "What the hell you got in that?" I say, "Some shit I had laying around the barn." It's just some shit was laying around the barn for too long.
Koima, you have a point?
Okay. Yeah, thank you. I also found that quite interesting that you could just apply for jobs in Antarctica at research stations as a civilian and then work there and come back.
Oh,
Okay.
we
And I
never.
asked,
Nobody said nobody could go to Antarctica.
Yeah. You can't
would the
vacation
government
there,
do your
Hunter. You got to have a lot of money to quote unquote vacation there, or you have to have a quote unquote valid reason to be there.
See,
Let's-
Mark, I don't
hey,
want to go to
listen,
Antarctica to
real
work.
quick.
I just want to go down there
I
to
just
have a look around. So
that's a cool story. I'm gonna go down to the grocery store and buy some endive, and the Earth will still be flat. Just for the record, thanks.
Yeah, exactly. Why do people keep bringing up Antarctica at all?
Yeah, not all 302s were built in Windsor, though. You know that, right?
The cleanest place that the government wants to keep protected from all the dirty ass people. People think they can just willy nilly go there. That's just funny to me.
Yeah, that's why they need hazardous waste technicians to keep the place clean, right?
Yeah, I've played Half-Life 2. It's pretty fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what your point is, Olimar. What is your point?
You don't have a claim, do you, Homer?
Well, no. Well, do I have a claim?
That's what I thought. Good.
No,
Good
I
answer.
was
No, correct. Thank you.
Hazardous waste to who?
Well, no, that's just a job description. Like, there are tons of jobs, like, research assistant and whatnot. I can post some more if you want. Like typical jobs you would expect at an Arctic research station. Like, yeah.
Yeah, those don't prove nothing.
And what do you? I mean,
Why address it, bro? It doesn't prove shit.
exactly.
I know
It's like talking about Santa Claus. Santa Claus needs a lot of elves, but you're going to sign up. Are you going to sign up to be one of Santa's elves? So go sign up to be Santa's elf, and then tell us how it ends up. And
well, I know Marines that were in my regiment that went to the Antarctic, but it doesn't prove anything. You can go there as a Marine or a worker. What does that mean? Does it disprove a flat Earth? Apparently,
no.
Apparently, you think flat earthers think Antarctica is bearing of all people, but no, we know there's military bases there, and you'd be a civilian working on a military base. We know they do research there. We also know they don't want us doing none.
They think you can't have snow on a globe.
Also, do you realize how? I mean, even in the globe
I mean.
model, do you realize how fucking massive Antarctica is claimed to be? That's
Blue
like
ice.
saying, "Oh, people go over to America and they set up camp in Miami, and they know they've surveyed the entire USA from Miami." Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, that's
The people that are in Antarctica are in.
It's huge.
In certain parts of Miami, it's hard to get out with your rims on your car.
No, it doesn't prove the globe. No, by all means. Of course, it doesn't.
It doesn't address the problem of shape at all.
Then why do you talk about it?
It could address our ignorance of all the land there actually is, or known lands. And then it makes you ask the question, why can't we know about every bit of land that's on Earth if somebody else has the right to? I don't care who they are, government, elected official. I don't care if you call yourself a king. I don't believe kings were ordained by God. You can take that shit and get the fuck down the road with it.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, up until now, I assumed that many flat earthers think that Antarctica is like just this huge ice wall that you cannot go beyond.
Nah, you've been fucking watching too much Game of Thrones, man. Nobody claims an ice wall.
No, really.
The only thing is the shoreline. The shoreline of Antarctica.
Yeah, it is an ice shelf.
It's an ice shelf, yeah.
And when they talk about the journeys of Captain Hooks and Admiral Byrd, they talk about the ice shelves, and they were probably talking about the ice shelves in reference to Admiral Byrd. And the only thing you heard was, there's an ice shelf in Antarctica? No, it's not an ice shelf, but you can Google it and see them. You can see pictures of it on Google right now. Antarctic ice shelves. Right. I mean, what the fuck? They had to climb up that. They parked the Navy boat right next to it and laddered up to the motherfucker.
Yeah, so the image that Seth just posted, yeah, right. So, I mean, that's
an ice shelf.
It's under
Arctic
misconception.
ice shelf.
Yeah, that's
you think it's just a huge wall, and you cannot go beyond, or you will be whatever.
No,
eliminated
it's
by
land.
Look at this. No, we
land,
don't
man.
say you can't go beyond it.
Cool.
Admiral Byrd got up there and drove around on it. He said there was more land there than. He said there was a land there greater in size than the United States of America.
Yeah. So yeah, all I wanted to do was just those job postings like that shows that there's a.
You've been arguing with too many flat Earth and the Bible channels, man. You telling you either under a dome or a firmament or something. Is that what you're trying to say?
There's people building satellites who don't even realize they're not going into space. Just because people are working in Antarctica doesn't mean they know shit. But most likely, they are privy to some kind of extra knowledge, I would imagine. But that's just my own speculation.
Yeah, but if you look at the map that I posted above of Globe Earth Antarctica, and then map these positions of research stations to the ring Antarctica, the flat Earth model, then what do you think? Like
have you ever read up?
Again, mapping up to a model, you don't even actually know what Antarctica looks like in reality.
Yeah, have you ever read about Admiral Byrd's journeys and Captain Cook, was it? Who went around the ice wall he registered like 3,800 miles of going around. Well, that's way bigger than the
way
continent.
More than that, man. It was like 60,000 miles around.
Was it? Okay, well,
Yeah,
I just know it's larger than what they show us the continent would be. You'd have to go drive around the entire continent like 6 times, 8 times.
He never got around it, apparently.
No. So I think we've all seen a globe, and it's obvious that we don't believe they're telling the truth or showing all the known land. They still find new islands every day now.
Yeah, but they are inside the living area, right? They're not like lying outside of that area.
Yeah, outside of a certain parallel, we're not allowed to travel. You're not even free to leave your own nation without passport.
Yeah, that's all true, yeah.
But we're all born here natural and free, right? But yeah, we gotta bow down words on paper.
So, what do you make of these expeditions that supposedly cross Antarctica, like on foot or whatever?
We make of them pretty much the same we make of CGI globe Earth images.
Well, for me, every point you brought up about Antarctica in no way proves whether it's a globe or a flat Earth. They could walk from one side to the other, and for me, it goes with both models. So what?
No, what I mean, an expedition across Antarctica, you can start at one point and walk like in a straight line.
Yeah, that's what I said.
On the other side, right? That doesn't work on the ring of Antarctica. Like
not all flat earthers believe there's a ring around.
Okay.
Yeah, you would need to actually prove that they transverse across Antarctica. Can you?
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Did you look at the dude's path that supposedly went all the way through? All he did was the shoreline all the way down one side.
Yeah, he went in and he came back out. It was like
he didn't walk down
you know.
He didn't walk across no fucking continent. He came back out on the same side he went in on.
Yeah, and if you put that on the A or whatever, it's just in the peninsula basically, slightly further in, and comes back out.
Yeah, but here's the thing, just like history articles, it's a news article. Mostly what you can get on those are news articles, and a news article doesn't prove shit. We can't even verify this guy existed, let alone whether he did what they said he did. Hell, I don't trust the weatherman. The motherfucker tells me every day it's going to rain, and then we don't see rain, and the day he says it's not going to rain, we got a fucking monsoon.
I always had that thing about the lottery as well, you know. I was like, why can't they just like fucking, dress down one of their banker buddies and then say he's the guy that won and put his picture in the newspaper, Like, nobody's actually going to go and verify,
Who knows if they're not actually doing what you say, yeah.
Yeah, or they just fucking pick up a homeless guy and tidy him up and make him the winner or something.
That appeals to whether or not you just believe what's told to you.
Yeah, the thing is, they're
Yeah,
so
if you
filthy
do
rich that
believe,
they
you
don't
know.
need to win the lottery.
Sure they do, because it's a big fucking club, but they don't want you in it. So why the hell are they going to give you a chance at 32 million so you can be sitting at the same table with them?
Well, that's what I'm saying. But they need to keep
because,
up the illusion that person just like you, a normal person, you can win 30
No,
million.
he was
you know?
saying they don't need the money. That's regardless of the fact they don't want your plebeian ass to have it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
That's what I was getting at.
We might let you earn $1 million or $2 million in a lifetime, but you're not going to be a millionaire. You definitely ain't going to be a billionaire, because then you're the new kid on the block.
Yeah, you're not going to have enough
what
to ever
happens-
influence anything, you know?
So
And if you do,
what
you're
do you
going to knock
think-
on your door.
I genuinely wonder what happens to those people that actually make it. You know, they win the lottery or they win at the stock market. You know, the huge gamble actually works out and they become a millionaire or whatever.
Oh no, you're allowed to have some kind of money in this world. You're just not allowed to have too much. You know.
And what
You
happens
can
if
maybe
you
have
get too much?
somewhere
those
up to 10 million. I don't think they're going to really bother you. You're not allowed to have billions. If you have billions, you better be signing the contract. You better be compliant with the club. You know.
I don't think it's better be. I think all the people that are billionaires are in the club. Also,
They're all in the club, yeah.
Societies. Yeah.
And it's these same billionaires that are doing their little fucking supposed space flights. This special little group, you know.
Yeah.
Claiming they're going to space, claiming they're starting the space tourist industry, you know. We have to trust them. No, we don't have to actually trust them. We just need to analyze the footage they give us and see all the inconsistencies in it.
Yeah. Well, when it actually starts to get interesting is when in a few years they claim space tourism should be extremely cheap, like 10k, 50k, perhaps 100k for a trip.
No, I'm sure.
To space.
They were telling us the same lie in the 70s. By now, we're supposed to already have shuttles going back and forth to the moon.
You're right, yeah.
I posted the newspaper clipping. NASA sees moon colonies by 72?
Yep.
Or 78? Whatever, yeah. 72 or 78.
It's why they don't want the millennials talking to the boomers. They want them to just call them a boomer and laugh and walk away, because they don't want the boomers telling them, or the traditionalists, dude, they told us the same lie.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, Hoyman, in a few years, the way things are going economically, 200,000 is going to be worth a few million today. So nobody's going to be affording that.
You're right, yeah. But those numbers, they will vary greatly. I mean, yeah. When we reach that point, it's
just a carrot constantly dangled in front of your face to keep you in the illusion.
Yeah. I mean, personally, I'm still excited for all the projects going on. I don't believe they're all fake currently. But yeah, the dangling carrot analogy is still fitting. Like they said in the 70s, they said, yeah, we will go to Mars. Humans will land on Mars in the 80s or something. And that was 40 years ago.
What was the article I seen like a week ago come out of NASA saying that they can't design a space-ready suit, so they're outsourcing it now to SpaceX. These are the people that supposedly put men on the moon in 1969.
Well, 40 years ago.
And they can't in 2021 figure out how to make a space-worthy suit.
Well, yes, it's not as easy. Like there's a huge business of subcontractors and whatnot, so it's not always that easy.
I mean, they don't even have to design it for anything that intense in comparison to going to the moon. We're talking about pissing around on the ISS, you know.
Yeah, it also has a lot to do with funding and these projects have
huge
dimensions.
Yeah,
and
it's like 60 million a day.
Across administrations and so on. So yeah.
Yeah, it's a cool story.
Bro, they got plenty of funding. What the hell are you talking about?
No, the one president,
this is the guy that believes they paid $100,000 for a fucking toilet, and that's okay. Space, bro, space.
Yeah, well,
Yeah, no.
What's the
I
point
could
though?
engineer something better for less.
I just found a 1943 wheat penny.
Sweet. That's a good year, bro. Good year.
I'm telling you, it's not the best condition, but it's a fucking 1943 wheat
Mark.
penny, baby.
You're like a parent that can't admit that their child's been proven to be a murderer, you know?
Look for defects or misprints,
Wait,
man. If it's
what?
one of
Can
them,
you repeat?
You're
Oh, it
behaving
looks
like
pretty ugly. The outside's been like scraped off a little, like the copper coloring, but the penny's still here. You can see all the picture, the everything of what it is. But yeah, but it's a 1943. They're supposed to be worth $1 million fucking dollars.
Some of them.
Right. Well, I don't care. I'll take 10,000. I don't give a fuck. I'll take 10 G's. You know what I mean? 100 G's. I don't care. It's a 1943 wheat penny. Shit, it's got to be worth something. They're the rarest ones. It's the time when they had no pennies because they used them all for bullets. And I've got one. So it's got to be worth at least maybe 10 G's. I don't think it's my Yarmulke. My Yarmulke penny is better, I think. But still, I got a 1943 fucking wheat penny. How often do you come across one of those? I mean, literally, there's only so many in the world circulated that you can find.
It's a 1943S.
I can't see the mint mark that good.
Right. Not every
looking at it.
penny. Right. Not every penny is worth a lot.
No, not every penny, but I'm saying the 1943s, all of them were usually used for copper.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, not all 1943 pennies that you find is going to be worth $1 million. Only a certain.
No, probably. Well, probably the best ones, yeah.
They had
but if you find one, it's still rare because they don't have that many. So even if you find, I'm just saying, I've looked at a lot of them, and they're like, even if you find a shitty one, it's still got to be worth something like 10 G's, which isn't $1 million, but it's still better than a penny. It's like finding a lotto ticket.
Yeah, so if I can just quickly speak to the...
If it's a copper penny, it's worth something. From 43.
Yeah, okay, can I say something regarding the why would they lie? So yeah, I'm beyond that stage. Like if you're being told, well, there's evidence for a conspiracy, your first question is not, well, why would they have this conspiracy? But you would ask, what is the evidence? Like, present it to me. So why would they lie is obviously garbage, yeah, totally. I'm on the same page. Oh, battle mod, it makes your pen finger itch? Why does it? Isn't... I mean, conspiracies are real, like, I'm not sure what...
A conspiracy lacks proof, that's why it's a conspiracy, but we're not lacking of a proof. Flat Earth is an observation, Flat Earth's not a conspiracy.
Okay, then I
It's
have
an
my
observation.
wrong. So when you have a conspiracy, then you get proof for it. What is it then? What's it called?
It's only a conspiracy without proof. If you have proof, then it's reality, right? Reality? Concrete?
No, but the conspiracy is just that there are people conspiring about something, right? I mean that's the difference. Or is conspiracy theory is unproven, but a conspiracy is like actual fact. That's what I was getting at. Yes, I didn't use the term conspiracy theory because that's a CIA term anyway. I was talking about actual conspiracies.
So would that make the globe a conspiracy theory?
Well, whether that makes the globe a conspiracy theory? Was that what you asked? Because I don't think it does.
Because there's nothing confirmed about the globe itself. None of it. It's all fiction. So the globe itself is a conspiracy theory, correct?
there is an active conspiracy to conceal the true nature of this world. That's all. It's not a theory anymore.
Well,
It's
there
been
are many
proven.
conspiracies,
It's been proven by demonstration and measurement.
The moon landings probably were like was a huge conspiracy, for example. And also in history, there were many conspiracies regarding World War II and whatnot.
Yeah, the moon landing you can say is a conspiracy theory. There's ongoing theorizing why it was done, how it was done. But that's the beauty of flat Earth. You don't need to sit. Well, I mean, we're gonna, and we do, but you don't need to sit on internet forums debating back and forth to prove this to yourself. You go outside, you take the globe mass, and you do the observations, and you will find they don't match, and that's it. There is a conspiracy. It's not a theory anymore.
Well, I don't agree.
That's why people have such a hard time with flat Earth, because there's a lot of people in the truther movement that it's just like watching television for them. It's just their form of entertainment, you know. They think they're devotees to truth, but when it comes crunch time, you present them with a flat Earth conspiracy theory, quotes, they buckle. Because once you realize this, you cannot avoid having to change how you interact with this world and people. Yeah. Whereas you can realize 9/11 was a total, whatever, inside job, whatever you want to say, not the official story. But you can keep going along the same as you are, You don't have to change anything about yourself. It will, it's inevitable. It does change some aspect of you, yes.
Trust in government, for example, yeah.
But it doesn't really call to your soul for a real devotion to spreading kind of knowledge in this world. You try your best to wake up who you can, but most of the time you don't succeed because you can't wake people up. They wake up in their own time. You're still dancing with it, and for all intents and purposes, you're still engaging in all the systems of this world that are enslaving and disempowering people, But Flat Earth forces you to reassess what you think your position is in this world and what you think do you have authority or do you not? And you, without a doubt, have the most authority in this world. Under God. God's always above you. But as far as human beings go, you have as much authority over this world as anybody else does. You don't have authority over other people. You have authority over yourself. Anyway.
Yeah.
I always think these thoughts more elegantly in my mind, but butcher them when I have to articulate it,
Oh, I know that very well, yeah. But I get your point.
Yeah, okay. You can sit in rabbit holes all your life, man. There's rabbit holes for every fucking single thing in this world, You could turn everything into a conspiracy theory if you want.
Definitely, yeah.
But you'll never prove without a doubt, that there is a conspiracy about whatever. You can't. 9/11, that's done and dusted. All the material's gone and melted down. The documents are all burned and whatever's been done, Everything's been twisted and, manufactured to point or misdirect and all this type of stuff,
But then we have still good records of some of the, the documents and whatnot that give insight into the conspiracy that went on.
Say again?
Documentaries about nano thermite and what.
Yeah, I mean, you know how it goes. There's what people, no planes, directed energy weapons, thermite, whatever else, you know. All I can say for sure to myself is that what I was told how it went down by the government is not true. But I can't prove that to you. That's my intuitive understanding from all the information and little tidbits that I've seen regarding it that adds up in my mind to form a conclusion, you know. But I can't prove it empirically to you.
Not empirically, but you can appeal to my logical reasoning. Say, well,
yeah, well, that's what I would hope to do.
Yeah, if we if we just take like one example, like you look at how the buildings went down, compare that to a controlled demolition.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest one. Yeah,
then
that's
you
the
can
smoking gun.
Well, that was a controlled demolition. What's the difference? You say, well, yeah, plane went in and so on and so forth, but it still looks like controlled demolition. It shouldn't happen.
Building 7, no plane hit that. You know.
Yeah, exactly, and yeah, that's just one like a facet of it. So yeah.
But see, so you'll be familiar with this in that when you've tried to show this to people, in some way or another, they've used their words to tell you you can't trust your eyes, your senses about this situation. And then that's what happens to flat earthers from glowers. They do the same thing. They use their words to spin it in a way to try and explain away what you're seeing as not being able to trust your senses or what you're feeling, whatever, you know. So you've been you're familiar with the other side, you know, both sides.
I am.
And now you're now partaking in the position of somebody that tries to, when you show them Building 7, you show them what a blatant controlled demolition that was, you know, and they deny it. You know, the office fires causing that to collapse is like the most fucking ridiculous thing, you know.
Yeah, well, they will show you how kerosene can melt steel beams and whatnot, but that's not
even then. And then if you actually go in and look at like the problem with jet fuel.
Yeah.
One thing.
Yeah, I mean the so-called debunks just are not very convincing, and the bunks are very convincing.
but I mean, you know, you can go and have a look at like how much fuel they claim is put into planes, and you can see how it doesn't work out, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So
also that still wouldn't.
That just diminishes the idea that jet fuel did as much damage as it did on 9/11, you know, even further.
Yeah. Yeah, so says who, regarding your last point, the so-called science and mathematics you parrot is fully funded by the government. Yeah, probably. Like governments fund all of that research, pretty much. Like there's little independent research going on. Of course, like where would the funding come from? But then, if that's all garbage that you can disprove with your own eyes or simple, simple disproofs basically, then how can it accurately predict things like lunar eclipses or solar eclipses? Why does that work?
The eclipse cycle has been predicted for millennia.
Yeah.
It's called the Saros cycle. It was discovered
by
the Babylonians, who subscribed to a flat Earth cosmology. So
the Aztecs had it before the Babylonians, and the thing is, when you've observed cycles for thousands of years and you call it a prediction instead of what it is, a post-diction, it gets kind of annoying. You're not predicting anything.
You're predicting when it will happen.
It's not a prediction, if you'd let me finish my sentence, because we observed it over and over again, and we know when they're coming. We know it. It's not a prediction when you know this cycle is coming up.
Yeah, but we know it's coming, right? Like, isn't
Yeah,
that the
that's
definition of
Yeah,
prediction?
because we observed the cycle.
yeah, but
and
it doesn't
repeats.
have anything to do with the shape of Earth, and it has to do with the fact that people
Yeah,
watch
okay.
the stars.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and the Saros cycle is mapped out in a flat circle, just like the Aztecs. Same as
Can
their
you pronounce that?
Saros, Sarros, cycle, Cycle.
It's 1 hour.
Saros.
I think we have information on it down the bottom of the server. Should be a channel, yeah. Saros cycle down there. Someone wants to link that in chat.
Saros. That's Saros.
Yeah, we know NASA uses the Saros cycle, but we also know who created it. They didn't create it, and the people that did create it, they believe they live in God's creation on a flat Earth.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
And then, of course, you got the Selenalian eclipse, which is a total geometric impossibility.
You know the anti-Catharian machine? You know what that is? The relic they found, the oldest computer ever in the world. Anti-Catharian machine. It had a Saros cycle calculator right on the back of it. And this is all you need to calculate Saros cycles. Not a sphere, but a circle. So this is how you start the cycle mapping.
See, the more you actually research into this, the more you'll find that our ancestors were far more intelligent
In the ancient
than the mainstream
Aztecs
wants to give credit for. So
the ancient Aztecs used the exact same thing, but every square in it they called a Baktun.
Yeah.
Or instead of an age.
Yeah.
Because that's what the mainstream is always putting into your head, is to disregard anything about your ancestors or these ancient civilizations.
Yeah.
They were just archaic, they were backwards, they didn't know what was going on. But everything we use today was figured out by them. We are not at the pinnacle. We are not the pinnacle of human intelligence.
Hell no.
In the 21st century,
Not
we're
even
fucking. We're devolved, just to use that word.
Previously. Yeah, but if you look at language here, there's a clear devolution of language. It gets simpler.
There's a devolution of every aspect of intelligence at this point.
There's also the Metonic cycle. A lot of people don't know about that.
And now I recognize the machine, the NATO. Thanks, yeah.
Yeah, that's an anti-Catharium. Anti-Catharium.
Anti-Catharium, yeah.
See, you can't really say you predict shit when we predicted on a 6,939 day, 19 years and 235 months. It will be a cycle. Every cycle, the cycle starts over again. So every 19 years, the cycle starts over again. And we know every organization or display that they'll go through in those 19 years. So that's, you can't say we can predict it more accurately. No, we're just counting days. That's it. Because we watch it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Some have 8-year cycles. Some have 76-year cycles. Some have 304-year cycles.
Oh yeah, I meant to drop this earlier when we were talking about Antarctica. That's the turbo routes you're referring to. I can thoroughly waste £30,000.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you have a source for that, or
That's the
am I
boat
just going
race,
to believe
bro.
that?
That's not the I thought we were talking about the people that said they navigated the entirety of the Antarctic continent on foot or skis.
No, it's just the guided tours.
Yeah, that's the boat route for the tour boat.
Oh yeah, tour boat. So I
But
was
they
talking
also
about
have a race.
flyovers first of all, and of course the people.
Yeah, they just put flyover in the title.
Trans-Antarctic
Expedition. Yeah, and all they did was go down the shoreline. They didn't go across it.
Well, I mean, if you look at the routes they reportedly took, then it's not the shoreline.
Can you verify it?
Nope.
Then I don't need to dispute it.
Yup.
I mean, technically, it's not the shoreline, but it's not that far. They go through the shortest distance, and they're closest to the shore all the time. I can give you the route if you want it.
Yeah, but if you map that to
It still doesn't prove nothing.
ring-shaped Antarctica, then the route would have been thoroughly different.
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really if it's just a part of the ice shelf that's shaped like that. Depends on what part's protruding outward. But this doesn't even debunk an ice wall.
Wait, which ice wall? I mean, I thought we were saying that there isn't an ice wall that you...
Yeah,
No,
you just accidentally used that word and don't think too much about it.
Ice wall, ice shelf, what the fuck ever, man. Listen, that's what I'm saying. This route right here that they took, it doesn't debunk shit. You can still say there's a ring around there and they just went through a small peninsula portion of the ring. Because that's all they did is go through the smallest route. Well, you don't need the boat routes for the land route. I gave specifically the land route because I don't give two shits about the boat travel. It doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, obviously, yeah. Absolutely, yeah.
It doesn't debunk anything. It could just be a portion of it, and they're saying, yep, yeah, this portion right here, this is what we're telling you is that. Hell, none of us know. You ever been there?
In Antarctica? No, I haven't. Have you?
No.
Yeah. Well, either way, I mean, did you know that every year that there's an Antarctica circumnavigation?
Yeah, the boat race. I said something about it like 2 minutes ago. Boat race.
Apparently,
No. I thought Globusters had one of the racers on, but I think he was just like circumnavigating east-west or something. It's not like specifically an Antarctica race or anything. It's just a circumnavigation race.
I mean,
yeah.
But he was showing how everything's off, man. Distances are off, time zones are off. It's all fucked.
Yep. But there only can be one distance, right? Like either it's the one on a flat plane, or the one around the continent, Antarctica.
Certainly. There is only one reality.
Yeah. So in these
I don't think. Listen, if you take a 3-inch string and tie in a bow, is it still a 3-inch string? Shape doesn't change distance.
Wait, Well, it depends. I mean,
if you know the actual amount of miles you traveled from one point to another, you're not going to change that just because you believe it's shaped differently. It's still going to be 3,000 miles. If I drive 3,000 miles, it'll be 3,000 miles every time.
Well, the thing is, I haven't seen a flat Earth map that is not an azimuthal equidistant projection of a globe.
Well, you haven't seen a flat Earth map. That's what you should be saying, because that's not our map.
Right, then show me your map.
It's an azimuthal equidistance map. And have you ever heard the map's not the land, the land's not the map?
What? Can you repeat?
The land is not the map, and the map is not the land. No map is accurate, and there's
maps like it's
can,
the
can
scale.
I finish
like,
my sentence, guy?
Yeah,
no
sorry.
map is ever accurate, and there's multiple reasons why. Just to name one is the coastline paradox. No coastline is straight and consistent. You know, they're not tangent lines or irregular shapes.
Yeah.
But if you're going to say the AE map is good for travel, I'm going to tell you no navigation chart is laid out like an AE map. So apparently people who use boats and planes and trains, they disagree with you.
No, they don't. They just use another mapping.
No, it's not a navigation map. The AE map. It's not a navigation map.
Yeah, correct.
Navigational charts are laid out in Cartesian coordinates, not azimuth sectors. They're laid out like a tic-tac-toe board, whether they're Portland charts or air charts. Either way, all nav charts are a flat 2D image that's gridded out in sectors. You go from sector to sector to sector.
Yeah.
Whether it's air, land, or sea.
Yeah, correct.
So nobody uses the AE map for navigation. Nobody uses the Mercator map to navigate shit. Nobody uses a globe to navigate anything. They use sector charts or Cartesian coordinates, which is a Cartesian coordinates is just a large tic-tac-toe board with a million squares in it. You go from one square to the next square.
Yeah, I mean, obviously they don't have like a miniature globe like on the bridge in the average.
They never have.
Obviously. Yeah,
they never have. They use. They're called Portland nav charts, navigational charts. Portland. Yeah. Why? Because they're port-to-port charts. They take you from one port to the next port, sector by sector by sector. You know, for a boat with Portland charts, you don't have to. You pay no attention to longitude or latitude, and you can safely ignore curvature.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
If you're just going from square to square to square, why would you need curvature? For the land, they're the nautical charts. Nautical travel was based on this for millennia.
Yeah, but you know that early maps used equirectangular projection, but that's only suitable for small patches of sea. So nowadays they use a Mercator projection, which actually maps a globe to a cylinder and unwraps that cylinder onto a flat 2D plane that you can have on your table, basically. So it's still a projection of a globe. Is anybody talking or answering? I can't hear anybody.
No, we're here, bro. It's just that what you're telling me is that they take a globe, which is a projection, and then they unravel it and make it flat so that it works.
Yeah, this is what they do.
Exactly.
Listen, for navigation, what you have to do is on a globe map, you have converging longitudinal lines, right? They all converge at one point. But in reality, you actually have straight lines. So they lay it out in 2D and grid it out in Cartesian coordinates so you can follow straight lines. If you try to follow a latitudinal line, you'll end up 3,000 miles from where you want to be. So the curved lines of geodesy, or a globe, would not get you where you need to be on Earth. But a straight line, which is called a rhumb line, if you read those portal land charts, even the wiki on it, they'll explain all this. This is why you ignore curvature. I don't care what you say about it's a globe projection. When the guy using the map has to ignore curvature and run straight rhumb lines to get where he's going, I don't care what it's a projection of. It could be said in the reverse state that the globe is just a projection of the true map.
I don't follow the logic here.
The logic is a globe has converging longitudinal and latitudinal lines. They converge at the end. But for you to actually navigate on the true Earth, you need those lines to open up and be congruent and tangent all the way across.
Yeah, but
equilateral.
If you imagine, if you overlaid in your head those converging longitudinal lines on a globe, what would it look like? It would look like parallel, pretty level lines. But you can't really see them curved.
On a globe, all the lines come together at one point, North Pole and the South Pole. But to actually navigate, you just use a square grid. You're missing the entire point.
Yeah, I think I get the point now.
So the point is that when you take the Cartesian coordinates or the planar geometry that we actually survey in, and you try to engineer it around what you say is the spherical nature of the Earth, your line, you now get travel divergence. And if you try to travel the lines of a globe, you'll not get where you're going to. So the globe isn't worth shit because you can't navigate the real Earth with it. But a square with a bunch of squares in it is perfect for navigation. Why? Because it's not a fucking globe. It's that simple. If it was a globe, you could start from any portion of south that you wanted to, follow one line, and you would end up exactly at the North Pole. But this wouldn't be true on a flat Earth. Only certain rhumb lines would go to the Northern Pole, and certain would go to the Southern Pole. Not every line on the map would end at a pole. And if you don't get that, that means the furthest west and the furthest east are ending at a pole. But if you take that route and end at a pole, you're 3,000 miles from where you wanted to be. Damn near the radius.
Oh, wow, I'm thinking about...
My uncle's a merchant marine. Sails a freighter on the Great Lakes, sometimes out in open sea, ocean, whatever you want to call it.
the essence of every globe argument. And I'm not attacking you, Hormar. This is just everything. You come in here and you say, but they tell me globe. So we say, okay, this is what happens when you use a globe and it doesn't work. Oh, but they tell me globe this way. Oh, yeah, there's a problem because if it's a globe, it doesn't work. Every single argument you have, it never, ever works. No rotation, no gas pressure, not round. Don't find it. It's
Don't
just not
calculate it.
there.
Don't apply it. Don't use it in anything that's functional.
Never.
Never.
So every time you say, oh, but they tell me, and this is what I think I know, it doesn't work, the logical conclusion, which you mentioned earlier, logic, the logical conclusion is flat stationary plane with an
Yeah,
enclosure, period.
it's not. Listen, basically what he said is globe math isn't applicable in reality. You can't apply it to anything and make it work. For the purpose of oceanic travel, you can consider the Earth to be flat, motionless, and square. For air flight, same shit, non-moving, non-rotating, level plane. For battery or artillery, same thing. We're not going to try to sling a cannonball around the damn globe to hit somebody. We're going to arch the barrel up so because of ballistic capabilities, the bullet can only go so far, depending on how much powder you use, you know?
Yeah, but talking about ballistics, you also need to talk about the Coriolis effect.
No,
which is
I don't.
very much factored
Actually,
in.
no, it's
Into,
not.
yeah.
No, I'm an ex-Marine Corps sharpshooter. Special skills operator. I could shoot you from 5,200 yards, motherfucker, and the only rotation I'll calculate will be the rotating bullet because my barrel is rifled. So the bullet spins to the right. It's called the Magnus effect. So when they say we calculate for Coriolis, they're being disingenuous. It's not the Coriolis of the Earth that we fucking calculate for. It's the projectile that we calculate it. When you spin to the right and you're going through the medium in the air with drag, you get a right hand drag, so it pulls your bullet to the right. We calculate this with the Miller twist rule. And Miller twist rule is good for, the longest shot that's been done is 2 miles, 10,400 feet was done with the Miller twist rule. They didn't calculate no rotation of Earth. Because if you calculated the rotation of Earth, you take the speed at the equator 1,000 miles per hour. That means in 1 second, 1,200 feet are going to pass by. So if I'm shooting a bullet 2 miles or a mile, we'll just say a mile, and I have a 1.8 second flight time for my bullet, right? So now I'm going to have to calculate how many miles of Earth is going to move to the right or the left, depending on which way I'm shooting, before I can hit my target. Because 1,200 foot happens every second at the equator for it to be spinning 1,000 miles an hour. And I don't care, you can say fast, slow, whatever. There's still 1,000 miles an hour moving from where it was to where it is now every hour at the equator. So you'd end up with like 1,800 foot. So you would be pointing either 1,800 foot to the right of the target or to the left of the target. And nobody does that. If you did, you wouldn't hit shit. They don't teach Marines Coriolis, bro. I was qualified to be a sniper. I just didn't want to be a sniper.
Yeah, I'm aware that for snipers in Marine Corps and other militaries of the world, they don't use Coriolis for like a 2 mile shot. Yeah, they don't use Coriolis. I was talking about ballistics, artillery, for example.
Artillery, we don't calculate Coriolis either. Battery and artillery, ballistics. It's ballistics. A lot of them shoot smooth bore, and you have less air drag. So you have less variance. It's either right, left, up, or down. It's elevation of the barrel is the most they worry about, and that's for distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's because of ballistic capabilities. Got nothing to do with movement. What did I just say? So what I would have to do, if this was true, was aim my cannon 1,800 foot ahead of a moving target that I'm trying to hit. Actually, more than 1,800 foot, because of that, now I need to know the rate at which the boat's moving, the rate at which the Earth's moving, and the rate at which the bullet's moving. Now it becomes a differential equation. So you don't just have a sniper in the field. You got a motherfucker who's got to do a 3-page equation before the target gets out of range of his ballistic capabilities.
Yeah.
We'd never sink anyone.
Yeah.
And we sunk a lot of people.
So you were in the Navy, or?
I was in the Marines. RSOC, Special Skills Operator, 0237. 1st Battalion, hoorah.
Okay, I know some of those words.
Cool.
The thing is, yeah, no, I'm not very knowledgeable on that, so.
Yeah, I shoot moving targets all the time when I'm hunting meat, venison, elk, moose, caribou.
Yeah.
I don't worry about the Earth moving my target away from me while it's moving. See, if it was true, I'd have to calculate Coriolis and the movement or the rate of speed of the elk or moose or whatever it is. It's because they're moving. Now, that gives you multiple axes of movement, dude. You know how hard shooting would be then?
Yeah, I can imagine.
Yeah, because not only is the Earth spinning, but the target's moving. Now, is it moving with the rotation or against the rotation? I'd have to know that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that either shortens or lengthens my drift, if it's right-hand drift or left-hand drift. It'd be a hell of a differential equation for a fucking jarhead to do in the middle of a field.
Yeah. Definitely.
Who's got Owen Benjamin's Global Earth Sniper?
I mean, is the dude actually outside of Hollywood movies? Is this actually ever done? Like, is there any sniper training where you actually learn to factor in Coriolis or something? Like outside of movies and stuff?
The only time Coriolis is mentioned is the Magnus effect, and that's where the bullet rotates through a medium, and it causes a right-hand drag if it's right-hand rifle barrel or a left-hand rifle barrel. It's going to pull that way because of the air.
Right. Okay, yeah.
What's the record distance shot?
Some Canadian shot 2.1 miles, like 5,800 or 10,800 yards, something like that. Feet, yeah. A mile is 5,200 feet, yeah. So it's 10,800 feet. Like
I account for Coriolis and refraction at that range, man.
Angular size reduction.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Well, here's the thing. If you were shooting east to west while you're shooting a moving target that's running north to south, you understand we're spinning east to west. You got ballistic capabilities. Now, if east or west, if you were shooting a target that's going with the rotation while the Earth's moving 1,000 miles, he's running too, the elk's running too, your bullet's got to keep up with the speed of the rotation. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but it already launches from barrel, having that speed, right?
Well, you can say conservation of momentum if you want, but it's not really true. You ever threw a bottle out of a window in a car? It doesn't keep up with you for 1 fucking second. You throw it out and it's already behind.
Yeah, obviously.
And there's my point. If you're shooting with the rotation, the bullet's going to get left behind. You might not get the target that's running away from you with the rotation. You're going to have to aim upward a lot more, for drop.
Yeah, that makes.
It's just if this shit was true.
Does that to you? Does that prove that there is no rotation going on, or is that evidence?
No, that's what you call a logical inference. There's evidence for a logical inference. That since I don't have to calculate that when I'm sitting on the north to south and I'm shooting west and the target's running west, I don't have to calculate for that. The movement of him and the damn. Well, I will compensate for his movement, but I don't have to worry about the movement of the earth, making my bullet never get there.
Yeah.
Because the two, shooting a mile against the rotation, then your bullet's going to, like if you shoot north to south 1 mile, you got 1.6 seconds of air travel. But if you shoot west to east and the earth's rotating towards you, it's going to get to a mile quicker because it's rotating towards you, right?
Yeah, well,
so your travel time, because you shoot it and the earth's spinning under it towards you, the guy that shot it, but it's going the opposite way. So the earth's spinning into it, shortening the distance between you and the target every second. Now, how are you going to throw in conservation of energy when the momentum says my bullet's going the opposite way the minute it leaves the gun? My bullet flies backwards for a minute before it goes forward. I mean, that's essentially what you're saying. Because it's already going 1,000 miles an hour the other way.
No, I mean, if you say the whole frame of reference, like the Earth is rotating at like 1,000 miles per hour, then the bullet also has that motion when it's fired already.
It leaves that inertial frame of reference of the Earth.
Listen. Picture the guy. He's standing on the Earth. The Earth's rotating, but he's shooting away from the rotation. He's moving forward, but he's shooting towards the rotation. So the land behind him is rotating towards where he was. It's going to end up shortening the distance to the target. In other words, if I took a shot figuring it was going to be 1 mile, but I get, we'll say 1,200 foot cut off that mile and it ends up to be less than a mile. Now I'm shooting low or I'm shooting high. What was a one-shot kill is now going to be he's only wounded. Or I missed him and it dropped between his legs because I was aiming for mid-chest.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work out in application. That's all I got to say. And it'd be too vicious to leave out. Even if you get up here and you say we're off the equator and now it's only rotating at 800 mile per hour, 600 mile per hour. You're still only 600 foot moves in a second. And nobody aims 600 foot to the right of a target, so the target rotates into it and hits it. That doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. To be honest, I'm just now I'm reading up on all that because obviously you have all the practical knowledge, and I don't even have the theoretical one.
I like to think of it
practical knowledge will always trump theoretical knowledge anyway. So.
Applied experience.
Yeah, well, he has both probably. Like
hands-on experience.
He does, yeah.
Yeah. That's so. I wasn't.
I couldn't even tell you about it, most of it, because you don't have security clearance to hear it.
Right.
And those people right here would
classified.
have. Yeah, if somebody came here and said, "Yeah, I'm from so and so," they'd have to get a court order to get it too. It's to take me in front of a tribunal and have a tribunal tell him what he wants to know. Because I'm not going.
I see.
I'm not going to the stockade for no motherfucker. 20 years after service, fuck you.
Yeah, right.
That shit's best left in the past. Unless maybe I'm having a bad dream. Then what the hell? What can I do about that?
You see how you mark conspiracies right in front of you.
What do you mean?
Well, Balmont's just told you that he is, under oath, presumably, to It can't divulge all information he was given during his military service. You know?
Or, well,
what's
specifically, I was talking about experiences. I couldn't tell you everywhere I was deployed. Because some places I was deployed, I wasn't deployed.
Yeah, Black Ops type stuff, right?
Yeah.
But
yeah,
it got
what about that is
and my government would have said, "Oh, he left the service 6 months ago. We don't know what he's doing over there."
Yeah.
Put it through you right under the bus, right?
Oh, yeah. Sometimes you got to wonder if the president's backing your black ops, or if it's just some general that said, "Fuck it, we're doing this anyway."
well, Northern Rebellion. I think he's left, but yeah, but you posted a meme about planes flying backwards. I don't think they're not picturing what's happening when a plane flies.
Yeah, he's talking about the same thing I'm talking about. If you take off and go against the rotation, but your momentum is going the opposite way, does that mean planes are flying backwards as they first take off? Same thing I'm talking about with a bullet. Its momentum was the opposite way of what it's launching.
Although I mean,
able to shoot further.
Physics, bro, conservation of momentum.
Exactly. So it's already following.
So what you're saying is it would stay unified with the rotation for a second. That means the plane, as it lifts off, and would be flying backwards.
But how do you imagine that could happen? Like the plane, it has to, like the same velocity as the Earth, like on the ground, you know. Then it takes off, it picks up speed, so it starts getting speed relative to the inertial system of Earth. Like it's not like it's suddenly moving.
I'm talking about not relative, but opposite the inertial system. You said relative, that would mean together locked, but you're taking off the opposite way, and it's moving the opposite way. That's not relative.
Like commercial airliners, max velocity or max airspeed is something like 700 miles per hour. The top end, that's with tailwind and whatnot. You don't lift off anywhere close to them speeds.
Well, obviously, yeah.
So you haven't yet.
Yeah, because you measure these speeds relative to the existing motion, conservation of motion. It's not like you lift off and suddenly the Earth, like you stop moving. Yeah, like your velocity is zero and the Earth keeps spinning.
They're not measuring. They're not measuring ground speed off the rotation of anything.
What's up?
What is?
Did you lose the live stream, man? Whatever.
No, why is it not going?
I just went and checked. Didn't see anything.
We're all just sitting here tonight, dude.
Which one did you check, Rogers or Helios?
Helio?
I'm pretty sure Rogers down here right now.
Let me double check that.
Yeah, Rogers down here. 24/7 live too.
Got it. All right. Well, Merry Christmas, man.
Merry Christmas to you too.
Just got everything put away, cleaned up the kitchen, cleaned up everything. Fucking just cracked my first beer.
Heh. I'm on like my 5th plate of food today, bro. I'm feeling fat.
I only had 2 meals today, breakfast and dinner. It was kind of a late breakfast, so good foods, man. Good family, good fun.
Yep.
Yeah, it was nice, man. I'm glad it's over. You know, you get caught in these situations, you got to talk about normal shit, and it just, you know, just there's no enthusiasm for it, you know, for like, you know, sports, or politics, or whatever. I'm like, I just kind of clam up and say, nah, they're all corrupt. You know.
Oh, your favorite football team? Yeah.
Yeah,
You
whatever.
didn't flat smack your family?
I've done that already. They already know. They all know. So they don't. If they ask me a question, man, they're in for it, man. You best not ask me not even one fucking question, because
That's the way I am.
3 next
My
hours.
sister's like,
oh,
we've been through this. Can we not do it? I'm like, don't say nothing about it then. Or the debate's on.
It's just like, you ain't got fuck all, and I know it, and you know it. So sit down and listen.
Pass me a biscuit, motherfucker.
Pass me a biscuit. See this water here? Make it bend, bitch. Make it bend. Or somebody going into bars going, I'll give you $100, dude, make this water bend. Like, all kinds of people are like, oh, fuck, man.
Drunk dudes.
Yeah.
Like, can you define how you're using that word bend?
Yeah, exactly. You know, like the ocean around the globe. Make it bend around the globe. Keep it flat, you know, how many stretches of 500 miles of flat do you need to get a ball?
Right.
And I need 35 of them, apparently. So it was a good day in here, man. People dropping in. Good cheer.
I just got here a minute ago myself.
All right. Cool.
Been here like 3 hours, Vama.
Has it been 3 already?
Yeah, man.
I actually thought it was about 11 o'clock, 11:30. It's only 1 now.
Cool, man. Any new videos that are cool? Anybody come up with anything?
I think there's the James Webb telescope from Peabody.
I missed that.
That's a joke.
You know what kills me, man, is when they first proposed this thing 10 years ago or something, it was like, it's just $500 million. Good? Okay. And then it dragged on and it dragged on. And the final toll on the ticket for this thing to date is over $10 billion fucking dollars.
That could have went towards like Social Security. That could have went towards, you know, schools. That could have went towards feeding the poor.
I did some basic math with a friend of mine who's pretty sharp. I'm like, dude, how much money would it take to feed the world, you know? And it was pretty close to that number. We could fucking do it for a year. And I was like, damn, we could have fed anybody who was fucking hungry. We got you covered, man. You might be only eating fucking top ramen for a while, but you'll be fed.
It's better than dirt.
You know, we're not going to be busting out fucking New York steaks or anything for everybody, but, you know, we'll get you fed, man. A little rice, a little top ramen, maybe some chicken here or there.
Squashes.
You know, we'll figure out something, but yeah, we can feed
squash is so plentiful. Hold on. Squash is so plentiful and easy to grow. Plus, it conditions the soil so you can grow other things like corn. I mean, it's wonderful. And people don't like squash. It's like, what's fucking wrong with people not liking zucchini?
I love fried zucchini, man, with a little bit of like, I don't know, just any kind of sauce.
Garlic and some chicken broth.
It could be a cream sauce or oil, whatever, man. It tastes so good, dude. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff, man. It's like eating meat, man, in a lot of ways, if you do it right.
Like one seed, and you have like enough food to like feed yourself and your family for like a month.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that great?
You take care of those plants properly, and they will produce and keep producing.
Yeah, that's
like say a potato. Cut a piece of the potato up before you eat it, and then plant it. And then next thing you know, you're going to have like 6 potatoes out of that one little piece of potato you buried.
That's right, man.
Oh, hold up. Isn't that the point, right? Like what you were talking about, if you just throw the money at the problem, people live off nothing. But if you actually do something for yourself, you're fine.
And there's a lot of people that do that, and we don't have to feed them, man. We just got to feed the fucking Mongos that, you know, don't have a house or land or nothing, that, you know, go to bed hungry.
Yeah, well, we got to ask them if water is fucking level before we offer them the food. We'd save a lot of money.
That's right, man. Anybody bums a cigarette off of me, man, they get fucking so flat smacked. It ain't even funny, dude. Like, it happens at least twice a week, man. You're getting fucking spanked.
Yeah, we don't need to feed everyone. Let's be realistic.
Oh, exactly. We're just feeding the people that need.
We could drop a few billion, man. It's not going to hurt.
Those that are unwilling to see the truth, they don't deserve food from my loins.
Well, we could probably feed them with 1 billion at this point, because there's a bunch of fucking retards out there, and they're all lining up for some free medication. It's pretty interesting. Damn.
Well, I guess medication for the nerves that these people are on right here, you know? I mean, it's
trust the science.
Trust the science. Pretty good medication, I think.
Gotta trust the science. Trust the science. $10 billion for a telescope. Fuck off. I'm so. And it was only going to cost $500 million, but now it costs a little more than that.
Yeah, 10 plus years overdue.
How the fuck?
Well, here's the thing: it's not even an optical telescope,
right? Supposedly has mirrors. I don't know, but is that? I don't know.
Well, it has a sun shield.
The sun shield. Oh fuck! Yeah, I haven't looked into the specs of it, but I'm like, all I saw was $10 billion. It was going to cost $500 million, but even that, $500 million. My goodness.
Yeah, never trust the government, right? The government says, "Oh, don't worry, American taxpayers. It's only going to cost $500 million." $64 billion later. Oh yeah, we're almost about ready to launch.
That's the NASA. Oh no, wait. The NASA budget's $26 billion. Just NASA, right?
But then again, they spend $20,000 on a fucking torque wrench.
What we were saying last night, it's $100 million every 39 hours. I was like, what?
$20 million on a fucking torque wrench.
$20 million. What? $25 million for that toilet.
$20,000 they spend. $20,000 for like a torque wrench.
Yep.
Yeah, I know about the toilet.
The toilet, yeah.
Yeah.
Jen and I looked at that one day. I'm like, all right, let's fucking. We went.
Yo, you're just not understanding. It's got special fucking chugga technicalities to it.
I go, okay.
That
It's
jumps
like
the
a
price.
quiz out there.
I could
Isn't
build
there?
in $750. I'm telling you, man, no problem.
It's
I got a
coffee.
shop
It's
vac,
toilet / coffee maker, right?
I got a
It's gonna
shop
cost a pretty
vac,
penny.
a little tube, $750. Cheers. I got it. Fuck off. $25 million.
Yeah, but I think that contest is still open for whoever can come up with the next generation toilet.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
It's like $1 million prize.
Damn. I could use $1 million right now. Damn it.
Just come up with a toilet that seals the butt cheeks.
I can do this. I know I could. I know I could do this. It's got to work at what is it? 14.7 psi. Is that what they keep the old cabin pressure at there?
I have no idea. But see, you have to incorporate it anti-helium, right? Yeah. Just tell them, oh, it's special anti-helium stuff, and this special anti-helium costs $18,000 per vial. And they'd be like, we're going to corner the market on this one too.
I heard something this week about, I don't know if it was Alan Bean or one of these astronauts. They were somebody wrote in one of their books that somebody took a deuce and it was floating around a cabin or something. And I was like, and Jen and I used to laugh about that, man. I go, what if the deuce gets loose, man? Or what if you have explosive diarrhea? Oh my God. We have to evacuate, bro. Everybody's going to have pink eye and who knows what, right?
Yeah, as far as I can tell, they use what's called diapers, space diapers.
Right, but I guess a deucer got loose, man, apparently. And I just, it's always funny to think about something like that happening. If space is real,
Yeah. We have fucking Big Brother on Earth, but we don't have Big Brother on the ISS. I would actually want to watch 24 hours of these fucking clowns doing something.
Sleeping?
Whatever. Yeah. Just knowing they're actually fucking doing science.
Taking a shower.
With their lettuce and all that nonsense.
Oh, they're growing lettuce on the ISS? I've never heard of such a thing.
Yeah, they're growing it for the first time 4 times.
They were doing that.
Are you guys excited for them to come up with anti-gravity so they can sit there and say, now we have artificial gravity? So the reason why it looks like we're just filming it in the studio, because we have gravity on space now. Yeah.
Dude.
See, they had to create this, zero gravity, like, lie environment to sell the whole thing, right? Like, oh, that would be neat. Imagine that, And now, like, they're trying to put it the other way to where they're like, yeah, now we don't need to do that because it's just the same here because we replicate the gravity because supposedly there's all sorts of problems with their health, even though, their feet don't swell up or anything like they should.
Feet don't swell. Nothing swells.
Yeah, dude, their feet should, like, swell up like fucking so big because the amount of ballooning, like, most of your blood is in your feet. Legs.
When they land, they got to like carry them out and put them in a big lazy boy and then put a blanket on them.
Yeah.
It's like, they got space suits, man. It keeps them fucking warm in space.
Ain't a fucking blanket ain't gonna do.
Have you ever seen Stretch Armstrong in a vacuum?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, it's not nice. He doesn't have a good time.
That's what the suit would do.
Like the comedy, right? Is that
I don't see the suits like all ballooned up either, like they should be.
There's some.
They actually did one experiment with one guy in a vacuum chamber, and when they took the vacuum out, the airline popped off because the fitting for the airline wasn't rated vacuum.
and so it ripped it apart. And he said when he was falling backwards, he could feel the saliva on his tongue start to bubble before he lost consciousness.
I heard that. That was some like weak ass color footage, right? He was all
Yeah,
suited.
but did you see the size of the vacuum chamber? The thickness of those fucking walls?
Yeah, they were
holy fuck, dude.
They're huge, right? Yeah.
This is like 3 foot, 4 foot thick walls, dude.
About 3, yeah. I think I'll give it a yard. It
Is this the
And
best
they're
one in
telling
the
me they're
world that
doing this with
NASA
a
has?
fucking can. The walls of the ISS are thinner than a beer can, dude.
That's what they say, man. If you touch it, you can put your finger through it. I was like,
So you're actually sitting there telling me that these guys are surviving in a hostile environment with a vacuum, you know, where for us to create a vacuum similar to it, we have to have an extremely thick walled container made of reinforced steel. And they're going up in aluminum and titanium.
6 to 8 foot walls. And I mean, if that
And this
doesn't,
thing,
that doesn't red
yeah,
pill you,
something don't smell right.
if you have to if you have some excuse for that red pill, fuck off. I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
I think the best we can do on Earth is like 10 to the negative 7 torr vacuum.
Yeah.
We're not even close.
Not even close.
Not even fucking close. Yeah, and they have what,
The best we can do is
foot
31 inches of mercury. 32 is a perfect vacuum.
32, right? Yeah.
But we can never get 32 because the off-gassing of everything, osmosis.
I got some hydrometers here. I could give it a try, man.
We just, if we, like what they're able to do to get the super high vacuum levels, right, is they'll take like whatever they're evacuating out over a 24-hour period with the turbomolecular pump and then heat it up to drive off all the moisture and apply as much energy into the gas as they can. But there's still gas left bouncing around inside the vessel when they seal it off. So they can't pull everything out.
Yeah.
And they're saying that it is out there in outer space. Yeah, right.
Fuck off. You know,
people don't
fucking
understand how
tin
physical.
can ISS, man. Negative
I know,
7 torr. Oh my fuck.
These fucking Mongos come in here and try to tell us what's up, and I'm like, all right, well, you just show me that gas pressure, that container right here on my workbench, and I'll be on your team. Period. And I know they can't because it's impossible, and you know, vacuum space is impossible, and that's it. If you can't show me that, man, have a nice day, man. I guess. Why not?
Once again, the James Webb Telescope is a radio astronomy telescope.
So
Radio meaning it sees light, but not in the visual spectrum, so it uses sensors. So everything that is going to be shown is data.
Yeah.
Telemetry.
Well,
they're going to show us shit that we can't.
You guys are going to call
we
it.
can't even verify what they already show us, so we're
Remember?
definitely not going to be able to verify and then they show us with this thing.
There was that girl that crunched all the data for the black hole, and she was standing next to all these books, and goes, "This is how much data it took to create that picture." And I was like, like black hole.
We recreated it with Snoop Dogg's fucking blunt, man.
Like a Krispy Kreme donut. I was like, you got it. A blurry Krispy Kreme donut. That's what you got.
Oh, it looks like a plumber's blunt, dude. You take like a tube of paper and you roll a joint around it and you rip it, right? And that's what it looks like. I showed that half-pound joint that had the plumber's tube in it.
Yeah.
And I was like, that's the new picture of a black hole. You just have to come down the color.
The ridiculousness of the shit they come up with, man. And they come up with it daily, man. And I don't know. I guess day before I don't know. They found a bunch of fucking Earths, like 72 of them or some shit. I don't know. I didn't. I didn't.
They say they saw a wobble of light, the light wobble.
I'm like, get out of here, man. Just turn my head. I had to get back to doing something, but I'm like, what? Fuck off. Anyway, it's ridiculous when you know that they're just coming up with, Hollywood bullshit every day and trying to sell us on it. So I wonder what they're going to really do with this James Webb, man. They're going to put that thing in the back of a 747 and fly it around and maybe let the astronomers play with it. I don't know, man, what they're going to do there.
James Webb is the name of the Photoshopper in the back office. So
could be, man. But like they did with the Hubble, man, they had the exact same telescope on that 747. See Sophia, and they took some pretty interesting pictures.
James Webb. You don't know who James Webb was?
Yeah, he was some. What the
Yeah, to do with NASA.
Second administrator of NASA. Yeah, second administrator of NASA.
The second administrator.
Yeah.
So was that after Werner von Braun?
What von Braun?
Werner von Braun, I believe, was the first, right?
Well, he was the director, not the administrator.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I love it when I'm correct me if I'm wrong. Thank you.
Yeah, he was preceded by
a lot of people call it a space agency, right? It's not an agency at all. It's an administration.
That's right. NASA. That's what it stands for.
And what do we know about administration? Usually people are voted into the administration, right?
Yeah.
But then again, you also have an administration of a corporation.
Yeah, it's not mutually exclusive. Like, it's an agency, and
basically it's people that are appointed instead of elected. They're called president, CEO, director, chief, all these other things, right? But they're not voted in, right? So here's the thing: if we have other agencies that are like this, or actually they're not actually agencies, they're administrations, like Central Intelligence Administration. It's not an agency, the CIA. They're just the same, and they have like a hierarchy that they have to answer to that has no oversight with the government, because they are in fact separate from the government, separate entity unto itself, right?
Well, yeah.
So
probably,
if you think about it that way, when they break it up into the private corporations, those private corporations can keep things secret, called proprietaryship.
Yeah.
So that's why they're trying to put space into the private millionaire market, to make it even more secretive, because these other companies can lie. But when the taxpayers are paying them, they have to give you the truth with the lie. Right? So they're getting away from the big problem with that by having these these billion-dollar space racers going off. And if you can't see that, then
Iron Man. It was Iron Man.
I got a bridge to tell you.
Totally.
I got a bridge to.
Iron Man. He'll do it. Iron Man can do it. Yeah, of course, man. Absolutely right on, Josh.
Well, do you know what
I do
Bush
bring up
Senior's nickname was in Skull and Bones? Gog. Do you know what Bush? Do you know what Bush's nickname was in Skull and Bones?
No.
Magog.
Magog.
So his father's name is Gog, and the son's name is Magog.
There you
so
go.
when Bush says Gog and Magog are at work in the Middle East, maybe the Saints truly are those that are over there fighting against the United States and her interests.
What do you know about the Saints when they come marching home? What happens then?
Well, the sky will rip asunder.
Something like that, right?
And many people's hearts will fail them, right? A lot of people will sit there and say, well, this can't be happening. I'm still here.
Yeah, I'm still here, man. This is all fucked up, man. We choose?
Still here. I should have been raptured away.
We chose to be here. I did, for sure, man. I'm resolved on that. Anyway, Stanley Kubrick, interesting cat, man, working with NASA. So NASA had this like $1 million fucking lens, camera lens, some fucking crazy number cost back in the 60s, and NASA just loaned it. Like, hey man, you can use it for your movie. Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, I think it was actually the best lens that existed at the time. Yeah.
I go, what? I always ask like people that are into the moon landing, or I'm like, let me ask you that question. NASA's trying to get to the moon. They're spending billions of dollars. They're focused. They got a single focus. They're rocking. They're building rockets. They're rocking, literally. And I go, why the fuck are they going to lend a fucking lens to some movie dude in the middle of fucking trying to bust balls to the moon, man? I mean, it's like, that makes no sense.
Well, the official story is that they filmed like the moon landing in parallel in case the official one went wrong, so you had something to present.
Yeah, right.
But that's obviously
Yeah,
that's
fucking
ridiculous.
right.
That's ridiculous.
Have you seen that video that shows these guys? It was sent to a news agency by mistake, where they were showing the iconic picture of the Earth through the window, right?
Get out of here.
They weren't actually up in the window like they said, because you could clearly see somebody walking in front of the camera view. How can they walk in front of the camera view when the camera's supposed to be in the window? Also,
I think I know what you mean. Yeah.
they turn the main cabin lights on, and the hoax is up. You can clearly see that it's not just a little window that they're seeing through, but like an airplane window that they're seeing through, and it's just a picture of the Earth, of the sky of the Earth.
That was American Moon, right?
Yeah. The same image from that little capsule, right, was the same image that was used to hoax the moon landing. The image of the moon rising over the horizon, or the image of the Earth rising over the horizon. It's the same image that was used.
Yeah, it's a blurry.
So that's why it looked photoshopped, because it was actually cut and pasted on film.
It was a blurry crescent Earth. Yeah. Yeah, I did see that. It was a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I believe I saw that.
Yeah, that was
in there. Yeah. Now that you remind me, yes. There's so many things I've looked at over the years, and you can't.
And like supposedly 25 minutes after they took that image, none of them had their spacesuits on, right?
Mm-hmm.
25 minutes after that footage, they were supposed to have been landed on the moon. I'm pretty sure it would take a little bit longer than 25 minutes to don your spacesuit, egress into the EVA, and then depart in the LA and the LEM, But that's just me.
Hey, they lost all the telemetry, and I'll tell you why they lost it. Is because they left on one day, and they didn't get to the moon until like a couple, 2-3 days later. And if you did the math, the simple math, man, if they're going 17, let's just say they're going 17.5 an hour, okay? Let's just, it would take only, 11, 12 hours to get there, but it took them like fucking 2 days. I was like,
17.5 is the ISS, is it not?
What were you guys doing all that time, man? You got the telemetry for that? I'd be interested to see that. No, man, we lost that shit, bro. Sorry, my bad. No telemetry, bro. Zero telemetry. And if you still believe in the moon landing after realizing they lost all those tapes of all the fucking math that made everything work, then you're a fucking idiot.
It was on Hangouts. Is that you, Kenny?
Yeah, I got my little Hangout window open. Sorry, I'll close it right now.
Okay.
Those fucking cocks. Those fucking cocks.
Those days.
Those fucking cocks. Yeah, man. I'm still in some Hangouts, man, that are great. I drop in, share a lot of info, links, shit like that. A lot of cool people in there.
I'd invite you to one, but it's full of cucks, straight up beta gamma cucks and ballers.
Why are you in that, man?
Hangouts?
Because they keep adding me into the goddamn thing. So I'm just all right, I'm just going to sit here and flat smack it.
Adding you. Oh shit! They keep adding you. Yeah, don't
Can't
do
get
that.
enough of you, bro.
Stop adding Josh.
You're like a masochist.
I used to add a lot of people, man, to some hangouts, but I stopped that shit. Well, years ago now. But yeah, Hangouts still works. It still works. Still there, man. They say it's going away soon, but it's still there.
Well, see, that's the thing. If you go to Google Chat,
yeah,
you have Hangouts right there. So Google Hangouts has always been full of robots, full
Yes.
of bots, backdoors, and a direct link to the level 6 server at Quantico.
Yeah.
Because it was the communication line of Masons.
I showed this footage. This.
I fucking knew you were going to just parrot the official story there. I didn't want to type it, but I knew that's what you were typing.
The poor cameraman was
kidding. I'm kidding, man. Of course,
I know.
they didn't.
I know you're probably being sarcastic. For 2 seconds ago, you don't even believe in the moon landing. So.
Okay, no. As I said previously, I don't. I don't think humans ever walked the moon. Yeah.
There you go. All right, good answer. Hey, speaking of that footage right there in the back chat, in the chat, whatever, the poor cameraman, I showed that to a physicist from Cal by the name of Spiros Malakalikis. Anyway, I showed it to him in full color, full screen, HD. Fucking, it was huge. I don't know.
Hey, up there by Page, Arizona.
And he said,
on the other side of the river, or on the other side of the Colorado River, the Grand Canyon, there's an area that the locals call the Moon.
Yes,
right?
It's over there by it's right in Flagstaff, outside of Flagstaff, right?
Well, no, this is just north of Page, Arizona.
Oh,
Flagstaff, that's Cinders. That's a different location. I got information on that place too. But this other place, this is where some of the Apollo footage was taken when they were playing golf.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where that was taken.
You lined up the mountain silhouettes perfectly.
I'm going to post what I know about that other image. The crater field, cinders.
Yeah, over there they made a moonscape. Yeah. Huge one, man. Huge.
Oh, yeah.
A couple flat earthers have ventured out there, made some videos
and
on
you
it.
can tire tracks through too.
I didn't see that, but yeah, I believe it. Probably, man. Anyway. There it is. There's our spinning. Isn't that great? Look at that, man. See, my physicist guy I was interviewing, he would say, "Oh man, that's been edited, man. That's not real, bro."
That's the cinders up by Flagstaff.
With the golf shot?
Up there, you see that little plateau. You see that one picture in the top left where it shows those two guys, one with the black hat on, and in the background you see that tabletop plateau. Scroll up to that rover landing. That's that same plateau.
That's Buzz on the left. Who's on the right there? I don't know.
But yeah, that image behind you, that plateau mountain behind you, is the same image where that rover and the lander, same image.
Same
hill.
Same hill. Same geometrical shape, man. Same lines. Yep. Same silhouette.
And you can go out there and ride your dirt bikes, except for that location. You can see the square.
Have you been out there?
No.
No.
Didn't have time to go up there when I was in Flagstaff. I was there for like 3 days.
Yep. Yeah, it's all faked, man. We know that. I mean, you guys keep dropping these killer moon landers and shit, JPEGs and GIFs and shit in here. It's
in this place called Meteor Crater, Arizona.
Puts a smile on my face. Go ahead, Josh. What?
This place called Meteor Crater, Arizona. That's halfway between Winslow and Flagstaff.
Where
it's this big hole in the ground, right? And it might be a location of a fountain of the deep that had opened up.
Now, it's a certified first ever certified meteor crater ever found. Yet there has never been a fragment of meteorite found there. The only reason why they say it's a meteorite strike because there's shocked quartz. Now, shocked quartz occurs at like steam events, and they say it can't be a steam event, even though there's steam events all around it. It's a volcanic event.
Yeah, I've been there, man. It's like a mile across. It's pretty big. I mean,
They said they practiced the moon landing there. I was like, what?
I did not hear that one, but
Yeah. When I went there, I was like, what the hell? Astronaut ice cream. And I was like, what the hell is with this spacecraft? It's a hole in the ground.
what are you guys doing with the spacecraft? Oh, that's
I don't know. We paid like $12 for astronaut ice cream, and it was just freeze dried ice cream. I was like, this is horrible.
So the gif where the girl grabs a little puppet toy while she's holding the ball. I showed this to Scott Veach, man. I went, hey, man, if they can fake this, man, why can't they fake the rest of it, bro? Come on. Well, they just do that because they're not very entertaining people, and they want to entertain people. That was his fucking answer. I'm like, really, dude? Fuck off. I mean, look, watch how she grabs it. She looks, she grabs it, she plays with it. I'm sure that's just a helium balloon in her globe, man. That's all that is. You could fake that pretty easy. Anyway, I'm gonna get another beer. I think one more. 2 out of do you? But yeah, busting NASA's balls pretty easy these days, man. Easy pickings, bro. I mean, moon landing, ISS. I mean, we got a ton of footage, man. Like, it's unexpected.
Like, yeah, NASA's bullshit. They hide things.
We lost you,
We
Josh.
like Elon better. We're like, yeah, we like Elon better.
Mike, your microphone, Josh, went into the fish tank or something. I don't know what happened.
Oh, well, I got my phone plugged in.
There you go. No, that's better. What'd you say? I couldn't hear you.
I said even Glovers don't like NASA now.
They better not at this point. It's pretty ridiculous. Hey, I've always noticed these rocket launches. There's no vibration on these cameras, though. I don't know.
But yeah, they prefer like Elon Musk, right?
There's no vibration. You would think there'd be like, and let's just say, every single camera on there is on some super gyroscope something. Fuck, I don't know, man. But I go, whatever camera mounts they're using, man. Can I get a couple of those? Because if I just put my camera on the dashboard of my car, man, that thing's fucking, it's all over the place, man.
Who is this Fury Fox, and why are they sending me a friend request?
Didn't Are they in the?
They probably think you're hot.
I think you're hot. Yeah. Don't know. Fury.
Yeah, just bit. Not interested. No, denied.
Yeah. If I don't know you or talk to you at least, man, I'm not gonna.
Exactly. And this thing was dressed up wearing a Christmas hat. Nope, that right there. Goodbye.
Yeah, that's not gonna work. Shit. Let's see here. I'll be right back.
And then it was like a furry type thing. Hell nah.
Okay.
See, at least like Holmer's PFPs, something that a lot of people don't know about, Linux. The Linux penguin.
What about the Linux OS, man? I know something about
it. Kali's the shit.
Kali Linux.
Well, yeah, I got it's based off of Debian.
Yeah, I wouldn't use it as a daily driver, but you can use it if you don't want to leave any traces, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, I have a Linux box, and then
Nice.
I have a subroutine in it where I can run like Debian. And the good thing with Linux is I can install the subroutines to run all of the parameters.
Okay, I'm not familiar with subroutines. Never heard that.
Yeah, you can. Like, you know how bash is a subroutine.
I do
Well,
not.
I know. Yeah,
Sudo get,
functions,
sudo, all that different stuff. Because you have curl and all these other different like command lines. And with Kali, you can download the libraries and make it to where they can run all of the libraries, all of the subroutines. I'm pretty sure you can do that with any Linux, though.
it doesn't sound like that would only work in Kali. Yeah.
Yeah, because you're basically with Linux it's open source and you're just using somebody's build, community's build. Yeah.
Or you can build it yourself if you are tech savvy enough. Yeah, that's what I love about it. That's why I use it as a daily driver.
Yeah. Like, do you use any kind of GUI at all?
Oh, yeah, I do it. I usually use like a KDE Plasma or Xubuntu, so XFCE.
Far out, man. There you go. That's how I feel. No, I'm kidding.
I thought you were bringing up some like Linux mascot is actually like part of a conspiracy, or it stands for that.
Actually, it's a protest against the BSD. You know, the Unix.
Yeah, with the little devil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is basically the what Macintosh runs off of.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you can get extensions so you can run Python and all that other kind of scripting too.
Yeah.
GitHub repos, all that stuff. Just clone repo entirely. Easier.
Yeah.
NASA ran to the moon with, I think they had a 286 computer equivalent. I think it was a 286.
That thing had rope memory, man.
It was
do you know how fragile? Do you know how fragile rope memory is?
No.
I think it was
magnetic.
It was
speed.
even more primitive than a 286.
Yeah.
Nah, it was equivalent to like a calculator or something.
Yeah, it was pretty ridiculous.
That's right. Yeah, it was weak.
Well, that's what they say is that they had the actual computing equipment down on Earth, and then they only sent the results back to Apollo. So,
Send it to my app. Text it to me, bro. Text it to
yeah,
me.
basically. Yeah, no, that's you can. I mean, you can do that. It's a constant computing to
Right.
offload like processing power, but I don't think that's what they did.
It's so bad. Anyway, that's just another. Where's the telemetry data? Oh, we don't have that. Oh, we lost that.
They recorded over it.
Even if we found the tapes, I don't think I got machines to play them on or nothing, man.
Even though the next missions, the STSs, didn't use magnetic data recording. That was all computerized, so it was all digital.
After
A
Apollo?
quantum leap, they said. Yeah. They had
Yeah,
the
what's-
STSs.
Did they have that telemetry data? Do they have any telemetry data? Is anybody?
I think you can get some pseudo STS telemetry data.
Yeah.
But it tells you that they're still moving upwards, even though, you see the elevation not climbing past 70.
Yeah.
Like when you see the videos, you don't see the telemetry where the altitude's going past 70 miles, and then all of a sudden it'll do a jump cut away, and then there'll be like a key maneuver, like main engine cut off, and then it'll cut back on, and all of a sudden they'll be at 200,000 kilometers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Well, apparently the Apollo guidance computer was a custom build, a custom CPU that they designed.
Yeah. See, they will never show us the data without, or any kind of like telemetry data with like, the thing going up without any jump cuts. They will never do that. They have to do the jump cuts because that's where they do the movie magic, the Hollywood.
Hollywood. Yeah, that's where they do it, man. I go, when's this thing gonna cut off and go to CGI? Come here. Okay, watch this launch. And like, about a minute and a half in, man, they're cut.
And if you don't think that the CGI is like, you can't tell the difference anymore, look at the deep fakes that they're able to do. Look at the King Kong Godzilla movies, right? Look at the new fucking Matrix movie. Holy shit.
Deepfake fucked me up, man. A couple years ago, I go, this dude made this in a fucking basement. I was like, fuck off, man.
And that's not even using the technology that it's using now, where it's indistinguishable.
Yeah, I couldn't. Even then, a couple years ago, I couldn't tell. I was like, that looks so real, dude. Shadows, everything. It's fucking, oh my goodness. Yeah, they've had this tech for 20 years. Guaranteed.
And then Castle Rock, every time you see supposed POTUS at the Castle Rock, you always see a different background, and now it's got the background of like the Tinkers. What?
Dude, they had Discord in 93. Okay? Discord. With video. A conference.
Right.
Fucking Zoom. I was like, not really? They had it. I saw it with my own two eyeballs, man.
Well, the source code of the Apollo control module is in GitHub, so so it's real. Duh.
Oh yeah, you can download Space Agency, right? Nautilus Space Agency, and build your own like Apollo rig and land on the moon. Be like, yeah, and have a nerdgasm and like even reconnect and land.
Yeah, man, land on the moon, bro. Oh man, what a cock show, man. I mean, it's just I'm glad we're seeing through it and laughing about it. And
what I've always done is I've made a rocket with a nuclear warhead payload and went right to the ISS and blew it up. Yeah.
That's worth a giggle, man. Yeah, blow that shit up, man. ISS, man. Wow. I say they got some billionaire went up there or some.
Oh, get this. It even tells you initiate roll program, because if you don't do roll program, then you'll soon reach apogee before you even hit separation. I was like, that makes no fucking sense. Because as soon as you do the roll, you can do the separation and you don't fall. What? So the game's rigged to like make you think that you have to do the roll program to escape. But
Okay.
You're not escaping shit, man.
You ain't escaping.
Nobody leave.
The roll program that
which game are you talking about, Joshua?
When the rocket goes up, they do.
Which game you talking about?
Well,
Space Agency. It's not Apple Store, but Play Store, Google Play Store.
Okay.
Space Agency, man. Check it out. The roll program, where they roll the rocket and it starts to arc and it looks like it's going back down into the ocean. That roll program you talking about?
Yeah.
That one, by the time they get to the end of the roll, they switch from video to CGI. Yeah. And then all of a sudden they're in space and they're like you said, they're at 200 kilometers. Bam. Just like that. Oh, yeah, we're good. We're there. It took us 10 minutes, man, to get up here. We went 200 miles, 250 miles in 10 minutes, and we're here. We're good. Thanks.
Now, see, Holmer, I'm actually under the conviction that that's in reverse. That the rocket is actually taking off from the ship.
Well, I mean, you think it's in reverse? Well, but that would look different. I mean,
how would it look different? The overlay is just an overlay. You can add that in post-processing.
Yeah, well, you would basically start with a smoking rocket if that was reverse footage, like a smoking rocket, and then suddenly
most rockets start off steaming.
Yeah, no, it would already be like glowing.
And do you know how a turbo pump? Do you know how a turbo pump works?
Roughly, yeah, but no, I mean, I'm arguing this is not reverse footage, right?
There has to be combustion in that turbo pump for it to spool up and create the pressure necessary for thrust to occur inside the rocket nozzle, right? So that has to have that turbo spinning, and to get that turbo turbine spinning, it creates a combustion. So it's a pre-burn.
Yeah, sure.
It kicks it off like smoke, right? So it always starts off as a smoke.
Yeah, but did you watch the complete video though? So
I've seen them. I've seen the fails too. I've seen the building of it, and supposedly the steering of it is just by some graphite pucks in the stream of the rocket.
Yeah,
I was like, well, that's kind of ingenious, because they invented it themselves, and this was their main goal, and their second goal was to create a spacesuit. This was years ago.
That footage on the right, it's been shown to be reused by SpaceX.
And that ship, of course, I Still Love You. That's
I Still Love
for
You.
his first wife. His first wife that he has 6 children with.
Love you.
Is it just me, or is there just something strange about the ocean and the right side footage? Like, what angle are they looking at? And why are we seeing like a fucking tidal wave behind it? You know what I mean? Because it looks like
it's just
they're looking straight on at it and not like down at it. Because
it's down at it. I see the angle.
It's always felt funny for me that the way the ocean is in there, but it doesn't really matter, to be honest. It's all bullshit.
So do you think that what you see on the right is actually physically possible?
Dude, are you kidding me? I've been in a dozen airplanes and look down and see that thing. Well, it's not impossible, no. It's a fucking aircraft carrier or whatever, fucking barge in the ocean. Yeah. I zoom in.
Exactly.
From 35,000 feet, I can zoom in and take that picture. No problem.
Yeah, exactly. But,
Hey, I got a question for you.
Not really.
Just
I'm not sure. I think I resolved now. I think I resolved it now. Like that's fake footage. Like that's actually done using video editing software to show.
It could be. I'm just saying it could be. I'm saying there's a possibility. That's
it actually is. Like the author actually says that. It's just a joke.
Which footage we talking
about? What I posted in Livestream 2 voice text.
Yeah, we'll see. It's a Reddit, the r//SpaceX master race.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's just a joke. I think it's extremely funny.
We know, like, fucking after like the first 3 seconds, it's just joke editing. But like, the first 5 seconds are the genuine footage that's provided.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm just talking about the angle on the barge. I don't know what the fuck it is. I think I did replicate it in 3ds Max, and it did work out. You would see
how much?
That, but
how much money would you pay to fly on the belly flop rocket?
The what?
The what?
Elon's belly flop rocket.
Oh, I know what you're talking about, right?
So is that the fucking Starship that goes up and falls down?
I'm not sure. I mean, it would have to have some like a serious security rating, for actual passenger transport. I wouldn't want to.
Well, I mean, like if
If they say, you know, we're going to Mars and this is how we're going to Mars is with this thing, because that's why they're building it, right? Now,
yeah.
How much money would you pay to ride on that rocket?
Well,
Because however much you would pay to ride on it, you
Not-
couldn't
not
pay
really.
me 10 times that amount.
Yeah, I probably
There's no- there's
I'm
no
not
amount of
interested
money.
really in going to Mars myself.
Well,
Nobody's
do you know
going,
what Mars means?
nobody's going to the fucking moon. Nobody's going to space. What
Yeah,
is
I
Mars?
think I do.
They say it's a planet, right? But what Mars actually is it's a Roman pagan god of war.
That's the same name. Yeah, it's the same name.
They use all these Roman gods and freaking Roman fucking kings and queens and fucking transvestites and fucking everything
Yeah.
is.
So when they say they're going to Mars, they want to go to Mars, that we're going to go to Mars.
I'll keep calling them
If we're
out.
going to war.
And defend against them is to keep calling them out and calling cucks. And they're all just a bunch of cucks and they come up with cucky fucking bullshit names for everything. It's all their little fucking black magic fuck off.
Yeah, but do you know what the actual concept is for the belly flop rocket for Starship 2? Like when it's supposed to flip, like what should happen?
Well, SN15, so serial number 15, apparently had a successful launch and belly flop landing.
Yeah, it did, but once that thing, if it ever gets passenger rating, what would that look like? It still would do the belly flop, right? So that would be.
Well, check it out. What I think they're doing is they're building weapons. It's either that or possibly these things are being built to get past the kill zone from the south, so that we can go to the extra firma, the extra terra firma that's beyond the kill zone, the ice wall, the ice ring. The area where, like, if we were to fly, it would freeze the planes and gel everything.
I've heard this conspiracy, bro. I've heard this one. There's an ice wall and a firmament. Damn it. I've heard this.
Fucking troll.
Now, perhaps they're trying to get past a certain area where there's actual, like, habitable land.
We just do this for show, bro.
Why do they need rockets for that, though?
Yeah, I don't know, Joshua.
They ain't fucking going nowhere, man. They got enough fucking juice in that thing to go anywhere, man. Fuck.
What they
There's
do
no
right
room.
now, you know, they go like a few kilometers up, like 12 kilometers or so.
My
And then they
math proves it's right. My math says so.
no, you can't.
Fucking pros. What's up, man?
You can still track that with like binoculars, you know.
Welcome to fucking late night fucking crew, bitches. Suck it up, boys and girls. No.
I got the fucking crossbars.
Hockey,
yeah.
and you fucking took out fucking this guy named Jazz fucking Akonda. You fucking spanked this boy so hard like a week ago or so. I was laughing my fucking ass off because he's the big drunk, okay? Jazz is a fucking drunk, man.
Oh, nice, man. I'll take that, right? Trying to take my belt?
The book says, is that a challenge?
He got the belt. He's got now. You are the fucking champ because he goes, I can't handle this. And I was like, yeah. I got up to the bed. I was fucking dancing.
Hey, bro. Hey, it was, bro, we win some.
Hoima, you use 3D software as well, right?
It was fun. Thank you, Hockey.
You should be able to see that this is obviously CGI. I'm going to post it in a second.
Okay.
Hey, we were talking about Hockey.
Have a look at this. The Blue Origin.
He got sent to detention.
Okay.
I should be able to still see.
I think he tried posting a link.
Oh, that sucks. Dang it. He's good. He's good. Where'd he go?
He went to detention.
It's got the hole, man. Oh, yeah.
He'll be out in a
Can
minute.
you still hear me?
A month.
Yeah.
Yeah, so probably I think I got sent to detention because the mod thinks I'm trolling. I was
No,
just
you're not
posting like
trolling.
these videos are jokes, like it's a joke subreddit. It's
That
just
is
to laugh,
totally
right?
CGI, man. 100%. Yeah, come on. That's
What,
like
what do you think of that GIF I just posted?
No way, man. That's 100% real, man.
yeah, it looks like
Which GIF? Oh, I can't see it anymore. But
It's
I'm not
so
sure.
real. You couldn't imagine it's real.
You'll be back
It's
in a
hilarious.
little bit.
Old dude, can you take him out of detention? Or is he gonna?
I'm not
just
sure
wait?
what's actually going on.
I don't know who's getting detented.
The bot did it preemptively because
bot.
of the link.
Ah, you send the link.
I've been posting links all the time, so that's
Really? Damn.
yeah.
I don't get it. Dude, I don't understand, half the shit. So.
Yeah, I think it's set for certain things.
If you're in here even purple pilling, man, you are my friend. Guaranteed.
Oh, actually, the bot thinks I've been swearing. I'm not sure what I've been swearing.
That's no big deal, bro. It happens.
I
You'll get out of
realized.
detention.
Yeah, it's just
Oh,
2
if it
minutes.
says you're swearing, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's just 2 minutes or so. It's
Yeah. You'll be back.
There you go. You're out now.
There you go. He's back. All right. Everything's good.
Thanks, old dude.
I got one more hour of Christmas here.
Oh, yeah.
On the West Coast. Thank you guys for letting me in here on Christmas. What a pleasure to come in on.
Letting you in here. You just barge in here, bro.
Just barged in.
Just bust through the door.
I got the barge out there, Elon Musk barge, but the video feed's a little shitty. Sorry.
Man, I just talked to Starlink and shit with my older brother, man. Could have blew my mind up. I tried to explain to him the whole part of the marketing is to get the northern value of what they need to do, because obviously if they're circular, am I way off topic?
Booster touchdown.
I don't even know what fucking topic you're on, Hockey Puck.
He knows. He knows
whatever you want.
Hey, we're talking rocket launches and launches and landings and shit like that. We're deep into the space fake shit tonight. It's fun, man. Space fake shit is so easy these days, man. It's like shooting fish in a barrel, bitches. It's so easy.
Oh, there you go. Hold on. There's another one blatant CGI in it. If not the whole thing, at least at 14 seconds.
Leave the science fiction world at least for a second to see the real science behind anything.
That's just the
The
first.
science fiction.
Hold on, Hockey. Hold on, baby.
Yeah, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, are you the science guy?
Anyway,
It's just a meme. Like that's
it's
the first
fun.
purpose
Hope
of
you
it.
guys are having fun
Maybe
tonight.
CGI still, but it's a meme. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I understand what the meme part is, bro.
Yeah. Who was that belly float? Joshua, you said belly float rocket. Yeah, if you look at Livestream voice text, that's funny. I think that's.
That's what it looks like. It's doing a belly flop.
To the GIF I posted. Tell me your thoughts. What do you think?
Oh, I can't.
All right.
3 minutes after the hour.
The
I think I was
flop. Here we
muted.
go.
I
Boom.
was in detention at that time.
Oh, that
Oh,
is.
you might have to resend it.
Oh, really?
You can't see it though.
Resend it.
I love the ending, man. The ending was fucking epic, man. That was great. Have you guys
Dr. Evil.
Anyway, NASA's obviously SpaceX, they're all colluding together to really make some really shitty looking videos, man. And that was horrible.
Space cucks.
That was a NASA issue? That was terrible.
Hey, you know what that looks like? That looks like GameCube graphics, Star Wars TIE Fighter shit.
There you go.
Wow.
That's
Rogue
Disney.
Alliance, you know.
That's Disney.
That's what that looks like. Straight up
That's
video
what
game graphics.
it
Like
is.
it don't even look like fucking Warzone. I mean, Warzone's
Too many
more
gamer
realistic
eyes
than
now,
that.
you know. The gamer eyes will see right past it.
I started watching Avengers movie the other night. And I was telling my wife, I said, "This is all animation," and she couldn't see it. No, that's the real people. Oh no, or is not throwing his head like that. You know,
Do not. Your wife can't see the difference, huh?
she couldn't. I was like, "What?"
That's scary, man. That's freaking me out, man. Hold on.
It like blew
What's
my mind,
scary
man.
is the
It really
metaverse.
did.
People are going to become addicted to this metaverse, guys.
Yeah, for sure.
I've had dreams about it. I've had
Me
dreams
too,
about
about
everybody
it.
having these headsets, and then when the headset goes off, they have headaches, right?
Yeah.
And that already happens with a cell phone, man. You can't drop a cell phone down without having a headache, man. I have a pain. Man, it's all my
No, I
life.
mean, this
My
thing
whole
is
life
so
is like
bad because just like looking at it, like just glancing at the crystals that are emanating the images, the little
Right.
lenses. But in my dream, they were crystals, right? Just
Yeah,
looking at the image that was projected from this crystal, like got you
well,
hooked to it. Like you wanted to
yeah.
look at it longer.
Yeah, there's some AI technology going on there, man. That's the end game, right? You wouldn't even need a headset at that time.
Matrix, bitches. Come on.
Yeah.
Anybody see the Matrix this weekend? Anybody check that new one out? Anybody?
Yeah.
I heard some.
What about the new? Hey, fuck that. What about the new Spider-Man?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Not bad. No.
I didn't see Matrix 4 yet.
Okay, so no spoilers then.
I don't want to know any, man.
Well, yeah, man. Wait till like Monday or Tuesday or something. Then
I don't know.
Where
that shows up.
Spider-Man's probably full of a bunch of predictive programming shit too. Yeah.
You can't even go to theaters anymore to go watch movies, right? I got to rent them on a TV, or what's the deal? Anybody know the protocol?
Something
I
like
went
that.
in pretty easily. I
It's
didn't
still
even have
like
to wear
that.
anything.
You can't go to a theater anywhere, right? They're all closed, right?
Bought a ticket online, went to
Yeah.
the theater, and had no problem. No mask, no nothing.
Oh, you went to a theater?
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not a problem.
What state you in, bro?
Cali.
Now, but if you live in
Cali,
Australia,
fuck, man. I thought they were mask Nazis.
You live in Canada or Australia?
It seems like they are, but they don't push back that much on it.
Yeah, mask
Depends
Nazis.
on what area you are, most likely.
people don't give a fuck. It's like they just don't give a fuck.
Like if you're down by Berkeley, it'd probably be a little bit more intense.
Honestly, nobody wants to be doing any of this bullshit, cucking thing, check in.
It kind of seems 50-50 for people.
Not right.
I know this much. The weed
how it
shops
feels,
in
yeah.
California,
and
some of them you have to have your mask on in the weed shop, and other ones you don't.
Yeah,
Man, you can't buy government liquor without a fucking double vax.
No.
Yeah, dude, you can't do it.
Where?
I was like,
what?
What? Yeah, man. Fucking, I was choked. I was like,
New York? Where is this?
it's Canada, man. Fucking Canada.
Oh, Canada is fucked, man.
No, fucking, this is a federal government fucking implementation. You cannot buy liquor.
Let me say this about
it's starting to become Canuckistan.
I don't buy there. I don't buy their store anymore. I'll tell you that. That is a government stance here, man. That is straight up.
It's fastly becoming Canuckistan, man.
That was
You better
the last
fucking come
straw for
down
you,
here.
wasn't it?
Oh.
Can't buy the
Come
booze.
down here, bro.
Dude.
Come down here. You can buy fucking liquor in the grocery store.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Up here?
Yeah.
No, it's all government doles, man. We're all the government.
Fucking get your ass to Arizona, man. Get your ass to Arizona. If you miss the snow, move to fucking like Snowflake, man.
I got a plan B.
Come on, man. Let me say one thing about Canada. They have a hockey team called the Cucks, okay?
Wow.
So you take whatever that's worth. I just want to say they have a fucking team. They're called the fucking Cucks.
Their money's Looney Tunes.
It's spelled the same, isn't it? Like Cucks.
I don't know, man. We're all cocks.
Looney Tune money and shit.
He's a cock. He's a cock. He's a cock. He's a cock who would want to be a cock, dude.
I want to be a cock.
Even Timmy is a cook to Chad.
Oh, man.
I love you guys, man. That's hilarious.
You got to smash on the Canadian. That's good. That's typical.
That's an original too, man. Nobody taught. I fucking learned that one on my own anyway. I might have
A
had
lot of
some
people
help.
thought. A lot of people think I'm like Canadian and shit, and I was like, "What the fuck? I ain't never been up there."
Right. Yeah. When I'm up here in Canada, they all think I'm an East Coaster. That's my issue. You're an East Coaster. I've never been there my whole life. I have no idea. I'm a prairie boy. I watched my dog run away for 3 days. Well, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, right? That's my whole life.
I'm still smiling that you took down Jazzaconda, bro. I took him out. That motherfucker couldn't get a word in, and he's usually like Mister. I can get every word in, and I'm drunk.
I know one thing about Manitoba.
What's that?
Oh yeah.
The license plates say "Home of the friendliest people." On
Friendly Manitoba. That's their license plate. Yeah, I lived there longer than I had to. Yeah. Now I'm on to the land of the living skies. That's our
So
license
it's
plate.
kind of a good thing to know that Canada will never pick a fight with anyone. I mean, how can you pick a fight when you're always like, "Hey, sorry about it, bud, but hey, we got to do this." It would be resolved without any warfare.
Would we retards? Why would we? I mean, I'm not signing up for that fucking retard Trudeau. I'll tell you that. If I was in his seat, I'd be fucking growing up, man. Growing up.
Trudeau came out last week, man, and said, fuck your rights. Fuck your rights. I know what it says, but fuck them. Fuck you. Is what he said. Basically, man. I saw the video.
He's a communist. He's a leftist fucking communist.
This motherfucker ain't
And
fucking.
you guys let him take your guns away.
It just happened.
Oh, man, no, this is some serious shit, boys and girls.
It is. It's real, man.
I'm pissed, man. I'm pissed.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Australia let them take their guns away. We will never let them take our guns away.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I always said that about my friends say, "Hey, man, they're coming to get your guns." I'm like, good luck with that, man. There's so many goddamn guns in this country.
Ulan
And I've seen guys with fucking rooms full of guns, and I'm like, holy shit!
All I can say is Moulin Rouge. Come and take it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's right.
You fuckers.
God bless their souls. God bless my American brothers. You know?
Yeah, that's why they're going to stop.
They're going to stop me. I'll be like, I'm Saskatoon, like,
that's why they're going to do a slow kill.
I'm North Dakota.
They're doing a slow kill here, guys.
Yep.
In case you haven't realized it.
That's what it's happening.
Carrot on the stick routine.
Me soft.
I'm not sure when I'm going to hide in the cave in the Philippines because I think I'll survive longer or come south to you fellas.
Fuck that, man. Hey, I'm in
the. I got to farm 2 farms in the Philippines.
I'm fucking going
Probably
down
go there
early, man. But you guys, speak of me well. I'll be out here. I'm like 32 miles from fucking Los Angeles. Okay.
Nice.
But I'm in the hills, kind of. I won't be the first ones to fucking go down. But
I'm like 286 miles from there.
There you go. So
that's not too far. Never too far.
Yeah,
so I'm a good distance from there. I'm oceanfront property in Arizona.
But I
California Bay.
I want to be here for the chaos. It's just something I have to do, and it's just gonna suck. And but be here.
Yeah, it's gonna suck with the California key they got now.
It suck, but I got my plan, man. I'll be all right. I'll make it.
We have to, right? Like fuck.
Right now, man. If you just shut everything off, I got 1 year. I could fucking hold out right here where I'm at.
Okay.
Yeah, the belly flop rocket.
That's better than most.
The belly flopper.
Belly flop.
Isn't that so ridiculous? The belly flop.
In all actuality, what you're looking at is the edge of the frame. Hold on, what you're looking at is the edge of the frame of the still image, and you're looking at an upside down image of the clouds.
So bad.
I was thinking about me at the YMCA coming off the line
exactly what it is.
That's
looks
what
like
the
this guy.
illustration is supposed to show, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, that's reality for a lot of people, man. Don't you mess with my reality, people, okay?
But the thing
How
is, you
dare
can't
you?
really from this picture. You couldn't even
How dare
distinguish.
you?
Hold
How
on, you're
dare
gonna need
you?
to speak
You
up.
you told me I'm living on a ball. You've stolen my childhood.
To
Blah
get
blah
over these
blah.
guys, man.
How about you fucking? Oh, sorry, I swore. Oh, you liars! Hey, you did you right. I was so angry. So angry.
What the fuck? When did Greta Thunberg turn into a Scottish?
I'm she turned fucking Scotland. Fuck.
You fucking liar!
When the fight is right.
Every word is fuck. It's like, did you fucking see the fucking thing that fucking fucked it fucking back and fucked it? What?
Greta made the mistake of coming to Scotland for the G7 summit or whatever it was, and we Scottified her. We got her singing. We got her singing "Stick Your Climate Change Up Your Arse."
Oh, yes, it went there. Oh yeah. Oh, eyebrow. But yeah.
I'll get you a link. Hang on.
Yeah, I saw that. That's great. I'm just like, holy shit! I'm spreading this everywhere.
That was the best.
They can't say this is out of context or deep fake. This is news.
What it is. Oh, that happened.
Crushing, man. Crushing.
You guys must have separated her handlers from her. Got her a little stoned or something. Smoked a little hash with her. Been like, here you go, Greta. We have a beer.
Did you see her wearing a Flat Mars Society?
Yeah.
Have you seen that with her wearing that shirt on her, I think it was her 16th birthday or something? 18th birthday? I don't know. 16th? Something one of those. Anyway, Flat Mars
Hey,
Society.
that's
Really?
Rin Tin, or not Rin Tin Tin, but Adventures of Tinny, isn't it? Tintin, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how you spell it in English. How you pronounce it in English? Yeah, that's.
I hate cartoons, man. I hate all cartoons. I fucking.
Hey, come on.
They are an absolute mind fucking trip. Fuck you in the head. They're same as music, though. It does the same thing, but cartoons.
Hey, have you seen the racist episode of Popeye?
Yes,
it was banned.
Yeah, I've seen that one years ago. Yep. Yeah, there's.
And then the first Elmer Fudd, that episode was banned as well.
I did not know that.
Yeah. They dressed Elmer Fudd up in blackface.
There you go. Yeah, man. Racism, it's a thing. Yeah, they like to segregate people, man. They like to separate. They're really.
What about that time the Flintstones taught children about the Freemasons?
Dude, I was in a bar one night, man, with a brother friend of mine, man, and he's like, dude, look around. This is in Los Angeles. He's like, dude, man, every fucking ethnicity in the world here, we're all getting along. What's the fucking problem? And I literally was looking around the bar, and it's Chinese, Japanese, white, I'm white, fucking black, fucking, you name it, man. Mexicans. We're all at the fucking bar having a drink. And it's like, nobody's fucking like, hey, motherfucker, you know, like, you're German, fuck off, you know. No, it was not.
How much you want to bet she eats baby cows?
Yeah, baby, eh?
You
know veal. Look at her. I mean, look at them cheeks. Those are the cheeks of baby cow chewing teeth. Not a vegetarian.
Yeah.
The poor disabled girl being taken advantage of by a bunch of puppeteers that live around here, man. Within a social experiment that wants to expand generations since the 80s or the 60s, man.
How dare you?
How dare you? Like we didn't think that in the 80s, man.
He did it again.
That came out of the triple R's, right?
I did, yeah.
Like the Karen, like it was the teenage Karen of the generation. Like, get fucking bent.
Hey, she's not wearing a fucking mask. Everybody around her fucking cucked up with the mask on.
Staring at them, man.
That's her spewing that shit out. We're all protected, man.
Every picture like this now, you can just see the slave class, you know.
Yes, but
bullshit, man. It's just
poor
that
child.
if you can't see this, fuck off. You know, I can't help.
Puppet. She's a puppet.
Go get your thing, man. They're giving them away for free. I'll drive you to the fucking clinic where they give away this shit for free. Okay? If you look at this picture and go, oh, she's like the healthy fucking.
Hey, pretty soon they're going to pass a law where it will be still legal to abort her.
This
So
looks a
hey,
little more.
Fucking
Anyway, I'm done.
What is this, a Millennium Falcon? What the fuck am I looking at, man?
Millennial Falcon.
Blueprints for the Millennium Falcon, so it must be real.
Right on it, dude.
It must be real because you got blueprints for it, right?
Yeah, that's what it is.
So it exists, right?
Just checking. Holy shit.
Man, that's fucking. Where's Battle Mod, man? Can you build me this?
Yeah, and if you check out that source code, it's a simulator, right? You have a simulated module. It is the keypad.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
That source code, that's a dumb moment. Like you can't prove anything by providing source code.
Well, source code is just code, but you still need some kind of a graphical interface, and the graphical interface happens to be the keypad module that gave them the math numbers and the programs that they would set.
Yeah,
I've looked into it before.
If you don't have that,
Are we
then,
in I think I'm in the toilet.
It's just make believe, man. The source code's way too big for the amount of storage that they had. They had no storage. Just what was on magnetic memory.
It's not necessarily. I mean, probably there were people in NASA buildings back then who were actually writing source code.
All those programs had to be on memory, though. Those programs just address different banks.
Where they are.
Hey, they lost all those tapes, man.
Come on. If you assemble...
That rope core memory is very fragile and volatile, right? And then you have the magnetic core memory. The magnetic core memory held the ROM information for the programs. And then the rope memory is what did the processing, right?
ROM was like the program for the DOS, man. That's like old information.
This is prior to DOS.
Hold on.
This is DOS. This is the same operating system that all the banks run on, guys.
I know. It's like a speak and spell. Even worse.
Like there's only 2 people left alive that know how to program for it, which is why they want to switch to a different cryptocurrency.
I even grew up in C+.
What has that got to do with cryptocurrencies?
If they cannot correct for the bugs that are in the system and rewrite the code because these guys are aging, there's only 2 people alive that still know how to program in that code that all the banks are running off of. You can't even find any of the literature online about this fucking system that they're running.
What's it called?
So if these 2 men, I can't remember what it is. When these 2 gentlemen die, they have no ability to change anything or interact with the system because they don't know how any of the code works. It's that archaic. It's like machine code, but like worse.
I imagine.
I'm not really buying that from.
I'm not buying it either, Josh. I think we're missing a piece because I mean there are some smart motherfucking coders, man. I know a couple. These guys are fucking archaic.
There's young people that still learn, like there's programming languages from the 70s, COBOL, Fortran. There's still it's niche, but it's there, and the people
from the 70s. When was this mission supposed to have taken off? In the 60s, right? 66.
The banks.
The program was created and perfected with the
It's all
the
same
other
model.
launches that they made, right?
I'm with you,
Same
Josh.
model.
Don't get me wrong.
No,
man.
it's a different
Yeah, for
system.
example, right? People still learn that old stuff nowadays. Like it's not
I'm
like
not
You know,
treated
we
like
can
a dude, but
assume
I know that.
the old
Bro,
shit, but
we
I'll
just
tell you
take a
what, man.
minute
I work
for
on old
fucking
shit.
Will Be Flat, who is up there in Livestream 1 all by himself. Poor guy, man.
years is like a day or so. Oh, he's also
Yeah,
in
he's
Phoenix.
usually
He's
just
I'm gonna
fucking
join that
AFK in here
motherfucker.
for weeks, man.
He is.
Is he
Yeah,
even?
anyway, I didn't want to even ask that. But what happened?
He's
Something
all by
going on over here?
too bad, man. He's all by himself. Damn it.
Yeah.
Is he even
Someone at
active
least
though?
drag him down. One of the mods.
He's muted. He's muted, man. He's fine. I think he'll be all right.
right.
I'm gonna leave him alone. Maybe he's sleeping, so I'll let that go. All right. So